Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Perry the Pulverizer. So Perry, unlike what his name suggests, doesn't parry anything, he just pulverizes. He's a 4-mana Bant commander, a 3/3, and he says when he enters, you put a shield counter on target creature, which is if the creature would be destroyed, instead you remove the shield counter from it. And whenever he attacks, target creature you control gains trample and +X until end of turn, where X is the number of different kinds of counters among permanents you control. So the main thing here is we want to use this as a Voltron commander. We're going to put the shield counter on Perry, and Perry's going to pump himself. So the main issue here is going to be how do we get a lot of different kinds of counters? So some are pretty obvious, like +1 counter, we can probably find stuff that adds +1 counters. Shield counter, Perry already supplies that. But then we need to find as many different kinds of counters as we can get. So from here, I'm going to go through the rest of the deck and I'll highlight cards that happen to have different kinds of counters in their category. So we'll start off with some of this. So Beatdown Duelist's Heritage gives double strike to Perry the Pulverizer. Luminarch Ascension gets quest counters and can be another way of just generating additional creatures to beat down our opponents. Malcolm Alluring Scoundrel is effectively a looting spell, but it gets chorus counters. Palantir of Orthanc is a filtering spell because it scries and then can maybe draw cards or beat down our opponents, and it gets influence counters, so that's another type of counter. Falco Spara initially also gets a shield counter, and it's good because you can remove counters from things to impulse draw the top of your library, essentially. Fornox has vanishing counters, and at the beginning of your pre-combat main, you draw a card. So overall, throughout the game, assuming that you get to take 4 turns after this, you'll get to draw 4 cards in total. And all the while it's in play, it has a vanishing counter for Perry. Also, of course, Planeswalkers have loyalty counters on them, so it behooves us to play some Planeswalkers. That's one of the reasons that Garruk is here. The other reason is because we can -3 it after Perry gets pumped and draw a lot of cards. Hutzel, another way to draw cards because Perry pumps itself or something else, and therefore we have a creature with a power and toughness higher than the base. Number of other card draw spells. We also get access to Staff of the Storyteller, which has a story counter on it. And then we get the One Ring, which we would normally play anyway, but it has burden counters. And Tome of Legends gets page counters and is yet another way of drawing cards. Then we've got Devoted Druid, which has -1 counters. So this is a way to ramp and also have counters. And then we can just combine this with Luxior. That's easy enough. Also, Luxior pairs actually somewhat well with our commander because it gives the equipped creature +1 for each counter on it. Then we have a few counter spells. We've got a bunch of lands, including Llanowar Reborn, which has Graft. So this is one of the ways that we can just have a land that has a counter on it. So +1/+1 counter here. We also have Trenzalore Clock Tower, which is just a mono blue land that taps and puts a time counter on itself. That's another way of having a land with a counter. And of course, Urza's Saga, being a saga, has lore counters. Then we have our protection. So obviously we don't want Perry to get countered or killed. So this is just a number of different protections. And then of course, the Fairy Time Raveler is a planeswalker, so it has loyalty counters. Then we've got our ramp, and a number of ramp cards happen to also just have counters on them. So Armored Scrap Gorger has oil counters. Astral Cornucopia with the charge counters. Biophagus puts +1 counters on any creature that it winds up casting. Everflowing Chalice gets charge counters as well. Foreboding Statue, another thing that taps and gets omen counters. Gatewatch Beacon is another 3-mana ramp spell that gets loyalty counters, surprisingly. And then we can move those counters onto Planeswalkers. Hourglass of the Lost also gets time counters, as does Midnight Clock with the hour counters. Replicating Ring gets night counters. Witching Doll, nest counters, and Wall of Roots -0, -1 counters. So while definitely some cards overlap with the same kind of counters, there's a lot of diversity here. Then we've got some removal, including Oko, because again, we do want more Planeswalkers, so we've played a couple of the best Planeswalkers we can play. Then we've got some stacks cards. We are playing a Voltron commander that's mainly based on just pumping Perry a whole bunch and then attacking people. And then we have Dreamtide Whale, which has vanishing but also proliferates. And then Quest for Renewal as yet another quest that can get the quest counters and is also good for just untapping our stuff. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Perry the Pulverizer in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we are looking at Phage the Untouchable. So a little bit of a preamble on this one. So if you recall, recently I did a video called Commanders I Won't Make Videos On, and in there I included a talk about how I wouldn't make a video on Phage or any of the Myojins because these cards specifically are designed to basically not work in Commander because they were made before Commander was a format. So in the case of Phage, it is when Phage enters the battlefield, if you didn't cast it from your hand, you lose the game. So obviously there are ways around this, but this essentially doesn't work as a commander. However, I got a lot of pushback in that video, and so the number one comment I received was about Phage. So just to highlight some of them, it's a bit sad to hear you dismiss Phage. I am the owner of a Phage deck and totally agree. There are a lot of cards that prevent losing on Phage cast or put into your hand from the command zone, so it's totally playable. Honestly, I do want to make a Phage the Untouchable deck someday, playing all the most spike cards imaginable, like all the you can't lose the game liches, life exchanging, etc. I know Phage is dumb, but her decks are so funny and goofy. And of course, the ever popular Phage is a unique deck, bruh. So I can admit when I'm wrong, and Phage is actually kind of interesting, so I went ahead and built myself a Phage deck here, and that's what I'll be highlighting today. So Phage the Untouchable, as I said, is a 7 mana black commander with quadruple black pips. She's a 4/4 legendary creature avatar minion. There was some type changing shenanigans afoot, so she was originally printed in her original printing. So in her original printing, she's listed as a minion legend, then in 10th edition, a minion, and then in Conspiracy, which is the most recent printing outside of the Secret Lair printing, she's an avatar minion, although at one point she was errated to include the zombie type line. However, that was never actually printed on a card, meaning the word zombie never actually appeared on any Phage the Untouchable card. So she was then errated back into not being a zombie, so that's where we are at now. But anyways, so Phage has the ability, when Phage enters the battlefield, if you didn't cast it from your hand, you lose the game. So obviously this is a pretty big hurdle to jump through. I'll get back to that in a moment. She also has, whenever Phage deals combat damage to a creature, destroy that creature, it can't be regenerated, which is basically just a delayed death touch. And then the reason to play Phage, whenever Phage deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. So the big question is, how are we going to get around this enter the battlefield, you lose restriction? Well, there's a couple of ways of doing it. You could stop the trigger from triggering or counter it. You could move her from the command zone to your hand, or you could employ some sort of other effect that prevents you from losing the game, such as literally any effect that says you can't lose the game. So before I get to the cards that we are going to play, I'm going to highlight some of the cards that we're not playing. So among the you can't lose the game effects, we have Lich's Mastery, Platinum Angel, Lich's Mirror, the Golden Throne, and Stunning Reversal. And none of these cards are going to work simply because either they're too expensive or they have too significant of downside. So for example, Lich's Mastery, Platinum Angel are 6 and 7 mana, but even the other ones, Lich's Mirror at 5 and Golden Throne and Stunning Reversal at 4, are all pretty expensive. But there are the other downsides. So Lich's Mastery is whenever you gain life, draw that many cards. Whenever you lose life, for each one life you lost, exile a permanent. You control a card from your hand or graveyard, and when Lich's Mastery leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. So it does have hexproof, but if your opponents have any sort of sweeper or other method of getting around the hexproof, you can just lose on the spot. And the fact that whenever you lose the life, you have to exile permanents or get rid of cards in your hand is a pretty big issue. Same thing with Platinum Angel, where Platinum Angel doesn't have a downside, but Platinum Angel is an artifact creature, so all they have to do is just literally blow up Platinum Angel while you have Phage on the stack, and it's just so darn expensive at 7 mana. Lich's Mirror causes you to shuffle your hand, graveyard, and all permanents you own back into your library, and then draw 7 and life total becomes 20, so there's really no point in using this since it's just resetting your entire board. The Golden Throne and Stunning Reversal, instead of losing the game, your life total gets set to 1, which means you die to literally anything. If your opponent has any sort of burn or life drain effect, or literally a creature that you can't block, or just 2 creatures, you're gonna die. So these are too significant of downsides or too risky to employ to make any of these cards work. But with that said, there are a handful of other cards that can work. So I've put these under the category of Phage negation, or like anti-Phage cards. So we've got Campfire, Command Beacon, and Netherborn Altar that are all going to fall into the same sort of category. So Campfire, apart from having this life gain effect, has exile it, put all commanders you own from the command zone and from your graveyard into your hand, then shuffle your graveyard into your library. Command Beacon can be sacrificed to put a commander into your hand from the command zone. And Netherborn Altar gets a counter, and then you put your commander into your hand, and then you lose 3 life for each soul counter on Netherborn Altar. So obviously you probably don't want to activate this more than one time because the life loss is going to get significantly more brutal, but losing 3 to put Phage into your hand isn't too bad, at least for the first time. And obviously all of these effects are significantly cheaper than the cards that we just looked at. There's also Sundial of the Infinite, 1 mana tap, end the turn, activate this ability only during your turn. So with Phage's trigger on the stack, you can activate this. This does require that you have an extra mana lying around. So you will have to have 8 mana to cast Phage and then activate this ability. It also is a pretty significant downside in that you can't do anything else the turn Phage comes into play. but this is a way to get around the ability. And then probably the best one is Torpor Orb. Creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. So not only is this a stacks piece against various other cards that might be an issue, like Thassa's Oracle and Dockside Extortionist, for example, but it also counters Phage's ability. Now, the biggest downside to any of these permanent-based ones like Sundial and Torpor Orb is that if your opponent has instant speed artifact removal, they can get rid of these while Phage is on the stack before she enters the battlefield, and then you're just going to lose the game. But assuming that you can either protect these or set up a situation where you know your opponent either can't interact with you or they probably don't have a spell that's going to interact with this, then these are all the cards that you can use. And then obviously the ones that put her directly into your hand are not an issue either. For me, Torpor Orb is the best one since it doesn't have any of the downsides of the other cards and is also a stacks piece. Like, it does other things. You don't have to pay any additional mana once it's already in play, but all of these can work. However, this is not that many effects for Phage, so you do want to put a priority on fetching these up. Although, again, we are in black, so we have plenty of tutors to go get them. So the next thing after that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to focus on making sure that we can hit our opponents with Phage to kill them. So obviously she has when she deals damage to an opponent, they lose. So we're going to want a couple of things. One, we're going to want ways of making Phage have haste so that we can attack immediately instead of having to pass the turn. Two, we're going to want ways to protect Phage, so we're going to want to make her uncounterable and unremovable so that we don't, spend 7 mana to cast our Phage only for her to then get killed. It's especially problematic if we used a one-off effect to get Phage into our hand, for example. So let's say we had to sack our command beacon or get rid of our campfire, and then they just kill Phage and she goes back to the command zone. Well, that's a pretty big problem because now Phage costs 9. We really want to make sure that doesn't happen. And also we can't get her back into our hand again if these are gone. So protecting her is going to be of pretty high importance. And then the last part is going to be making sure that she can actually get through. It doesn't matter if she's protected from removal and has haste, or we can attack with her if our opponent can just chump block with anything, especially since she's only a 4/4, which does put her in a range of toughness where she can potentially get killed by blockers. So we want to make sure that she's unblockable. So with that said, we've got a bunch of different cards that are going to enable this to work. So first are haste effects, of course. So this is going to be Crashing Drawbridge, Hall of the Bandit Lord, Lava Spur Boots, Lightning Greaves, and Swiftfoot Boots. And luckily, Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots also double up as ways of protecting her from removal. Although any of these cards are going to have downsides of requiring extra mana if they do. So Lava Spur Boots and Swiftfoot Boots cost 1 more to equip. So the ones that don't require this are a little bit better. Lightning Greaves, Hall of the Bandit Lord, and Crashing Drawbridge. Next is going to be protection effects. So these are going to be effects that either prevent her from getting countered, such as Cavern of Souls or Defense Grid to make our opponent's spells cost more during our turn, Imp's Mischief as a way of redirecting counter spells, or just making her immune to removal. So Commander's Plate, Lightning Greaves, Swiftfoot Boots, and Whisper Silk Cloak to give her Shroud. And then finally, we're going to have unblockability. Again, we want to make sure that she can't get blocked. So we're going to have Cover of Darkness. You choose a creature type, and then creatures of the chosen type have fear. Dragon Shadow is an aura that gives fear. Additionally, it has when a creature with mana value 6 or greater enters the battlefield, you may return Dragon Shadow from your graveyard to play enchanting the creature. So if this was in our graveyard for whatever reason, or let's say we put this on Phage, then Phage gets killed and we had to replay Phage, this can just come back from our graveyard and reattach to Phage. Leshrax's Right is Swamp Walk, as is Night Haze. So if our opponents control swamp, she can just be unblockable. And even if our opponents don't have a swamp, we can just use Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth to make our opponents have a swamp. And then finally, we just have the cards that make her straight up unblockable, Wedding Invitation and Whisper Silk Cloak being those cards. And some of these cards have a little bit extra utility, like Night Haze at least cantrips, so does Wedding Invitation. Whisper Silk Cloak also makes her have Shroud. It is worth noting that the cards like Whisper Silk Cloak and Lightning Greaves giving her Shroud means that we can't then target her with other stuff like Night Haze, Leshrax's Right, etc. So if this is the way that we're going to have to make her unblockable and we have Whisper Silk Cloak, we either have to cast these ahead of time or we have to have, for example, a way to move stuff. So let's say we've got like Lightning Greaves and we need Phage to have haste. We need another creature so that we can move the Lightning Greaves to that other creature, or we need to cast this stuff first and then move the Lightning Greaves. Additionally, I've added what I'm calling these Raise Dead effects. So these are cards that bring her back from the graveyard to our hand. So specifically in this case, it's going to be Resourceful Return. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. If you control an artifact, draw a card. So controlling an artifact is not going to be too hard in EDH when we have probably going to have at least 1 mana rock lying around. And Dross Skull Bomb, which you can either cycle or, more importantly, pay 3, sack it, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand, draw a card, activate as a sorcery. So the reason you would want these Raise Dead effects, these effects that bring her back from your graveyard to your hand, is that you don't necessarily want to pay the commander tax, first of all, and secondly, you may not have an effect like Torpor Orb, for example, that allows us to just cast her from the command zone, and therefore you want ways of being able to just let her go to the graveyard, not put her back in the command zone, and then just bring her back to our hand so we can cast her normally. Now, the only reason Dross Skull Bomb is in here, because it is kind of expensive, 1 mana to cast and 3 to activate, is specifically because it's fetchable off of Urza's Saga. There are obviously many more Raise Dead effects we could play, but these are the 2 that actually cycle or cantrip themselves. So these are the best ones. If you are finding yourself lacking more, you could play more. So then there's everything else in the deck. So we're going to want some card draw. So we've got Black Market Connections, which also lets us get treasure tokens. We've got Bolas' Citadel, all is good. Mindblade Render, hit our opponent and draw. Necropotence. Stinging Study, Phage is 7 mana, so we get to draw 7 off of this. The Ring. And then, of course, Throne of Eldraine. So this is more of a ramp card, though. I'll get to that later. We do have some combo stuff, so we're going to play Bolas' Citadel anyway. Easy enough to just put Aetherflux Reservoir and Sensei's Divining Top in the deck to be a side combo that we can play in case the Phage plan doesn't work out. If you're not too stoked on playing infinite combos in your deck, you can obviously just cut this. Gray Merchant. Black decks obviously lose lots of life in many ways. I mean, just right here, we've already seen Stinging Study, Necro, Mindblade, Black Market, and Bolas' Citadel, all of which cause us to lose a bunch of life, and we're going to have many more cards in the deck that do that. So just having a way to gain a bunch of life is helpful, even if the Gray Merchant doesn't necessarily kill our opponents. And then Fast Mana, and this next point is going to apply to both Fast Mana and Ramp, which is that we may need additional mana once Phage comes into play to equip Swiftfoot Boots, to cast things that are going to make her unblockable, and so on. So if we can have additional mana once we cast Phage, it's always going to be helpful, which is a little bit challenging because Phage is 7 mana, but this is a way to do that. So Cabal Ritual, Dark Ritual, Jeweled Lotus, these are all good ways of having some additional mana lying around. Obviously, we could play some more like Lotus Petal or whatnot, but I figured these are the best ones in terms of getting more than we're paying for them. Lands, pretty straightforward. It's all the ones you would expect. Obviously, Urborg is going to have a little bit more utility here because we want our opponents to have swamps so that we can give Phage Swamp Walk. Shizo is also a land that allows our Phage to gain fear. Takanuma is specifically going to be good because, again, we want to make sure that Phage doesn't just have to go back to the command zone, that we can fetch her back from our graveyard to your hand if necessary. Hall the Bandit Lord for haste, as we mentioned earlier. Cabal Coffers, we're playing Urborg anyway. This seems simple enough. Cavern for protection. Ancient Tomb. The Black Gate is a land that, it's one of those lands that enters tapped unless we pay 3 life, and it says 1 black, choose a player with the most life or tied for most life. Target creature can't be blocked by creatures that player controls this turn. So this is another way of making Phage unblockable under certain circumstances, although not always. And then Vault of Whispers is in here just so that we have another artifact for Mox Opal. Additionally, you may wonder, why are there fetch lands if we're a mono black deck? And there are fetch lands for 2 reasons, or 3 reasons rather. One is for Bolas' Citadel and Sensei's Divining Top to manipulate the top card of our deck. And then another is to get Revolt for Fatal Push. Got our suite of ramp cards. This is pretty straightforward. I'll highlight some of the more unconventional ones. Heartless Summoning to make Phage cost 2 less, and we don't care if Phage is a 3/3. because all we care about is hitting our opponents and making Phage unblockable anyway. If for whatever reason your local metagame is playing a bunch of bolt effects, I guess this might come up as an issue, but otherwise it's fine. Crick, home of one of the best black EDH decks, is also in here because Crick is a way to make Phage only cost 3 generic mana and then you just pay a bunch of life for the rest of her. The keys are typically played as ways of making things like Mana Vault or the Ring untap for more value, but in here specifically, Manifold Key allows our creature to once again be unblockable. Same thing with Sonic Screwdriver as another way, so these have additional utility with Phage. Some removal spells, because, you know, we need some removal spells. These also double up as a way to potentially clear blockers out of the way if our opponents don't have that many creatures. And then finally, some stacks effects that are not really going to affect us too much. So things like Curse Totem, Dothy, Opposition Agent. Shieldred is in here also because of the life gain, which really does matter when you're playing these black decks that have so many cards that lose life. And then some sweepers, which again, we can deploy these either as just normal sweepers for whatever we need them for, or we can deploy them before Phage gets cast to clear the board and then cast Phage next turn, or if we have a bunch of more mana. So Damnation, Toxic Deluge are the best black sweepers, so we're playing those. And then of course, tutors, Demonic, Imperial Seal, Tainted Pact, Vamp Tutor. And yep, that is pretty much going to do it for Phage the Untouchable in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Philia Exuberant Shepherd. This is a 2-mana white commander, a 2/2 flash dog with whenever it attacks, exile up to one other target non-land permanent. Now note that that can include your opponent's permanents as well, but we're mostly going to be using it on ours. At the beginning of the next end step, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. If it entered under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Philia. So obviously, this blink stuff, we're going to be looking to do two things. We're going to be looking for as many cards as possible that have ETB or leave triggers to get value off of Philia, or other specific things that combo with Philia's ability. And we're going to make it so that Philia doesn't die in combat, because it is only a 2/2 and it does have to attack in order to trigger. So with that said, let's go through the cards. We've got Reverent Hoplite as a way to put a whole bunch of tokens into play that we can keep repeating. We've got Eerie Interlude as another blink effect for copying our things, just like how Philia does it. And we've got some little cantrip creatures here. Helpful Hunter, Spirited Companion, Wall of Omens notably missing. We don't need a million of these cards, just these are fine. Card draw, obviously we're having creatures leave and then re-enter the battlefield, so Enduring Innocence, Welcoming Vampire, Mentor the Meek, these cards are all good. Wall of Mourning, which many of you may not be familiar with, is a 2-mana 0/4 that says when it enters, exile a card from the top of your library face down for each opponent you have, and then Coven at the beginning of your end step. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, put a card exiled with Wall of Mourning into its owner's hand. So it's kind of similar to a Wall of Omens or a Spirited Companion or a Helpful Hunter. Obviously, we get access to more cards, but we don't necessarily get them immediately. We have to get the trigger for this. And if we blink it, we also don't get the next card immediately. Stoneforge Mystic, get some more equipment, and we are going to have to play enough equipment for Stoneforge that we can reasonably tutor out multiple different equipment, and when we blink this. Then we've got our combo stuff. So the main combos here is basically Abdel Adrian plus Felidar Guardian. So if we have both of these creatures, they can blink each other and keep re-blinking each other over and over and over. So with just these two, Abdel Adrian will wind up making infinite soldiers. And then if we have anything else that we're blinking as a result of this, we will get all of those triggers as well. We also have Panharmonicon for more triggers, Roaming Throne for more triggers. Specifically, we can name Dog with the creature type, and then Philia will blink 2 things per go around. Delny, also we have like a lot of low power creatures that we can double the triggers on. And then finally, Sundial of the Infinite is here because if we blink an opponent's permanent, we can, with the return to the battlefield trigger on the stack, activate the Sundial to end our turn and therefore leave their thing permanently stranded in exile. We've got straightforward lands, mostly plains, with a few other cards in here, like Nykthos. Got some protection to make sure that Philia doesn't get killed, our moms and whatnot. Bunch of ramp spells, so Philia, while it is only 2 mana, a lot of our other cards are more expensive and we therefore want more for them. And I'll talk about why we want creature-based ramp instead of non-creature-based ramp in a bit. Also have Sword of Feast and Famine, another way of potentially getting Philia through blockers. Bunch of removal, including creatures and in some cases non-creatures that have ETB triggers. And then we're in mono white. The taxing, the staxing is here. So Rule of Laws, can't search, can't cast your commander, your ETB triggers are shut off, can't activate your opposing creatures. Tax Collector is a tax effect that triggers on ETB and then goes away in a turn cycle, but we can keep getting it if we keep blinking this with Philia. And there's stuff like Winter Moon, because we mostly have planes, but also Winter Orb. Again, our plan mostly revolves around beating down a whole bunch and winning by staxing out our opponents and eventually accruing value or just straight up beating them down. And therefore, we need a bunch of the stacks cards to mitigate our opponents drawing a bunch, ramping a bunch, etc. And for things like Thalia, Vryn Wingmare, and Glow Rider that tax non-creature spells, that's why a bunch of our ramp is oriented towards being creatures instead, so they don't get these taxes levied against them. Then we've got some tutoring with the Stoneforge, and then some other cards that I didn't exactly tag in anything. So Preston the Vanisher, whenever another non-token enters the battlefield under control, if it wasn't cast, you create a copy of it that is an 0/1, which obviously our Philia and other blink effects cause our creatures to enter without being cast, so we can get copies of them. Another round is just another blink effect, and then Teleportation Circle, another blink effect. I also considered a number of other cards, obviously Wall of Omens, as I mentioned earlier. Reconnaissance would be a way to attack with Philia without it getting killed. Ultimately decided not to play this. War Priest of Thune to blow up enchantments when it enters, and it's not just War Priest, there's a few other creatures that do similar things. Ultimately decided that the creatures we already had were good enough. Ghostway as another way of blinking out all of our stuff, and Cathar's Crusade here to be a beatdown card, which I ultimately rejected because we're playing a bunch of different taxing effects, so it might be a little hard to cast this, but these are potential add-ins that I would work on and see maybe if you would like these or not. And especially if your local play group does not like the taxing effects, you could cut some of the ones that are more, let's say, casual unfriendly, like the taxes or the mana denial from the winter cards, like you can cut those and maybe swap some of these considerations in. But anyways, with all that said, that is going to do it for Philia Exuberant Shepherd in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Phoenix, God of Deception, but more accurately, it's Mill. So this is my attempt at a Mill deck in EDH. Now the problem, of course, with any Mill deck in EDH is twofold. First is that you've got 3 different opponents, all of whom have at least 99 card decks, so milling them all out is going to be quite the undertaking. The second part is that if you actually go and you look over all of the mill cards, a lot of them target rather than say each opponent. And also a lot of them do things like you mill half the library and are expensive. So getting enough actually good mill cards together is quite the undertaking in order to build this deck, but this is my best attempt at it. So it doesn't have to be Phoenix. There are other mill related commanders. I don't even think Phoenix is necessarily the best one, but it is the most on brand in what it's doing. So just to cover this very quickly, it's a 5 mana 4/7 indestructible. It's not a creature unless you have 7 total devotion to black and/or blue. And it has creatures you control have tapped. Target player puts the top X cards of their library into their graveyard, where X is the creature's toughness. This is mostly just going to be an afterthought. Again, the commander here is mostly just to be on the mill brand. So what is the rest of the deck doing? Well, we've got our card draw, of course. We've got our combo cards, because why wouldn't we be a combo deck in blue-black? So obviously, Console Oracle. We've also got Mesmeric Orb over here to be another thing that is mill-related. We've got Dramatic Scepter. We've got Hullbreaker Horror. Then we've got the combo of Blood Chief Ascension plus Mind Crank, which whenever you have both of them on the field, as long as you've got the quest counters on Blood Chief Ascension, it means the moment that any player has a card go to their graveyard from anywhere or any opponent loses life, these chain react off of each other and go infinite to kill them. And then lastly, Zur's Weirding. So Zur's Weirding is everyone plays with their hands revealed, and if a player would draw a card, they reveal the card instead. Any player can pay 2 life, and if they do, the player puts the card into their graveyard, otherwise they just draw the card. So in specific in this deck, Zur's Weirding is a combo with Blood Chief Ascension, because if you've got Blood Chief Ascension online, you gain 2 life whenever an opponent has a card go to their graveyard from anywhere. So you can deny all draws to your opponent. The moment they try to draw a card, you check Zur's Weirding, you just put it into their graveyard by paying 2 life, and then you get the life back via Blood Chief Ascension. So again, if you can get both of these cards online, it means you can just make it so that your opponents never draw any cards. We've got our counterspell suite, and we're going to need quite a lot of them because this deck's not really playing much threats. So we do want to make sure that we are both interacting with our opponents and stopping whatever it is that they're doing, plus also protecting of our various combos. Then we've got all of our various lands down here. This is pretty stock stuff for Dimir. And then, of course, we come to the mill cards. So these are cards that either outright mill the opponent or increase the ability of milling them. So Bruvac basically doubles all of our mill. We've got Consuming Aberration, which is big as far as your opponent's graveyard goes. So power and toughness equal to opponent's total graveyards. And whenever you cast a spell, each opponent reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a land card, and they put those cards into their graveyard. Court of Cunning makes you the Monarch, and as long as you can defend being the Monarch, it either mills 2 cards on upkeep from a player, or from any number of players, rather. But if you're the Monarch, it mills 10. Fractured Sanity either mills 4 if you cycle it, or it mills 14 if you just cast it normally. Fraying Sanity on each end step mills a player for however many cards went to their graveyard from anywhere. Maddening Cacophony is each opponent mills 8, or if you kick it, each opponent mills half their deck. Memory Erosion is whenever an opponent casts a spell, they mill 2. Psychic Corrosion is whenever you draw, each opponent mills 2. Ruin Crab Landfall, each opponent mills 3. And Tasha's Hideous Laughter doesn't mill, but it exiles cards from the top of each player's library or each opponent's library until they hit a total mana value of 20. And so this is kind of the problem where this is somewhat a good amount of mill cards, although the problem is, again, that there's really not any more than these cards to mill, and you will need to have multiple of them. Just one of these or just even 2 or 3 is not going to be enough to mill your opponents completely out of the game. And even Bruvac and Fraying Sanity do not directly mill anyone. They only mill in combination with other mill cards. Also, Tasha's technically doesn't mill, it exiles, so it doesn't work with either of them. So you're really looking at 8 actual mill cards and 2 support cards for mill. Of course, if our plan is to mill our opponents, and again, probably a more efficient plan is going to be going off with any of these combos, but if you specifically only want to win with mill and you don't care for these combos, you could just cut all of these. But assuming that we're on a mill plan, we do need to make sure that we don't die before we can execute this plan. So we will need ways of not losing the game. So propaganda hinders the ability of our opponents to attack us. We've got all of our ramp spells, and we're going to need quite a lot of them. A little bit of removal, Bowmasters, Otawara, Resculpt, Submerge. And then we've got our stacks cards. Obviously, if we're milling our opponents, we need to make sure that they can't make use of these cards that we're milling. So if they have any sort of reanimation strategy, if they're playing Underworld Breach, anything like that, Dothy Voidwalker and Planar Void to help prevent that. We've also got Notion Thief to make sure they can't outdraw us. And then the regulars, Opposition Agent, Bowmasters, and Zer's Weirding also gets categorized here under stacks. Then we need a little bit of sweepers, Cyclonic Rift, Toxic Deluge, and of course our various tutors. So if you're looking at this deck and thinking, well, I'd love to play a mill deck, but I don't want to just go back to all of these combo cards, like I don't want to actually play all of these combos, my recommendation would be you cut these and play more interaction. So more sweepers to make sure you can keep the board clear, more removal, etc. But anyways, yeah, that's my attempt at mill. Again, Phoenix is the commander here, but it doesn't have to be. But yeah, that is the mill deck for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. We're going through the Foundations commanders, and today it's Plagan, Lord of the Beach. So Plagan is a mono-blue commander, although he has a hybrid white-blue in his cost, so he's technically Azorius. He's a 3-mana 0/3 Starfish Wizard, and he says, when Plagan enters, draw a card for each creature you control with toughness greater than its power. So he'll always draw at least one card just based on himself. And then he's got hybrid white and blue. Target creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power this turn. So primarily, we are not concerned with this second ability. We're mostly interested in using the first ability to draw cards, especially in combination with blink effects. And so to that end, we are of course running cards like Eldrazi Displacer and Gilrain, but there are combos with these cards as well that allow us to draw our entire deck off of Plagan. Now, of course, Plagan cares about creatures that have a higher toughness than their power, and so our deck is going to be built with that in mind. And while not every single creature in the deck has that as their stats, a lot of them do. So the main thing we're trying to do is set up infinite combos that allow us to draw our whole deck and then deploy Thassa's Oracle. So to that end, we have Peregrine Drake paired up with Deadeye Navigator, which alone can generate infinite mana as long as you have at least 3 lands. You can then switch Deadeye Navigator by blinking this out and bonding it with our commander, and then blink our commander infinitely to draw our entire deck until we find Thoracle and win that way. We also have Archaeomancer and Ghostly Flicker and Peregrine Drake. So if we have Archaeomancer and Peregrine Drake, we can Ghostly Flicker the Peregrine Drake and the Archaeomancer, and then as long as we have 4 mana worth of lands, Peregrine Drake will untap those lands, Archaeomancer will return the Ghostly Flicker to our hand, and we can keep going, generating, again, infinite mana. Then we can cast our commander, and we can switch Ghostly Flicker to, instead of blinking Peregrine Drake, blinking Archaeomancer and our commander, once again drawing our entire deck until we find Thoracle. We have our Village Bellringer combos, so as long as we have creatures that are capable of tapping for mana, if we have 3 of those creatures and Gilrain, we can infinitely blink Village Bellringer, which will untap those creatures plus Gilrain, generating infinite mana. We can then cast our commander and draw a whole bunch of cards. Additionally, Eldrazi Displacer, if we have 4 mana worth of mana creatures, we can blink Village Bellringer and do that infinitely, and then cast our commander, and then Eldrazi Displacer can blink our commander infinitely, and then draw our whole deck. We also have Intruder Alarm, which again, if we have enough mana creatures, we can cast Shrieking Drake, having it enter, untap all of our mana creatures, bounce itself, and repeat this infinitely in order to, again, generate infinite mana. We could also, although I don't have it here, include Cloudstone Curio as another way of looping creatures over and over with Intruder Alarm. In that slot, I have Meticulous Excavation, which also does something very similar. 3 mana to bounce a permanent back to our hand, which again, assuming we have enough creature-based mana, we can then combine that with either Bellringer or Intruder Alarm to generate infinite, and then we can blink our commander back to our hand, redeploy it, draw our whole deck, play Thoracle. Additionally, Delny is here as it doubles the amount of triggers that our commander gets. It also doubles the amount of triggers that many other cards in our deck have, such as Archaeomancer, Peregrine Drake, and Village Bellringer. So with all that said, we have a pretty good amount of card draw, especially considering that we're going to be playing a lot of creatures. We are opting to run cards like Enduring Innocence and Welcoming Vampire. also Pollywog Prodigy, and Dour Port Mage, and this is yet another card that can combine to bounce our commander back to our hand and draw more cards with it. And then, of course, cards like Ledger Shredder and the Reality Chip. And one thing to note with this deck is that a lot of cards, while they might be good enough already or almost good enough, become a lot better in combination again with our commander, because now cards like Ledger Shredder and the Reality Chip automatically turn into cantrips, since once we deploy our commander, we get to draw for each of them. A number of counterspells in order to interact with our opponent and protect our combo and commander. Pretty straightforward mana base. It's also worth noting here that Hydroelectric Specimen is a card that both protects our commander or is another card that, if we deploy it earlier, can be a way to draw an additional card. Number of protection spells, especially in regards to protecting our commander. Although it mostly matters getting our commander through counter spells, there are some combo loops that involve blinking or bouncing and replaying our commander over and over in order to draw our whole deck, in which case things like Ward do actually matter. And of course, yet again, cards like Essior, Giver of Runes, Goldforged Thopterix, and Spellskite will all generate more cards off of our commander. Pretty hefty amount of ramp. Again, we do want to ramp a lot in this deck, and specifically we want to ramp a lot with creatures, as relates to various combos involving Intruder Alarm, Village Bellringer, etc. Pretty fair amount of removal, including things like Kitesail Larcenist, which again has a higher toughness than its power. A little bit of stacks. We can't actually run that much. For example, we can't run Rule of Laws because we do need to be able to redeploy our commander over and over and over. We can't run things like Curse Totem because we need our creatures to tap for mana. We can't run Null Rod or Stony Silence for similar reasons, so not too many actual stacks cards that we have access to, but the ones we do have are pretty good. I also considered a number of other cards, in particular some extra cards that could bounce our commander back to our hand for value, but I ultimately opted for ones that could just do it infinitely, provided that we have enough mana. Finally, there's Kozilek. So this provides one particular important piece of the puzzle for this deck. So among our ramp creatures, we do have Deranged Assistant and Millikin, which mill cards. So what happens if we accidentally mill over Thoracle? Well, then we don't have a way to win the game anymore. So to that end, we need something that is going to allow us to get our Thoracle back from the graveyard or shuffle it back into our deck. So I've just opted to use Kozilek here for that purpose. But with all that said, that is going to be Plagan, Lord of the Beach for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Queen Kayla bin Krug. So Queen Kayla bin Krug is a 3-mana Boros commander. She's a 2/3 with 4 tap. Discard all the cards in your hand and then draw that many cards. You may choose an artifact or creature card with mana value 1 you discarded this way. Then do the same for artifacts or creatures with mana values 2 and 3. Return those cards to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So obviously a lot of investment in here up front. 3 to cast, 4 to activate. And it does require that you discard all the cards in your hand. But with that said, it allows you to potentially cheat 6 mana worth of creatures or artifacts onto the battlefield. So the main thing we're trying to do here is we're trying to see if we can activate Queen Kayla multiple times in a turn, either with getting additional mana or cost reduction on her ability and untap effects. And we're eventually trying to assemble a combo, because since we're limited to only mana values 1 through 3, it's unlikely we're going to be able to find, big bombs that we can win the game with, so combo route it is. So as far as our combos go, we have certain cards that multiply Queen Kayla's ability. So things like Battle Mage's Bracers, Illusionist Bracers, and Rings of Brighthearth can all be spent towards getting additional activations on Queen Kayla. We also have Zerda to reduce the cost of Queen Kayla's ability. And then the main thing we're trying to do here is find the Jolly Balloon Man and Village Bellringer. So with Jolly Balloon Man, we can copy Village Bellringer, which will untap all creatures, including Queen Kayla and the Jolly Balloon Man. And then as long as we have creatures on the battlefield that can produce at least 1 mana for Jolly Balloon Man, we can keep making copies of Village Bellringer and have infinite attackers. And if we have more than 1 mana worth of creatures that we untap, then we also get infinite mana. We also have infinite mana from Zerda plus Basalt Monolith, so that is another route we can go here. Additionally, we have Basalt Monolith plus Rings of Brighthearth to also make infinite mana, and these 2 cards go infinite with Sensei's Divining Top. So if you have your infinite mana with Basalt Monolith plus Rings of Brighthearth, you can activate Top and then copy that ability with Rings of Brighthearth. So you get to draw a card, put Sensei's Top on top of your deck, and then draw a card as well. So you will get to draw your entire deck off of this ability. Also worth mentioning down here that Zerda plus Grim Monolith is yet another way of going infinite colorless. So anyways, we have Scroll Rack here as a way of filtering our hand, and this is also important because it allows us to selectively stack cards of different mana values from our hand onto our deck, and then when we activate Queen Kayla, we can cheat exactly what we want onto the battlefield. We have a number of card draw spells. We are doing things that involve a lot of creatures, so cards like Enduring Innocence and Welcoming Vampire are better than normal. We have a fairly straightforward Boros mana base, not much to see here. Some protection, obviously Queen Kayla is a pretty big investment. We need to make sure she doesn't get countered or killed, so all the bombs, Deflecting Swat, Defense Grid, Grand Abolisher, etc. It's also helpful if we can activate her immediately, although it's unlikely that we'll have all the mana to both cast and activate her the moment we have the opportunity. We can have some haste with Lightning Greaves, and this just doubles as protection for her. A bunch of ramp, which, as I've stated earlier, skews towards creatures because we need creatures in order to do the infinite combos with Village Bellringer. Then we've got some welding action with Goblin Engineer and Goblin Welder, so a number of our combos involve cards like Basalt Monolith, Rings of Brighthearth, etc. So if we can tutor for those or weld them out of our graveyard, that's of help. Grap Trawler also helps get back certain cards when we're sacrificing things. And we've got a number of removal spells, including artifacts that act as removal because these work again with our welders. So Duskgrow's Reliquary, Unidentified Hovership, and Portable Hole. It's also worth noting that Lauren of the Third Path can be a part of combos where we're doing infinite Village Bellringer stuff. So if we need to draw cards for whatever reason, this will also untap. Then we're in Boros colors, and we're trying to do certain combos with Queen Kayla, so obviously we're going to be running a bunch of stacks cards, including our Taxing Effects, Rule of Laws, and in this deck, Blood Moons. So we have a priority of fetching out planes before these come down, but we can do so. Number of tutors as well, including cards like Imperial, Recruiter of the Guard, and Oswald Fiddlebender to find our cards. And then finally, Library of Laying is a card that basically allows us to, if we discard, instead of the cards going to the graveyard, we can put them on top of our deck. It's also only 1 mana and therefore fetchable off of Urza's Saga. So with that said, that is going to do it for Queen Kayla bin Krug in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Ragadraga Gorgut's boss. So Ragadraga is a Gruul commander. He's a 4-mana 4/4, and he says each creature you control with a mana ability gets +2/+2. Whenever a creature you control with a mana ability attacks, untap it, and whenever you cast a spell, if at least 7 mana was spent to cast it, untap target creature, it gets +7/+7 and gains trample until end of turn. So basically, this makes it so that all of our mana dorks are now also beatdown creatures. So one path that we can take is we can play a bunch of our mana dorks and then use them to get Ragadraga out. Then we can attack with our at least usually 2 or 3 power mana dorks. And then when we attack with them, they untap. So we get to both beat down on our opponents while untapping those mana dorks to be able to cast spells in the second main phase. And also Ragadraga's third ability can be used in some combos involving casting 7 mana or greater spells. So of course, we're going to want as many ramp creatures as possible, with some other ramp thrown in, like of course the best things like Soul Ring and Mana Crypt, but primarily mana dorks. So Birds of Paradise, Bloom Tender, Boreal Druid, Delighted Halfling, Devoted Druid, Elvish Mystic, Fyndhorn Elves, Incubation Druid, Llanowar Elves, Priest of Titania, Sanctum Weaver, and Selvala are all mana dorks. Do note that certain of these cards are not mana dorks, so like Arbor Elf's ability technically is not a mana ability, so this will not get the pump. And of course, other cards that generate mana in other ways, like Dockside, Ragavan, and Professional Facebreaker, are also not mana dorks. Same deal with Goblin and Narcomancer. But all of these cards are ramp to various degrees. And of course, some of these mana dorks that produce multiple mana per tap, or which just have the ability to do other things, are going to be combo pieces that can generate infinite mana. So Bloom Tender, Devoted Druid, Incubation Druid, Sanctum Weaver, Priest of Titania, and Selvala are all cards that can generate infinite mana in certain combinations, which we'll get to later. And of course, since we're going to be running a ton of mana dorks, Leyline of Abundance is going to be particularly good with them, and can itself also lead into infinite combos. So what are those combos? Well, first of all, we do have Aggravated Assault. Since Ragadraga untaps our mana dorks when they attack, if we have 5 mana worth of mana dorks that can also produce double red, we can attack with those creatures. They will untap from Ragadraga's trigger. Then we can tap those creatures for 5 using Aggravated Assault and take infinite combat steps and win the game. We also have Cloudstone Curio here. So Cloudstone Curio in combination with anything that grants haste to our mana dorks can potentially generate infinite mana. So let's say we've got Priest of Titania and enough elves that we can generate enough mana to cast Priest, bounce another creature back to our hand, then cast that creature, bounce Priest back to our hand, and then recast the Priest. Then we can generate infinite mana using Cloudstone Curio. So again, Cloudstone Curio plus haste effect, plus mana dorks that can generate enough mana to pay for everything, generates infinite mana. It also goes infinite with Dockside sometimes, or just other creatures. And this is going to work similarly with cards like Staff of Domination and Umbral Mantle that untap creatures. So if we've got any creatures that generate more mana than it costs to untap them, we can do so with Umbral Mantle and Staff of Domination. Temur Sabertooth bounces creatures back to our hand, so similar to Cloudstone Curio, it's basically just another way of having a creature version of Cloudstone Curio to bounce creatures and recast them. Then we've got all of those creatures that are going to be generating more mana, so things like Marwyn, Heronblade Elite, and Viridian Joiner are all creatures that generate mana based on their power, but we can also use cards like Priest of Titania, just any mana dorks that generate more mana than it costs to untap them. So we will need ways of making these creatures bigger, but of course Raga Draga already makes them at least +2 bigger. And this is another way that we can go infinite with Raga Draga. So if we've got a 7 mana spell or greater, Raga Draga's third ability untaps a creature and gives it +7. So let's say we have a 7 mana spell and we cast it. So Raga Draga will target Marwyn or Heronblade or Viridian Joiner or Selvala, any of those creatures, giving them +7, making them tap for a bajillion mana. And the third ability also untaps them. So if we have a way to continuously recast that spell, we can go infinite there. So this is where our expensive spells are going to come into play. So Spine of Ishsaw is a 7 mana artifact that says, when it enters the battlefield, you destroy target permanent, and when it dies, you return it to your hand. So the thing about Spine of Ishsaw is that it can target itself. So if you've got a Marwyn, a Heronblade Elite, a Viridian Joiner, a Selvala, you can cast Spine of Ishsaw, use Raga Draga trigger from the spine being cast since it's 7 mana to target one of these guys, to untap it and give it +7. The Spine of Ishsaw will enter the battlefield, trigger, target itself, blow itself up, and then immediately return to your hand from its death trigger. You can then tap the Marwyn or whatever creature it is to generate a bunch of more mana, recast the Spine of Ishsaw, etc. Do that infinite amount of times to generate infinite mana, and also just make your creatures infinite by using Raga Draga, because then you can start untapping other creatures as well. Well, you always have to untap one of these guys, but if you have any other mana dorks, you can like untap them at a certain point. So you make at least one, if not multiple creatures infinitely big. This effect with Spine of Ishsaw will also work with cards that have buyback. So Worm Calling, if you can make the X at least 6, and then also pay the buyback cost. Now that is quite steep. It is very expensive to get this going in the first place, but once you do, you get to go infinite with it. Fanning the Flames also does the same thing, but Fanning the Flames specifically is red, which makes it a little bit more difficult because some of these cards only produce green mana, like Viridian Joiner and Marwyn, but some cards will also generate red mana, so you can also go infinite using Fanning the Flames in that regard. Fanning the Flames also just instantly kills all of your opponents because it's a direct damage dealer. Worm Calling makes infinite worms, which is also potentially good enough as well. We also just have straight up Kiki Jiki plus Hyrax Tower Scout to untap things, to untap Kiki Jiki and make infinite tokens. We are a deck that is based around creature combos, so these are going to be fairly easy to assemble. But Hyrax Tower Scout is also just good with other cards. So like Hyrax Tower Scout doesn't just combo with Kiki Jiki. It can combo with like anything that's generating a bunch of mana plus Cloudstone, Temur Sabertooth, etc. Kiki Jiki can also do similarly. And then we've got Tooth and Nail as a tutor that can like tutor up both of these guys directly into play, or just any other creature combination that will go infinite. So of course, a whole bunch of mana. Especially notable, Gaia's Cradle, of course, and Nykthos are going to allow us to do a bunch of big mana plays. Dryad Arbor is also here as a Green Sun Zenith target, and because it's a creature, you can use it in combination with Cloudstone Curio sometimes, or other types of those effects. Concordant Crossroads is here as a way to give all of our stuff haste, some fast mana, a little bit of protection from the red blasts. Then we've got a bunch of card draw. So because we're based around both getting a bunch of mana and powering up our creatures, we can have power-based draw spells or creature-based draw spells. So Toski and Oran Frostfang will allow us to draw whenever our creatures are hitting our opponents, which we want to do anyway with our Mana Dorks and Raga Draga. And then we've got a bunch of cards that draw equal to power, so Garruk, Last March of the Ants, Return of the Wild Speaker, Rich Card's Expertise, also just Sylvan Library to be a draw spell in general. And then Zendikar Resurgent is here because it is a permanent glimpse of nature that also doubles the mana production of our lands, but the piece of the puzzle that pushes it over the edge is the fact that it's 7 mana, so it triggers Ragadraga's third ability. We do want as many good 7 mana and up spells as we can get in order to trigger Ragadraga, and there's not too many of those. So whenever we can find one that has some other utility, we want to play that. And then we got our big beatdown spells here. So again, we are a deck that is built around having a bunch of mana dorks going wide and pumping them up with Ragadraga. So Beastmaster Ascension and Craterhoof are going to be additional ways of playing into that. Craterhoof is also just a big creature that we can tutor out with like Natural Order and whatnot. And they both also, of course, pair well with all of the power-based mana rampers like Selvala, and can potentially be either just beatdown payoffs in themselves to immediately overrun the opponent, or combo with the power-based draw or mana ramping of the other cards that we have in the deck. Then aside from that, we've got a little bit of protection and stuff like Shepherd, Deflecting Swat, and Veil of Summer. Of course, again, all of our mana ramp. Various pieces of removal. We do need ways of getting rid of stuff that our opponent has, so stuff like Wild Magic Surge, Force of Vigor, Rexade, Beseiju, and of course Spine of Ishsaw can double up as just a way to destroy things if necessary. A little bit of stacks of our own, so Blood Moon is potentially viable in this deck. We can generate enough colors outside of green using, or outside of red using our mana dorks, although we do have to be careful with this because it does also shut down things like Gaia's Cradle. And then we've got some Null Rod effects in Collect Roof and Null Rod because we're not playing too many artifact rampers ourselves. Although again, do note that these will shut down certain combo pieces. So under a Null Rod, Staff of Domination and Umbral Mantle won't function, but all of our other combo pieces will still function. And then we've got a little bit of tutoring in Natural Order, GSZ, and Crop Rotation. So Ragadraga, again, lots of infinite combos, but also just a good beatdown strategy using all of our mana dorks, because most of our mana dorks become 3 power, aside from like birds, which is 2 power, but most of them become 3 power, and we can beat down our opponents there, or just infinitely combo using various combos, some of which include Ragadraga's ability to give +7 and untap. And yep, that is pretty much going to be Ragadraga Gorguts boss. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Rain Academy Chancellor. So Rain is a 3 mana mono blue commander. She's a 1/1 that says whenever you or a permanent you control is the target of a spell or ability controlled by one of your opponents, you may draw a card. And if Rain is enchanted, you may draw another card. So a couple of things to note here is that Rain herself does not have to be the target. It can be any of our things. And that we get extra cards if Rain is enchanted. However, the obvious downside of this is that this ability only triggers when our stuff is targeted by opposing spells. So we can't proactively use this. We have to wait for our opponents to cast targeted spells and then hope that they're either already pointed at us or forcefully redirect them. So first of all, if our opponents are casting spells that are targeted, it's very likely that those targeted spells are removal spells, and therefore we don't want our creatures to get killed. So as much as possible, we would like to play creatures that are indestructible or have at least some other way of protecting themselves so they don't die. So cards like Giggling Skitterspike and Darksteel Myrrh will be good creatures to redirect our opponent's spells to. Also remember that we want Rain to be enchanted, so the best enchantments are going to be the ones that make Rain unkillable, so cards that grant things like Shroud. That's the majority of them. We also have Vanishing so that we can phase her out. And then in the case of Sisay's Ingenuity, this is just the only aura that I could find for 1 mana that was also a cantrip. Its ability is not really relevant beyond that. It's just a cheap spell that we can enchant Rain with, draws a card, allows us to draw 2 at a time. We have some card draw here as well, and it's important that as much as possible we have cards that are creatures so that we have creatures to redirect to. And our main win conditions are going to be either drawing our whole deck and then hitting Thassa's Oracle, or using Mind's Dilation to get spells out of our opponent's deck and win with whatever threats we find off of this. We of course have a bunch of counter spells, including things that swerve targets. So Insidious Will, for example, you may choose new targets for target spell. So opponents obviously know if Rain is in play that if they target our stuff, we're going to draw cards. Therefore, we need ways of swerving their targeted spells that are targeting other opponents' things to our things. a pretty straightforward mono blue mana base. We have some additional protection with things like Hydroelectric Specimen to swerve spells, Misdirection, Willbender, and then Spellskite is probably the best card that we have in terms of redirecting things. A whole bunch of ramp. We want Rain to get on the field as quickly as possible. Some obvious removal spells here. We're in mono blue, so stacks cards appreciated. And then a number of other cards that were uncategorized for whatever reason. So cards like Kefnet and Thassa, God of the Sea, are some additional indestructible creatures that are good to redirect our opponent's spells to. Mizium Meddler, another redirection effect. And then more redirection effects in Defection, Divert, Metal, Redirect, and Sudden Substitution being another spell that works well with our deck. Another card I thought about was Storm Chaser Drake. So this says whenever it becomes the target of a spell you control, draw a card. So this will trigger off of all of our swerving effects. The reason I ultimately opted not to use this is because if we are swerving stuff to this, again, they're probably removal spells, so this is just going to die anyway. And therefore, sure, we get one extra card draw off of it, but what's the point when it's just going to die regardless? Another option is just to have threats that our opponents kind of have to answer to force them to point their removal spells at our cards. So things like Hullbreaker Horror can come in handy in those circumstances as an example. But anyways, with that said, that is going to do it for Rain Academy Chancellor in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we are looking at Reaper King. So Reaper King is one of the most unique commanders. It is all 5 colors, but its WUBRG cost is all hybrid with 2 colorless. So basically, every one of these pips of mana can either be paid for with whatever color it is or 2 generic. Obviously, we want to play this for as cheap as possible, so we do want to be able to play it for the full WUBRG if necessary, and not have to pay the extra 2. So what does Reaper King actually do? It's a 6/6 artifact creature. Other scarecrows get +1, but the important part is whenever another scarecrow enters the battlefield under your control, destroy target permanent. So whenever a scarecrow enters, you vindicate. This also, of course, is going to include changelings, which are all creature types to begin with. So we're going to want either scarecrows, changelings, or cards that alter creature types into scarecrows in order to make it so that every creature that we play is a vindicate. So first things first, we've got our card draw. In particular, some noteworthy things here are Stinging Study, which draws cards based on our commander's total mana value, and Reaper King's value does take into account the double generic pips here, so it's technically mana value 10. So this is 5 mana, lose 10 life, draw 10 cards. We've also got Scarecrow here. Scarecrow is going to be necessary in certain combos and synergies that we have in our deck. So what is Scarecrow? It's a 3 mana Scarecrow. So it, of course, goes off with Reaper King, and it's got 1 mana, sack a Scarecrow, draw a card. So it's a sack outlet that does not tap, so you can sack your Scarecrows, including itself. And then it's got 4 tap, return target artifact creature card from your graveyard to play. One thing to note is that Scarecrows are all artifact creatures, so this is also a way to not only get a creature back, but trigger Reaper King again. Also note that Black Market Connections, one of its modes is making a shapeshifter with Changeling, so that will trigger Reaper King as well. So then we've got our combo cards. So what is primarily going on here? So easy things out of the way first. Painter Servant is a Scarecrow, so it feels apt to include it here. So we may as well throw in Grindstone just to have that combo. Peely Pala, also a Scarecrow. Peely Pala generates infinite mana with Grand Architect, so another neat little combo there. Obviously, Console Oracle, because we're in the colors. Roaming Throne doubles up on the triggers from Reaper King. We've got Maskwood Nexus. Creatures you control are every type, so it turns all your creatures into changelings. Not only does it do that, it's got 3 mana tap to create a changeling. So it supplies the Vindicates, and it also turns all of our other creatures that aren't already Scarecrows into Vindicates. And then lastly, there's Wing Rattle Scarecrow. So this is a 3 mana 2/2, and it's flying if you control a blue creature, but more importantly, persist if you control a black creature. So if you control any black creature, including Reaper King, it's got persist. So then if you've got any sack outlet, you can sack it and have it persist back into play, at which point you can go infinite with a few things. The main one's going to be Metallic Mimic. So Metallic Mimic also is a shapeshifter that you choose a creature type and it enters with that type. So it's obviously a Scarecrow. But more importantly, each other creature you control of the chosen type enters the battlefield with an additional +1 counter on it. So if you've got Metallic Mimic, you name Scarecrow, you've got Reaper King, and you've got Wing Rattle Scarecrow, the Wing Rattle Scarecrow will enter. If you've got a sack outlet, such as Scarecrow, and you sack it, it persists back into play, triggering the Reaper King. And when it persists back into play, it persists back with a +1 counter because of Metallic Mimic. So the +1 counter from Mimic and the -1 counter from the Persist cancel each other out. and then you can sack it again to persist it back again. So if you've got any sort of sack outlet that is free, you can combine those cards to vindicate your opponent's entire board. Or if you've just got Scarecrow, for every 1 mana you have to pay, you can bring it back and draw a card. We've got some counter spells. In particular, Muddle the Mixture is a tutor that can find a whole bunch of our different combo pieces. It can find Thoracle, Wing Rattle, Painter Servant, Pili-Pala, and Metallic Mimic. We've got Lightning Greaves because we don't want to pay 5 mana for our Reaper King only to then have it get hit by a removal spell. So we do want some way to protect it. We've got some straightforward lands. We are a 5-color deck, so we do have to keep that into account. Although most 5-color decks will mostly be centered in Sultai, so we do have a preference for those cards. So that's why you see things like Overgrown Tomb and Rejuvenating Springs here. Some more protection, Deflecting Swat, Veil of Summer, and then Unsettled Mariner adds an additional 1 mana tax whenever our opponents want to target any of our stuff. And because it's a shapeshifter, of course, it's a Scarecrow and combines with Reaper King. We've got a whole bunch of ramp, including Scuttlemutt. Not that Scuttlemutt is particularly great, but it is a Scarecrow, so it's 3 mana ramp that's also a Scarecrow. Got some removal. Masked Vandal here is not particularly efficient at killing artifacts and enchantments because you have to exile a creature from your graveyard in order to do that, but of course it's a 2 mana changeling. We've also got typical Drannith, Cyclonic Rift, and Fire Covenant here as more stock cards in these colors, but importantly we've got Elesh Norn to shut off both our opponent's ETBs and be our own double up on ETBs for us, so we can double up on the Reaper King triggers. Bunch of tutors finally to go and find all of the various cards that we need. We do have a number of creatures that are part of combos, so Worldly Tutor is better here than it would be otherwise, and we've got a bunch of artifacts that are combo pieces, so Transmute Artifact. And yep, that is the Reaper King EDH deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. We're looking at the Foundations commanders, and today it's Rev Tithe Extractor. The Rev is a mono black commander. She's a 4 mana 3/3 human rogue. She says whenever you attack, target creature gains Death Touch until end of turn, and whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, then look at the top card of that player's library and exile it face down. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. So this ability is sort of a combination between Grim Hireling and any of the hit your opponent and draw cards type cards that we have, such as Gix, for example. So importantly, it's not per creature, it's per opponent being attacked. So the maximum amount that we can get out of this is 3 treasures and 3 exiled cards based on attacking all 3 of our opponents, or more if you're playing in a pod with more than 4 total players. So obviously we want to go wide, and in particular we want creatures that have evasion. It's also worth noting right off the bat that there's very little that we can do with this Death Touch trigger in mono black. Basically, the only real card that cares about something like this is something like Walking Ballista, and there's really not much more, because most of the pinging type creatures are in red and not black. So with that said, we do have Walking Ballista, and after playing Walking Ballista, it's easy enough to just slot Mikaeus the Unhallowed into the deck as a way of comboing with Walking Ballista. Simply put, you remove all the counters on Walking Ballista to ping your opponents. Walking Ballista has Undying, and you've now removed the final counter from it, so Mikaeus returns it to the battlefield with a counter on it. You remove the counter, ping another opponent, it dies, it comes back because it didn't have a counter on it, and you can repeat infinitely. And then, of course, Bolas' Citadel, which is always just a great source of card advantage in black decks. It's easy enough to slot in Aetherflux Reservoir and Sensei's Divining Top as another way to combo with those. We also have our card draw spells here, in particular Necros and Gix. And of course, as we'll see later, we're going to have lots of cheap X1 creatures, so Skull Clamp in particular becomes really good. So now let's talk about our evaders. So here are a ton of 1 mana evaders, and these are basically creatures that they don't really do much. They have abilities that don't really matter too much. They're just here because they're 1 mana creatures that have flying, or that just straight up can't be blocked, or that have fear. And these are just here as ways so that when we cast our commander, we can attack our opponents and probably not have any of these creatures get blocked and generate treasures and cards off of them. So in that regard, it's very similar to a commander like Tymna or Gix, except it costs 1 more, but it also generates treasures for you. We also have a little bit of fast mana here because the faster we can get our commander out, the better. We also want to make sure our commander doesn't get killed, so something like Lightning Greaves is important. Our lands are fairly straightforward. We've got the coffer stuff here and Shizos, and sometimes we'll want other creatures that don't naturally have evasion to have evasion, and it doesn't really cost us much to just swap one of these swamps with Shizo. We also have fetch lands because we've got Bolas' Citadel, and we might want to change the top card of our library. And finally, Vault of Whispers is here so that we've got another artifact for Mox Opal. Then we've got our protection spells. Again, we want to make sure that our commander does not get killed or countered. Therefore, hand disruption is going to come in handy. And in particular, the creatures that disrupt hands and that also have flying, so Deep Cavern Bat and Kitesail Freebooter, since those accomplish both of those goals. We've got a bunch of ramp, since of course we do want to get our commander out. And in particular, we're shifting our ramp towards creatures as much as possible. So things like, Monakin and Plaguemur and whatnot, since sometimes we'll be able to attack with these creatures and also trigger our commander. Not most of the time, but sometimes. We also have Grim Hireling over here because, of course, why not? It's kind of doing the same thing as our commander. Bunch of removal, and in particular, edicts that hit all opponents. So again, it's important that we be able to attack through all of our opponents. So any removal that can hit multiple creatures, although it's not great that it isn't targeted and that our opponents can pick their worst creature and sack that, these at least help in regards to clearing out the board. But of course, we do also need targeted removal for certain cards, like Duranath Magistrate, for example. So we do have targeted removal, and we have removal that can hit enchantments in case we need to do that. We've got some stacks pieces, and in particular, I want to highlight Chains of Mephistopheles. So this is a whole bunch of text, but what this basically says is that nobody can draw extra cards. Now, you might think that that's detrimental for us, and it is detrimental for some things, like Necrodominance and Skullclamp, for example, and Gix are all cards that draw more cards, but we also have cards that don't actually draw cards, things like Necropotence and Bolas' Citadel, and in particular, our commander is a card advantage engine in the command zone that also technically doesn't draw cards. It exiles them out of our opponent's libraries. So this card, while it does affect us to some degree, it mostly hurts our opponents a lot more than it hurts us. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Reb Tithe Extractor in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at River Song, a commander from the Doctor Who set. So River Song is a 3-mana Izzet commander. She's a 2/2, and she says, you draw cards from the bottom of your library rather than the top. So this is the primary ability that we're going to be working around, but just to finish reading her off, she also says, whenever an opponent scries, surveils, or searches their library, put a +1 counter on River Song, then River Song deals damage to that player equal to its power. That ability, I mean, it'll come up occasionally, obviously from searching, but it's not a huge deal. But the big deal is you draw cards from the bottom of your library rather than the top. So at first glance, that might not really seem that interesting, but it does allow us to do a number of things. And in specific, there are a lot of cards in the game that put cards on the bottom of the library in a specific order or otherwise allow you to manipulate the top or bottom of your library. So let's go through it. So Brainstorm, one of the best play patterns of a Brainstorm is when you have 2 useless cards in your hand, or they're just not that good, and you cast Brainstorm, you draw 3 new cards, you put 2 bad ones back on top, so 2 cards that you don't care about, and then you fetch, and you shuffle your deck, and then those 2 cards are basically gone, and you've got better shots at finding other cards. Well, with Brainstorm and River Song, you draw 3, you put 2 back on top, but the 2 on top doesn't matter because you're drawing from the bottom of your library anyway. So the 2 cards that you just put back on top from your hand are effectively gone in the same way that they would be if you had fetched them away. You have Conjurer's Bauble, sack, put up to 1 target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library, and then draw a card. So this is basically an artifact Noxious Revival, but it draws the card immediately when River Song is in play. There's Expressive Iteration, where one of the modes is to put a card on the bottom of your deck, so you can pick the exact card that you want. You also have things like Impulse that allow you to look at the top 4, put 1 in your hand, and then the rest go to the bottom, and then you can draw them in the exact order that you want. Anything that scries, like Opt or Preordain, you can put the exact things that you want on the top or bottom. Serum Visions, Scroll Rack as another thing. This puts cards back on top, and then you don't have to draw them, so it's like a super Brainstorm. And then Thieves' Fortune, 3 mana, look at the top 4 of your library, put 1 of them in your hand, the rest on the bottom, but you can prowl it for 1 blue mana. So cast it for 1 blue, which you can only do if you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with a rogue, and of course River Song is a rogue. Then for just straight up card draw, we've got a whole bunch of the usual suspects like Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, the One Ring, but also some more off-brand stuff like Niv Mizzet, Curiosity, Archmage Emeritus, Dig Through Time. Dig Through Time really big here, put all the other cards on the bottom in any order. Narset also puts the cards on the bottom, although it is in a random order, so you do have to keep that in mind. How are we comboing? Well, it's all the typical stuff. Nothing really special here. We've got Dualcaster Mage plus Molten Duplication, or we've got the Breach LED Brain Freeze combo. This obviously is a very spell-oriented deck, so we've got Stormkiln Artist as a way to just generate more mana off of all the spells we're casting, especially all the cheap cantrips. The one thing I would like to point out here is Tel'Galad Stylus. 1 mana artifact that has tap, put target permanent you own on the bottom of your library. So again, if you are tucking anything other than River Song, you can then draw that card again. So for example, how would you like to cast Dockside every turn? Well, you can cast a Dockside, then you can just tell Jalad Stylus it to the bottom, draw the Dockside, play the Dockside again. And then every turn that you keep tapping this, you'll just keep drawing Dockside. Or any other card, doesn't have to be Dockside, but Dockside's like the best one that comes to mind. Bunch of counter spells, obviously. Lightning Greaves as a way to protect River Song. Bunch of lands, pretty straightforward here, nothing much to see. Some protection, some ramp cards, again, Dockside as mentioned. Removal and bounce spells. In particular, the one that should stand out here is Sigil of Sleep. Whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player or deals damage to a player, return target creature that player controls to its owner's hand. Cursed Totem, since none of our creatures have activated abilities, we can use this to stax our opponents out. We also have a mini combo with Narset plus Teferi's Puzzle Box. So if we ever assemble both of these, Narset says each opponent can't draw more than 1 card each turn, and Teferi's Puzzle Box says at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player puts the cards in their hand on the bottom of their library in any order, then draws that many cards. So this will basically force our opponents to no longer have any hands for the rest of the game. But Teferi's Puzzle Box also, again, obviously has use with River Song because it puts the cards on the bottom, meaning we can selectively draw whatever we want. Finally, we have Flux Channeler. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell Proliferate, River Song's other ability does put +1 counters on her, so this is a way to just jack those up and potentially beat down or burn opponents out with the other ability. And Junk Troller, 4 mana 0/6, tap, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Again, this card's not great because you're paying 4 mana for a card that has no immediate effect, but it's just a nice little synergy with the whole bottom of the library part of River Song. One other important thing to point out is that while I did say that this first ability is the main one you're going to be building around, the second ability does have its uses. It, if left unchecked, will get River Song pretty big, which is not only beating down opponents, but it also is burning them whenever they're doing these effects as well. So this will put a clock on opponents and is thus worth noting. For example, the black player who's, built their whole deck around losing life off of Ad Nauseam and whatnot, you can point the burn at them. But with all that said, that is going to be River Song for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Rocco Cabaretti Caterer. So Rocco is a Naya commander, X and red, green, and white. He's a 3/1, and he says when he enters the battlefield, if you cast him, you may search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less and put it onto the battlefield. So we have a creature tutor from the command zone. So obviously this leads to a bunch of combos, which we'll get to at the end. We've got a little bit of card draw in Archivist of Ogma, Esper Sentinel, and Sylvan Library. Then we've got all of our combos here. We'll get to that later. Bunch of fast mana. We do want Rocco to come out as quickly as possible and have the maximum amount of mana pumped into X as possible, along with, of course, our red blasts. A fairly typical Naya mana base with Gaia's Cradle, of course. We've got our protection spells to make sure that Rocco doesn't get countered. So we've got Deflecting Swat, Destiny Spinner to make him uncounterable, Grand Abolisher, Ranger Captain of Eos, Silence, Veil of Summer, and Vexing Shusher. It can't be countered, and you can pay either red or green to make target spell uncounterable. We could also maybe play Allosaurus Shepherd or some other cards, but this is what we're going with here. We've also got Calamity's Wake, which is a silence that has a Rest in Peace staple to it, essentially. Then we've got a bunch of mana acceleration, including Priest of Titania and Bloom Tender and Professional Facebreaker, to make sure that Rocco comes out not only faster, but X is more. We've got a bunch of removal spells, including creatures that we can tutor up with Rocco. So we've got Abrade, Swords to Plowshares, and Force of Vigor and Nature's Claim. But then we've also got Manglehorn, Cathar Commando, and Skyclave Apparition. Manglehorn is important for the ability that says artifacts your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. So if our opponents are doing anything artifact shenanigans wise, such as Dockside Extortionist, it at least makes sure that they can't combo on the same turn or use the mana immediately. But just any of these cards are just tutor targets in case we need to find removal. Then we've got, of course, a bunch of stacks cards that we can Rocco for. So we've got all of our Stony Silences here in Collector Oof and Nullrod. We've got Archon of Emeria and Aethersworn Canonist and Phyrexian Censor as our Rule of Law effects, along with Deafening Silence. We've got Aven Mind Sensor to stop searching, Thalia to tax non-creature spells, Drannith Magistrate because, of course, white, and Elesh Norn to double our triggers and prevent our opponent's triggers. And then a bunch of tutors. mostly for creatures, but not all, including some of the more expensive tutors like Recruiter of the Guard, Imperial Recruiter, and then we've got Vivian on the hunt for reasons we'll explain later. And then lastly, some unsorted cards like Endurance and Noctis Revival that don't cleanly fit into any specific category. So next is, of course, a discussion on all of our combo pieces. So obviously, we've got the Kiki-Jiki combo in here. We can use Kiki-Jiki in combination with Felidar Guardian to make infinite Kiki-Jikis. We can also use Temur Sabertooth in combination with Dockside Extortionist if we have a Dockside and our opponents have collectively 5 total artifacts and or enchantments among them. We generate 5 treasures per Dockside. We can then cast the Dockside, bounce it back with Temur Sabertooth, and repeat for infinite treasures. And then we've got Food Chain combos. So Food Chain exiles a creature and generates mana equal to that creature +1, which can only be spent on creatures. So we can combine that with Squee the Immortal, which can be cast from exile. So if we have Food Chain and Squee, we make infinite creature mana. And then we can use that infinite creature mana to cast Rocco, go find whatever we want. We can then Food Chain the Rocco back into our command zone, cast Rocco again, tutor whatever we want, etc. We can tutor out whatever combo pieces we need in our deck and win the game that way. Vivian on the Hunt is a Birthing Pod that's going to combine with some of our cards. So if we have Birthing Pod or Vivian on the Hunt, and we've got Felidar Guardian or any creature that costs 3. So let's say we have a creature that costs 3, right? We sack it, we go grab Felidar Guardian, it blinks Vivian on the Hunt or Birthing Pod, but Vivian is better because we don't have to keep paying to use its ability. We then activate the Vivian, which kills Felidar Guardian. It goes and finds Karmic Guide. The Karmic Guide reanimates the Felidar Guardian blinks the Vivian comes back. The Vivian then sacks the Felidar Guardian and goes and grabs Kiki-Jiki. Kiki-Jiki copies Karmic Guide, which brings back the Felidar Guardian, which blinks the Kiki-Jiki, and then we go off that way. Now, Wirewood Symbiote here can be used in combination with certain cards. So we also, of course, have, as we mentioned earlier, Priest of Titania. So if we have a sufficient number of elves, let's say, we can tap the Priest of Titania for a certain amount of green mana. We can then use the Wirewood Symbiote or Temur Sabertooth to bounce one of the elves back to our hand, untapping the Priest of Titania and tapping for more mana. We can then replay the elf, bounce it again with Temur Sabertooth, and make infinite green mana that way. Or with Wirewood Symbiote, we can potentially get Wirewood Symbiote back. If we need to use Temur Sabertooth to bounce the Wirewood Symbiote, we can do that as well. So also, the other notable thing is that Rocco is himself an elf, which means you can bounce Rocco back to your hand with Wirewood Symbiote, and then cast Rocco again to go off again. So it's another way of basically having another bounce effect for Rocco. Same thing with Temur Sabertooth. You can bounce Rocco to replay him and go off that way. So the end state is usually is just going to be grabbing Kiki-Jiki and Felidar Guardian to eventually do that combo. There really isn't another combo that you can do. All other combos, be they infinite mana or tutoring your deck or whatever, all lead to Kiki-Jiki plus Felidar Guardian. So it is pretty important that this combo remain consistent, but there are potentially other things you can do. For example, you could make infinite mana and then use Temur Sabertooth to bounce Felidar Guardian back to your hand and replay it and blink Vivian on the Hunt, and then just make infinite Rhino Warriors with Vivian's third ability. That would be a way to do it. So then you would get infinite tokens that way. Some other notable things are that Ranger Captain can tutor for Wirewood Symbiote, so it is potentially capable of tutoring you into your combo. You can also use some of these removal spells in combination with your infinite bounce. So let's say you have Temur Sabertooth and infinite mana, you can bounce Skyclave Apparition back to your hand and replay it to exile all of your opponent's non-land permanents that cost 4 or less. Same deal with Manglehorn. You can bounce and replay it to destroy all of the opposing artifacts. Elishnorn will also combine with certain other cards in the deck, like Skyclave, like Ranger Captain to tutor multiple creatures, and so on. So the thing that you're going to do with Rocco for the most part is game plan number 1 is try to assemble a combo and win the game. Be it Food Chain, be it Kiki-Jiki, be it Temur Sabertooth, whatever. Now, if that's not viable, or if maybe an opponent is potentially going to go off before you can also use Rocco to just go tutor up stacks pieces and shut down the opponent that way. So again, multiple ways of getting there, but it's basically a deck where you can pivot into whatever you need because of the tutoring effect of Rocco from the command zone. So you can go grab combos, you can go grab value pieces, you can go grab stacks pieces as needed. And that is basically going to make up the Rocco Cabaret Caterer deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Rona, Herald of Invasion. So Rona is a Dimir commander because it's blue in the cost and has a black in the activation. So it's a 2 mana 1/3, and it says whenever you cast a legendary spell on tap Rona, tap to loot. and then you can pay 5 and a Phyrexian Black to transform it into Rona Tolarian Obliterator. 5/5 trample. Whenever a source deals damage to Rona, that source's controller exiles cards from their hand at random. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, you may cast it without paying for it. So for the most part, this backside is not really going to come up. The side that we're actually concerned with is the ability to loot and untap by just casting spells. So obviously, anybody who's been playing Pioneer or Modern should be familiar with the Rona combo. So unlike other decks, I think I'm just going to jump right into the combos and then I'll explain the rest of the deck. So you can use Retraction Helix or Banishing Knack to target Rona and give it the ability to, until end of turn, it has tap, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So in combination with any legendary spell that's free, usually Mox Amber, you can then go off infinitely over and over and over. So you have the Retraction Helix on your Rona, you cast a Mox Amber, it untaps the Rona, you tap the Mox Amber for blue, you tap the Rona to bounce the Mox Amber back to your hand, you recast the Mox Amber, which untaps Rona, you then tap the Mox Amber for blue, you activate Rona, bouncing the Mox Amber back to your hand, etc. You make infinite mana. So that's the most obvious one, but obviously there are other combos we can do. So what would be a Dimir deck without Console Oracle, of course? We've also got our good old-fashioned Bolas' Citadel plus Sensei's Divining Top plus Aetherflux Reservoir. So Bolas' Citadel, we get to cast stuff off the top by paying mana, or by paying life equal to its mana value. Sensei's Divining Top puts itself on the top, and then we can eventually draw our whole deck and then just find Aetherflux Reservoir, trigger it up, Death Star Laser all of our opponents. We've got, of course, if we're going to be running 0 mana artifacts like Mox Amber, we can have Hullbreaker Horror and Tidespout Tyrant to loop mana rocks back and forth with each other to generate infinite mana. We have the ability to, if we have both of these, use the Hullbreaker to keep looping and use the Tidespout Tyrant to bounce all of our opponent's permanents. We also have Isochron Scepter plus Dramatic Reversal to, if we have at least 3 mana worth of mana rocks, we can use the Isochron Scepter plus Dramatic Reversal to make infinite mana that way. Mox Opal can be a substitute for Mox Amber if we have Metalcraft online. And then also importantly, we've got Unctus Grand Metatect, which says, among other things, whenever that other blue creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card and discard a card. So if we have Rona plus the normal loop of using Banishing Knack or Retraction Helix to bounce and recast Amber or Mox Opal over and over and over, if we also have an Unctus among them, it will loot every single time we tap Rona. So then we can loot our way through the entire deck until we find what we need, such as Oracle, or just one of these other combo pieces. So then aside from these main combo pieces here, we've got our card draw spells, so Bolas' Citadel, Frantic Search, Ledger Shredder, Lorien Revealed, Mystic Remora, Necro, Rhystic Study, The Ring, and Reality Chip. It's also notable that we can pick up the ring and recast it with Rona using the Retraction or Banishing Knack. We've also got Reality Chip, which can both attach to Rona or any other creature to give us the ability to cast off the top, so it can sub in for Bolas' Citadel if we've got Sensei's Top and Aetherflux Reservoir if we can generate enough mana to keep casting top. And it is, of course, a legendary spell, so it untaps Rona. Other legendary spells, Unctus, Mox Amber, Mox Opal, all untap Rona. We've got a fair number of counter spells. We do need to make sure that Rona doesn't get disrupted. A little bit of fast mana to make sure we can get Rona down quickly, or just some other spell. We would ideally like to be able to tap Rona immediately, not cast it and have to wait an entire turn cycle for the game to come back to Rona. So we do want ways to give it haste. So we've got Hall of the Bandit Lord, Lightning Greaves, 1,000-Year Elixir, and Crashing Drawbridge as some ways of hasting it up. A fairly stock Dimir mana base, including notably Urza's Saga, which can go tutor up our Mox Amber or Opal, and Minamo for untapping either Rona or the One Ring. Also, some artifact lands, because we want to make sure that Metalcraft is online for Opal. A little bit more protection in Cavern of Souls, Lightning Greaves, and Malevolent Hermit, which either acts as a non-creature mana leak or on its backside makes our non-creature spells uncounterable. Some ramp spells, a little bit of removal in Deadly Rollick, Odawara Chain of Vapor, a little bit of stacks in Dothy Voidwalker and Opposition Agent, Cyclonic Rift, and then of course about 10 million tutors to make sure that we can assemble all of our combos. So Beseech the Mirror, Demonic Tutor, Imperial Seal, Limdul's Vault, Tainted Pact, Vampiric Tutor, and Wishclaw Talisman can go search up just about anything. Fabricate, Reshape, Transmute Artifact, Urza's Saga, and Whir of Invention go find our artifacts. And Merchant Scroll, Mystical Tutor, Solve the Equation, and Spellseeker go find our spells. So most of the time we do need to assemble Rona plus one of these bounce spells, Vanishing Knack or Retraction Helix, plus one of these artifacts, Mox Opal or Mox Amber. Although we can also obviously do other things like Dramatic Scepter combo, Consult Oracle, top with the top deck tutor or the top deck cast cards like Reality Chip and Bolas' Citadel or Aetherflux Reservoir, or the Tyrant Loops as well. So there are multiple ways of doing combos, and they do not all involve Rona. In fact, many of them don't involve Rona. So you just want to assemble one of these combos and then win the game by either Storm, get out Aetherflux Reservoir, Death Star Laser all of the opponents to death, bounce everything with Tide Spout, or empty the library and then Oracle win. Oh, and one more thing, we also just have Omniscience and one with the Multiverse as additional high value payoffs for when we either fast mana into them or when we use an infinite mana combo. So again, neither of these outright wins the game on their own, but they can allow us to just have basically essentially infinite mana on their own. And additionally, one with the Multiverse can be another sub-in for Bolas' Citadel or the Reality Chip as a way to cast stuff off the top. But other than that, that is basically the Rona deck. So that brings us to the end of Rona, Herald of Invasion. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Rowan, Scion of War. This is one of the two Rowan Scion twins that I've wanted to build a deck around. So the idea here is Rowan Scion of War is 3 mana, 4/2 menace, and tap spells you cast this turn that are black and or red cost X less to cast, where X is the amount of life you lost this turn, activate only as a sorcery. So the idea is to lose a whole bunch of life and use that as a way to heavily reduce the cost of big bomb spells in red or black. We can't reduce them to 0 because it only negates the generic mana part of the cost, but we can reduce them a lot and win that way. So the deck is going to be broken into 2 pieces. There's going to be the enablers, the cards that allow us to lose a lot of life either for free or for cheap, and then the big bomb payoffs that are going to be used when we've lost all that life. So, oh, and another thing is that Rowan needs to tap to use the ability, so we want to give Rowan haste so that we can use this immediately. So, briefly to go over this stuff, we've got all of our usual cards, all of our ramp cards, like our Mana Rocks and our Ragavans and our Dockside Extortionists. We've got 2 Sweepers and Fire Covenant and Toxic Deluge. We've got our Tutors and Beseech, Demonic Imperial, Tainted Pact, Vampiric Tutor. There's 1 Reanimate, and then we've got 1 Snuff Out for removal, which is good because we can pay for life rather than this cost. So we can use this as a removal spell that is a 4 life payment and can reduce the costs of our spells by 4. And then we've got our Swat, Pyroblast, Red Blast as our counterspell type cards. We've got card draw in Adnaz. Bergie's Hornside can be card draw. Bolas' Citadel, Jessica's Will can be fast mana or card draw. Necropotence, which is the big important one here because we can pay 1 life to exile the top card with Necropotence, which means we can pay however much life we want to reduce the cost of spells. Now, we don't get to actually draw the cards until the end step, but it is a way to reduce the costs off of Rowan's ability really fast. Null Perfusion, which is along with Recycle that it's color shifted from green, I think one of the most underrated EDH cards. It allows you to draw a card whenever you play a card, including a land. So obviously it makes you skip your draw and your max hand size is reduced to 2, but I think the fact that every single card that you play draws another card is a huge boon. Then of course Peer into the Abyss basically just wins the game by drawing half your deck, and Wheel of Fortune and Wheel of Misfortune, specifically in this deck, is really good because you can choose to bid a ton of life, and then you will use that ton of life that you bid to not only wheel your hand, but make the Rowan cost reduction huge. So, what are our other enablers? Well, we've got Blood Celebrant, pay a black and 1 life to add 1 mana of any color. So you can, of course, add black and then use that black to pay the ability again, and then just do that over and over to pay as much life as you want. You've got Hex Parasite, X and a Phyrexian black, remove up to X counters from target permanent. For each counter removed this way, Hex Parasite gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So you can just choose to remove nothing and pay 0 every time, and just pay a whole bunch of life off the Hex Parasite. And then there's Plunge into Darkness. Choose 1, sack any number of creatures, and you gain 3 life for each sacked creature, or pay X life. Then look at the top X cards of your library, put 1 of those cards into your hand, and remove the rest from the game, so exile the rest. So this is a way that you can just spend 2 mana to pay however much life you want to tutor not only for what you need, but also pay a bunch of life to have the cost reduction on Rowan take effect. So then apart from that, we want to give Rowan haste so that we can immediately tap it. So we've got Bitter Reunion, Lightning Greaves, Mass Hysteria, which gives everything haste. Need for Speed, which you can sack a land to give a creature haste. We've got Thousand Year Elixir, which gives it pseudo haste and untaps it, which is relevant, and Torch Courier. So one of the things to note about Rowan's ability is the cost reduction only applies to the last time that you activated it. So if you activate it and then you lose more life later in the turn, the cost reduction only applies for the first time you activated it. So Thousand Year Elixir can be used to untap it and tap it again. Although most of the time, I think that you should just be losing the life in the first go around and not need to untap it. And then of course we've got Torch Courier. And then apart from these enablers, as I've said, there's a bunch of other cards that are incidentally enablers, like Snuff Out loses 4, Vampiric Tutor loses 2, Wheel of Misfortune loses a whole bunch, Necropotence is of course a great enabler, Adnaz loses a bunch of life, Bolas' Citadel pays life to cast spells off the top, and of course we've got Fetch and Shock lands to lose life that way, Ancient Tomb loses life, Mana Crypt triggers and potentially loses us 3 life, Mana Vault loses us a life if we don't untap it, Toxic Deluge and Fire Covenant can lose us however much life we want in order to activate Rowan, although if Rowan is in play already, we can't play too much for Toxic Deluge, although, you know, we can potentially play around that, but these are other ways of paying a bunch of life all at once to make Rowan's cost reduced. And then apart from that, the mana base is a pretty stock Rakdos mana base, except with Hall of the Bandit Lord and Handware Battlements to give Rowan haste, since haste is so important in the deck. Mount Doom, because again, we don't care about paying life, since we're just going to use that to reduce costs anyway. And then we have the Black Gate here because it's a land that we can bolt ourselves for in order to come in untapped. The other ability really doesn't matter too much. It's mostly just about bolting ourselves. Same thing with Tarnished Citadel. There's an argument that you could put Aghanim's Awakening in this deck too, although it's not in this list. But anyway, sorry, it is in this list. And then we've got our bolt lands. So we've got Aghanim's Awakening and Shatter Skull Smashing. So we can play these without having them tapped by bolting ourselves, which can also contribute to the life loss. And then Aghanim's Awakening can occasionally be relevant to get a Dockside Extortionist back or something. Shatter Skull Smashing, similarly, maybe sometimes it's relevant to kill a Stax creature or something. And then we've got all of this fast mana to get going faster. So Blood Pet, sacks for black, Burnt Offering, sack a creature, get its mana value, which in this deck isn't too many creatures, but we can sack some of them. There's also Rowan herself. So Rowan, we can activate her, and then once we've activated her, we don't actually need her ability anymore, and we can sack her to generate the mana. Cabal Ritual, Culling the Weak, Dark Ritual, Desperate Ritual, Infernal Plunge, Jessica's Will, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Priest of Gix, and Priest of Urabrask, which are 3 mana creatures that generate 3 when they enter. But if you've already reduced the costs of your spells, you can play them for just 1 mana and generate more mana than it costs to cast them. Pyretic Ritual, Rite of Flame, Sacrifice is another among the Culling the Weak and Burnt Offering effects. Sack a creature, generate mana. Seething Song, Simian Spirit Guide, Stormkiln Artist to generate treasures. Treasonous Ogre, which is one of the best cards in our deck because it simultaneously loses us life and generates red mana to cast things. And then, of course, Blank Goblin. So all of this in service of getting Rowan out as fast as possible, preferably hasting her, and then having either incidental life loss from a bunch of things come together to make stuff cheaper, or having one big life loss thing from one of these cards to come together to make stuff cheaper. And then we've got the payoffs. So there's not too many payoffs, but we only need one of them really to win the game. So what are our payoffs? We've got Vilis, Broker of Blood, which is a 8 mana, 8/8 flyer, black, pay 2 life, target creature gets -1 until end of turn, and then whenever you lose life, you draw that many cards. So we can have Vilis in play, and then any of our life loss things will just draw us more cards. Similarly, Infernal Sovereign, 6 mana, 6/6 flying, trample, skip your draw step. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, you draw a card and you lose 1 life, so this is like a creature version of Null Profusion. And then the actual ways to win the game. So Blood for the Blood God from the Warhammer sets. This is an 11 mana sorcery, so we can reduce 8 of that. It also naturally costs 1 less for each creature that died this turn, and it says discard your hand, then draw 8 cards. It deals 8 damage to each opponent and exile it. So it doesn't technically win us the game, but it does potentially draw us 8 cards for only 3 mana. And then the actual cards that we use to win the game are Crackle with Power and Exsanguinate. So Exsanguinate, each opponent loses X life. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. And Crackle with Power, XXX red, deal 5 times X damage to each of up to X targets. So these X costs are reduced by however much we've paid life, which in our 40 life commander deck can be quite a lot. You could also run Torment of Hailfire, and in this spot, but the reason that I only wanted these two is I think you only want one effect of these because you're just going to dig to it with either a tutor or something that draws a bajillion cards and then cast one of these. But the reason that I wanted Exsanguinate is because if you might be able to get X really high, but not actually able to kill your opponent, in which case gaining the life off of Exsanguinate is better than Torment of Hailfire's effect. And Crackle with Power, you might be not able to have black mana, and there's more cards in here that generate red mana from all these red rituals than there are cards that generate black mana. So therefore, that's why I wanted one of each in each color. Although, again, you could run Torment of Hailfire, but I don't think you need to. And that is basically the Rowan deck. Play a bunch of fast mana, get Rowan into play, preferably with haste, spend a bunch of life, either in combination of random cards that incidentally lose life in small increments, or one big burst with like Plunge into Darkness or Blood Celebrant or Necropotence, and then play one of these big payoff spells and try to find Exsanguinate or Crackle with Power in order to kill the opponent. And that is the Rowan Scion of War deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Rurik Thar the Unbowed. So Rurik Thar is a 6 mana Gruul commander. He's a 6/6 Vigilance Reach, and he must attack each combat Fable. And then the ability, the main reason we are running this man, whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Rurik Thar deals 6 to that player. So we've seen cards that function similar to this before, like, Eidolon of the Great Revel, for example, or Magebane Lizard, but 6 at a time really starts to make it so that non-creature spells are basically untenable. So obviously with this in mind, we're going to need a few things. We're going to need a lot of ramp to get to Rurik Thar as fast as possible, and we're going to need to not be playing that many non-creature spells of our own so that we're not heavily punished after Rurik Thar is already on the battlefield. And obviously we need to make sure that Rurik Thar is not killed in combat or removal spelled or countered. So first off, we've got some additional beatdown to add to the Rurik Thar arsenal. So Cinder Vines, Magebane Lizard, Razorkin Needlehead. Sulfim will double the amount of damage that Rurik Thar is dealing, so it'll be 12 per non-creature. And we also have Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest over here as well, which has a whole big bunch of text of abilities that we're not going to get into. Then we need some card draw, and it has to mostly be in the form of creatures. So we've got things like Augur of Autumn and Toski. Unique to this deck, Dragonborn Champion. Whenever a source you control deals 5 or more to a player, draw a card. Some fast mana in order to get to Rurik Thar quicker. Then 35 lands. We need to absolutely make sure that we're hitting our land drops every turn so we can get to Rurik Thar. Then we've got our protections. So in terms of anti-counters, we've got Allosaurus Shepherd Cavern, Delighted Halfling, Destiny Spinner, Gaia's Herald, Prowling Serpapard, and Veil of Summer, and then Xantid Swarm to another extent. And then in order to protect Rurik Thar, we have Guardian Augmenter to give it hexproof, Sereth to give our untapped creatures hexproof, Steely Resolve, where we can name a creature type, and so we'll just name Rurik Thar's type and it gets Shroud, and Sylvan Safekeeper to protect Rurik Thar at the cost of lands. Then we've got more ramp than usual, 22 spells, whole bunch of ramp here, and it all has to be in the form of creatures. So we're not playing anything non-creature related that we would normally play, like Wild Growth or Utopia Sprawl, with the exceptions of things like Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, and Sol Ring, because they're just so incredibly good. But that is why we are casting spells like Gwenna, Flothis, Somberwald Sage, and then another exception, Shadow in the Warp. First creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less, and whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, this deals 2 to them. So just another way of dealing damage to opponents. Also, Zertaw Druid here also deals damage to opponents. The more and more burn we can get, the better. And we have our removal spells, which again, we can't entirely not play non-creatures like the Red Blasts, but we do want to orient our removal towards creatures if possible. So things like Haywire, Insidious Fungus, Hogla and Yadaro, Outland Liberator, Fight Bear, and Silverback Elder. And then we have our stacks pieces. So yes, we are a dual color deck that wants to play mostly green spells, but we can mitigate that through, the Blood Moon and Magus of the Moons. We do have a number of ways of just getting forest, and a bunch of our cards also just naturally generate green mana anyway, so these can be easily gotten around. We're going to play Null Rod effects, Collector Oof, and Null Rod, and then also we don't actually have that much ETB stuff in the deck, so we can play Torpor Orb, and then we've got Trinisphere and Winter Orb. So the main thing is we want to get Rurik Thar down as fast as possible, and then curb our opponent's ability to actually recover from that, where denying them mana is a good way to do that, especially if that means that they have to then cast cantrips or card draw spells or ramp to try to get out of the mana denial, and then they'll just take 6 to the face each time. And that's similarly why we get to run things like Bane of Progress, because we don't actually have that many artifacts or enchantments. And then Sylvan Scrying and Crop Rotation are here, not just to find Gaia's Cradle, but because we really, really want to make sure that Rurikthar doesn't get killed, or doesn't get countered, rather. So we need to be able to find Cavern of Souls reliably. So no big combos, no giant monster that's going to overrun our opponent like a Craterhoof, just good old Rurikthar and a handful of other, burn stuff, but mainly just Rurikthar to bash down our opponents. And yet, with that, that is going to do it for Rurikthar in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Serulf Realm Eater. So Serulf is a 3-mana 3/3, and he says whenever a permanent an opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1 counter on Serulf, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if Serulf has one or more counters on it, you may remove them all, and if you do, exile each other non-land permanent with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of counters removed this way. So a couple of puzzle pieces that need to be put together here. First of all, we need ways of killing our opponent's permanents so that we can get the counters on Serulf. And then secondly, since we're going to be removing counters from Serulf and exiling everything, the permanents exiled includes our own permanents. So we have to not play really any cheap permanents in our deck. So probably anything that costs 3 or less is a no-go, since it's likely that we can able to get like 3 counters or less on Serulf. I mean, hypothetically, we could get more if we destroy more things, but mostly I think we're probably going to be in the 1 to 3 range on those counters. So that means anything that's 3 or less is basically a no-go unless getting rid of it is a positive for some reason. So let's go ahead and move through our cards. So first off, we do have some permanents that are more expensive. So Forgotten Ancient, which can get counters and then move those counters over to Serulf. We also have Painful Wandery as a way to punish opponents, beating them down or making them discard cards. And because it's 5 mana, it's unlikely that Serulf is going to get rid of it. Then we need card draw spells, but we can't obviously play things like Sylvan Library because they're going to get exiled. So Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood are here. We also have Torment of Hailfire. We do need a way of actually winning the game. So like this and Painful Quandary are some of those ways. And another thing to note about Serulf, just in case you missed it, is that we have to remove all of the counters at once if we choose to remove the counters. We can't remove a selective amount of them. Then we move on to our card draw. So we've got cards like, Bolas's Citadel and Professor Onyx. Like, these cards are more expensive. Obviously, things that are not permanent. Occam Adversary technically is 4 mana, as is the One Ring. Hunter's Insight is an instant. And then Treacherous Blessing is a card that we actually want to get rid of because it punishes us for sticking around. So it's fine if this one is 3 mana. For our combos, obviously we need combos that don't involve cheap permanents. So we've got Exquisite Blood plus Sanguine Bond, or Professor Onyx plus Chain of Smog. We have Culling Ritual as a sweeper that gives us a bunch of mana because obviously we're not blowing up any of our own stuff with this. We're going to need more lands than normal since our ramp is going to be kind of curtailed. So 35 lands. Additionally, we get to play things like Forbidden Orchard because, hey, we don't care if we're giving our opponents 1/1 creatures. It doesn't matter. We're going to exile them all anyway. Also, it's going to be hard to protect Serulf without having access to permanents. So Plaza of Heroes, normally I would consider too inefficient, but hey, it's fine here. We can just include it in our mana base. And then a bunch more basic lands than normal because a lot of our ramp is going to be based on fetching lands, since obviously we can't have Mana Rocks or Dorks. So then moving on to the rest of the protection, it's basically mostly instants that protect Serulf from being countered or killed. Then we've got our ramp spells, which are all in the form of allowing you to play extra lands or just going and fetching a land out of the deck and putting it onto the battlefield. Bunch of removal spells. Obviously, we need a lot more removal than normal because we need these removal spells to kill our opponent's stuff and therefore trigger Serulf. It's also important to have edicts because these can hit multiple permanents on the opponent's side of the field. So anything that's hitting more than just one thing at a time can make Serulf get more than one counter. So we do need single target stuff like Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy, but we also want multi-hit stuff like Mire and Misery and Tithing Blade. And Tithing Blade being a permanent, it doesn't really matter because even if we exile this, we already got the value out of it anyway. And then we've got cards like Pick Your Poison. Then Over the Edge is destroy target artifact or enchantment and target creature you control explores and then explores again. So this is a way of half drawing cards, half putting +1 counters on Serulf. Foundation Breaker is 4 mana. So we can either evoke it or we can just play it on 4 later, and that's fine. And then, same deal with Shriek Maw. There's also Extract a Confession. You can collect evidence 6 as you play this. So each opponent sacks a creature. So this is just another edict, but then if you collected evidence, instead they all sack the greatest power instead of just whatever random creature they choose. And then we've got similarly edicts for non-creatures like pick your poison and tribute to the wild. Then we've got a little bit of stacks, and obviously the stacks that we can run is pretty restricted. So, you know, we can't run Collector Oof or Corporate Orb or any of those cards because they get eaten by Seraph. So instead, we're going to play Tainted Aether. Whenever a creature enters, its controller sacrifices a creature or land. We're not playing much of that stuff ourselves anyway. And Nether Void, which basically automatically mono-leaks every single spell, including yours. Then we've got our sweepers, so things like Seeds of Innocence, Back to Nature, basically all the sweepers that blow up artifacts and enchantments are good options here because, hey, we're not running that stuff ourselves anyway, so why not run a bunch of these? Similarly, like Rampage of the Clans that gives our opponents a bunch of centaurs, or Fade from History that gives them bear tokens. Doesn't matter, Seraph's going to eat all of those tokens anyway. Then we've got a little bit of tutoring, and that is pretty much it for the deck. Now, there was a lot I considered adding to the deck, so some of these additional lands, things like Kymil that could make Seraph uncounterable, but it's kind of expensive. Asceticism would have made Seraph hexproof, but again, it's kind of expensive on 5. Some other various like hexproof instance that I ultimately decided not to run. I felt like we already had enough, and these were less efficient than the ones we already had. And then a whole bunch of different removal spells that I ultimately opted not to use. Mainly, a lot of the artifact and enchantment based ones were because we already had a bunch of sweepers that killed those, or because the ones that we did run were like the edict ones that hit 3, potentially up to 3 things. Similarly, we didn't need like a ton of one-shot creature kill spells as well. So hypothetically, you could run any of these cards and they would probably slot into the deck perfectly fine, but ultimately decided not to run them. And then there were a handful of other sweepers that were basically either less efficient or just, didn't matter as much, or we just had enough of them already. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Seraph Realm Eater. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Sasaya Orochi Ascendant. So this is one of the flip creatures from Kamigawa. It's a 3-mana 2/3 Snake Monk, and it says reveal your hand. If you have 7 or more land cards in your hand, you can flip him over. And when he's flipped over, he flips into a legendary enchantment, Sasaya's Essence, which says whenever a land you control is tapped for mana, add 1 mana of that type to your mana pool for each other land you control with the same name. So this presented quite the deck building challenge. Obviously, we're in mono green and we want our cards to have the same name, so we're mostly playing a lot of basic forests, although we obviously have other lands in the deck. And then the other question was, how are we going to get 7 lands into our hand? And if we do get 7 lands into our hand and then flip Sasaya over, how do we actually deploy those lands? But let's start with our combo pieces. So first of all, there's a number of ways that we have of either putting a bunch of lands into our hand or picking up all of our lands. So Sprouting Vines, for example, if we're able to cast enough spells in the same turn, we can cast Sprouting Vines and storm a ton of forests into our hand. We also have Rites of Spring. Discard any number of cards, search your library for that many basic lands and put them into your hand. So if we have a bunch of cards in our hand, we can ditch them all and go grab all those forests. We also have ways of bouncing lands back to our hand. So Storm Cauldron is an artifact that says you can play an additional land each turn. Everybody can. And whenever a land is tapped for mana, return that land to its owner's hand. Again, this applies to everybody. So it's kind of a stacks piece for our opponents, but at the same time, we can just tap all of our lands, bounce them all to our hand, and then flip Sasaya. We also have Mana Bond on your end step. You can reveal your hand and put all lands from it onto the battlefield if you do discard your hand. We also have Multani. So this is if it's in our graveyard, we can pay 1 and a green to return 2 lands you control to owner's hand and then return Multani from the graveyard to your hand. We can hold priority on this ability. So let's say we've got 6 mana available. We can activate this, hold priority, activate this, hold priority, activate this. And then we will return 6 lands from the battlefield back to our hand and then return Multani. We have here Ashaya and Quirion Ranger. So with these two combined, we can infinitely bounce Quirion Ranger. Since Quirion Ranger is a forest, we can bounce itself to our hand. And then as long as we have a way of giving Quirion Ranger haste, we can tap it, bounce it to our hand, recast it, bounce it, tap it, bounce it, put it back in our hand, tap it, bounce it, put it back in our hand, play it again, over and over and over. This is the storm count that we need for Sprouting Vines. We also have Abundance, which allows us to replace our card draws with either specifically finding a land or non-land. So if we're just trying to find a bunch of lands, we can try to draw cards and then just get a bunch of lands into our hand. And lastly, we have Cultivator Colossus for if we pick up a bunch of lands, we can play Cultivator Colossus, put all of those lands back onto the battlefield, and draw a billion cards to boot. So what are we actually going to do with all that mana? Well, you've got things like Avenger of Zendikar and other gigantic Eldrazi threats. Since once this is flipped over, our lands are producing a gargantuan amount of mana. So here are the payoffs for that. We also have a whole bunch of card draw, including cards like Last March of the Ents to cheat a bunch of stuff into play. We also have Magus of the Library as a mono ramp spell that can also draw cards. So we want to keep a bunch of cards in our hand because our hand ultimately needs to have 7 lands in it. So this is another way that we can keep that up. Cheating with Last March and Galta to get all of our creatures out. Pretty straightforward mana base again, 20 forests, and then all of the other cards that we need. Another thing we might want is Reliquary Tower because we want a lot of cards being in our hand and we don't necessarily just want to have a hand of only lands. Some protection to make sure that our commander doesn't die, although assuming that we manage to get all the lands in our hand, we can just flip it immediately, but regardless, we do want to make sure that our commander doesn't get countered or killed. A whole bunch of ramp. We do need ramp outside of just our commander, especially since a lot of our combo pieces and other big spells are just expensive on their own. We've got 6 to recur things along with Praetor's Council as another big way to recur a bunch of cards, especially good if we have to discard our hand to Mana Bond, for example. Other big payoffs are cards like Apex Altasaur, Cityscape Leveler, and Terrastodon. We have a little bit of Staxing, and then a little bit of sweepers in Bane of Progress, Portal to Phyrexia, Seeds of Innocence, and then Wave of Vitriol, which causes everyone to sack all their artifacts, enchantments, and non-basic lands, and then you can search for however many basic lands as the things you sacrificed that way, specifically lands. In this case, we have 20 basic forests in our deck, so not so much of a problem for us. And then with the other huge amount of mana that we're generating, we can cast Finale of Devastation for X equals, a gigantic amount. We also have Nylea's Intervention as a way of finding a whole bunch of lands out of our deck. And Nyxbloom Ancient can also be a substitute Sasaya, assuming that something goes wrong with Sasaya. Now, aside from all that, there were a number of other cards that I debated playing, in particular something like Virtue of Strength, which kind of also has the same effect as Sasaya. And then all of these artifacts that are variations of Journeyer's Kite that allow us to put lands in our hand. The problem with these is that they're just very inefficient. And then the remaining cards, I felt like I had enough, like Fade from History. I felt like Bane of Progress and the other sweepers were enough. We didn't need this. I felt like we had enough big threats and that these ones were the worst of them, so ultimately wound up not playing these either. So with that said, that is going to do it for Sasaya Arachi Ascendant in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Selvala Heart of the Wilds, and this is a deck that is extremely high power level, and you could consider it in contention for CEDH playability. But basically, this deck revolves around Selvala Heart of the Wilds. It has 2 effects which are both highly relevant. It's a 3-mana 2/3, and it says whenever another creature enters the battlefield, its controller may draw a card if its power is greater than each other creature's power, and green and tap, add X mana in any combination of colors where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. So we want to be either playing creatures that have really big power or buffing the power of Selvala herself in order so that her mana adding ability can add a ton of mana and then draw a bunch of cards and win the game. So this deck is broken into a lot of different categories. We've got our big creatures. We've got our card draw, most of which relies on big creatures. We've got our commander backups. These are cards that function the same way that Selvala does and can be backups in case Selvala is dealt with. We've got pump effects. We've got our ramp, of course. We've got fast mana, combo pieces. We've got protection, and then we've got our lands, and we've got untapper effects that we can use to untap Selvala. So let's go through these one at a time. So first of all, we have our big creatures. So these are creatures that are going to cost 3 or less. And they just have really big power and probably don't do anything else. They're just in here so that Selvala can tap for a whole bunch. So as long as you've got 2 to 3 mana in order to cast them, plus the last one in order to tap Selvala, you can generate a ton of mana. So we've got Groundbreaker. Effect is totally irrelevant. It's just a 6/1 for 3. We've got Lupine Prototype. Once again, the effect is completely irrelevant. It's just a 5/5. And then I'm going to skip this one for now. We've got Phyrexian Soul Gorger, 3 mana 8/8. But it has cumulative upkeep, sack a creature. So you either need to sack a creature, probably like one of your random mana dorks, or you need to just try to win the same turn you play this. Ravaging Riftworm, again, the effect is completely irrelevant. It's just a 3 mana 6/6. Same thing here, Relic Golem, 3 mana 6/6. Rowanus the Indomitable, which is a 3 mana 5/5, but it's also relevant because his activated ability means you can pump either Selvala or himself or other creatures, and he's an infinite mana outlet, meaning once you get to infinite mana, you can just overrun your entire board, giving them infinite power and trample. So this one's ability is actually relevant. And then Sheltering Ancient is a 2 mana 5/5, whose ability is also once again irrelevant. The cumulative upkeep cost of putting a +1 counter on a creature an opponent controls is so marginal that it doesn't matter, but it does actually require that your opponent has a creature in play. If somehow your 3 opponents, none of them have any creatures in play, then you will have to sack this to the cumulative upkeep cost. And then the best one of the bunch, Phyrexian Dreadnought. 1 mana 12/12 trample. When it enters, sack any number of creatures with total power 12 or destroy it, or sack it, basically. So we can't keep this around, but we can, with the sack trigger on the stack, activate Selvala and make 12 mana. And if we have any way of untapping Selvala at instant speed, we can untap it and produce even more mana. So Phyrexian Dreadnought is often our best creature and the best thing to pair with Selvala because it just makes so much mana. And it doesn't matter that it dies, because you make minimum 12 or more if you can untap Selvala before it dies. Also, because all of these creatures have really high power and they're often going to be the creature with the highest power on the board, playing any of them triggers Selvala to draw a card. So next, we then have the cards that pair with those. So we've got a bunch of card draw. Garruk Primal Hunter, Greater Good, Last March of the Ents, Life's Legacy, Momentous Fall, Return of the Wild Speaker, Rishkar's Expertise, and Soul's Majesty are all cards that draw cards based on how high of the power level of the creature we have. So if Selvala is in play and has a bunch of power, we draw a bunch of cards that way. Or if we have one of these creatures in play, we draw a bunch of cards that way. That's another way that Phyrexian Dreadnought can be useful. If we've got a way to sack it in instant speed like Momentous Fall, we can draw a ton of cards off of that. Next, there is Recycle, which again, I think is one of the most underplayed cards in EDH. You draw a card whenever you play a land or cast any spell. And then Skull Clamp, because this deck is playing a bunch of cheap Mana Dorks, and we're also playing a bunch of creatures that we don't actually care if we sack them. So we might sack them to like Greater Good or some other effect, and we can draw even more cards off the Skull Clamp in that case. So then we've got all of our various ramp. We've got our Fast Mana and Elvish Spirit God Lotus Petal. We've got Arbor Elf, Birds, Burl, Carpet Flowers, etc., etc., etc. Jeweled Lotus might be a consideration in this deck, although I find oftentimes that you need to just have mana regardless of Selvala being in play. So because you do need to be able to like cast these other things anyway. So often cheating Selvala into play off of just fast mana doesn't wind up actually being that good. Typically, the curve that you want to do is you want to have a turn 1 permanent mana source, like any of these Mana Dorks or like Sol Ring or something, and then turn 2 play Selvala, and then turn 3 try to win. But Jeweled Lotus might be in contention here. It's just that these fast mana cards can usually be played like in addition to Selvala. So you'd have to cut something else if you wanted Jeweled Lotus to be in here. It's like one of those iffy cards. So then we have the pump spells that we can use to, if we have a big creature already, we can pump that creature, or we can just pump Selvala. So we've got Aspect of Hydra, which at minimum is going to be +2, although usually, we're not playing Selvala unless it's off of like a turn 1 Mana Dork. So it's usually going to be +3, and then it's at least +4 if we've got more than that, and it can potentially be more than that. Although there's arguments that maybe it shouldn't be Aspect of Hydra and it should be Groundswell and then play fetch lands, but regardless, this is one of the pump spells you can play, although it is probably the weakest of them. Then we've got Embiggen. This is +4 minimum because it counts legendary creature Elf Scout, so it's +4 for 1. Invigorate we can play for free. We don't care that our opponents gain life, so it's just 0 mana +4. Might of Old Krosa is +4 because we don't have to go to combat or anything. We can just play it in our main phase and then get the +4 off the Might of Old Krosa. Then we've got Phyto Burst, which is 2 mana, but it gives +5. And then Scale Up is 1 mana to give equivalent. It's the equivalent of giving +4 since it changes the power to 6. Also, if we're ever in a position where we dump a bunch of creatures into play, we can just overload Scale Up and make everything huge. So next, there's the untapping effect. Selvala is, of course, great to untap because she keeps making more mana. So this is good if you either already have Selvala at a high power or if you already have a big creature in play. So the untaps are Aim High, 2 mana +2 on untap. It gets Reach. Any additional abilities are typically not going to be relevant, like Reach, Trample, whatever. Typically, the part that matters is untapping her and how much pump can you give her. So Aim High, Arachnoid Adaptation is +2 untap and Reach, but it's only for 1 mana. Benefactor's Draw doesn't pump, but it does untap her and all of your other creatures, and you draw a card. So it's whatever mana you can generate off Selvala plus whatever mana you can generate off of other mana dorks. Boon of Boseiju is plus X, where X is the greatest mana value, meaning it's at least +3 on Selvala, and it untaps. Bull Strength, +2 on tap. Gift of Growth is +2 on tap, although you can kick it to give +4, but that's 4 mana. Instill Energy, this one's really relevant. It might be hard to read on the screen, but it's an aura that does 2 things. It basically lets you untap and then lets you have haste. So it's like haste and untap. Then there's Legolas's Quick Reflexes, which is from the Lord of the Rings Commander decks. It has split second, untap target creature. Until end of turn, it gains hexproof reach, and whenever this creature becomes tapped, it deals damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature. So one of the things is, this deck is pretty glass cannon. It fails very hard if your opponent counters Selvala or just kills Selvala. So this can be used to protect her. Now, other cards can also be used to protect her, like Blossoming Calm or whatever, but typically, like, those cards are maybe good. I like this one because it's uncounterable because of Split Second, and because giving her the ability to deal damage equal to her power whenever she becomes tapped pairs well with all of the other untap effects by making you able to continue to untap and go again. And Legolas's Quick Reflexes in combination with other cards in the deck can actually be its own win con, allowing you to win the game by continuously tapping and untapping Selvala over and over to just burn everyone out. Then you've got Quirion Ranger to untap, and Quirion Ranger is also part of combos. Same thing with Wirewood Symbiote to untap her and be part of combos. We've got Savage Surge, +2 on tap. Scrib Ranger, and again, untapping and part of combos. And then Witch's Web, +3 and untap and reach. But again, the reach doesn't matter. We do want Selvala potentially to be able to be activated immediately. The turn she's played, or if she's killed, be able to recast and activate her immediately. So we've got Concordant Crossroads to give haste. We've got our tutors to go find creatures, some of which are combo pieces, but these can also just find our big creatures to get Selvala to trigger to draw or just make a bunch of mana. So we've got Natural Order, GSZ, Finale of Devastation, and Finale also doubles as a great way to be a mana outlet, either just big mana or infinite to pump the whole team, and Eldritch Evolution and Chord of Calling. It's also great that Dreadnought is our best creature to have on the board, and it is the easiest one to find off of all of these tutors minus GSC and Natural Order, obviously. Turn Timber Symbiosis is in here just because it's a land that can also be a way to put a big creature into play later in the game, although that's probably in desperation mode if you're ever casting this. And then a lot of times in this deck, Selvala can get killed or countered, and then you might be able to replay it, but even playing it for 5 mana is a lot. And if you ever get past that, it becomes just too much of an ask to be able to recast Selvala. So you have other cards in the deck that can act as additional copies of Selvala, basically. So Viridian Joiner taps for green equal to its power. Priest of Titania taps for green equal to the number of elves you control, and there are a lot of mana elves in this deck. Marwyn taps equal to its power, and Kami taps equal to its power. So all of these cards can also pair up with the various pump and untap spells, and Priest can pair up with the amount of elves that you have. So you can potentially make a bunch of mana just off of these guys. This also isn't all of the creatures that do this. There's like Karametra's Acolyte. There's another prototype artifact card from Brothers War that does the same thing. But you don't need too many of them, and these are the best ones among them that do the same kind of effect. Like Elvish Archdruid would be a 3-mana version of Priest of Titania, but you don't, strictly speaking, need it. Now, of course, all of them are worse than Selvala because Selvala has more things that it combos with. Like, none of these actually work with the big creatures, but these are backups in case Selvala is dealt with. And then apart from all that, you've got your combo cards. So these are going to pair up with a lot of different things. So first is Temur Sabertooth, which allows you to bounce a creature for 2 mana, not itself, but bounce any other creature. So this combos in a ton of different ways. First of all, if you have a way to give Selvala haste, like Concordant Crossroads, for example, and there's like a big creature that's already in play, you can bounce Selvala and replay her and tap her potentially for more mana than it costs to bounce and replay her. So you need 2 mana for Sabertooth, 3 mana to cast Selvala, and 1 mana to activate her. So as long as you're at least producing 7 mana per activation, which can be done either by a creature that has more than 7 or more power, or by pumping one of those creatures, you can Temur Sabertooth Selvala over and over and over to generate infinite mana. And then, since you have infinite mana, you can use Temur Sabertooth to pick up whatever the biggest creature in play is and replay that and draw infinite cards off of Selvala and win the game. Or you can combo it with other things like Great Oak Guardian. So Great Oak Guardian is none of the abilities on this matter except for the third one, which is ATB. Creatures target player controls get +2/+2 and untap them. So it gives +2 to itself, Selvala, and an untapped Selvala. So you can play Great Oak Guardian, untapping Selvala, and then since Great Oak Guardian becomes a 6/7, Selvala will tap for 6, and then you can bounce Great Oak with the Sabertooth, replay it, do that over and over and over. The Great Oak Guardian will always be the greatest power level in play for a little bit before Selvala starts to become huge. But it doesn't matter. You just Temur Sabertooth, Great Oak Guardian, bounce over and over and over, keep untapping Selvala. Selvala will eventually have a power that is surpassing Great Oak Guardian, at which point it just generates tons of mana. You generate infinite mana, and then at that point you can bounce Selvala back to your hand with Sabertooth, and then bounce Great Oak back to your hand, and then recast Great Oak because you have infinite mana, and recast Selvala, triggering because now you have a new greatest power in play, and then just keep bouncing both of them back and forth to draw your whole deck and win that way. You can also, with Temur Sabertooth and Ewit, bounce the Ewit to your hand and get other cards back that you may need to get in order to go infinite. Also, you have other combos that can do other things. So Tooth and Nail can go fetch the combo cards that you need. You've got Cloudstone Curio, which does a similar type of thing as Temur Sabertooth by allowing you to bounce creatures back and forth. And then Umbral Mantle, which can go infinite with just Selvala or one of your other creatures. So Umbral Mantle is 3 mana and it's 3 mana, but it's 0 to equip, and then it's 3 mana to untap the creature, and it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So as long as you have enough initial starting mana to invest in, the Umbral Mantle will allow you to go infinite with Selvala because you equip it to Selvala. Selvala untaps and gets an increased power. Then you tap Selvala for mana, then you untap and pump Selvala again, and you make infinite mana off of Selvala. This also works with your other power-based tappers like Viridian Joiner, Marwyn, and Kami. And then you also have Staff of Domination, which itself can untap creatures. So as long as those creatures can produce more mana, like you have a Selvala and you have like a Groundbreaker in play, the staff costs 3 to activate to untap the Selvala. It costs 1 to untap itself, and then it costs 1 to activate Selvala. So as long as you're making 6 mana in each iteration, you're generating infinite mana, and then the staff can draw your whole deck. You also have Ashaya, Soul of the Wild. It makes all of your non-token creatures into forests. So it essentially Dryad arborizes all of your creatures, including itself. So depending on how many creatures you already have in play, it itself can be really big. And then you can potentially untap creatures, bouncing itself or bouncing other creatures. So, for example, you've got Quirion Ranger and Scrib Ranger, which have to bounce forests to your hand in order to untap things. So since Ashaya itself is a forest, if Selvala is producing enough mana, you can bounce Ashaya itself and then replay Ashaya. You can also, in combination with Wirewood Symbiote, since the Wirewood Symbiote and the Quirion Ranger will both be forests, the Wirewood can bounce the Quirion Ranger can bounce the Wirewood. With Ashaya in play, you can use these to bounce each other back and forth, untapping Selvala each time, generating infinite mana, or potentially infinite draw triggers, assuming Ashaya is big enough. There's lots and lots and lots of combinations where these go infinite with each other. But everything always involves getting Selvala up to a high power level, and then untapping it, or just drawing tons of cards off of our card draw spells. Anyway, this deck is very glass cannon because it mostly, although you have some backups to Selvala, it mostly relies around Selvala. So if it gets countered or killed, the deck stumbles a lot. So it's very important to have cards like Allosaurus Shepherd and Cavern of Souls and Veil of Summer to make sure that you get through the counter spells. And it's important to have backups in case Selvala is dealt with and ways to generate lots of mana. Also, sometimes this deck can just straight up brick. Like sometimes you have a bunch of mana, but you don't actually have a way to draw cards to pay that off. Anyways, eventually you will be in a position where you're making a ton of mana, potentially infinite mana, and potentially drawing your whole deck, at which point there are a number of different ways to win the game. One is Ronus the Indomitable. You simply pump your entire team, give them all trample and infinite power, and then overrun the opponent. If you don't have haste, you can give them haste with Concordant Crossroads, or sometimes this deck will play Craterhoof Behemoth or some other way to overrun the opponent. You can also get to infinite mana and use Finale of Devastation to give everything plus infinite power and haste, and then overrun the opponent that way. If you don't have infinite power, but you just have somehow, if you don't have infinite mana, but you just somehow have tons of mana and card draw, but you never actually find a way to go infinite, you can just put a ton of creatures into play and pump them all. You can also use Umbral Mantle with your Monodorks and move the Umbral Mantle between the different Monodorks to give them all infinite power. So let's say you have Umbral Mantle plus Selvala. You give Selvala infinite power and infinite mana, and then you just move the Umbral Mantle onto your other Monodorks, give them infinite power, and then kill your opponent with those, particularly like Birds of Paradise that can fly. That's another way to do it. But a lot of the time, you are just going to be drawing your entire deck and then winning by overrunning the opponent with your whole team. Some versions of the deck will run like a single copy of Beast Within, and then they'll bounce their Eternal Witness and then Beast Within everything the opponent plays. But usually you should be able to just win by overrunning the opponent with the combat step. There's also some other cards that I've elected not to play in this deck. So Sword of the Parunes is another artifact that's similar to Umbral Mantle that untaps creatures, but it's much more expensive. And I've found that when using it, it's usually not very good. There's other cards like Berserk that you might wonder about why they're not here. Berserk is typically only good when you've already pumped one of your creatures, and when you haven't, then it winds up being bad. Also, there's times when Selvala just bricks, so if you Berserk your Selvala and then you just don't get there, then Selvala dies, and then you sometimes just can't recast it. But otherwise, yeah, the basic game plan is get out either a really big creature or put enough pump effects on Selvala to make tons of mana, untap it to make even more mana, and then play cards that draw tons of cards, find a bunch of cards in your deck, and either go infinite with one of the infinite combos or just draw a ton, make a ton of mana, and then overrun the opponent. And that is Selvala, Heart of the Wilds. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Shadowfax, Lord of Horses. So Shadowfax is a Boros commander. It's a 4/4 horse, and it says horses you control have haste, that includes itself. And whenever it attacks, you may put a creature card with lesser power from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. Note the restrictions here. It is lesser power, not less than or equal to, but the creature does enter tapped and attacking and does not die at end of combat or bounce back to your hand. We get to keep it forever. Now, the main problem with Shadowfax, and the reason I initially gave up trying to build this deck, is that if you look for some of the best expensive cards that have powers of 3 or less, there actually really just are not that many of them in the Boros colors. So the main thing that we need to do with Shadowfax is we need to find ways of pumping it before it actually enters the battlefield. So we need to have some sort of like static pump effect so that when Shadowfax attacks, it has at least 5 power, and then we can cheat in the actually good creatures. So to that end, we have a number of anthems such as Flowering of the White Tree, Glass of the Guild Pact, Goblin Oriflamme, Honor of the Pure, Rally the Ranks, and Shared Triumph. All of these give at least +1, or in the case of Flowering of the White Tree, +2. Also, Legion's Initiative should be mentioned as well in that. And then that leads us to some of the big things that we can cheat into play. So an example is Boonweaver Giant, which goes and cheats out an aura from your deck onto itself. In this case, we're going to use Eldrazi Conscription on here. We have both of the Elish Norns, both good cards to cheat out. Emiria Shepherd, Havoc Eater. When it enters, for each opponent, you goad up to 1 creature they control, and then you put X counters on Havoc Eater, where X is the total power of the creature's goaded. We can also cheat out Kiki Jiki and things that combo with it. We've got Luminate Primordial, Swords to Plowshares on 1 creature per opponent, Myr Battlesphere, Nullstorn Gargoyle, which automatically negates each spell, Fort Razor, the card that combos with Kiki Jiki, Sandstone Oracle to draw cards, and then for just some big beatdowns, we've got Threefold Thunderhulk and Zatalpa. And if you notice out of that list, the only one of those cards that was actually good if we didn't pump Shadowfax is Threefold Thunderhulk and Havoc Eater, and I guess Kiki Jiki as well. Which is why it was very important to make sure that Shadowfax gets pumped so we have actually good creatures to cheat out. So the main win here is going to be either assemble a huge beatdown board with some big creatures to overrun our opponents, or find the Kiki Jiki combo and win that way. Although obviously, if you cheated Kiki Jiki into play with Shadowfax, you can't actually use the ability until the next turn, but you get the idea. From our card draw, we have a number of card draw spells over here, of course. Some fast mana in an effort to get Shadowfax out quicker. A fairly straightforward Boros Commander mana base. Some protection for Shadowfax. Shadowfax needs to not get countered or killed. Also, we should note Bastion Protector both protects Shadowfax and gives it +2, so that's a nice little bonus there. A bunch of ramp spells, some removal, stacks cards. Obviously, we want to slow down our opponents as well. And since we're in Boros, we don't actually have that much instant speed interaction, no counter spells, things like that. And then for additional cards that I considered, I thought about running a card like Felidar Sovereign, for example, but I didn't think I could reliably have the 40 life. Some other cards like Rhea Dawnbringer, which just isn't that good because it requires that we have a creature in our graveyard. Meteor Golem, also just not that great if we're going through all the trouble of trying to get Shadowfax out only to cast Vindicate. And some additional protection, which I also opted not to run, but you very easily could add back into the deck. And so with that said, that is going to do it for Shadowfax, Lord of Horses in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Shanid Sleeper's Scourge. It's Shanid, right? Not Shanid? Shanid? Let's go with Shanid. Shanid Sleeper's Scourge is a 4-mana Mardu commander. He's a human knight, a 2/4 menace. Other legendary creatures have menace. And whenever you play a legendary land or cast a legendary spell, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. So obviously, the main thing here is going to be to figure out how to jam as many legendary creatures, spells of other kinds, and lands into the deck as possible. And considering we're in Mardu colors, that probably means we're going a beatdown route with this commander. So right off the bat, let's talk about the lands. So the lands, obviously, we have the issue of we're a 3-color deck, and we therefore need to be able to fix for all of our colors, but we also need to play legendary lands, which for the most part are either monocolor or colorless. In this case, I've opted to make some space in the land base for some of these monocolor legendary lands, like Hammerheim, Aganjos, Mount Doom, Gemstone Caverns, which we were playing anyway. That's pretty nice. Flagstones of Trocare, Sokenzan, Shizo, Shinka, Takanuma, the Blackgate, Tomb of Arami, Urborg. Now, there were many more legendary lands that we could have played that produced colorless, but ultimately I decided we couldn't mess up the mono base too much, and having so many monocolor lands is already potentially going to cause color problems, so none of the colorless ones made it, obviously, other than Gemstone Caverns. Having played the deck a little bit, sometimes this causes problems. It mostly doesn't. Your Fetch Shock dual mono base can mostly make up for these, but it's not always the case. So hypothetically, you could shave down some of these legendary lands in order to get to a point where you've got better fixing if that becomes a problem. Now, moving on from there, the next step was just, again, find all the legendary stuff. So Adeline, Anna McCall, Arabella, Arbozmir, Bayek of Siwa, which gives double strike to our historic creatures, Excalibur, since we're playing a whole bunch of legends already, along with Embercleave, Campbell, Odric, and Sheoldred. Bunch of legends that all beat down our opponents in various ways, draining life, pinging them, being huge, generating tokens, etc. Then in our card draw camp, we've got like Gix and Timna and Rev, infamous Cruel Claw, Delny, which doubles up the triggers on a whole bunch of cards in our deck, including, importantly, Shanid, so that we draw 2 cards per trigger. We've got Croxa for more card draw. How would you like that? 2 mana, all of your opponents discard and you draw a card. Tiny Bones, 1 mana to do the same thing. Shadow Spear happens to be a legendary artifact. Didn't know that was the case. And Karlach to get an extra combat step. Also, as you can see here, we're running 36 lands. That's because we can't run as much ramp as usual, and we're going to be playing a bunch of stacks in our Mardu deck in order to facilitate this aggro beatdown plan. So we've got some protection, which is helped out by the legendary Boromir and Skrelv in order to keep our guys alive. We've got our ramp. Mox Amber and Mox Opal are both legendary, as is Ragavan, the Iron Crag, and some things that give us treasures like Grim Hireling, Professional Facebreaker. Rev happens to be legendary, as does the Reaver Cleaver, and Lotho. Then we've got some removal. Unfortunately, the only one we have that's legendary is Loran. And then here comes the stacks plan. So our plan is mostly built around just attacking our opponents to death. Therefore, we have to be able to mitigate our opponent's abilities to storm off, do combo loops, generate a bunch of card draw, cast multiple spells a turn. And for that case, we're going to play Rule of Law effect, anti-freeze spells, anti-creatures being killed, and this happens to be legendary, taxing effects with Thalia, Elishnorn to shut off opposing ETB triggers, and so on. We got some tutors, including Oswald, and Oswald isn't completely irrelevant here. He does go and grab relevant artifacts, so things like Winter Orb, Stone of Eric, and Trinisphere, along with some of our beatdown stuff like the Reaver Cleaver. And then Rograk, just because, hey, it's a 0 mana legend, why not? Basically becomes a free spell, and it's a creature that we can equip onto, and so forth. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Shanid Sleeper's Scourge in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Sharuum the Hegemon. Now, this is a commander that you might not be familiar with unless you've been playing Commander for 10 plus years. And nowadays, it really doesn't see much play anymore, but despite that, I do think it's both a fun commander and powerful enough to tangle with modern Magic EDH decks. So with that said, Shroom is an Esper 6-drop. It's a 5/5 flying legendary artifact creature Sphinx. And it says, when Shroom the Hegemon enters the battlefield, you may return target artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So obviously, we can either cheat in expensive artifacts that we put in the graveyard, but more importantly, Shroom can combo with any clone. So how does that work? So the main best 3 clones are Sculpting Steel, Phyrexian Metamorph, and Phantasmal Image. And here's how it works. You have Shroom in play and cast one of these clones, or you have a artifact clone in your graveyard, Metamorph or Sculpting Steel, you cast Shroom and you reanimate it. The clone enters as a copy of Shroom. Now, before its trigger goes on the stack, and before you can even select targets, you have to choose the legend rule. So you legend one of them out, either the clone or Shroom. Let's just say it's Shroom. So Shroom goes to the graveyard, and now the clone's ability goes onto the stack, and now you can target the Shroom that's in the graveyard. So Shroom comes back, you have to legend rule again, you put one in the graveyard, you reanimate it, you put it one in the graveyard, you reanimate it, so you get infinite enter the battlefield effects and infinite death triggers. Note, this is not sacrifice triggers. The legend rule technically doesn't sacrifice one of the cards, so this will only trigger on ETB and death. Now with that said, there's many different combo pieces that you could use, but the best ones are Disciple of the Vault. Whenever an artifact is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you may have target opponent lose 1 life. This is one of the cheapest ones we can get, so unlike a card like Blood Artist or Marionette Apprentice, this one is 1 cheaper. Or Altar of the Brood. Whenever another permanent enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 1 card. The reason we have this one is because at a 1 mana artifact, we can get it off of Urza's Saga, and it itself is also an artifact. So if this is in our graveyard for whatever reason and we just need this as part of the combo, we can Shroom it back. And it's worthwhile to have multiple different combo pieces in case one gets dealt with. Now, aside from this loop, we do have the Dramatic Scepter combo to generate infinite mana. And we have Hullbreaker Horror, which again generates infinite mana with various mana rocks, usually Sol Ring. Now that Mana Crypt has been banned, there are fewer ways of going infinite with this, but there are still some ways, like Sol Ring plus Chrome Mox can go infinite with Hullbreaker. Now, aside from that, we have some card draw spells, the usual suspects, but also ones that specifically work well with our artifact-based strategy. So Crystal Skull Isu's Spyglass is a 4 mana. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play historic lands and cast historic spells from the top of your library, and it also taps for blue. And Mystic Forge, which allows us to cast artifacts and colorless spells from the top. Bunch of counter spells. We need to interact. We need to protect Shroom combo. Muddle the Mixture can also go grab certain combo pieces like the Dramatic Scepter combo. Dark Ritual, because sometimes we just want to turbo out Shroom and win the game. Pretty straightforward mana base with the notable additions of Manamo, mainly for untapping the 1 ring, and Inventor's Fair, which can tutor up combo pieces. Silence, protect our combo turns or stop opponents from storming off. Whole bunch of ramp spells, some removal, Chain of Vapor, Dress Down, Gilded Drake, Skyclave. A little bit of stacks with Cursed Totem and the usual, Psych Rift. And then our tutors. So this deck is very much built around combo winning. So while we do have the usual tutors like Demonic, Enlightened, etc., we also have some additions, things like Transmute Artifact. This basically lets you sack an artifact and go tutor directly onto the battlefield another artifact, and then you pay the difference in their costs. If the artifact that you grab is the same or cheaper than the one you sacrificed, then you don't have to pay anything. Fabricate goes, grabs an artifact. Whir of Invention grabs an artifact. And Wishclaw Talisman can grab anything and is itself an artifact. We also have Limdual's Vault as basically a instant speed 2 mana version of Imperial Seal. Essentially, it doesn't exactly tutor whatever you want, but effectively that's what it does. And Entomb, which in this deck is a straight up combo card tutor because we can put Phyrexian Metamorph or Sculpting Steel in the graveyard, or Altar of the Brood if that's the card we're missing, and go off from there. Now with that said, obviously we could also include the Console Oracle combo in the deck if we wanted to. I've opted not to, and I'm slowly moving away from having this in decks. I think it's just a really boring combo. It just automatically goes in every single blue-black deck. I do feel that Oracle will be banned at some point, so I'm moving away from using it outside of the most pushed high-power CEDH decks. Meathook Massacre is another card that can combo kill in the same way that Disciple of the Vault can. It is more expensive, though. but has the added utility of being able to sometimes be a sweeper. I've opted not to include it here. I didn't feel it was necessary. Same thing with Toxic Deluge. And Seed of the Synod, as an artifact, can be relevant for getting Metalcraft or other things like, for Mox Opal or Inventor's Fair. In a 3-color deck, our mana base is pretty tight, but you could maybe include this. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Shroom the Hegemon in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Shorakai Genesis Engine. So Shorakai is our one and only vehicle commander. So we've got a 4-mana Azorius 8/8 with crew 8. And it says Shorakai can be your commander. So we are a legendary artifact vehicle, and we've got 1 tap, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Create a 1/1 colorless pilot token with this creature crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. So essentially 3. So it is a looter from the command zone, but notably it is not a creature, it is a vehicle. So we can play a lot of cards that we would not normally be able to play since our commander is not a creature. So first off, we've got just a bunch of card draw spells, including notably Cephalid Coliseum and Narset Parter of Veils. Also, Skull Clamp goes very well with these random 1/1 pilots that we're creating. Then as far as combos go, we have, of course, Dramatic Scepter. Why not? Hullbreaker Horror, which can loop the 0-mana artifacts in our deck, like Mox Opal or whatever, or Sol Ring and Mana Crypt to generate infinite mana. And then with our infinite mana, because Shorakai is not a creature, we can tap this immediately. So if we have a way to flicker or bounce and recast Shorakai, we can always just keep looting through our entire deck regardless. Since this is not a creature, we can just tap it immediately. And then notably, this version is also the Poly Tyrant version, so we don't play any creatures in our deck other than Hullbreaker Horror. So any of these pilots that we generate can then be polymorphed or Proteus staffed into the Hullbreaker Horror. So polymorph and Proteus staff get rid of a creature that's in play and then get cards off the top of the deck until we find a creature and put it onto the battlefield. In this case, it's always going to be Hullbreaker Horror, and then Hullbreaker Horror can help us combo from there. Then we've got a bunch of counter spells, really heavy in on these counter spells, including Muddle the Mixture to transmute for other things, a little bit of fast mana for Shorakai, Azorius Mana Base, Silence to protect our combo turns or just make sure that Shorakai doesn't get countered, a bunch of Mana Rocks to ramp with, including Keys, which are of course good to untap Grim Monolith, Mana Vault, these Mana Rocks that produce more mana than it costs to untap them with the Keys. Also untaps the One Ring, Shorakai, any other artifacts that have other tap abilities. We've got Savin's Reclamation as a way to get stuff back. A bunch of removal, somewhat taking the form of bounce spells. So Alchemist Retrieval, Chain of Vapor, and Geist Wave, along with Otawara, are all bounce spells. And then we just have straight up Path to Exile, Resculpt, and Swords to Plowshares. Again, our commander is Shorakai, and a lot of our stuff also revolves around artifacts. So we do need ways of making sure that we can get rid of Null Rod, Collector Oof, Stony Silence. Then we got some stacks effects. So Cursed Totem shuts down activated abilities of creatures. And again, Shorakai is not a creature, it is a vehicle. And then the big one is going to be Humility. All creatures lose their abilities and are 1/1s. So normally, you cannot play Humility because most decks at least rely on their commander to some degree. Humility is included in this deck because, once again, we do not need any creatures except Hullbreaker Horror. And sometimes we don't even need that. So we can play Humility as a way to shut down all opposing creatures, which shuts off a fair amount of both aggressiveness and combos from opposing decks. So no Thoracles, no Dockside Extortionists, no Mana Dorks, nothing works from our opponents. Then we've got Narset, which shuts off extra draws, Pithing Needle to shut down one specific thing if we need it to, Rest in Peace for graveyards. We've got Tabernacle, because of course we only have one creature in our entire deck anyway, why not? And Torpor Orb to shut down ETB triggers. And then we've got some sweepers in Cyclonic Rift and Vanquish the Horde. And then a bunch of tutors. So some of the typical ones you would expect to find in Enlightened Tutor and Mystical Tutor, but then a whole bunch of other tutors like Transmute Artifact, Tezzeret, War of Invention, and Urza Saga to go find artifacts, Merchant Scroll and solve the equation for spells, and then long-term plan, search your library for a card, shuffle, and then put that card third from the top, which we can get to fairly quickly using Shorakai's Looter ability. So again, the main things with this deck are going to be try to get Shorakai online quickly if possible, use some stacks cards to slow down the opponents, and then eventually either just outcard advantage the opponent or find ways of combining other things such as Narset plus Wheels to screw over our opponent's hands, or any of these combos to generate infinite mana. So like Isochron plus Dramatic Scepter and then just draw our whole deck with Shorakai. or polymorph the pilot tokens into Hullbreaker Horror and go off that way. It's also worth noting that because we untap with Shurikai, we can make infinite pilots using Isochron Scepter. Now, I guess that's technically not true to some degree because we are drawing cards, although we can put them back in the deck with Time Twister. So we can make infinite, or at least a good enough amount of pilot tokens, and then just overrun our opponent and use Hullbreaker to bounce anything problematic. We could, of course, also have additional or other things in the deck. We could be running Tidespout Tyrant if we wanted to. We could be playing other combos. Like, we could play Oracle in this deck if we wanted to. But mostly it's a pretty tight package where the stacks cards in the deck affect our opponents, but not us because of the unique vehicle nature of our commander. And that is Shurikai Genesis Engine. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. We're looking at the Foundations commanders, and this day we're on Shrufus Sprout Sire. So Shrufus Sprout Sire is a 3-mana 1/1 legendary creature sapperling with trample, and he says whenever a sapperling you control deals combat damage to a player, create that many 1/1 green sapperling creature tokens. At first, I tried to take this deck in a bit of a sapperling tribal direction, but most of the sapperling cards are actually not very good. So pivoting off of that, I decided to switch to just making Shrufus really, really big in order to attack, deal damage, and make that many sapperlings. And from there, you can then use those sapperlings to your advantage in order to either draw cards or just beat down the opponent. The first up is going to be our pump spells, and here we have a number of them, such as Embiggen, Giant Growth, Groundswell, Invigorate, Might of Old Krosa, Phytoburst, Seal of Strength, and Vines of Vastwood. All of these cards, for usually 1 mana, but in some cases less or more, will give somewhere between +3, +4, and +5 to our commander, at which point we can attack and generate somewhere between maybe 4 and 6 sapperling tokens. However, one of the problems with these cards is that they are temporary, and thus we can only get the sapperlings off of them once. Now, of course, once we do, we then have many other sapperlings to attack with, but those sapperlings are just 1/1s that have no evasion. With that in mind, we're playing a number of other permanent-based or repeatable pump effects, such as Rosethorn Halberd, Rancor, and Hero's Blade. And then in order to take advantage of the many sapperling tokens we're making, we're of course playing a bunch of big pump, with some of the best ones being Beastmaster Ascension and Craterhoof Behemoth, but there's other ones like Coat of Arms, Blossoming Bog Beast, Cultivator of Blades, Eldrazi Monument, which is particularly good in this deck, since even though, yes, we do have to sacrifice a sapperling token, if we're giving all of our sapperlings flying anyway, we should be able to continuously make more and more sapperlings at an exponential rate, so the drawback doesn't really apply. Along with a number of other cards like Triumph of the Hordes, Tendershoot Dryad, and Wild Beastmaster. We also have some card draw to take advantage of our many sapperlings, like Collective Unconscious and Shamanic Revelation to draw cards based on our creatures, or Oran Frostfang and Toski in order to deal damage with our many creatures and draw cards, or of course good old Skull Clamp. We have some additional ways of increasing our output of sapperling tokens, so Parallel Lives will of course double our token production, Roaming Throne will double the trigger, effectively doing the same thing. And Maskwood Nexus is a card that we can deploy in order to name sapperling, and then all of our creatures will become sapperlings, such as all of our mana dorks and anything else we might have, so that they too can produce more sapperlings. Concordant Crossroads is going to be important for making our sapperlings able to tap immediately, which sometimes is relevant in the case of cards like Cryptolith Rite and Enduring Vitality, in order to give our sapperling creature tokens the ability to tap for mana. The mana base is pretty straightforward, with some important lands being things like Three Tree City and Gaia's Cradle in order to increase the output of our mana. Also, it's worth noting that Urza's Saga can go fetch up Skull Clamp, which is very relevant in this deck. We, of course, want our commander to survive and not die to either counter spells or removal, so we have a number of cards that allow our commander to be uncounterable or give it hexproof or some such other ability in order to make it so that our commander is not killed. One important card missing from here is Steely Resolve, which is a 2-mana enchantment that gives all creatures of a chosen type Shroud, which we unfortunately can't play because then we would be unable to target our commander with pump spells. We also, of course, have a number of different ramp with such cards as Enduring Vitality and Jaheira and Cryptolith Rite in order so that the additional sapperlings we're making can also tap for mana if needed. And of course, we're going to need a little bit of removal in order to take care of things. We especially need to be able to take care of Drannith Magistrate in order to deploy our commander. And then here we have Natural Order, which is a great way to tutor up Craterhoof Behemoth or Bane of Progress should the need arise. And because we are playing so many Mana Dorks, we don't need to play that many Mana Rocks, so Bane of Progress should mostly be asymmetrical, although not entirely. Well, with all that said, that's going to do it for Shrufus Sprout Sire in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Skithiryx the Blight Dragon, otherwise known as Skittles. So Skithiryx the Blight Dragon is a 5 mana 4/4 flyer with Infect, and he's got black to give himself haste and black to regenerate. So obviously, like many Voltron commanders before him, Skithiryx's main deal here is that you want to pump his power up to 10, attack an opponent, and immediately kill them with 10 poison counters. The problem is there's just not a whole lot of ways of doing that in mono black, so finding cards that are going to pump Skithiryx and are efficient is going to be the big hurdle to clear in this deck. So with that said, we do have Nettle Cyst here as part of our beatdown plan, which we can equip to Skithiryx, and then it by itself is at least +1, and then we need to get another 5 artifacts and or enchantments onto the battlefield in order to get Skithiryx up. Now again, you could spread the damage over multiple turns, you know, deal 5 poison to your opponent on one turn and then 5 the next turn, but really you want to be able to one-shot them. So in the pump section, our main cards that we're going to want to have access to are Lash Writhe and Nightmare Lash. So these are 4 mana equipments that give the equipped creature +1/+1 for each swamp you control. And they're both 4 mana equipment that can basically equip for free. In the case of Nightmare Lash, you just pay 3 life to equip. In the case of Lash Writhe, you pay double Phyrexian Black to equip, so 4 life basically. So you can have Lash Writhe or Nightmare Lash in play, then you cast Skithiryx, you equip it basically for free, give Skithiryx haste, and kill your opponents, although that does require that you have 6 swamps in play. There's also Unspeakable Symbol, which is pay 3 life to put a +1 counter on target creature, which we can activate as many times as we have life to pay for it. So in the case of Skithiryx, we're going to need to activate this 6 times in order to get Skithiryx up to 10 power, which means we're going to need to pay 18 life. We've also got Cranial Plating, which is basically another version of Nettle Cyst, but it only cares about artifacts and not enchantments. There's Heraldic Banner. This is in here just because it is a mono rock that also pumps our black creatures. It only pumps it up to 5 power though. And then Champion's Helm is only +2, but it gives the equipped creature hexproof, so it's a way of making sure that Skithiryx doesn't get killed. And as I said, there just really aren't a lot of good options for pumping Skithiryx and mono black. Now there's some like instants and sorceries, but you really don't want to burn a spell that's only going to pump it for 1 turn. And also a lot of those spells are kind of expensive. So other cards in the deck, we've got our black card draw. We've got some combo pieces. We're already running Bolas's Citadel anyway, so we may as well throw in Divining Top and Reservoir into that combo as well. Some fast mana. Again, we want to get Skithiryx out as quickly as possible. Also, Lightning Greaves will protect it from removal and give it haste without us having to pay the black mana. Then is our lands go. We've got 21 swamps. We've got Urborg and Cabal Coffers, and Urborg in particular is useful for turning the rest of these non-swamp lands into swamps for the purposes of things like Nightmare Lash and Lash Writhe. Some additional things, obviously Cavern of Souls, we can name Skithiryx type and make it not counterable. A little bit of faster mana in Ancient Tomb and Gemstone Caverns. Then proliferating is going to be partially important. So Karn's Bastion. So let's say we manage to hit an opponent, but not for enough poison to actually kill them. We can eventually take them out of the game by proliferating until they get to 10 poison and dying. That's also why Staff of Completion is in here, because part of its mode is proliferating. So you can use this as just a mono rock or a card draw spell, but you can also proliferate. Shizo, because sometimes, although Skithiryx having flying will usually mean that it can't be blocked, our opponents can have creatures with flying, obviously. So we want a way to get it through those. Inkmoth Nexus is just another way of either dealing the final amount of poison damage. Let's say we hit our opponent with Skithiryx and then Skithiryx got killed. This is just a way of getting more poison, or it's a way of just getting poison onto our opponents that we can then proliferate later. Underdark Rift is just a removal spell that can get rid of, like, for example, artifacts, which is not so doable in mono black usually. Some more protection. Obviously, we already went over Champion's Helm and Lightning Greaves. We've also got Defense Grid and Imp's Mischief. These are just, again, more ways of making sure that Skithiryx doesn't get killed by removal or countered. Then we're going to want a whole bunch of ramp, and we're going to want more ramp than normal, again, because we want to make sure that we get Skithiryx out as fast as possible. There's even a Heartless Summoning here, which, although it does give -1, reducing the cost of Skithiryx by 2 can be a make or break part of that card. And some of our pump, like Unspeakable Evil, or Unspeakable Symbol rather, doesn't really care if we're getting -1 because it just pumps it up anyway. And then just some other things to note are we've got the keys: Manifold Key, Voltaic Key, Sonic Screwdriver to untap Mana Vault, Grim Monolith, the One Ring, etc. But it can also do things like untap Staff of Completion if we want to proliferate multiple times to pump the poison on our opponents. We've got some removal in case we need that. Then a bunch of stacks cards. So obviously this deck is not really so great about comboing our opponent out. Our main win condition is poisoning our opponents with Skithiryx, and to that end, we do need to make sure that we have the time to do that and that we are preventing our opponents from doing things. So we've got Chains of Mephistopheles to prevent extra card draw, but we also have Shieldred and Oaker's Bowmasters to punish extra card draw. And notably, specifically regarding Chains, if you actually look at our card draw spells, we've got Null Perfusion and the One Ring and Black Market connections, but then Adnaz doesn't draw cards, Bolus the Citadel doesn't draw cards, and Necropotence puts the cards directly into your hand, not drawing them. And we only have, as far as the cards that draw more cards go, we only have Black Market, Null Perfusion, and the One Ring anyway, so this can be useful. We've also got Contamination and Infernal Darkness, so these are cards that color fix everything into black. So Contamination is during your upkeep, sack a creature or sack Contamination. Whenever a land is tapped for mana, it produces black instead of its normal type and amount. So obviously we do need to have a creature every turn to sack to this, but it forces all of our opponent's lands to only tap for black mana. Similarly, Infernal Darkness is cumulative upkeep, black, and 1 life, and all lands produce black instead of their normal colors. Cursed Totem to shut off creature abilities. We don't have any creature abilities of our own anyway. Torpor Orb to shut off ETBs. Again, we don't have any ETBs other than, I guess, Bowmasters, which doesn't really matter anyway. And then we have things like Dothy, Opposition Agent, and Trinisphere is more ways of, again, just like protecting us from counter spells. Our opponents have to pay at least 3 to cast them. A little bit of Sweeping, Damnation, Toxic Deluge. These are good to play before we cast Skithiryx. Tutors in black, of course, because why not? Expedition Map in here in particular is useful because we need to grab things like Urborg and Cabal Coffers more than normal. And then finally, we've got some proliferating related cards. So Throne of Geth can sack an artifact to proliferate. Ichor Rats puts a poison counter on each of our opponents, although this is an ETB trigger, so sometimes if we have Torpor Orb in play, this isn't going to work, but most of the time it's fine. This just gets the initial poison counter on all of our opponents so that we can eventually proliferate them out of the game if necessary. And then Infectious Inquiry is you draw 2, lose 2 life, each opponent gets a poison, so it's the spell version of Ichor Rats. So again, our primary win condition here is Skithiryx, and then either pumping it to 10 power so we can one-shot our opponents, or at least pumping it to 5 so that we can two-shot them, and then using a combination of stacks and various other protection to make sure that Skithiryx doesn't get countered or killed, or failing that, if Skithiryx gets taken out of the game, poisoning our opponents and then proliferating them to death. And yep, that is Skithiryx the Blight Dragon. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Sliver Tribal. So Sliver Tribal can obviously have many different commanders, but I think Sliver Queen is the best one because it has the most combo potential with its ability to pay 2 mana to make a 1/1 Sliver token. So first things first, let's just go ahead and look at all the slivers in the deck to figure out what exactly we're doing. And like how you can have tons of different commanders for slivers, since there are many different legendary slivers, even in 5 colors, there's also just many different slivers that you could choose to include in your deck. So here's the ones I'm picking and why I want them. So Basil Sliver, 3 mana 2/2, and it says all slivers have sacked this creature, add double black. So this basically allows all of your slivers to become Basil Thralls and get fast mana if you need them. There's also going to be combos involving sacking stuff potentially. We've got Cloud Treader Sliver, which is all slivers have flying and haste. So this is relevant either for the beatdown plan to get through any blocks, or the haste also matters for combining with the mana adding abilities of other slivers. We've got Crystalline Sliver, all slivers have Shroud, and Diffusion Sliver. Whenever a sliver creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, counter that spell or ability unless its controller pays 2. So basically all of your slivers have Ward 2. These are the protection effects of the slivers. We've got Gemhide and Mana Weft Sliver. All slivers become Birds of Paradise, basically. Useful for ramping out. Harmonic Sliver. All slivers have, when this permanent enters the battlefield, destroy target artifact or enchantment, so Aura Shards. Hibernation Sliver. All slivers have pay 2 life to bounce this permanent back to your hand. Relevant for combos or just to protect your slivers from sweepers or other removal spells. Lava Belly Sliver. Sliver creatures you control have, when this creature enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to target player or planeswalker, and you gain 1 life. This is, of course, going to be relevant for combos. Metallic Sliver, a 1 mana 1/1 that doesn't do anything. This is going to be relevant for combos. Morophon, 7 mana Changeling. It's a 6/6. You choose a creature type. Spells of the chosen type you cast cost Wooburg less. So all of our slivers cost Wooburg less, and other creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. This is here primarily for the Wooburg cost reduction. We've got Necrotic Sliver. All slivers have 3 mana, sack this permanent, destroy target permanent, so all slivers become Vindicates. Not really that great of an effect, since paying 3 mana and sacking a creature just to destroy a permanent is not really that great in terms of the how much it costs to do it, but it is an option that I would like to have open in case we need to blow up things that are not just artifacts or enchantments. Root Sliver, which it can't be countered and slivers can't be countered. We've got Scuttling Sliver. Sliver creatures you control have 2 mana, untap this creature. Again, very combo oriented. And then we've got some 5 mana slivers that are all Wooburg cost. So these all do various things. Sliver Legion is all sliver creatures get +1/+1 for each other sliver on the battlefield. So basically your own coat of arms just for slivers. This is in order so that you can go on the beatdown route in case you don't have a combo. Then you've got Sliver Overlord as a way to tutor up slivers. The second ability, gain control of target sliver, not really that relevant. It's mostly here just to be a tutor for other slivers, primarily just to get combo pieces. And then the first sliver, which has Cascade and gives all of our slivers Cascade, mostly here just to be a value piece. So then what is the rest of the deck doing besides just the slivers? We've got a little bit of sweepers, we've got some tutors, including Quarter Calling. We've got a bunch of ramp, including creatures that are not slivers, just because we do need a bunch of ramp spells. Urza's Incubator, just choose slivers, and then all your slivers cost 2 less. Leyline of Abundance, this is obviously good with any of our mana dorks, but it's also going to be relevant for combos later. Some protection, Rainbow Mana Base, including a Gaia's Cradle, some counter spells, card draw, including things that are tribal based like Distant Melody and Pact of the Serpent, which draw cards based on the total amount of one creature type that we have on the battlefield. And Kindred Discovery, which will draw a card whenever we have a sliver enter or attack. Also Skull Clamp. And then finally, the combos. So how do these work? Well, there's a whole bunch of them. The easiest one to understand is Molten Echoes. This one says whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you may add an amount of colorless mana equal to the number of creatures you control that share a type with it. So obviously, this goes infinite with Sliver Queen. You pay 2 mana, you put a 1/1 sliver into play, it triggers. And even if Sliver Queen and that token are the only 2 creatures that you have that are slivers on the battlefield, you'll get 2 mana from the Mana Echoes, which allows you to activate Sliver Queen again, which will put a sliver token into play, and this time it will generate 3 colorless mana, and you can just use the Sliver Queen to generate infinite colorless mana and infinite 1/1 sliver tokens with that ability. Additionally, Biomancer's Familiar will reduce the cost to activate the Sliver Queen. So in combination with Ashnod's Altar, that also allows you to sack the sliver for 2 mana, and then pay only 1 mana to put another sliver into play. So that will also be infinite colorless mana. And then you have the combos that involve Hibernation Sliver or Cloudstone Curio, where you can bounce slivers back to your hand. So if you have Mana Weft or Gemhide Sliver, let's say you can then, and you can also combo that with Intruder Alarm. So let's say you've got Gemhide or Mana Weft, right? And all of your slivers have the ability to tap for mana. So if you've got Haste via Cloud Shredder Sliver, then that means you can play a sliver, tap it for mana, and then have the Cloudstone or Hibernation Sliver bounce a sliver back to your hand. Then you can play a sliver, tap the sliver for mana, bounce a sliver back to your hand. And this will wind up triggering either Mana Echoes for colorless mana, or Lava Belly Sliver to deal 1 damage to an opponent. So using that, you can use Cloudstone Curio, Hibernation Sliver to bounce and recast slivers, which will generate mana from Mana Echoes or deal damage here. And this is why Metallic Sliver is so useful, because it's only 1 mana and colorless, so it works well with Mana Echoes or any of your bounce effects that are allowing you to replay and activate slivers immediately. So for example, Metallic Sliver can be its own outlet. So let's say you have Cloud Shredder, Mana Weft, or Gemhide, and then one of these bounce effects, you can go cast Metallic Sliver, tap it for mana immediately, bounce a 1-drop back to your hand, then play that 1-drop, bounce Metallic Sliver back to your hand. And of course, these combos also work with non-slivers as well, specifically in the case of Cloudstone Curio. Cloudstone and Hibernation also work with Intruder Alarm, so if you have multiple mana dorks, including mana from Mana Weft or Gemhide Sliver, you can play a creature, untap all of your mana dorks, tap them all for mana using the Intruder Alarm, bouncing 1 thing back to your hand, play another thing, untap all of your guys, generate infinite mana that way. Basal Sliver, because it's the sacrifice for double black, is basically the Sliver version of Ashnod's Altar, so it can sub in for Ashnod's Altar when you don't have that. And because it's a Sliver, it's just better than Ashnod's. It generates black mana instead of colorless mana. It's a Sliver, so you can tutor for it. It's a Sliver, so it gets the abilities of the other Slivers, and so on. Then you've also got Enduring Renewal. So Enduring Renewal is you play with the cards in your hand revealed, but that's not the relevant part. The relevant part is if you would draw a creature from your library, discard it. Whenever a creature goes to your graveyard from the battlefield, put that creature into your hand. So basically, if you sack a creature or it dies for any reason, instead of dying, it just goes back to your hand. So now you can use Ashnod's Altar, Basal Sliver, etc. to sack, let's say, Metallic Sliver. It dies, but then it just goes back to your hand. Then you recast it, then you sack it, it goes back to your hand, etc. So Metallic Sliver plus Enduring Renewal plus either Ashnod's Altar or Basal Sliver is infinite mana. And then finally, Scuttling Sliver. So Scuttling Sliver is, albeit another 4 mana combo, or another 4 card combo, is a way to go infinite. So if you've got Biomancer's Familiar or any effect that reduces the activation cost of creatures, and you have Leyline of Abundance, which allows creatures to add an additional mana when they tap for mana, and you've got Gemhide or Mana Weft Sliver, you can tap any of your slivers for mana, because they have the mana from Mana Weft or Gemhide, and then you can untap those same slivers. So you generate a mana from the sliver, you generate an extra mana from Leyline of Abundance, and then you can untap them for 1 mana using the Scuttling Sliver in combination with Biomancer's Familiar or Training Grounds or any other effect that reduces the activation cost. So you tap for 2, but you only untap for 1, so you generate infinite mana. And then even if you don't have any other infinite mana outlet, although you should, because you can just put Sliver Queen into play directly, but even if that's not relevant, you can also dump all of the mana into Leyline of Abundance to put infinite +1 counters on your creatures and win that way. There's also lots of other lines you can take. So of course you've got tutors, including things like Sliver Overlord to go tutor for the exact sliver that you need, Chord of Calling to go tutor for the exact sliver that you need. So although many of the combos involve 3 or 4 pieces, you also have tutors to go find them. And it's also not just like 4 cards that only work with exactly the 3 other cards in their combo. They work with lots of other cards in the combo pieces. So again, it's going to be a sliver deck that involves many different combos, or you can just beat down with stuff like Sliver Legion or draw cards with like all of this stuff. And Sliver Queen can act as an infinite mana outlet from the command zone. So that is Sliver Tribal in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Stella Lee Wildcard. So Stella Lee is from the Outlaws of Thunder Junction Commander decks. She is a 3 mana Izzet Commander. She's a 2/4 and she has 2 abilities. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. And tap, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy, but you can only activate this if you've cast 3 or more spells this turn. So the main thing that Stella Lee is going to be used for is infinite combos that involve copying spells that untap her so that you can keep tapping her to copy those spells over and over and over. So with that said, we're going to, 1, need those copy cards, those untapping cheap spells that we can use to copy and untap her over and over. And we're going to need a bunch of cheap spells that we can cast to enable the if you've cast 3 or more spells this turn ability. So before we move on to everything else, let's just cover the combos. So the most obvious one is going to be Cerulean Wisps. Target creature becomes blue until end of turn, untap that creature, draw a card. So if you cast Cerulean Wisps and you have a Stella Lee in play that is not summoning sick, you can hold priority with Cerulean Wisps on the stack, activate Stella Lee, copying the Cerulean Wisps, which will untap Stella Lee, drawing a card, and then while the Cerulean Wisp is still on the stack, you will activate Stella Lee again, copying the Cerulean Wisps over and over and over, allowing you to draw your entire deck. The same is true for Refocus and Twitch. So these are 3 cards that allow you to untap Stella Lee and draw a card. So if you've got Stella Lee without Summoning Sickness and any of these 3 cards, you can draw your entire deck, and then you can win with anything in your deck, like Thassa's Oracle being the most obvious one. Additionally, we have some more untappers in Dramatic Reversal. So Dramatic Reversal untaps all your non-land permanents. This is typically used in the Dramatic Scepter combo, so you imprint it onto Isochron Scepter, and then in combination with mana rocks that can produce 3 or more mana, you can generate infinite mana. In this case, all you need is Dramatic Reversal, Stellar Lead that is not summoning sick, and any mana rock, and you can generate infinite mana. The same basic principle is also going to be true for Hidden Strings. So Hidden Strings, which will be most familiar to people that know the Lotus Field combo deck and Pioneer, is a spell that says you may tap or untap target permanent, then you may tap or untap another target permanent. So it lets you untap 2 permanents. So one of the permanents can be Stellarly, and then the other permanent can be a land, let's say, and you can use that to generate infinite mana. Obviously, you then need something to do with that infinite mana, but this is a way of creating an infinite mana combo. And then our final card, which is going to be a combo in and of itself, is Twisted Fealty. So this is a 3 mana red sorcery, and it's gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn, so it's an untapper. And then it says create a Wicked Roll token attached to up to 1 target creature. So a Wicked Roll token is an enchantment token that gives +1/+1, and when the token is put into a graveyard, each opponent loses 1 life. And you can only have 1 roll token at a time. So when you get a roll token, any other roll tokens on the card fall off. So the combo here is, again, you need Stella Lee without summoning sickness. You need 3 mana. You go cast Twisted Fealty, targeting the Stella Lee. You hold priority, and you, of course, copy the Twisted Fealty with Stella Lee. So as part of the ability, it untaps Stella Lee, and then it gives Stella Lee a Wicked Roll token. All right, now Stella Lee is untapped. So you activate Stella Lee again. You do the same thing. And now when you create a Wicked Roll token, she already has a Wicked Roll token on her, so the Wicked Roll token falls off. That causes it to trigger, and the opponents lose 1 life. You then repeat infinite times, creating infinite Wicked Roll tokens, untapping Stella Lee infinite times, your opponents get drained out. So Twisted Fealty is the best of the combo cards, but you can obviously just use any of these other combo cards to get to that point. So if you've got, for example, Cerulean Wisps, you can just draw your whole deck until you find Twisted Fealty or Oracle. So you don't actually need both of these, but having both of them gives you a little bit of redundancy in case at least one of them goes away. Now, secondly, are going to be the rest of the untap effects, so the ones I didn't cover already. So claim the Firstborn, gain control of target creature with mana value 3 or less, untap it, gains haste until end of turn. So it's an untapper, but it's also a 1 mana spell that gives her haste. So if you didn't have haste already, but you had one of these other effects, say, you can use Claim the Firstborn to give her haste. Shore Up is a protection spell. Target creature you control gets +1 in hexproof and untap it. So obviously, this deck is built around comboing with Stella Lee. We need to make sure she doesn't die. So this is a way of untapping her that also protects her. Obviously, we're going to want haste as well, because we don't want to cast Stella Lee and then have to pass the turn. So there are many, many cards that grant haste that we could play. These are the ones that I thought were the best in terms of them being the cheapest or having additional utility. It's important that we play Stella Lee and then not have to pay additional mana afterwards. So the only one that requires us to do that out of them is Claim the Firstborn, but all of the rest give her haste by default. So Ashling's Prerogative, as it enters, when it enters, you choose odd or even, and then all the creatures, including your opponents, with that mana value get haste. But every creature that isn't with that mana value enters tapped. So obviously you choose odd, Stella Lee and any other odd creatures enter with haste, and all even creatures enter tapped. Hall of the Bandit Lord as your land. Mass Hysteria gives everything haste, period. Need for Speed requires you sack a land, but they can then give Stella Lee haste without having to pay any mana. And Torch Courier sacks itself to give another creature haste. So again, you can give Stella Lee haste without having to pay any mana. The next thing we're going to need to satisfy is that 3 spell restriction. So when you cast your second spell, exile the top, and you get to play the spell from the top, is helpful in terms of generating value or getting you that extra spell that you need. But we still need actual cheap or free spells that we can use to get to this point. So we're obviously going to need to play a bunch of cheap cantrips, and this is not every single cantrip that exists, but this is the suite that I thought were the best ones. So Brainstorm, Consider, Preordain, Sleight of Hand, Ponder. These are obvious, just like easy cantrips that we can play for 1 mana. Overmaster is the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn, can't be countered, draw a card. So it's another cantrip that if we are playing it prior to casting our combo card like Twisted Fealty or Cerulean Wisps, make sure that our opponent can't counter those at least. Frantic Search and Gitaxian Probe are free. And then Highway Robbery is free if we plot it. So that does require that we either plot it before casting Stella or waiting a turn, but it's another spell that we can cast for free that just cycles itself. We're also going to want some card draw, so Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study are the obvious ones. Ring is also pretty obvious. Archmage Emeritus is whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. Obviously, we're in a Spellslinger deck that's playing a bunch of cheap cantrips, so this is pretty good. We're not always going to be able to get this combo off, or maybe our opponents counter Stella or kill her once she's on the field. We do need ways of acquiring more cards either after Stella Lee dies to recuperate, or even before her just to get all the cards that we need. Bunch of counter spells, which double up as ways of protecting Stella Lee and the combo. So in particular, things like Pact Negation, it's not an issue if we cast this if we're going to win on the same turn. Things like Spell Pierce can be used easily because, hey, it doesn't matter. We're casting this pretty early. Delay and Miscast are also going to fall into that same general category. A bit of fast mana, again, it helps if we can play Stella Lee and have additional mana open to cast more spells to combo off as fast as possible. Stormkiln Artist allows us to create treasure tokens when we cast instant and sorcery, so this is another way of just generating additional value. Lands are pretty straightforward. Some particular ones to highlight are things like Manamo, which is another land that can untap stuff. In this case, Stella Lee isn't always going to be used to just straight up combo. She can be used just as a value card. So things like Manamo can help just get one additional untap on her to draw an extra card. This is also going to work on the ring. So more about that is that, yeah, we're not always going to combo. So let's say we've got Stella Lee, but we don't actually have any combo pieces. Well, you know, casting a Consider and then copying a Consider is fine. That's fine. We can just, you know, get extra cards off of this, extra value off of this. She doesn't always have to be a combo piece. Obviously protection, so Cavern of Souls so she doesn't get countered. Misdirection and deflecting SWAT as ways of swerving stuff away. Spellskite to redirect. Defense grid so that she doesn't get countered or killed on the same turn, or at least it makes that stuff more expensive. Bunch of ramp spells. You could play a little bit more. I had to shave some stuffs for space. This is, I think, the best suite of ramp cards that we can play given that fact. A little bit of removal. Also, Snap counts as a removal spell that can also count as a way of getting Stella Lee back into your hand if you need to save her from removal, and of course untaps land, so it's a free spell. Chain of Vapor similarly can be used to get Stella Lee back into your hand to save her from removal, or it can be used as a way to cast more spells. So let's say you've got something that costs 0, like, oh, I don't know, Mox Opal, for example. You can cast the Chain of Vapor, bounce your own Mox Opal to your hand, then recast the Mox Opal. You can also copy the Chain of Vapor by sacking your lands. So the Chain of Vapor alone can be a way to get up to the 3 spell minimum that you need to go off with Stella Lee. Cyclonic Rift, always good. A little bit of tutoring. There are more tutors that we could play, like Personal Tutor, Solve the Equation. Those are a little expensive. I figured these seemed like the best one. Personal Tutor also is a sorcery speed thing that puts something on top of your deck, but if you're looking for more ways of just making sure that you always have the combo, these can be added to. Again, I would add Personal Tutor, Intuition, and Solve the Equation probably is like the number one way. Spellseeker's another way to get the necessary cards into our hand. And that is pretty much going to cover it. Now, one thing is that this is one of those decks where I actually wound up having to cut a lot of stuff for space. So I normally don't do this, but in the case of Stella Lee, I added a Considering tab. So here, there were some additional like cantrip style effects that I had. So like Opt and Serum Visions I figured were the worst of the cantrips, and I cut them just for space. But if you're looking for more cantrips, these are a good addition. Dragon's Rage Channeler is a way to filter into cards that you need. Rite of Flame and Strike It Rich is more fast mana. I mentioned Intuition, but you could add things like Solve the Equation and Personal Tutor here. And then some combo cards that I opted not to play. So Shrieking Drake is a card that alone lets you get to the 3 spell minimum that you need to activate Stella Lee, because it can bounce itself. So you cast Shrieking Drake, it bounces back to your hand. You cast Shrieking Drake again, it bounces back to your hand. And then whatever 3rd spell is the requirement for you to go off is then viable. Underworld Breach is another combo card. Now this deck isn't playing Brain Freeze or Lion's Eye Diamond or any of those cards that would normally make Underworld Breach a combo card. You could add that. You could also use it as a way to get stuff back. So let's say you casted Twisted Fealty earlier and your opponent countered it, for example, right? And you need a way to play that card again because you need a way to combo. If you're looking for some sort of redundancy, you could add Breach to the deck. Mind Over Matter is a card that makes every untap effect, or rather, it makes every cantrip effect a way to combo. So let's say you don't have Cerulean Wisp, but you've got Consider, right? So if you can copy Consider, you can then use Mind Over Matter to untap Stella Lee with the card you draw, and then you can just filter that, drawing your whole deck until you find the card that you're actually going to use to win. In this case, I opted not to play it because it's a bit on the expensive side. It is 6 mana, but if you want to turn every single cantrip in your deck into a combo card, this is a way to do it. But with that said, that is going to do it for Stella Lee Wildcard in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Scythus Harvest's Hand. Now, this deck is pretty powerful, and you could argue that it's in the CEDH realm or just high power, but however you want to put it, it is a powerful deck. So what is this deck doing? It is a green and white Enchantress deck built around Scythus Harvest's Hand. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain 1 life and draw a card. So we want as many enchantments as possible so that our cards are always replacing themselves. And we want Enchantress effects that are more than just Scythus. Now, outside of that, green and white is not really a great color for having infinite combos, and especially Enchantress-related infinite combos. But the deck has some combos, but it's mostly going to rely on stacks and outvaluing the opponent. So what do we got? Well, apart from Scythus, we have, of course, our card draw, which includes a bunch of other Enchantress effects. So the best one apart from Scythus is Argothian Enchantress, since it has Shroud. But we also have Enchantress's Presence, Mesa Enchantress, Satyr Enchanter, Setessan Champion, and Verdurin Enchantress. And then apart from those card draw spells, we also just have Sylvan Library and Esper Sentinel, because they're pretty good card draw spells in Selesnya combinations. We've got one piece of fast mana in Lotus Petal, although arguably you could perhaps put Elvish Spirit Guide in here as well, but this deck is not really built around a bunch of fast mana. And then our combo pieces, so we do have Devoted Druid, and we can combo that with either Luxior, Swift Reconfiguration, or Vizier of Remedies. In combination with any of those cards, it will produce infinite green mana, but not infinite mana of any other colors. And then we've got one Cloudstone Curio for other things that will become relevant later on, but at the minimum, it can bounce different enchantments, which will always trigger your various Enchantress effects. So every enchantment can always just become more snowballing card advantage if you have Cloudstone Curio. Then we've got just a ton of ramp, just an absolute gargantuan amount of ramp. So we've got all of our Mana Dorks, all of our Mana Rocks, but we've got additional enchantment-based versions of ramps that are more variable and unreliable, like Burgeoning, Exploration, and then of course enchantment-based ramp like Fertile Ground, Sanctum Weaver, and Utopia Sprawl, Wild Growth, and Wolf Willow Haven all get additional bonuses. Also, Smothering Tithe is better in this deck than it is in any other deck a lot of the time because, again, it's an enchantment and can trigger various Enchantress effects. Then we've got our spot removal. So we've got Darksteel Mutation, Kenrith's Transformation, Lignify, and Swords to Plowshares. Also, sometimes Swift Reconfig is removal, although it doesn't get rid of abilities. So if you're trying to hit creatures specifically to get rid of their abilities, this one does not do that. Then we've got our tutors, Eladamri's Call, Enlightened Tutor, Heliod's Pilgrim to fetch auras, Survival of the Fittest, and Worldly Tutor, since our main combos are built around Devoted Druid. And then we've got our more like uncategorized but value-based enchantments. So Hallowed Haunting, as long as you control 7 or more enchantments, creatures you control have Flying and Vigilance. And the more important part, whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a white Spirit Cleric creature token with power and toughness equal to the number of spirits you control. So if you have this out, every single enchantment that you cast causes you to get an XX spirit, where X is your total enchantment count. So this is going to be your primary win con right here. You've also got Karmic Justice. Whenever a spell or ability an opponent controls destroys a non-creature permanent you control, you may destroy target permanent that opponent controls. So technically it doesn't protect your stuff, but it does dissuade your opponent from trying to interact with you. And then although you do have some artifact-based ramp in like Mana Crypt, Mox Diamond, etc., this deck does need to lean into the stacks route in order to win the game. So we are playing Collector Oof, Null Rod, and Stony Silence. It's generally going to hurt the opponent's mana-based or artifact-based mana production a lot more than ours, especially because we have so many other versions of ramp. We also have Deafening Silence and Eidolon of Rhetoric and Rule of Law as our Rule of Law, you can't cast more than one spell a turn cards. Rest in Peace to negate graveyards, which is relevant against all the various Underworld Breach decks and any other graveyard-based combo. We could have Helm of Obedience in this deck if we wanted to, but there's not a good way to tutor it up. It's also somewhat expensive, so I think Rest in Peace by itself is just fine. And then, of course, Thranduil Magistrate, which should basically be in every single white deck. The lands are pretty straightforward, although we get to play both Gaia's Cradle and Sarah's Sanctum to produce tons of mana. Cavern of Souls also relevant in order to make Scythus uncounterable. And then just a bunch of other cards that are for various green and white fixing. We also do have one Hall of Heliod's Generosity in case we need to fetch back enchantments that have gone to the graveyard for whatever reason. And an Urza's Saga, mainly because, well, it is an enchantment, although you're not casting it, but mainly because it can tutor up Luxior. And at worst, it just tutors up like a Soul Ring or something. And then finally, we've got our protection spells. So Allosaurus Shepherd to make our green spells uncounterable. Destiny Spinner to make our green and enchantment, to make our creature and enchantment spells uncounterable. Also, once you have a sufficient number of enchantments and a sufficient amount of mana, The bottom ability can win the game by making our lands gigantic. Greater Oromancy and Sterling Grove protect our enchantments from being destroyed by spot removal. Sterling Grove can also top deck tutor an enchantment. And then in order to not get attacked, we've got Sphere of Safety, which is a ghostly prison for X, where X is our total enchantment count. So in this deck, it basically means our opponents can never attack us. And Moat, which shuts off non-flyers from attacking us, which is not all creatures, but a fairly sizable amount of them. So the main goal here is to outvalue the opponents via card advantage from all of the various Enchantress effects, including Sythis, and then stacks the opponent out with cards like Rule of Law, Stony Silence, etc., and eventually either get infinite mana via a combo like Devoted Druid, or just a lot of mana with cards like Sarah Sanctum and Gaia's Cradle, or Sanctum Weaver plus the other enchantments in the deck, and then win via overrunning the opponent with Allosaurus Shepherd and the various mana elves in our deck, overrunning the opponent by turning lands into huge trampling beaters, or overrunning the opponent by making tons and tons of gigantic spirits. And that is pretty much the goal of the Sythis deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are talking about Tai Joaquin Perfect Shot. This is one of the new commanders from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, which was recommended to me by the comment section on YouTube. So what does Tai Joaquin do? This is a pretty unique commander. She's a 2-mana Boros 2/3, and she says whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to a creature equal to that creature's toughness, draw a card, and X generic mana and tap. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player this turn, it deals that much damage plus X instead. So basically, you want to have a bunch of burn spells, and you want to burn out creatures to draw cards with Tai Joaquin. Now, it is, of course, important to note that the damage has to be exactly equal to the creature's toughness. It can't be more, it has to be exactly equal to it. The other part of this ability is that while you can use the X ability to increase the damage, you cannot decrease the damage. You can only increase it, and presumably you would increase it to have lower damage spells deal more damage to equal the toughness of whatever it is that you're hitting. But more importantly, because this is X generic mana, if you have infinite mana, you can dump that mana into this ability, and then any burn spell you cast deals infinite damage. So this commander is, of course, as I said, new at the time of this video's recording, and it hasn't been ironed out exactly what the perfect version of this deck is. And initially I tried to take this in a number of different directions, maybe trying to optimize burning out your opponent's creatures to draw cards, or maybe playing your own creatures in a Storm style deck and then running cards like Firebrand Archer, Gutter Snipe, etc. to burn out the opponent, or producing tokens with things like Young Pyromancer so you could burn your own tokens to draw. But ultimately, I've settled on that the main thing you want to be doing here is making Tai Joaquin indestructible, and then casting spells that do 3 damage so that you can draw cards with Tai Joaquin. So with that said, let's cover the burn spells. So the primary one to highlight here, it is Chain Plasma. So Chain Plasma is a 2-mana instant, and it says deal 3 to target creature or player. Then that player or creature's controller may discard a card from their hand. If the player does, they may copy this spell and choose new targets for the copy. So with a Chain Plasma, Tai Joaquin, and anything that makes Tai Joaquin indestructible, you can point Chain Plasma at Tai Joaquin. It deals 3 damage to Tai Joaquin, triggering Tai Joaquin. Then, as long as you start with at least 1 card in your hand, you can discard a card to copy the Chain Plasma. The Chain Plasma exits the stack, and now the stack is composed of Tai Joaquin with 3 damage marked on it and a draw trigger, and the copy of Chain Plasma. The Tai Joaquin trigger will resolve, you draw a card. Then you can resolve the copy of Chain Plasma, dealing 3 damage to Tai Joaquin, discarding the card you just drew, and copying this, going over and over and over to draw your entire deck. Now do note, you are not going up cards, you are staying card neutral, because the card that you're drawing off of Tai Joaquin's trigger is always being discarded to the next copy of Chain Plasma. But this does mean that you can draw your entire deck and get to whatever the exact card you want is. And depending on how many cards were in your hand when you started this chain, you can discard excess cards that you don't need to sculpt your hand into the exact combo that you need to win the game. Now, aside from that, you have a bunch of cards that deal damage either to all of your opponent's creatures or your opponents. So these are cards like Blazing Volley, End of the Festivities, Tectonic Hazard, and Delayed Blast Fireball. These are all spells that deal damage to all of your opponent's creatures and all of your opponents. So if you are just playing normally, what this means is that when Tywakeen is in play, let's say you cast and end the festivities. Well, all of your opponent's creatures that have only 1 toughness will all die, and then Tywakeen will get to draw cards based on all of those creatures dying. If you need to deal more damage, you can activate Tywakeen to tap and increase the amount of damage that End the Festivities is doing. So if your opponents have, let's say, more creatures that have 2 toughness or 3 toughness, you can increase that and then deal the damage to them. But more importantly, what it means is that when you have infinite mana, you can activate Tywakeen for infinite, and then any of these cards, Blazing Volley, End the Festivities, etc., will deal infinite damage to all of your opponents. You also can, of course, use other cards that can spread out damage across multiple permanents. So you've got things like Fury and Pyrokinesis, which importantly cannot target players, but this is a way to potentially draw more cards if you need additional setup before going off. With all that said, obviously, a bunch of these combos are going to involve generating infinite mana, so how do we do that? Well, there are a whole bunch of combos in the deck, so the most obvious one are going to be things like Zirda plus either Grim Monolith or Basalt Monolith. Zirda reduces the cost to activate these, meaning that they untap for less mana than they tap for, so you can generate infinite colorless mana with these plus Zirda. Similarly, Forsaken Monument will combo with specifically Basalt Monolith, but not Grim Monolith. You also have other certain combos, so if you have Dockside Extortionist and Meticulous Excavation, it is 3 mana to bounce Dockside and 2 to cast it, so if your opponents collectively have 6 artifacts and enchantments between them, you will net 1 treasure per iteration of this loop. And if you also have Zirda on top of that, then you can do it with only 4 artifacts and enchantments required on your opponent's side of the field. You also have other combos with Molten Duplication plus Dualcaster Mage. You can also further reduce the cost of Meticulous Excavation Dockside bounces if you've got something like Burgi, or anything else that will add mana when something enters or you cast it. Similarly, there is Underworld Breach. Now, normally, if you didn't have access to blue, the Underworld Breach line would be you combo it with Lion's Eye Diamond and Wheel of Fortune. That combo has the downside, though, that you are repeatedly casting Wheel of Fortunes, which are allowing your opponents to draw cards, meaning they may be able to draw into answers to what you're doing. So rather than that, we are going to copy Path of the Pyromancer. This is a 5 mana card that says, discard all the cards in your hand, add red for each card discarded this way, and then draw that many cards plus 1. It also has an additional ability, but that ability is only relevant if you're playing Plane Chase, so just ignore that. So basically, we are always discarding our hand, meaning that if we start with at least 3 cards to discard initially, we can pay the 3 Exile Escape clause on Underworld Breach, and then we can keep flashing back Path of the Pyromancer. The numbers do require that we have a sufficient number of starting cards in order to discard the right number of cards and generate enough mana to cast Path of the Pyromancer again. But as long as we can start with a sufficient number, we can continuously keep casting Path of the Pyromancer from our graveyard, netting us 1 card and 1 red mana every single time we do this loop, which should be enough to draw our entire deck and have a number of red mana available after doing that to win the game. We also have additional indestructible creatures, and these are going to be Stuffy Doll and Brash Taunter. So the idea here is that we can set up a combo using Tywakeen, obviously. Since these creatures are indestructible and deal damage, all we need is a way for them to continuously keep dealing damage to themselves. So if we have a card like Blazing Sunsteel, we can go infinite. So what does Blazing Sunsteel do? So this is an equipment that equips for 4, and it says whenever equipped creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target. So let's say we have a Brash Taunter and we equip Blazing Sunsteel to it. Or we have a Stuffy Doll and we equip Blazing Sunsteel to it. All we need is any way of having them deal damage to themselves, or having anything deal damage to them rather, which Brash Taunter does inherently via its 3 mana fight ability, and Stuffy Doll has via its tap ability. Then 2 things will happen. We will deal 1 damage to an opponent in the case of Brash Taunter, or damage to the chosen player in the case of Stuffy Doll. And then because these cards dealt damage to themselves, they will trigger the Blazing Sunsteel that is equipped to them, which can allow us to have the Blazing Sunsteel target themselves to keep the chain going. In the case of Brash Taunter, this will result in you burning out all of your opponents. And in the case of Stuffy Doll, this will result in you burning out only the chosen player, which admittedly isn't as good, but it is a way to just blast 1 player out of the game. And then if you have any way of untapping Stuffy Doll, or you can afford to pass the turn, you can just keep doing it. Additionally, if you have Meticulous Excavation, you may be able to bounce Stuffy Doll back to your hand, replay it, re-equip the Blazing Sunsteel, and go again. There is also Goblin Sharpshooter. So this is a creature that will untap whenever a creature dies, meaning that you can, in combination with Taiwakeen, obviously, increasing the damage on here, machine gun down everything that has a toughness of only 1 or more toughness than that if you use Taiwakeen to up the damage. So while this won't strictly go infinite, it does allow you to obliterate all of your opponent's creatures. So some other cards to cover are things like Voldaren Epicure, which slots into the deal 1 damage to all of your opponents category. It unfortunately does not deal damage to creatures, meaning it doesn't have the secondary utility as all of the other burn spells like End the Festivities. So if you don't have combos to just infinitely damage your opponents, you can't incidentally maybe kill some X1s to draw cards. But this is another way of burning your opponents out, and the blood token is relevant for rummaging cards. There's a little bit of card draw here. It's also important to get a bunch of mana, which we'll cover in a second. A little bit of counter spells. Remember, we do need to make sure that Taiwakeen doesn't die, or just interact with our opponents in general. We are probably going to want a lot of mana to start all of this. We do need to get Taiwakeen down and have enough mana to cast all of the relevant spells that we're going to cast. So some fast mana like Sticker Goblin, Jessica's Will, Mana Geyser, Seething Song, these things can help us out. And of course, we obviously need our indestructible effects to make sure that Taiwakeen can be indestructible so that we can do Chain Plasma combos or any other combos. The nice thing about the indestructible effects is also that they double as ways of protecting Taiwakeen. So if your opponent has sweepers or removal that doesn't exile, so your typical Wraths or other removal spells, as long as it's not something like, say, Swords to Plowshares, you can protect your opponents via the indestructibility, and in some cases, these will also grant hexproof. So we've got Blacksmith Skill, Defense Grid to protect from counterspells, Deflecting Swat, Ephemeral Shields to give indestructible, Final Showdown, which gives indestructible for 2 mana, but you can also use it later in the game as a sweeper, or alternatively as a way of getting rid of creature abilities for the turn. So let's say you need to get rid of Stax creatures. This is a way of doing that. Although do note that it will also strip Taiwakeen's abilities off of her if you cast this while Taiwakeen's on the battlefield. Flawless Maneuver, the best one since you can cast it for free with Taiwakeen in play. Lauren's Escape as another way of giving indestructible and hexproof. Grand Abolisher, so you can't get messed with on your turn. Selfless Savior, another way to grant indestructible, and this is a way of also having an indestructible ability that doesn't cost you any mana if you play this prior to the turn that you need to go off. Silence, same type of thing as Grand Abolisher. And then Mithril Coat, which admittedly is more expensive than most of these other indestructible spells at 3 mana. However, it gives us an equipment that grants indestructible that we can tutor for. And that brings me to the tutors. So obviously we need to tutor for a bunch of things. So we've got Steel Shaper's Gift and Stoneforge Mystic. These are going to be necessary for tutoring up Mithril Coat if you need indestructible, or Blazing Sunsteel if you need that as part of your combo. Obviously, Enlightened Tutor can find a bunch of the things we need. Moonsilver Key can find things like Basalt or Grim Monolith if that's the combo that we're going for. Idyllic Tutor can find Underworld Breach. And then Imperial Recruiter and Recruiter of the Guard can find a whole bunch of creatures that we want access to. For example, Dualcaster Mage. They can also find Stuffy Doll and Brash Taunter if we're going for that combo line. Or let's say we're missing a combo line that involves an equipment. If we have a sufficient amount of mana or the time, we can tutor for Stoneforge and then tutor for the equipment. We also have, obviously, Inventor's Fair to go find artifacts. Pretty basic mana base, with the notable standouts here being Forbidden Orchard, which can give X1 creatures to our opponents, which we can then burn out with Taiwakeen in play to draw cards. Sokenzan is a similar thing, where if we're in a pinch, we can perhaps produce 1/1 creatures and then burn them out to draw. And Shatter Skull Smashing can make for a high damage burn spell that targets all of our opponent's creatures if we have enough mana, and then can potentially draw a bunch of cards off of this. Some ramp cards, obviously, as usual. And then there's a little bit more removal than just the burn spells in the deck, because we do need to be able to take care of things that are either bigger than what these tiny amounts of ping can deal with, or take out non-creature permanents. So we've got things like Stroke of Midnight, Swords to Plowshares, and Wear Tear. We also have Blasphemous Act as a sweeper, and Drannith Magistrate, which is pretty much going to be an auto-win in every white deck. It's also important to note the many cards that didn't make it into the list for space reasons. So Forked Bolt is a deals 2 divided as you choose among 1 or 2 target creatures and or players. So if you are in the process of doing an infinite combo with Taiwakeen, unlike something like, let's say, End the Festivities, this can only hit 2 players, so it cannot kill all of your opponents at once. And similarly, if you are trying to just kill creatures on your opponent's side of the field, for example, this is only going to hit 2 of them, whereas things like End the Festivities and Blazing Volley will hit all of them. And many of the cards that I wound up cutting for space were going to fall into the Forked Bolt category. So these are cards like Boiling Earth, Cast into the Fire, Cave In, which is a free spell similar to Fury that just deals 2 to all creatures and players, Chandra's Pyro Helix, Dual Shot, Electrickery, Scouring Sand, Smash to Dust, Twin Bolt, and Pyrohemia. I'm not saying that any of these cards would be bad in the deck, I just wound up cutting them for space. Darksteel Mutation was a consideration for the idea that you could give one of your opponent's creatures indestructible and then just keep burning it to draw cards. And it also doubles up as a way to strip the abilities off of problematic stacks creatures or opposing commanders. There were a few stacks cards that I had, with Boromir being one of the best ones since it can give indestructibility to Tywakeen, which I ultimately cut for space. Similarly, I cut Kalan as a way to tutor for equipment for space, but these are all perfectly fine cards that you could run in the deck. Ranger Captain of Eos ended up being another one that can tutor up Selfless Savior or some other creatures, which I again just cut for space. There was alternative protection cards that I opted not to play, so Giver, Mother, and Skrelv are all cards that I opted not to play, as basically just being cards that are perhaps in certain situations less efficient than other protection spells. It's also notable that Giver and Mother grant protection that doesn't allow us to burn it. Regardless of what color we choose, we just can't keep burning Tywakeen. Flamescroll Celebrant, which is mostly relevant for its backside of Revel in Silence, is another silence effect that I again just opted to not play for space. Everybody Lives is something that grants indestructibility and also prevents any player from winning or losing or having their life total change. So you may initially think that this is a pretty good card because it gives indestructible to Tywakeen, and it also prevents you from losing the game if an opponent plays, say, Thassa's Oracle. But I ultimately chose not to play it because I can't envision a situation in which you play this, burn Tywakeen to draw your whole deck, and then are left in a situation where you can somehow still kill your opponent after you pass the turn, since you can't burn them out, since Everybody Lives makes them not able to lose life. However, if you are going to play something like, let's say, Walking Ballista as an infinite mana outlet after you draw your whole deck, then this would be a viable card in that build. For the same reason, I opted not to play Lightning Greaves because it gives Shroud to Tywakeen, meaning if you don't have another creature to equip, it can be stuck on Tywakeen and then you can't target it with burn spells. There's a number of fast mana creatures that I opted not to play: Treasonous Ogre, Steamkin, Stormkiln Artist. I initially thought that maybe additional indestructible creatures that weren't Tywakeen could be viable targets, like Adonto Vanguard and Darksteel Myr, but if you don't have a Tywakeen in play, then it's unlikely that these are going to do anything on their own anyway. Delny can double up the triggers from Tywakeen, but I feel like if you're ever in a situation where you're triggering Tywakeen, then you're probably good enough anyway. Obviously, as mentioned earlier, I opted not to run cards like Genesis Chamber and Young Pyromancer. I considered combos involving Grinning Ignis since we're already playing Birgi, but they do require that we play multiple instances of Birgi type cards, so I felt like it was just too cumbersome. Opted not to run Grape Shot, and similarly to that, opted not to run any of the cards that would be in Storm style versions of the decks. Those are things like, again, Thermo Alchemist, Fiery Inscription, where these cards basically make it so that we want to storm off and keep casting spells, whereas I think you're better off just trying to draw a bunch of cards off of Tywakeen. But with that said, I'm going to reiterate again that this is a relatively new commander at the time of this video's recording, so any of those cards that I dismissed could ultimately wind up being the good inclusions for the deck or better versions of the deck, so it does warrant some more testing, and you could obviously decide to swap various cards in and out if you decide that they suit your playstyle more or less, or if they prove to be better than I initially estimated. But with that said, that will be Tywakeen Perfect Shot for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Tameshi Reality Architect. So some players who have played Modern might be familiar with Tameshi, but for those who are not, Tameshi is a Azorius commander, so blue with a white activation. It's a 2/3 and it says whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, so non-creature permanents that any player controls are bounced, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn, and it's got X white, bounce one of your lands, return target artifact or enchantment card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. So obviously we've got combo potential here. Now, the Tameshi deck in Modern wins with green cards, so it specifically wins with Cultivator Colossus, and obviously we don't have access to that here because we're playing an EDH deck that doesn't have green in it. So how are we winning with Tameshi? Well, we got a lot of combos to go through, and we'll get to that in a bit, but just for the rest of the deck, we've got our fairly typical suite of draw spells. We've got our counter spells to make sure that Tameshi doesn't die to removal or counter spells or just disrupt the opponent. We've got some fast mana, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Lightning Greaves to protect Tameshi, Azorius lands of various varieties. more protection spells in Defense Grid, Grand Abolisher, Ranger Captain, Silence, and Teferi. Some mana ramp, some removal in the form of Chain of Vapor, Swords, and Teferi, and Otawara to bounce things. A little bit of stacks, Aven Mind Sensor, Dran Magistrate, Aethersworn Canonist, Cyclonic Rift, and then a bunch of tutors, which includes some standouts such as Artificer's Intuition. Blue, discard an artifact from your hand, search your library for an artifact with mana value 1 or less, and reveal it and put it into your hand. And Oswald Fiddlebender, the artifact version of Birthing Pod. White, tap, sack an artifact, search your library for an artifact with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed mana value. And then a bunch of other tutors, with a surprisingly high number of them being artifact-specific tutors, including Reshape, War of Invention, Transmute Artifact, Urza's Saga, and Trinket Mage. So what are these actual combos that are going to win the game? Well, first of all, Lotus Bloom. Because it is a 0 mana artifact, we can get it back with Tameshi. So if we have a Lotus Bloom in play or in the graveyard, we either sack it to put it in the graveyard or it's already in the graveyard. We then use Tameshi's ability. We bounce one of our lands back to our hand. We put Lotus Bloom back into play. That costs us 1 mana, but Lotus Bloom is 3 mana. So we generate 2 mana per land. Now, obviously, that's kind of a problem because we don't have infinite lands, nor do we have ways of necessarily putting lands back into play. So what else can we do? So one is a way to just put lands directly back into play. So Patron of the Moon is a 7 mana 5/4. It has Moonfolk Offering. You may play this card anytime you could play an instant by sacrificing a Moonfolk and paying the difference in mana values between this and the sacrificed Moonfolk. Notably, Tameshi is a Moonfolk, although you do need it around in order to combo. But you can potentially set up the combo, get this into play, sacking Tameshi, and then replay Tameshi, if that is somehow going to be cheaper than just keeping Tameshi around and paying the full 7 for this. But regardless, Patron of the Moon has an ability that says 1 mana, put up to 2 land cards from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. So with Patron of the Moon, we can always just keep putting lands back into play. Similarly, we've got Walking Atlas, which has the ability tap, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So there are combos that are going to allow us to continuously either activate Patron or Walking Atlas to put lands back into play and keep activating Tameshi. We also have a whole bunch of other things which I'll go through in a bit. So we've got Hullbreaker and Tidespout Tyrant, which of course can combo by looping Mana Rocks to generate infinite mana that way. There is Displacer Kitten, which blinks a non-land permanent every time you cast a non-creature spell, which can go off in combination with Teferi and anything that costs 0. So let's say we have a Mishra's Bauble, Teferi, and Displacer Kitten. We use Teferi, we bounce the Mishra's Bauble back to our hand, we cast the Mishra's Bauble, it triggers Displacer Kitten, which blinks Teferi. Teferi now has 4 loyalty on it. The Mishra's Bauble enters the battlefield. We use Teferi's -3 ability to bounce the Mishra's Bauble back to our hand, also drawing a card as a result of Teferi's ability. That puts Mishra's Bauble back in our hand. We recast the Bauble, we trigger the Displacer Kitten, we blink Teferi, etc. We draw our entire deck. If that 0 mana artifact is something like Mox Opal or anything else that produces mana, or it's like a Soul Ring that produces more mana than it costs to cast it, we also make infinite mana. Then we've got these extra turn spells, Capture of Jingzhu, Temporal Manipulation, and Time Warp, which we will have ways to loop. More on that in a bit. We also have Retreat to Coral Helm, which is landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, choose one. You may tap or untap target creature or scry 1. Specifically, the tapping and untapping of a creature is going to be relevant in combination with Walking Atlas. So we can use Walking Atlas, tap, activate it, put a land into play, trigger Retreat to Coral Helm, untap Walking Atlas. Then we can activate Walking Atlas again, put a land into play, trigger Retreat to Coral Helm, untap Walking Atlas. So these two in combination allow us to put all the lands in our hand back onto the battlefield, which of course is great in combination with Tameshi. It means we can keep putting the lands out to generate mana from them, and it means we can keep bouncing them with Tameshi to get stuff back from our graveyard. So those are some of the main combos. We also have other combos in using our artifact lands. So specifically, Ancient Den is an artifact land that produces a white mana. So let's say we have Tameshi and Ancient Den, and we also have a Lotus Bloom and something that copies, either copy artifact or sculpting steel, right? So we can get the Lotus Bloom back from our graveyard. So here's the steps. So we activate the Lotus Bloom and sack it to generate 3 mana. We then use that 3 mana to cast Sculpting Steel, and we have it enter as a copy of Ancient Den. We then activate the Sculpting Steel, which is now an Ancient Den, and produce white. We activate Tameshi's ability, and we bounce the Sculpting Steel back to our hand. We then get Lotus Bloom back using the Tameshi ability. We can then sack it for 3. Sculpting Steel comes back, etc., etc., etc. Same deal with Copy Artifact. If it's Sculpting Steel, we're net even on mana, but we get infinite ETB triggers or whatever we need. If it's Copy Artifact, we net 1 mana every time. Although we do need to alternate Lotus Bloom in between blue and white in order to keep getting Copy Artifact back. Or we can just use the Ancient Den, or we can also use the combination of Seed of the Synod with Lotus Bloom and produces white with Lotus Bloom. So those are another loop that we can go through. We can also use Lotus Petal in combination. So we can use the old Retreat to Coral Helm and Walking Atlas in combination with the fast mono Lotus Petal to loop those. Same thing works with Seed of the Synod, as I said before. We can also use other artifact lands, so not just Ancient Den or Seed of the Synod, we can use Treasure Vault or Darksteel Citadel for the same reason, because Lotus Bloom can produce whatever colored mana we need. And then there are combinations that use Mystic Sanctuary. So if we have 3 islands plus Mystic Sanctuary and Tameshi is going to allow us to bounce the Mystic Sanctuary back to our hand and then replay it. So if we have any of these Time Walk effects, like Capture of Jingzhou, Temporal Manipulation, and Time Warp, we can, let's say we go cast one of these, take an extra turn, right? Now, before we take that extra turn, we then use Mystic Sanctuary to put one of the cards back on top of our deck. We then take our extra turn, and then we draw the Time Walk effect that we just put back on top of our deck. We cast it, and then we use Tameshi to bring back something from our graveyard, doesn't matter what. We bounce Mystic Sanctuary back to our hand. We replay Mystic Sanctuary, put the extra turn spell back on top, and right there we've got infinite extra turns. So preferably a 0 mana artifact so that we have to spend the least amount of mana possible, but it doesn't really matter as long as we have enough mana to keep activating Tameshi and recasting the extra turn spell every turn. There are other combos that we could have here, but we're not going to include all of them. We do have an Oracle, which we can play to just win the game if we have any way of drawing through our deck, which we can do with various things, such as just taking infinite turns and then playing Oracle, or using Teferi plus Displacer Kitten plus something that costs 0. We also have Mind Over Matter. So we can use Mind Over Matter in combination with Tameshi and any 2 artifact lands, right? So let's say we've got Ancient Den, Darksteel Citadel, Mind Over Matter, and Tameshi, right? Or Ancient Den, Seed of the Synod, right? We just need a way to activate Tameshi every turn. So let's say we've got Ancient Den plus another artifact land. So we activate the Ancient Den and we make the white that we need to activate Tameshi. Then we activate the Mind Over Matter and we discard one of our artifact lands that we have in our hand to untap the Ancient Den. Then we activate the Ancient Den and add white. Then we activate Tameshi, we pay white, and we return the Ancient Den back to our hand. And then we use the ability targeting one of the artifact lands that we just bin to the graveyard with Mind Over Matter. That land comes back. We can then use Mind Over Matter to discard the Ancient Den that we just bounced back to our hand, untapping any permanent, such as the artifact that we just got back, to generate more mana. And then we activate Tameshi again, bouncing the artifact land back, getting Ancient Den back from the graveyard, and we can repeat over and over and over to generate infinite mana and infinite ETB triggers off of artifacts. So that is another way that we can go off. And as I said, there are other combinations that we could put in the deck, but I think this is enough. This is a fairly substantial number of combo cards, and I think they are the most efficient versions of whatever it is that we can be doing. So again, you want to set up either land loops with Retreat to Coral Helm and Walking Atlas, or just Patron of the Moon, or you can use Displacer Kitten plus Teferi plus anything that costs 0, or Lotus Bloom plus any way that we can keep putting lands back into play every turn, or we can loop a Time Walk effect with Mystic Sanctuary. We can also use our artifact lands in combination with Mind Over Matter, or we can use Copy Artifact / Sculpting Steel in combination with Lotus Bloom, or we can use Hullbreaker Horror / Tidespout Tyrant in combination with cheap artifacts to loop those over and over to generate infinite mana. So the main priority is going to be getting Tameshi into play as quickly as possible and making sure that we have protection up for it so that it can't get countered or removed. If our opponents are playing any sort of null rod effects, we do need a way to get rid of that, so we have some bounce spells and other removal in the deck. And then we want to make sure that we either have those combo pieces or that we can tutor for them with any of these tutor cards, which most of these can tutor up whatever it is that we need to find. And then eventually we'll assemble one of these combos and we'll either bounce everything on our opponent's side, generate infinite mana, draw our whole deck, or take infinite turns, however it works out. And that is Tameshi Reality Architect. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Tasigur the Golden Fang. So Tasigur the Golden Fang is a 6 mana black creature, 4/5, but it has Delve, and you can pay 2 and 2 hybrid Simic mana to put the top 2 cards. So you mill the top 2 cards of your library, and then you return a non-land card of an opponent's choice from your graveyard to your hand. So Tasigur does not firmly put us down the route of any particular strategy. You can play Tasigur Control, Tasigur Combo, Tasigur Stacks, whatever it is that you want to do, but it is notable for a few reasons. One, it's a commander that you can play for as cheap as 1 mana due to Delve. And 2, it is itself an infinite mana outlet. So if you have infinite mana, you can mill over your entire deck and bring back every single card from your graveyard to your hand aside from lands. So a few things, we've got our card draw spells. We're going to want to fill up our graveyard as quickly as possible as well. So JVP and Ledger Shredder are our looting effects that are going to fill up the graveyard. And then we've got our typical mana or our typical card draw spells like Mystic Remora, Rhystic Study, The Ring, Sylvan Library, but we've also got Peer into the Abyss. Teferi, Master of Time, also doubles as the first ability you can loot with, 3 times a turn in fact, or even 4 times a turn since we can activate it during the opponent's turn as well. We can also phase out creatures we don't control. So if our opponent has, for example, an annoying stacks creature that we need to deal with, like a Dothy Voidwalker, we can phase that creature out. And we've got Nezahal as well. This is going to be relevant for another reason later, but Nezahal is a 7 mana uncounterable 7/7. We have no max hand size. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature, we draw a card, and we can discard 3 to exile Nezahal and return it to the battlefield under the owner's control at the next end step. Then we've got our combo pieces. So of course Consul Oracle's in here because of course it would be since we're in Dimir colors. We've also got Dramatic Scepter. Any infinite mana is going to let us activate Tasigur over and over to win the game. We've got Yogwill to get stuff back from the graveyard, and Hullbreaker Horror to do the usual Hullbreaker Horror loop. Then a bunch of counter spells, some fast mana in Dark Ritual, Jeweled Lotus, etc. Bunch of Sultai color lands, with one standout being Urza Saga. Some protection in March of Swirling Mist and Veil of Summer. A bunch of ramp spells. Some removal spells, such as Gilded Drake, Assassin's Trophy, Abrupt Decay. A little bit of stacks of our own, Orcish Bowmasters, Opposition Agent, Dothy Voidwalker. Some sweepers in Culling Ritual, Cyclonic Rift, Toxic Deluge, and Toxrill. More on that later. And of course, a bunch of tutors to go grab the various combo pieces that we need. And then Seedborn Muse, which is not really in any specific category, but it does allow us to untap our lands, Mana Dorks, and Mana Rocks during every other player's turn, which can be relevant for holding up counter spells, casting other things at instant speed, or activating Tasigur. And then the big highlight here to note is that we've got Neoform and Eldritch Evolution. Now, because Tasigur can come down so quickly, because he has Delve, we can use Neoform and Eldritch Evolution to sack our Tasigur and go find some kind of big game-winning bombs. So that's why the big expensive cards in the deck. So specifically, if we sort by mana value, if we look at the 7 mana creatures that we can play, so they do need to specifically be 7 so that Neoform can get them. Eldritch Evolution can also get them. And this is not the extent of all of the creatures that we could play here, but they do represent some of the best ones. So Hullbreaker Horror is obviously a really good combo card. Nezahal is a really good card advantage engine, and Toxrill is a really good sweeper / card advantage engine. So switching this to an art that's more readable, so Toxrill is 7 mana 7/7. At the beginning of each end step, that's each end step, not just your end step, put a slime counter on each creature you don't control. Creatures you don't control get -1 for each slime counter on them. Whenever a creature you don't control with a slime counter on it dies, create a 1/1, and then blue-black, sack a slug, draw a card. So this will very quickly eat up all of our opponent's board, and then we can use the slugs that we generate to sack for cards. Nezahal will just sit around and keep drawing us cards off of all of our opponent's spells, and Hullbreaker Horror will of course combo for infinite mana with various mana rocks in the deck, which we can then sink into Tasigur to win the game. So the end state, in a lot of cases, is going to be getting Tasigur out and then Neoforming or Eldritch Evolutioning it into one of those big 7 mana creatures to either immediately win the game or just generate a ton of value. Or we can use the Consul Oracle or Oracle Tainted Pact combo, or we can use the Dramatic Scepter combo to generate infinite mana for Tasigur or Yogwill this stuff back. And then the end state is going to usually be just going through our whole deck with Tasigur and then playing Oracle to win the game. But we don't necessarily have to do that. We could just develop a superior boards with some of these big creatures, or like win the game via Toxrill if we need to do that as well. And then the rest of the deck is just filled up with generally good cards like solid counter spells, solid mana ramp, solid removal to deal with whatever our opponents are doing. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's going to function as a kind of typical Sultai value deck, Sultai combo, Sultai control, however you want to say it, but just with the unique angle of being able to get Tasigur down really fast and then Neoform or Eldritch Evolution it into the big 7 mana bombs. And yep, that is Tasigur the Golden Fang. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Teshar, Ancestor's Apostle. This is a mono white commander. It's 4 mana 2/2 flyer, and it says whenever you cast a historic spell, and a historic spell is an artifact, a legendary, or a saga. So it's primarily going to be artifacts. So basically, whenever you cast an artifact, or sometimes one of these spells, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So right here, this obviously smacks of combo potential. So this means that you can set up various reanimation loops with Teshar involving casting free or near free spells, usually artifacts, that will then reanimate cheap creatures into play. So if you can find a way to sack those creatures or like bounce the artifact back to your hand or whatever, you can loop those spells with Teshar to potentially draw your whole deck or have infinite ETB or death triggers. So obviously we're going to want a bunch of cheap cantrips. So Arkham's Astrolabe, Chromatic Star, Mishra's Bauble, Urza's Bauble, Wizard's Rockets. These are all very cheap spells that you can use to trigger Teshar that either replace themselves immediately or on a slight delay, or which have cards like Chromatic Star or Wizard's Rockets that are good sack fodder. We also just have Sky Scanner and Spirited Companion as creatures that we can reanimate with Teshar that also draw cards. A little bit more card draw here, specifically Skull Clamp is going to be really good with any of these like X1 creatures that we can then reanimate with Teshar the moment we cast anything else. And Mystic Forge, since we have got a deck that's going to be filled with artifacts. And then we come to our various combo cards. So we've got cards that are going to get things back from our graveyard when they die. So these include cards like Junk Diver, Mer Retriever, Workshop Assistant, and Salvager of Ruin. So these are all creatures that cost 3 or less that are also artifacts that die and return either an artifact or just another permanent in the case of Salvager of Ruin. So sacking any of these cards means that they are now in the graveyard and can be reanimated by Teshar. They also trigger Teshar because they're all artifacts. So a bunch of our loops are going to be designed with these cards in mind. So primarily, we're going to need, of course, Teshar. We're going to need a creature that gets something back from the graveyard when it dies, or we can just sack it to do so. And we need a sack outlet. So any sack outlet will do. Altar of Dementia, Ashnod's Altar, Krark Clan Ironworks, Blasting Station, Grinding Station. Any of that stuff will do as long as we can keep getting things back. So if we've got a 0 mana artifact like Baubles or Moxen or any of that stuff, we can just sack one of these things, get it back, cast it, bring it back, etc., etc. So let me set up a hypothetical combo for you. So let's say we've got Teshar plus Mer Retriever plus a sack outlet, let's say Blasting Station in this case, plus a like Mishra's Bauble, right? And most of these combos are going to be 3 to 4 cards, including Teshar. So we've got our Mer Retriever in the graveyard, let's say, and then we cast the Bauble. It triggers Teshar. It brings the Mer Retriever back into play. The Bauble resolves. We activate the Blasting Station to deal 1 damage to one of our opponents by sacking Mer Retriever. The Mer Retriever, and then we also sack the Bauble. So we sack the Bauble, we sack the Mer Retriever. The Mer Retriever triggers. It puts the Bauble back in our hand. We recast the Bauble. The Bauble triggers Teshar. It brings Mer Retriever back into play. Mer Retriever coming back into play triggers the Blasting Station. It untaps the Blasting Station. We sack the Bauble to its own ability. We use Blasting Station to sack Mer Retriever, which brings the Bauble back. We cast the Bauble. We trigger Teshar. We bring the Mer Retriever back, etc. We do infinite loops like that. But again, it can work with any combination of creature that gets a card back when it dies or by sacking itself, spell that's free or that we can pay for using something like Ashnod's Altar, and sack outlet, plus some kind of payoff like Blasting Station. So there are innumerable combinations of ways that we can do that using these cards. I'm not going to go into all of them. You can figure that out on your own, but it basically always involves some combination of those effects. So again, sack outlet, free spell, or a spell that you can cast using mana that you're generating off of something like Ashnod's Altar, sack outlet, plus Teshar. And all of these cards are going to combo in some regard in that sense. So things like Sensei's Divining Top is just a spell that we always have access to that only costs 1 mana. So if we need to get this back into our deck, we just draw, put it back on top, and then we can draw, cast the top, use it to trigger Teshar. This is mostly for value, although there are ways of going infinite with it if we've got another way of drawing a card so we can get the top back. Blasting Station and Grinding Station are both sack outlets that are also win conditions. Genesis Chamber allows us to create an extra artifact that we can use to sack whenever one of these things re-enters the battlefield, which can be relevant for things like Ashnod's Altar. Altar Dementia is a win con in itself and a sack outlet. Enduring Renewal makes it so that when we sack creatures, it puts those creatures back into our hand. So if we've got like Enduring Renewal plus Ashnod's Altar, we can sack a creature that costs 2, generate 2 mana, it goes directly back into our hand, and then we just replay it. Phyrexian Altar as another sack outlet that generates white mana. Scrap Trawler will get back cheaper artifacts when we get more expensive artifacts into the graveyard. We can, of course, do KCI loops with it. And yeah, that's going to make up the bulk of our combos here. So again, we are primarily a combo deck. And though we don't need Teshar for every single combo, so there are combos that we can do without it, Teshar helps a lot. Teshar can also just be used in general to create value by getting creatures back for free or near free. So then apart from that, we do want some fast mana to get Teshar out as quickly as possible. Got a bunch of lands. Some standouts are going to be things like Mishra's Workshop. Again, we've got a bunch of artifacts, some of which are kind of expensive, like KCI, Buried Ruin to get an artifact back if we happen to have lost it. Ancient Tomb, City of Traders to go off quicker. Our deck does entirely revolve around artifact abilities for the most part, so we do need cards like Blast Zone to get rid of them, to get rid of like Null Rod or other effects of that nature. Inventor's Fair to tutor up artifacts. Emergent Zone so we can go off at instant speed. Urza Saga can tutor certain things. Pretty straightforward. Phyrexia's Core is here if we need to have a way to sack an artifact one time, and this can just be a land that does that. Nykthos, also potentially we might have enough white permanents in play for this to do something. Then of course we want some protection, so Ranger Captain, Grand Abolisher, Silencer, opponents can't interact with us. Skrelv is a way to protect Teshar or another creature and is also an artifact that can trigger Teshar. Bunch of artifact ramp, including some things that make artifacts cheaper like Cloud Key, Foundry Inspector, Ugin the Ineffable, and Semblance Anvil. And of course, all of our artifact ramp also doubles as cards that trigger Teshar. We're going to want a bunch of removal, again, primarily to deal with things like Collector Oof, Stony Silence, and Null Rod, but just in general can be useful for other reasons. So Duskrose Reliquary, Loran, Portable Hole, Skyclave sorts the Plowshares, and Ugin can also blow up anything. A little bit of stacks, because we're in white. Although a lot of the stacks that we would normally want to play, like Rule of Law effects, are not applicable in this deck because our combos involve recasting stuff over and over. So the stacks cards that we are restricted to are mostly things like Aven Mindcensor, Drannith Magistrate, Elishnorn, and Linvala. Then we're also going to want some tutors to assemble this stuff, so things like Oswald can help us find combos that we need. And then a few other cards that didn't neatly fall into any specific category, so like Memnite and Ornithopter are just other ways of being free spells that trigger Teshar, but are also creatures that can be sacrificed. So these are sometimes part of combo loops. And then Liberator, Urza's Battlethopter. You can cast colorless spells and artifacts at instant speed. So this can also be a way to sometimes go off instant speed. And yeah, that is pretty much going to be Teshar, Ancestor's Apostle in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the Beamtown Bullies. So the Beamtown Bullies are a Jund commander. They're a 4 mana 4/4 with Vigilance and Haste, and they have tap. Target opponent whose turn it is puts target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield under their control. It gains haste, goad it. At the beginning of the next end step, exile it. So the main plan here is going to be to get a incredibly detrimental creature into our graveyard so that we can reanimate it under an opponent's control using the Beamtown Bullies and kill them that way. So to that end, some of the biggest hot potatoes are Leveler. When it enters, you exile your deck. This is probably the single-handedly best creature that we can reanimate under an opponent's board. We also have Inverter of Truth to somewhat do the same kind of thing. We have Eater of Days. When it enters, the player skips their next 2 turns. We also have Avaricious Dragon. At the beginning of your end step, discard your hand. And Hellcarver Demon. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you sacrifice all other permanents you control and discard your hand. Exile the top 6 cards of your library. You may cast any number of non-land cards exiled this way without paying for them. But, you know, they also had to exile their entire board, so that's pretty bad as well. So continuing with the rest of our cards, we've got Faithless Looting to filter through our cards and potentially bin some creatures. Some number of card draw spells, including Yawgmoth, which it should be mentioned does actually have an ability to discard cards. We have Marvin as basically a second Beamtown Bully so that we can get multiple activations in a turn. We also have World Gorger Dragon as another card that we can hypothetically use to exile all of our opponent's stuff. This is normally used in like Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, or Necromancy loops to generate infinite mana or get infinite triggers. But in this case, we can also use it to just animate it on an opponent's side of the board and get rid of all of their other permanents. A fairly straightforward Jund mana base. Some protection for the Beamtown Bullies. We want to make sure that it doesn't get countered or killed. In particular, Legolas's Quick Reflexes is really good as a protection spell that also untaps Beamtown Bullies, so we can activate it again. Whole bunch of ramp spells, bunch of removal spells. Bane of Progress, which is also not so bad of a card when we just reanimate it under an opponent's control, because if we're just looking to blow up all the artifacts and enchantments in play, it's fine if it's reanimated under an opponent and not just us. Then we've got additional ways of getting things into the graveyard, so Buried Alive, Entombed, Unmarked Grave, and Survival of the Fittest. Then there is Despotic Scepter, so this is tap, bury target permanent you own, so this is destroy it. Mainly what this is for is that, if you recall, Beamtown Bullies winds up exiling the creature, but, if I've reanimated a leveler, for example, I want to be able to reanimate it again under an opponent's control. So, reanimate it the first time, it exiles one opponent's deck. I want it to die so that I can reanimate it under the next opponent's control, but Beamtown Bullies exiles it. So instead of that, we can use Despotic Scepter to simply kill it, and then we can reanimate it again. To that end, I also have Rift Sweeper in here, so in case we do have our creature go into exile, this is a way to get it back out of exile. There's also Tortured Existence as a way to loop creatures. So all of these detrimental creatures, we don't want any of them actually in our hand because we never actually plan to cast any of them. So this is a way that we can just discard them and get back a creature we actually do want. And then finally, we have our untapping cards. So cards like Magerite Stone, and then especially the cards that untap for multiple turns like Quest for Renewal, Seedborn, and Sting the Glinting Dagger. And so with that said, that is going to do it for the Beamtown Bullies in EDH. Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH. And today we got something very special. It is the Chaos deck. So what is the Chaos deck? Well, ignore the commander for now. The Chaos deck is a deck that is looking to cause maximum chaos / group hug shenanigans. So there are a number of terms in EDH that apply to when you're not necessarily looking to win the game, but you're looking to have sort of an alternative goal. So one of those is Group Hug, which means you're playing effects that benefit every player, not just yourself. Then there's also the reverse term, Bear Hug or Group Slug, which is basically when you're playing effects that hurt everyone else. Those can be like various stacks effect, taxes, etc. This deck is looking to cause, I would just say, the maximum amount of shenanigans in whatever method that appears in. So before getting to what the rest of the deck does, we've got the group chaos stuff. So these are cards that are going to cause chaotic, big, splashy effects onto the board that will primarily be symmetrical effects affecting all players. So of course, we've got all of the cards that involve players drawing multiple more cards. So we've got Academy Lore Master, 2 mana, 2/3. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player may draw an additional card. If they do, spells they cast this turn cost 2 more to cast. So it's a Howling Mine that's optional, and if you choose to optionally use it, then your spells cost more, but just for that turn. We've got Amble of Bogarden. Each player skips their cleanup step, or their discard. During each player's draw phase, the player draws an additional card and then discard, so you get to draw one more by looting. There's Dictate of Crufix. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card. You can also flash it in during the end step of the player who's going right before you, so that you are the first player to draw an extra card. We've got Howling Mine. At the beginning of each player's draw step, if it's untapped, the player draws an additional card. Horn of Greed. Whenever a player plays a land, they draw a card. Kami of the Crescent Moon. At the beginning of each player's draw step, they draw an additional card. Quain is tap. Each player may draw a card, then each player drew a card. This way gains 1 life. Mind's Aglow is starting with you. Each player may pay any amount of mana, and then each player draws X, where X is the total amount paid. So you can have your opponents also chip in. Temple Bell, tap, each player draws a card. Walking Archive, enters with a +1 counter. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player draws a card for each +1 counter on Walking Archive. And you can pay 4 mana to put more +1 counters on Walking Archive. We've got Rites of Flourishing. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card, and each player may play an additional land on each of their turns. And then Selvala. Tap, each player reveals the top card. For each non-land card, you generate green and 1 life, and then each player draws a card. So we've got lots of effects that allow players to draw additional cards. So players are always going to be stocked. In addition to all of those ones, we've got Heartwood Storyteller. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, each of the player's opponents may draw a card. So more ways of everyone just drawing tons and tons of cards. And then, of course, we just have straight up wheels in Time Twister and Wheel of Fortune to do basically the same thing. And then we've got, and Font of Mythos. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws 2. Then we've got Mana Acceleration for everybody. So we've got Dictative Karametra. Whenever a player taps a land for mana, they add 1 more mana of any type the land produced. Heartbeat of Spring, same thing. Mana Flare, same thing. And Zerta Ancient, same thing. So all of these cards make it so that everyone's lands are tapping for 1 more. So in addition to all of the extra cards that we're drawing, we're also adding more mana. And then we've got all of the various other ridiculous shenanigans that didn't quite fit into any one of those categories. So we've got Confusion in the ranks. Whenever an artifact, creature, or enchantment enters the battlefield, its controller chooses target permanent another player controls that shares a type with it. Exchange control of those permanents. Dovescape. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, counter it, the player creates X 1/1 birds, where X is the mana value of the spell. Dream Halls. Instead of paying for your spells, you can discard a spell, you can discard a card that shares at least a color with it. So yeah, rather than paying for things, you can just pitch. Basically, all cards are now the Evoke Pitch Elementals. Endless Whispers. Each creature has, when this creature is put into a graveyard from, whenever this creature dies, choose an opponent. That player reanimates the creature. Eureka. Starting with you, each player may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. Repeat until no one chooses to put a permanent. So everyone show and tells until no one show and tells anymore. Eye of the Storm. Whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery, exile it. Then that player copies each instant or sorcery exiled with Eye of the Storm. For each copy, the player may cast it without paying for it. So every instant or sorcery goes into the eye, and then every instant or sorcery chain copies every single spell that has gone into it. Forced Fruition. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, the player draws 7. Gate to the Aether. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player reveals the top card, and if it's an artifact, creature, enchantment, or land, they put it directly onto the battlefield. Girapur Orrery. Each player may pay an additional land, and at the beginning of each player's upkeep, if the player has no cards in hand, they draw 3. Grip of Chaos. All targets are randomized. Hive Mind. Everyone gets copies of every instant or sorcery that gets cast. Lifeline. Whenever a creature dies, and there's at least another creature on the battlefield, reanimate it immediately. So nothing can stay dead. Perplexing Chimera. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may exchange control of Perplexing Chimera and that spell. If you do, you may choose new targets for the spell. So if an opponent casts a spell, you can switch the Chimera for the spell, and now you control the spell, and now that player controls the Chimera. And then this will just keep getting passed around as players steal control of things, which means you can never guarantee that any spell that you cast will actually stay under your control as long as the Chimera is in play. Psychic Battle. 5 mana. Whenever a player chooses 1 or more targets, each player reveals the top card of their library. The player who reveals the card with the highest mana value may change the targets. If 2 or more cards are tied, the target remains unchanged. So everyone reveals the top card. Whoever reveals the highest mana value gets to change the targets. Revelation. Everyone plays with their hand revealed. Shared Fate. If a player would draw, instead you exile the top card of an opponent's library face down. You can look at and cast cards that you removed from the game with Shared Fate. So nobody actually draws any of their own cards. You essentially draw cards from your opponent's library face down. Spreading Plague. Whenever a creature enters, you destroy all the creatures that share a color with it. Tidal Barracuda. Everyone's spells have flash, but players can't cast spells during your turn. Wild Evocation. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player reveals a card at random from their hand. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, they can cast it without paying for it. Warp World. Each player shuffles all their permanents back into their library and then reveals that many cards from the top. Each player puts all the artifacts, creatures, and lands revealed this way onto the battlefield, then puts all the enchantments revealed this way onto the battlefield, and then puts the rest on the bottom. So you shuffle all of your opponents in, and then you reveal that many cards, and you put all of the permanents you reveal, except planeswalkers and battles, I guess, onto the battlefield. And then any instants or sorceries that you reveal just go back. And then Zur's Weirding. Everyone plays with their hands revealed, and if a player would draw, you instead reveal the card, and then any player can pay 2 life to counter the draw, basically. So as you might imagine, all of this stuff leads to quite the shenanigans, and you will be playing really weird, strange games that involve everyone having more mana and more cards faster and more frequently than they normally would, along with tons of weird effects, tons of things coming in for free, tons of things dying and then coming back onto the battlefield, players exchanging control of stuff, players casting things for free, exchanging control of spells, reselecting targets. Everyone plays with their hand face up, so everyone knows what everyone else has. Destroying your own draw steps while having draws out of your opponent, changing all the permanents that are in play, etc., etc., etc. And so this creates quite the wacky board state and wacky game state, and it creates really odd play patterns where you have to play in ways that play around all of this stuff. You have to take all of these strange permanents into account whenever you're doing things. So the main goal of this deck is just to create wacky, weird fun, not necessarily to win. Now, that being said, we do still obviously need to keep up with what our opponents are doing, and having 40-ish cards in our deck that are just like mana and card acceleration or just weird stuff is not really helping us execute any sort of a game plan. So we do need some of our own card draw in like Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, and Esper Sentinel. Although, one of the benefits of these optional taxing effects in this deck is that because this deck is not really trying to win the game, you're not necessarily actually a threat to anybody, which means players are more inclined to not pay the taxing effects for your stuff, because why would they? Your stuff doesn't win the game anyway, so just allow us to draw off Rhystic Study, Remora, and Esper Sentinel. Why not? Similarly, players are not necessarily really inclined to attack us because we are mostly, again, not winning the game. We're just causing everyone to draw more cards, to accelerate on mana, but we ourselves are not really playing any sort of like game-winning threats. So who needs to attack us? You need to be more worried about the other players in the pod that are advancing based on us giving them extra cards and mana. We've got our lands, which is just rainbow lands so that we can cast everything. Forbidden Orchard, because again, we don't care whether we give our opponents a 1/1 token or not. It's totally irrelevant to us. We do want some protection because players will try to attack us occasionally or try to get rid of our permanents, especially if those permanents are causing them harm in some way or are benefiting another opponent more than it's benefiting them. So we've got Sphere of Safety so that we cannot be attacked. We're also running a ton of enchantments, so this makes sense. Karmic Justice is whenever a spell or ability an opponent controls destroys a non-creature permanent you control, you may destroy target a permanent that opponent controls. So it's not protecting our permanents necessarily, but it is highly disincentivizing our opponents from actually getting rid of any of them, because if they use any like exile and bounce get around this, but any destroy effects mean that we can then destroy their best thing, regardless of what that is. And then we've got Privileged Position, other permanents you control of hexproof, and Sigarda, other permanents you control of hexproof. You may look at the top card of your library and you may cast the top card if it's an angel or human, which in this deck is basically irrelevant. This is just here to be the creature version of Privileged Position. And if we ever get both Privileged Position and Sigarda into play at the same time, then they will act on each other and make all of our permanents hexproof. Of course, we do need to ramp because we need to be able to keep up with what our opponents are doing. And obviously we're playing a bunch of expensive enchantments and artifacts and whatnot that are very mana intensive. So we do want to be able to play a bunch of our own ramp spells, keep up with our opponents. And once again, cards like Smothering Tithe, our opponents are highly disincentivized from ever paying for this, because why would you pay the 2 mana tax on a Smothering Tithe in a deck that is not really trying to win the game? So then a couple of more notes about the deck. So our commander is Corona. Now it doesn't really matter what our commander is as long as we just have the colors to play everything that we want. Black is the least relevant card in the deck, although we do have some black cards, specifically Endless Whispers, and basically it's just Endless Whispers. So, you know, if you wanted to maybe clean up the mana base to have it be a little bit more consistent than needing black mana, you don't necessarily need this. But there isn't necessarily a card that fits into Sans Black, even with partner combinations, that's better. And the good thing about Corona is, so first of all, it's a 5/5 haste that at the beginning of each player's upkeep, the player gains control of Corona and untaps it. And whenever it attacks, creatures of the type of your choice get +3/+3. So at minimum, it's basically like an 8/8 with haste that keeps getting passed around the board. And the reason that I like it for this deck is specifically, one, it fits into the chaotic nature of the deck. It's a card that's switching control around all different opponents. But the other thing that I like about it is that it's very non-threatening. So Corona is clearly not very good. It's not a card advantage engine partner. It's not I mean, it's kind of a big attacker, but you yourself are not using it for the most part. And it's not a mana acceleration engine. It's none of those things. So if you sit down to a table and you're like, hey guys, I'm playing the Chaos deck, right? And then your commander is like Atraxa or something. Well, players obviously find you to be more threatening than if it's this weird, obviously worse commander. Secondly, one thing to note when you're playing this deck is that a lot of players just don't like this type of gameplay. There are some players that just don't want to play against randomization effects and stuff that's going to cause the game to like spiral out of control. This deck is very good at making it so that opponents are really not in control of what's happening, because you are randomly reselecting targets, everyone's copying every spell that gets played, opponents are ramping and drawing cards like crazy, so it makes it so that it's very difficult for any one player to really be in control of what's going on or to like establish a dominant board state. So therefore, certain players really don't like this kind of deck, so it is actually a rule zero discussion. You do have to, at least after playing the deck once, make sure that everyone's okay with it. And in that regard, I wanted to point out a bunch of cards that are not in the deck that you might feel like are good additions, but actually don't wind up playing out that well. So this is a deck that I've had in the past, and a lot of these cards don't actually wind up being very good for the deck. So let's go through them one at a time. So Arbiter of Null Ridge is when it enters, each player's life total becomes the highest life total among all players. So the problem with this card is that it does two things. It either just slows down the game by regenerating a bunch of life from a player who was maybe low on life to begin with. But more importantly, there are a bunch of primarily black cards that are very good in EDH because they benefit from being able to pay a bunch of life. So cards like Mana Crypt, Ancient Tomb, Bolas' Citadel, Ad Nauseam, etc. And by having Arbiter of Null Ridge, you're basically benefiting the players that are using those sort of life-draining effects over other players. And one of the things that you want to do with this deck is you don't want to benefit one player over another. And one thing that can happen with this deck is that because you are adding a bunch of draw effects to players, because you are adding a bunch of mana to players via cards like Heartbeat of Spring, and you have cards like Howling Mine and whatnot, is that you run the risk of whatever turn that you play the Heartbeat of Spring on, the player who's immediately next in line benefits a lot more from that effect than the players who go after them. So when you pass the turn, suddenly the next player in turn order has double the mana, has more cards, etc. They may be able to just combo off and win right there, or establish an extremely superior board position, or get a stacks piece into play, or they may be able to, for example, like if you've got Heartbeat of Spring or Mana Flare, they may be able to benefit from that mana by playing out multiple spells, and one of those spells could be a removal spell that gets rid of the Heartbeat. So they might be able to advance their position while also taking out the effect so that the next players in turn order don't get that effect. So you do have to be careful when you are playing all of this stuff to not disproportionately benefit one player over another. And that's going to be one of the reasons why a lot of these cards don't actually wind up seeing play in the deck. So similarly, Awakening at the beginning of each player's upkeep, untap all creatures and lands. So essentially it makes everyone have a Seedborn Muse in a sense, but some players play more at instant speed than other players. So this just benefits the deck that's playing more counter spells. Braid's Conjure Adept, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player may put an artifact, creature, or land from their hand onto the battlefield. Now, unlike effects like Wild Evocation or Gate to the Aether, so these effects are random. You randomly reveal a card or you randomly pick a card in your hand. Braids lets you have a lot more control over what you're putting into play because it's essentially show and tell. And it means that one player can just like, oh, I'm going to jam out my giant bomb or, whatever other really expensive card is in the hand, and then they just win the game, or they get way ahead, way past whatever anyone else is doing. So that's why I don't like Braids. Similarly, cards like Collective Voyage. So this is the land version of Minds Aglow. Starting with you, each player may pay any amount of mana. Each player searches their library for X basic lands and puts them onto the battlefield tapped. Now, basic lands have become less and less common. More players are playing more non-basic lands than ever. Some players don't even play any basic lands at all. So once again, you are just disproportionately benefiting one player over another. Similarly, we've got Eladamri's Vineyard and Magus of the Vineyard and Shizuko. These are all cards that trigger at some point during your turn to add, or at some point during everyone's turn, to add double green, or in Shizuko's case, triple green, to that player's mana pool. And again, this disproportionately benefits, first of all, it's got the same problem as like Mana Flare and Heartbeat of Spring, where it benefits the player who's going immediately after you more than the other players. Secondly, green decks are obviously more able to take advantage of the green mana than non-green decks. So then we've got Goblin Game. So this is one of these like dumb, wacky cards that feels like it should have come out of unglued or something. Each player hides at least one object, then all players reveal them simultaneously. Each player loses life equal to the number of objects they revealed. The player who revealed the fewest objects then loses half their life rounded up. If 2 or more players are tied for fewest, each loses half their life rounded up. This is just stupid and a waste of time. The end result of this card is just that players lose their life, which is not really fun, and it involves hiding physical objects behind your back or something. Again, this is just dumb. It's just a dumb card. There's no reason to have it. Then we've got this category of card, which is Knowledge Pool and Omen Machine, and Possibility Storm. So Knowledge Pool is when it enters, everyone exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Whenever a player casts a spell from their hand, that player exiles it. If the player does, they may cast another non-land card exiled with Knowledge Pool without paying its mana cost. Omen Machine is you can't draw. No one can draw, but at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player exiles the top card of their library. If it's a land card, the player puts it on the battlefield. Otherwise, they may cast it without paying for it. And Possibility Storm is whenever a player casts a spell from their hand, the player exiles there until they find a card that shares a type with the card that they exiled. Then you can cast the card without paying for it, and then you put all the exiled cards back on the bottom. And these seem like the exact kind of cards that you would want to put in this deck, right? Like weird, wacky fun. You're like, Knowledge Pool seems very much like Eye of the Storm. Possibility Storm feels very much like a Gate to the Aether, or like another Knowledge Pool, or like Omen Machine feels like that card. But the problem is that these cards absolutely screw up the game when you have stacks effects that prevent you from casting things either for free or at instant speed. And primarily, these cards all screw up because of Drannith Magistrate. Drannith Magistrate is the big offender here, because when Drannith Magistrate is on the battlefield, none of these cards function, but asymmetrically. So all of these cards actually read, whoever hits Drannith Magistrate first wins the game, because then none of their opponents can ever cast anything. And it's not just Drannith Magistrate. There's other cards like Teferi Time Raveler or Lavinia Azorius Renegade that also do similar screw-ups, but Drannith Magistrate's the big one, and because of how ubiquitous that card is, these cards basically just screw up the whole game, and they make it so that whoever gets to the Magistrate first wins. So that's why you don't want to play these. Then we've got more cards like Goblin Game that fall into the category of they just are stupid or just waste everyone's time. So Naked Singularity, 5 mana artifact with cumulative upkeep 3. Instead of their normal mana, plains produce red, islands produce green, swamps produce white, mountains produce blue, and forests produce black. And then similar to that, there's Reality Twist, which is double blue enchantment. It's cumulative upkeep 1 blue blue, and it's got, instead of their normal mana, plains produce red, swamps produce green, mountains produce white, forests produce black. So these cards are just needlessly confusing for no reason. They don't add anything to the game. They're not like wacky and fun. They're just dumb. They just make it incredibly complicated for everyone to remember what lands are producing what, and all they really do is just waste everyone's time. Then there's Overabundance. Whenever a player taps a land for mana, that player adds an additional mana to their mana pool, and Overabundance deals 1 damage to them. So you might think, well, what's the problem with this? This is just another Mana Flare or Heartbeat of Spring type effect. You just make everyone add more mana to their mana pool. And while I would say that most of the time it's probably worth it for you to pay a life to make your land produce double the amount of mana that it would normally produce, players just really hate this card for some reason. They just hate that the card is dealing damage to them. Even though it's entirely symmetrical, it is also damaging you. They just hate taking damage when they tap their lands for mana, even if that means that their lands are producing twice as much as they normally would. And so I've found that whenever I've had Overabundance in play, players don't like it. They just try to get rid of the Overabundance or kill you as fast as possible. And then similar to the cards like Goblin Game, we've got Scrambleverse. For each non-land permanent, choose a player at random. Then each player gains control of each permanent for which he or she was chosen and untap those permanents. And then similar to Scrambleverse, we've got Thieves Auction. Exile all permanents, and then starting with you, each player chooses one of the exiled cards and puts it onto the battlefield tapped under their control, and you repeat until all the cards have been reassigned. And so these cards have the same kind of problem as Goblin Game, where they're just gigantic wastes of time. They take absolutely forever to resolve. Think about it. You have a 4-player EDH pod. There could be like 20 to 30 permanents in play or even more. How long is it going to take to exile all the permanents, and then you've got to like whip out your phone and choose and pull up a random number generator to roll a 40-sided die or whatever to randomly reassign control of all of these things? Or even if it's not Scrambleverse and it's not random, you still have to choose one at a time with Thieves Auction. And it can be very difficult with Thieves Auction in particular, because you've got to think about the turn order of who's choosing when, which is the best permanent that you can choose, if permanents have ETB triggers, like what order this stuff is going to go in. It just takes absolutely forever to resolve all of this stuff. And unlike a card like Confusion in the Ranks, which is one at a time and is more manageable, these things are all permanent simultaneously, and they just take absolutely forever. And then the end state of this is not even typically anything that's that interesting. It just means that control of everything has been reassigned everywhere. And it may even create situations where one player, like in the case of Scrambleverse, because all of the reassignment is random, it may wind up with like one player being way ahead of another player or one player being completely screwed. Like it is all permanents. And so in this case, it's non-lands, but like in Thieves Auction case, it's lands included. It's just a mess. It takes forever. Like it could take literally 20 minutes to resolve one of these spells. So it's just not worth it. And you've got Tempting Worm. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent may put any number of artifact, creature, enchantment, and or land cards from their hand onto the battlefield. So it's basically Eureka again, but instead of being one at a time, it's just all at once, and you're not included either. So first of all, this usually puts you way behind because everyone else dumps their hand onto the field, whereas you don't. Secondly, it just, again, creates the problem of one player's hand has either more or bigger permanents or just has combo pieces that they can just dump out for free and then gets way ahead or just wins the game on the spot. And then lastly, Upwelling. Mana pools don't empty at the end of phases or turns. It's not particularly interesting. It often benefits one player over another, and it just becomes a pain in the ass to try to track all the mana that's being floated by everybody. So cards that you don't want to have in this deck are either cards that disproportionately benefit one player over another or lead to situations where one player wins on the spot or just heavily advances their board. You don't want cards that have drawbacks like overabundance because players don't like that. You don't want cards that create situations where the game is just going to be over really fast, like Possibility Storm, Omen Machine, and Knowledge Pool, because Drannith Magistrate will just screw them. And you don't want cards that are just unnecessarily complicated, confusing, or take forever to resolve, like Reality Twist or Scrambleverse. Now, all of that being said, how does this deck actually win the game? Because you can win the game with this deck. And the way that you win the game is usually Forced Fruition. So usually, various effects here are going to make it so that players can't actually win the game. So when you've got stuff that's like randomly reassigning the control of things with Confusion, when you've got Dubscape countering people's non-creature spells, when you have these kinds of effects, it often means that players can't really win the game. And so it means that whenever they cast a spell, they're drawing a bunch of cards, but they can't necessarily even use those cards effectively. And therefore, Forced Fruition can be a way to win the game. You can also potentially win the game with Dubscape because you're playing a bunch of expensive stuff, probably more expensive stuff than what your opponents are playing, and can therefore generate more bird tokens than your opponents can. Additionally, you may be able to just lock people out of really being able to win and just hide behind Sphere of Safety so that you can't die to combat. So those are going to be the primary ways that you win. You could also technically win the game with Shared Fate if you take one of your opponent's spells and win the game that way. So you could take your opponent's Thoracle combo and win. So there are ways to win. You're not just stuck puttering about doing nothing until the game ends. But yeah, mostly this is a deck that isn't about not winning the game so much as just creating wacky, crazy board states and creating a bunch of weird play patterns that you would never normally see in a game. So kind of like how Plane Chase or Archenemy or like Emperor or one of those alternative formats changes the way that the game works, the Chaos deck also changes the way the game works. And there are other cards that you could play that are not shown on the screen. Sometimes it's for redundancy, like Telepathy is a blue version of Revelation. You don't necessarily need both in the deck. It doesn't really matter whether you pick one or the other, but you don't need both of them because they're both doing the same thing. So if you find more wacky, crazy things that you want to play, you could definitely include them in the deck, or you might find that one of these cards is not necessarily as interesting as it might look on the surface. Maybe you're playing too many Howling Mine effects, so you can customize the deck as needed, but for the most part, I think this is one of the better configurations of what you could do. So if you are interested, there will, of course, as usual, be a link to this deck in the description, and you can go ahead and either build or proxy out the Chaos deck and take it to your group and see how it goes. So yep, that is going to be the Chaos deck in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at the Gitrog monster, ye old giant frog horror. So this is a 5 mana Golgari commander. It's a 6/6 with Death Touch, but that doesn't matter. The parts that matter are the abilities. So at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice the Gitrog unless you sack a land. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, and then the most important ability, whenever one or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, draw a card. So that last one right there is going to be how we're going to combo win basically every game with the Gitrog. So to start off, we've got our card draw, which is basically just Adnaz, Necro, and then Bazaar of Baghdad. This is a land that taps, you draw 2 cards, and then you discard 3 cards, which is not an issue when discarding lands causes us to draw cards off the Gitrog. Then we've got our combos, which I'll get to in a bit, but we've got our fast mana because we do need to get Gitrog out as fast as possible since we can't win the game without it. So all the typical rituals you would expect to see in the Golgari colors. We've got a bunch of lands, more lands than you would usually expect because again, we're going to be discarding these to draw cards. Some standouts are Dakmor Salvage, which is a combo piece I'll get to later. Homeward Path, because again, we cannot win the game without Gitrog Monster, so if our opponents steal it from us with like a Gilded Drake or something, we do need a way to get it back. Lake of the Dead, which you have to sack a swamp when it comes in or it gets sacrificed itself, and then you can tap it for either black, or you can tap and sack a swamp to add quadruple black. Phyrexian Tower, which sacks a creature to generate double black, and Urza's Saga. Then we've got our protection, so Veil, Autumn's Veil, and Allosaurus Shepherd and Cavernous Souls mean that our Gitrog can't get countered, and Sylvan's Safekeeper keeps it alive while it's in play, gets rid of removal spells. Then we got a bunch of ramp, including Jiraga Tree Speaker, bunch of removal. We instantly lose to any graveyard hate like Rest in Peace, so we do need ways of getting rid of that. We've got Abrupt Decay, Trophy, Beseiju, and then some creature removal, so we can get rid of like Dothy Voidwalker, for example. So Cabal Pit, Dismember, Fatal Push, Grist, and Orcish Bowmasters. Then we've got our own stacks cards. So we do have a Chains of Mephistopheles, Collector Oof, Dothy, Opposition Agent, Bowmasters. We've got Eldrazi Titans that shuffle our graveyard back into our deck, which is going to be relevant later when we talk about combos. Ramunok Excavator, which allows us to play lands from our graveyard. And then we've got a whole boatload of tutors, which tutor either for anything or for creatures primarily. And then let's discuss the combos. So how are we actually comboing with Gitrog? So remember, whenever a land gets put into the graveyard, we draw a card. That's the main thing to remember. So the big combo card here is Dakmor Salvage. So basically, instead of drawing a card, we can dredge it. So if this ever hits the graveyard, it triggers the Gitrog monster. Then we dredge the Dakmor Salvage instead of drawing a card normally. If we happen to dredge in any additional lands off of the 2 that we mill over, we will then draw more cards, but primarily we need a way to discard the Dakmor Salvage. So it doesn't really matter how we discard it as long as we discard it. So we've got a few discard spells here. We've got Putrid Imp, Oblivion Crown, and Noose Constrictor. There are other discard outlets that we could play besides just these 3. So if you prefer those over these ones, or if you just want more discard spells, feel free to add them to the deck. So we then discard the Dakmor Salvage. It hits the graveyard, triggering Gitrog Monster. We then dredge it instead of drawing card normally. We then discard it again, triggering the Gitrog Monster, etc. We mill our entire deck over / draw our entire deck, however we want to do it. Similarly, Golgari Grave Troll and Life from the Loam will be other dredgers that we can use rather than just Dakmor Salvage. So these ones don't guarantee putting a land in the graveyard, but they are fairly decent at getting there. So then what are going to be our main combos? So obviously we're just milling everything over until eventually we get through our entire deck. But then what do we do when we get there? We also do have the Eldrazi Titans to make sure that we don't actually mill out. So the Noose Constrictor becomes infinitely huge off of discarding to its ability. The Oblivion Crown, if we attach it to, let's say, the Gitrog or just anything else, is basically the aura version of Noose Constrictor and can kill our opponent by using the Oblivion Crown. And Putrid Imp is just a discard outlet. So any of these discard outlets plus Dakmor, or just enough dredging that we can keep hitting lands into the graveyard, causes us to infinitely mill our whole deck, which then also triggers our Eldrazi Titans because we're going to hit them at some point, putting our graveyard back into our deck, and then we can keep repeating over and over and over. So some discard spells that are not shown here if you want to follow along at home. There is Wild Mongrel, Scourge Familiar, Ayula's Influence, which is the one that discards to make bear tokens. Olivia's Dragoon is another one. Let's just actually bring that up. So these are the Gitrog monster combos. So they all go off with Dakmor Salvage, as you can see. So Wild Mongrel is another one that gets +1/+1. It also just changes colors. Scourge Familiar generates black mana, although it itself costs 5, so it's difficult to get in. Ayula's Influence, discard a land, make a bear. Olivia's Dragoon, discard, get flying. Patchwork Gnomes, discard, regenerate, is also 3 mana, so it's a bit more expensive than usual. There's Una's Prowler, discard, it gets -power. So there's lots and lots of cards that have the ability to just discard for free, so any one of those will work with Dakmor Salvage. So one of the things to note about the Gitrog is that it's obviously very fragile. We have a 5 mana commander that we need to play very, very quickly, and we can't allow our opponents to counter or remove it from the battlefield. We also do need to assemble multiple combo pieces in Dakmor Salvage and a discard outlet of some kind. And then we need to be able to go through that combo without our opponent having a way to, again, either counter anything that we're doing, exile or otherwise kill Gitrog monster, or snipe stuff out of the graveyard. So anyways, besides what I think is a fairly straightforward combo of Dakmor Salvage plus the discard outlet and Gitrog, there are other ways of generating infinite mana or doing other combo shenanigans that are more complicated to go through. So for example, let's say we have a Lotus Petal, right? So we can cast the Lotus Petal, and then let's say we have a way to discard, right? So let's discard any land, doesn't matter which one. We trigger the Gitrog, then we hold priority, then we use one of our discards to discard one of our Titans, right? So Kozilek or Ulamog. So now we have a shuffle trigger. So we shuffle our graveyard back into our deck. Then we discard and dredge Dakmor Salvage, right? We stack the draw trigger below the shuffle, and we resolve the shuffle. So we discard and then dredge the Dakmor. We put the draw trigger below the shuffle again, but we hold priority on the shuffle. Then we crack the Lotus Petal for any color. Then we resolve the shuffle trigger and all 3 draw triggers. So let's go through that one more time to explain. Cast Lotus Petal, discard any land and hold priority. So we have a draw trigger on the stack. Discard one of our Eldrazi Titans, shuffle. Discard and dredge the Dakmor Salvage, stacking the draw below the shuffle, and resolve the shuffle trigger. Discard and dredge Dakmor again, stacking the draw below the shuffle, hold priority on the shuffle. Crack the Lotus Petal for any color, resolve the shuffle, and draw all 3 draws. And resolve all the draw triggers. So we have the same board state as before, but we have an extra mana floating from the Lotus Petal, and then we can repeat. Same deal with, for example, Dark Ritual, same thing essentially, but we use Dark Ritual instead of Lotus Petal. This also applies to anything else like Cabal Ritual, etc. Then there is the crop rotation loop. So if we come down here to our tutors, we've got crop rotation, which is as an additional cost to cast the spell, sack a land. Search your library for a land card, put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So remember crop rotation. So we once again use one of our discard outlets to discard a land. We hold priority. We discard a Titan. We resolve the shuffle. We discard and dredge Dakmor. We put the draw trigger under the shuffle and resolve the shuffle. Then we repeat the first 3 steps until there's 6 draw triggers on the stack. Then we resolve the 2 draws to draw the land and the Titan, and we have an empty library, right? We discard any non-land card off of our discard effects. We discard the Titan, we shuffle. We discard a land, we draw a card. We cast crop rotation. We sack a land and we resolve the draw trigger, but we hold priority on the spell. Then we discard the Eldrazi Titan, we shuffle. We resolve the crop rotation, finding the whatever land it is that we're finding. Then we draw, then we discard the Titan, then we draw again, and then we tap the land for mana. So these are very, very complicated loops, and it's going to be pretty difficult to demonstrate what exactly it is that we're doing without visual aids, but I urge you to basically just try to maybe proxy this, or you can also take this Moxfield deck link that's going to be in the description, and you can play test it just to see what exactly it is that we're doing. But yes, these are very, very complicated loops that involve a lot of steps and holding priority and casting things in a very specific sequence in order to wind up with added mana or added card draw, etc. Now, when it comes to actually winning the game, we can use various loops to win the game, but basically we can use Orcish Bowmasters and we can loop the Bowmasters. So let's say we go cast Bowmasters, ping anybody, doesn't matter. Then we discard a land, hold priority on the draw trigger, we discard an Eldrazi Titan, we shuffle, we discard and dredge Dakmor, doing the same thing, we repeat the same steps, we discard and dredge Dakmor, we draw, we shuffle, then we cast any instant to get rid of Orcish Bowmasters, like Culling the Weak, Dismember, Fatal Push, whatever it is, we need to get it into our graveyard. then we resolve the shuffle trigger, we put Bowmasters back into our deck, and then we draw, right? So basically, any of these combos that we're doing, we're trying to empty out our library and then put ourselves into a position where we can selectively discard whatever we want into our graveyard, shuffle it back into our deck with an Eldrazi Titan, and then draw by stacking it so that the draw triggers resolve after we shuffle everything back, so that we draw everything that we need and then repeat the loop. We can do also wins by, for example, so whatever loop that we wind up with, we can always wind up with more mana than we started with and recasting the same spells. So we can either win with Bowmasters to just kill everyone, or we can use Assassin's Trophy to destroy all of the opposing permanents. That's another one that we can do. And there's so many more things to do, but they're all super complicated. I don't want to dwell on it forever. There's also a lot more to the deck, and basically this deck is far more complicated than even I could ever deal with. So if you're interested, I do have a link in the primer here. So if you click on the primer, this will link to a primer by Benningai, Gitrog Server, Kibizan, Leptis, Noobzers, and Scoot. And if you bring that up, they have a fantastic primer on the Gitrog monster that goes through all the various steps, loops, etc., every single thing that's in the deck, including individual card discussions, how to win the game, how to execute all of these loops, etc. So if you're interested in more of an in-depth explanation, I highly recommend reading their guide on the deck. As is, I think that basically covers the basics of how the Gitrog monster operates. So once again, we're a pretty glass cannon, all-in fast combo deck that's just trying to turbo ramp Ritual into Gitrog monster as fast as possible and eventually assemble a loop that involves a discard outlet, Dakmor Salvage, and an Eldrazi Titan that will shuffle our graveyard back into our deck. So those are the cards that you are looking for when you begin. Anyways, that brings us to the end of the primer, so I hope you've enjoyed it. That is the Gitrog monster in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and this week we're looking at some of the new commanders from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Today it's going to be the Gitrog Ravenous Ride. So unlike the previous Gitrog monster, this Gitrog is pretty different other than costing the same mana. So it is a 5 mana creature, it's a 6/5 with Trample and Haste, and it has Saddle 1, which means you can tap a creature or any number of creatures with at least 1 power to saddle it, which is basically the same thing as crewing a vehicle. In this case, the Gitrog says, whenever the Gitrog Ravenous Ride deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice a creature that saddled it this turn. If you do, draw X cards, then put up to X land cards from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, where X is the sacrificed creature's power. So one note is that regardless of how many creatures you use to saddle the Gitrog, you can only sacrifice one of them. Secondly, you do have to connect with your opponent. It's not just an attack trigger, although 6 power of Trample and Haste should get you there. And then finally, it doesn't just draw cards, it puts lands from your hand onto the battlefield, which means anything that involves sacking your lands is not as big of a deal as it normally would be. And obviously, like Selvala, this commander cares about high power creatures, so we're going to want as many cheap, incredibly high power creatures as possible that we can use to both crew, or saddle in this case, the Gitrog, and then sack to the Gitrog to draw a whole bunch of cards. So we've got our big power creatures. These are the best creatures that you're going to find, all for 4 mana and under, although preferably you'd like to pay less than 4. But basically, it's 4 mana and under so that you can at least go play this big creature, next turn play the Gitrog attack. So you don't want them to cost more, and obviously, just in general, you want them to be as cheap as possible. So there's Daemogoth Titan, which is a 4 mana 11/10. Whenever it attacks or blocks sack a creature, that's perfectly fine because we never intend to attack or block with it. We just want it to allow us to draw 11 off of the Gitrog. There is Hunted Bone Brute, which has an ability that doesn't matter because all we care about is that it's a 3 mana 6 power creature. Hunted Horror gives our opponent 2 3/3 pro-black creatures when it enters, but again, that doesn't matter. So it does matter in the sense that those creatures can be used to block the Gitrog, but as long as, we've got 2 other opponents that we can attack, that shouldn't be a problem. Hunted Troll creates 4 1/1 fairy tokens with flying and is an 8 power creature. We've got Lupine Prototype as a 5/5 that can't attack or block unless the player has no cards in hand, although again, we don't care about that because we only care about saddling the Gitrog with it. Pugnacious Hammerskull, which is a 3 mana 6/6. Relic Golem, 3 mana 6/6. Can't attack or block unless an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Again, we do not care about attacking or blocking with any of these things. We just want the highest power for the lowest cost to saddle the Gitrog. Shakedown Heavy, 3 mana 6/4. And Traxos, 4 mana 7/7. Now it enters tapped and doesn't untap. However, it untaps when you cast a historic spell, and the Gitrog, of course, is a historic spell, so that part of it doesn't matter either. Now again, you would never ever play any of these creatures on their own, but with the Gitrog, they become good. There are, of course, other creatures that we could have played in this slot. I felt like 9 was a sufficient amount of creatures, but you could play more. If you're looking for specifically big creatures that you might find to be viable, I would look at the Selvala deck for examples, but a lot of those creatures have the problem of they have vanishing, or they die, or have some means by which they're going to go away. There's other cards like the 7-power dinosaur that causes you to discard on your upkeep, which again, I felt like was a bad exchange. We don't want to be discarding cards to this. So these are the creatures that don't really have drawbacks in the sense of they don't go away, they don't cause us to discard, they don't cause us to sacrifice creatures. So that was my thinking behind these specific creatures. You could also, like Selvala, use pump spells, but I've opted not to do that because that feels like having to put a lot of different things together, where Selvala is fine just pumping itself. Here you need an additional creature plus the pump spell, so I'd rather just go for only the creature and use that alone, and that be sufficient. Next up, we've got Spelunking, and we'll find other cards like Amulet of Vigor in this slot as well, which allow us to, because the Gitrog puts the lands into play, but it puts them into play tapped, we want to be able to untap and use them immediately. So cards like Spelunking, Amulet of Vigor, and Tiller Engine, which are going to come up later, are good in this case. And here they are, Amulet of Vigor and Tiller Engine, which is basically the same thing as Amulet of Vigor and Spelunking, just lands enter, you can untap them. Next is going to be some card draw. Now, we're going to have the typical stuff like Ring, Bolas' Citadel, Necropotence, Sylvan Library, but in this case, we're also playing a bunch of extremely high-powered creatures, so in the case that we can't get the Gitrog online, or maybe we can't attack with it for some reason, or for whatever reason, the Gitrog is not going to be viable, we have other ways of drawing cards based on power, so Greater Good, Life's Legacy, and Altar of the Wretched. This is by no means the full extent of cards that care about power and then draw you a bunch of cards, but these were the ones I considered to be the best. Also the Great Henge, if we're going to play a bunch of super high power creatures anyway, may as well run this. We've got our combo, which is basically the Wither Chain combo, Witherbloom Apprentice plus Chain of Smog to win the game. We do need a way to win the game other than just hitting our opponent with the Gitrog monster. Again, if you are averse to combos, well, I'm not sure why you would really be playing this deck in the first place, but if you are averse to combos and you don't want to run this, you're just going to need to run some sort of big threat that can win the game on its own. We've got some fast mana because it doesn't really matter whether we go behind on mana, because once the Gitrog hits our opponent, we get to draw a bunch and put a bunch of lands into play, so we can afford to burn cards on fast mana. So we've got stuff like Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Spirit Guide, Ritual, Calling Ritual, Dark Cabal Ritual, Blood Pet. There are many more fast mana cards that you could have included here. I've got a whole package on fast mana cards if you want to take a look at that. Specifically in this deck, Squandered Resources, which allows you to sack a land, add to your mana pool 1 mana of any type the sacked land could produce. This is normally a card that's just played in like Glass Cannon combos, but because the Gitrog allows us to put a bunch of the drawn cards into play as lands, if we drew a bunch of lands off of it, this potentially can be good enough if we know that the Gitrog is going to be able to get through. Fairly typical mana base, with the only standouts here really being Dryad Arbor because we've got Green Sun Zenith to fetch it, but otherwise pretty stock mana. We've got some protection for the Gitrog because again, we don't want to go through all the trouble of playing the Gitrog only for it to get killed or countered, so Allosaurus Shepherd, Cavern of Souls, Delighted Halfling, Veil, Defense Grid to make sure it doesn't get countered, City of Solitude, Sylvan Safekeeper to make sure it doesn't die once it's in play, bunch of ramp, nothing really much to say about that. However, the one thing I would mention is that lands that, land ramp, so things like Farseek, Nature's Lore, 3 Visits are more valuable than normal because we have cards like Squandered Resources and Sylvan Safekeeper to sack our lands. Also, we do have a Selvala in here because we are incidentally playing a bunch of really high power creatures, so Selvala can potentially be just a really big way of ramping. A little bit of removal because we do need to actually be able to interact with our opponent, so Abrupt Decay, Trophy, Kenrith's Transformation, Rex Age, and Snuff Out. Some tutors, in particular things like Survival of the Fittest to go find the exact big creatures that we want. I've opted not to run any reanimation effects along with Survival, but you could if you wanted to. But yeah, that is pretty much going to be the Gitrog monster. So again, get a big creature into play the Gitrog, hopefully it doesn't get countered or killed, and you can use protection spells to make sure that that doesn't happen. Attack an opponent, hit them, sacrifice your big creature, draw a whole bunch of cards, put all the lands that you drew into play, and then if that doesn't allow you to win, hopefully at least you've gone sufficiently high enough in value to pull ahead of your opponents. Yep, that is going to be the Gitrog Ravenous Ride for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the Howling Abomination. So this is a 5 mana Gruul commander. It's a 5/5 with haste, and it says it has trample as long as you've cast 3 or more spells this turn. And then the important part, whenever it becomes the target of a spell, it gets +2 until end of turn, and it deals 2 damage to each opponent. So what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to have as many cheap spells, especially ones that cantrip, that target a single permanent. So Howling Abomination in this case. And we're going to try to cycle those cards over and over and over, continuously targeting Howling Abomination to burn all of our opponents out of the game, alongside some other cards that will increase the amount of damage that Howling Abomination does. And then obviously we're going to need a bunch of fast mana as well so that we can keep just churning through cards. So to begin with, we've got some ways of increasing the amount of damage that we're doing. So Fiery Inscription and Gutter Snipe will also trigger off of the many cheap spells that we're doing. So these are basically copies 2 and 3 of Howling Abomination. We have Kedis, which only applies to combat damage, but a Howling Abomination is going to get very big. So this can potentially one-shot an opponent, and then Kedis will multiply that damage to our other opponents. And then we have Psychotic Fury, which is a way of giving Howling Abomination double strike, and it draws a card. So it triggers Howling Abomination, and it means we only need to cast half as many cards to make this lethal. Then we've got a whole bunch of cantrips, obviously a ton of things that target, so Ancestral Anger, Charge Through, etc. Basically, if it was 1 mana spell, then it said target a creature and it drew a card, that's going in the deck. Dragon Mantle similarly also targets it because it's an aura. And given how many of these spells we're playing, we're going to want cards like Artist Talent and DRC to filter through our cards so we're not hitting lands or just other things we don't want. We've got additional card draw with a card that I want to point out in particular as Season of Growth, an enchantment that says whenever a creature enters Scry 1, and more importantly, whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, draw a card. Then we've got our big combo pieces. So we've got Underworld Breach as a way to reuse all of the cards that we put in the graveyard, and then importantly, Ground Rift. So Ground Rift is target creature without flying can't block this turn, and Storm. So once we've cast enough spells, we can Ground Rift, and we can point this at Howling Abomination, and we can point all of the copies at Howling Abomination, and every single one of them will trigger it. We also have Zada over here, so if instead of Howling Abomination we've got Zada in play, we can point our cantrips at Zada instead, and multiply those across all of our creatures. So it will still trigger the Howling Abomination for the spells targeting it, and we get to draw even more cards. We of course have all of our fast mana, so some of the best ones being things like Stormkiln Artist, Bergi, Runaway Steamkin, and Urabrast to keep churning through the cards, but we have a bunch of other one-shots like Jessica's Will and whatnot. A Gruul mana base, nothing much to see here. Protection to make sure that Howling Abomination does not get countered or killed. Bunch of ramp, some removal, and that is pretty much going to do it. I also considered running a number of other cards like Grape Shot, but Ground Rift basically does the same thing, but for cheaper, and actually winds up doing more damage than Grape Shot does. Festival of Embers, I debated between this one, Past in Flames, and Underworld Breach. Ultimately, I felt like Underworld Breach was probably the better out of all of these cards, but these are potentially other options as well to recur all of our spells. And so that is going to do it for the Howling Abomination in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the infamous Cruel Claw. So the infamous Cruel Claw is a 3 mana Rakdos commander. It's a 3/3 Weasel Mercenary with Menace. And it says, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. So there's 2 things going on with this. Let's get to the first one right off the bat. It allows you to cast things basically for free. You cheat on the mana by just discarding a card, which is essentially what Dream Halls does. Now, the problem is it's just exiling off the top until you hit a non-land, so how do you make it so that you're hitting the exact card that you want? Well, thankfully we're in black, and this of course means that we get to play cards like Imperial Seal and Vampiric Tutor to put cards on the top of our deck. So we can go cast Infamous Cruel Claw, attack, deal combat damage to our opponent, and we have our top deck tutors to put things on top of our deck to cast those spells for free. And then hopefully those spells will either be combo pieces that we can use to win the game immediately, or just big, fat, expensive win cons. So let's talk about our top deckers. We obviously have Imperial Seal and Vampiric Tutor. We also get access to Insatiable Avarice, which admittedly is 3 mana and therefore not as good. Similarly, Cruel Tutor. We also have Scheming Symmetry, which is a real problem because it gives cards to all of our opponents, so we better damn well win the game off of whatever card that we're grabbing. And then there's also Flamekin Harbinger, which top decks elementals, and Goblin Recruiter, which top decks goblins, and we'll get to the combos for how these work. So what are our big payoffs? Well, one is Void Winnower. Obviously, there's ways around it. It doesn't blank every spell, but this is a pretty good card to cheat in. There's also cards like Baleful Force. At the beginning of each upkeep, you draw a card and lose a life. We can cheat in Peer into the Abyss, Bolus's Citadel, Kozilek the Great Distortion, which under normal circumstances wouldn't be so great to cheat in, but in this case we do cast the spell. So Kozilek or any other of the big Eldrazi Titans that have cast triggers we could run. And Hoarding Broodlord, which is part of its various own combos. We also down here have Breach the Multiverse, 7 mana, each player mills 10. For each player, choose a creature or planeswalker card in that player's graveyard. Put those cards onto the battlefield under your control, then each creature you control becomes a Phyrexian in addition to its other types. So basically, everyone mills 10, and then you pick the best card of 4 out of everybody's graveyards. So this card is the most, outside of combos, highest upside in terms of we can get the most value out of it, but it's also the highest risk because we might not hit anything worthwhile. So now let's talk combos. So for specifically Goblin Recruiter, we have the Snoop combo. So Goblin Recruiter can stack our deck to have a Snoop combo. So we've got Conspicuous Snoop. So we either need to wait a turn to draw the Snoop or we need to be able to draw a card immediately. Now, once we have Snoop, Goblin Recruiter stacks multiple goblins on top of our deck. So we're then going to stack the cards as Snoop, get Snoop into play, then the top card of our deck is Kiki Jiki. So we make infinite Snoops, and then on the last one, instead of copying Snoop, we copy Recruiter, and we put Mog Fanatic on top of our deck. Now we have infinite Snoops in play, Mog Fanatics on top of our deck, we can infinitely ping our opponents. Aside from that, we also have Dualcaster Mage Molten Duplication. We also have Underworld Breach plus LED, which in this case, we don't have access to blue, so we can't Brain Freeze, but we can win in other ways. And we've got Saw in Half, which is going to work with Hoarding Broodlord. So specifically, Hoarding Broodlord lets us tutor a card into face down exile, and then we can cast that. So what we're going to do is Hoarding Broodlord, and Hoarding Broodlord is going to go grab Saw in Half. We're then going to Saw the Broodlord, and it's going to grab 2 spells. Now, if we've got enough mana, we can just go grab something like Dualcaster Molten Duplication. But if we don't have enough mana, instead we're going to grab Sacrifice. And remember, we can convoke these spells. So we use the Hoarding Broodlord, we use one of them to sacrifice a Hoarding Broodlord, generating 8 mana. And then typically, the other spell will be Peer into the Abyss, for which we can then draw a bajillion cards. It doesn't specifically have to be Peer into the Abyss, it could be something else, but this is the biggest payoff. Now, aside from all that, we are going to want ways of getting haste with the infamous Cruel Claw, because we're going to want to attack with it immediately rather than just cast Cruel Claw and pass the turn. So, we have a bunch of ways of giving haste: Arena of Glory, Bitter Reunion, Hall the Bandit Lord, Lava Spur Boots, Lightning Greaves, Mass Hysteria, Torch Courier. But also, let's not forget the second part of the infamous Cruel Claw, which is you may cast that card by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. So regardless of what we hit with it, regardless of what we cheat in, we cheat that card in by discarding, and this means that the infamous Cruel Claw can be used in a sort of reanimator strategy. So if we have any of these big creatures in our hand, like Baleful Force, for example, we can discard them, and then we can use reanimation spells to get them back. So the best reanimation spells: Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, Reanimate. You could play more if you wanted to. And then so we're going to have other cards that facilitate that plan. We can't just rely on Cruel Claw, so we also have Faithless Looting and Bitter Reunion. Bunch of card draw spells, Black Market Connections. Insatiable Avarice is technically a card draw spell if we don't use it for the top deck mode. Wheel of Fortune. Now, a lot of people don't like wheels, and they are sort of iffy in terms of when you can use them, but in this case, we need this to combo with Underworld Breach and LED to potentially deck all of our opponents, and then the usual One Ring, etc. We've got a bunch of fast mana. It's possible that we want even more than this so that we can do the whole Peer into the Abyss line with Hoarding Broodlord, but this is at least a little bit to start. Lands, pretty straightforward. The one unique one I'll talk about is Shizo. Again, we are only a black and red deck, which means it doesn't cost us that much to just run this Shizo in place of a swamp. Sometimes our infamous Cruel Claw, despite having Menace, may not be able to attack, so this is just another way of being able to attack. A little bit of protection. Again, we do want Cruel Claw to live, but unlike other commanders, so there's a lot of other decks where it very, very heavily relies around our commander. But in the case of the infamous Cruel Claw, there are ways that we can win outside of Cruel Claw. So there's reanimation. There are other combos that don't rely on Cruel Claw. So it's not as important that we have protection spells. And the protection spells in Rakdos are not that good to begin with anyway, so 3 of these is fine. Then we got a bunch of ramp spells, nothing much to see here. Some removal, Oppo Agent as stacks, Fire Covenant Deluge, and then we've got the tutors that didn't fall into top deck tutors specifically, so Entomb, Saga, Tainted Pact. But with all that said, that's going to do it. So that is the infamous Cruel Claw in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the Jolly Balloon Man. So the Jolly Balloon Man is a 3-mana Boros commander. He's a 1/4 with haste and 1 tap. Create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control, except it's a 1/1 red balloon creature in addition to its other colors and types, and it has flying and haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step, activate only as a sorcery. So obviously, this is essentially a Kiki-Jiki / Reflection of the Mirror Breaker type card in the command zone, but with the addition of having white in its colors. So we're going to want as many creatures that benefit from ETBs or sacrificing or death or whatever we can get in order to make the Jolly Balloon Man even better. So first of all is our obvious combos in the Jolly Balloon Man. So we've got some that work with Balloon Man and some that are just Boros combos that could run in any Boros deck. So we've got cards like Combat Celebrant that we can use to create a token of Combat Celebrant. We get an extra attack and untap all of our creatures, including the Jolly Balloon Man. We can make then another copy of Combat Celebrant and go off. Of course, this isn't technically infinite since we do need 1 mana at a time in order to activate the Jolly Balloon Man, but if we have cards like Ashnod's Altar or Phyrexian Altar, we can then sacrifice the additional tokens that we're creating in order to keep activating the Jolly Balloon Man. We also have cards like Village Bellringer that untap all of our creatures, and this will similarly go off with the Jolly Balloon Man as long as we can keep paying the 1 each time. And even in the case where we can't pay the 1 each time, we can still generate a lot of value. Similarly, we've got things like Umbral Mantle to untap the Jolly Balloon Man. If we get into a position where we can generate infinite mana, we do have Staff of Domination in order to draw our whole deck, or, of course, untap the Jolly Balloon Man to keep using him. And then we've got things like Felidar Guardian, which can combo with the Jolly Balloon Man, or with Kiki-Jiki itself. We also have combos with Karmic Guide in order to keep copying it and resurrecting things. It is possible to also combine this with the altars in order to keep reanimating things and also sacking them for mana. We also have Delny, which will combo with certain of our cards, and Agate Instigator. If for whatever reason infinite combats are not enough to kill our opponents, we can also make infinite tokens and just ping them all to death. Then, of course, we have the old Dual Caster Mage Molten Duplication trick. But additionally, because we're in Boros, we can Dual Caster plus Ephemerate, and we can use Ephemerate to blink Jolly Balloon Man and potentially go off that way. In addition to Agate Instigator, we also have Molten Gatekeeper as a second Impact Tremors type effect, some cantripping with Spirited Companion and Wall of Omens, which are fine enough just to draw cards with the Jolly Balloon Man, and if we do get into a situation where we have infinite activations with Balloon Man, we can use these to draw our whole deck. Card draw with Enduring Innocence, Mentor of the Meek, and Welcoming Vampire, since we're making lots of tiny creatures, and the typical cards like Esper Sentinel, the One Ring, Trouble in Pairs. Skull Clamp, of course, great in our deck. We're making small creatures, and we're making tokens that are going to die anyway. And then Idol of Oblivion, which we can tap to draw a card and activate only if we've created a token this turn. So if we've got Balloon Man active, we can draw an extra card every turn with Idol of Oblivion. Not too much in terms of counter magic because we're obviously in Boros, but we do have a few options here. We also have 1,000-Year Elixir, some pretty straightforward lands. The one oddity is Fountain Port, which we can use to sacrifice tokens to draw cards, which again is going to work with Balloon Man. Some protection spells, things like Silence, Grand Abolisher, Ranger Captain, in order to make sure that we can combo off. Dawn's Truce as another way to give our stuff protection. A whole bunch of ramp, including a bunch of what would normally be considered pretty mediocre ramp in cards like Hedron Crawler, because we just need as many things as we can get in our Boros deck, and we don't have too many options. Things that are creatures are also a little bit better in this deck than they would be normally because of things like Skull Clamp and Jolly Balloon Man being able to copy things. Patriarch's Seal as a 3-mana rock that can untap legendary creatures, so again, works with Balloon Man. We have Goblin Engineer as a way to tutor up combo pieces, so this particularly is going to work with cards like the Altars, Staff of Domination, and Umbral Mantle. A whole bunch of removal, which on creatures gets even better with Jolly Balloon Man again, because we can keep copying them, so things like Skyclave Apparition and Lauren. Elesh Norn also particularly works better than our deck than it normally would, and we've got the Recruiters and Recruiter of the Guard, Imperial, for the same kind of reason. And then last, over here, we've got Determined Iteration 2 mana at the beginning of combat on your turn, populate. The token created this way gains haste, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So it's essentially a way of doubling up on Balloon Man's ability. And then we've got a bunch of untap effects in order to activate Balloon Man multiple times a turn. And it's worth noting that, again, Village Bellringer can be a combo piece, and Halo Fountain can be a way to draw cards, or if we manage to go off far enough, win the game straight up. And with all that said, that's going to be the Jolly Balloon Man for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the Mind Skinner. This is a 3 mana triple blue 10/1 that can't be blocked, and if a source you control would deal damage to an opponent, prevent that damage, and each opponent mills that many cards. So we've got ourselves another mill deck, and specifically one built around attacking our opponents with the Mind Skinner. So anything that can synergize with this plan is going to go in here. So first things first, before we get to the auxiliary mill spells, let's just talk about the cards that work specifically well with the Mind Skinner. So anything that allows the Mind Skinner to deal more damage is obviously going to be what we want. So things like Inquisitor's Flail, which doubles the amount of damage that the Mind Skinner deals, potentially allowing us to mill our opponents for 20. We also have Fire Shrieker, which grants the Mind Skinner double strike, effectively doing the same thing. Next up, we're going to want to give the Mind Skinner haste, since we don't want to play Mind Skinner and just pass the turn. So Lava Spur Boots, Hall the Bandit Lord, Greaves, and Swiftfoot Boots. And obviously, we're going to want ways of protecting the Mind Skinner, since our plan does revolve around us getting it out and attacking with it. So as usual, in blue, all of the counter spells are both interaction and ways of protecting your combos, your commander, etc. As far as other forms of protection, we have cards like Hydroelectric Specimen, which doubles as a land, Misdirection, Slip Out the Back, Spellskite, things like that. It's also probable that we're going to be in a position of attacking our opponents with the Mind Skinner and might be attacked back, so we do have Propaganda here, although this is not strictly necessary. We do want Ramp, but we specifically want Ramp that produces blue, so that we can play the triple blue and Mind Skinner's cost. However, there aren't that many options for mono rocks that produce blue, so after you get off of Arcane Signet, Cold Steel Heart, Felwar Stone, Mox Diamond, Mox Opal, Ornithopter of Paradise, and then Sky Diamond, we're basically out of options. So then the rest of our ramp is going to just produce colorless mana, which we'll use to cast other things. We also have a little bit of combos here. So Gaia Reach Sanitarium is a way that we can filter and also force our opponents to draw. Now this has a few uses. First of all, in any deck that we're milling opponents, causing opponents to draw cards becomes better than it normally would be, since we can potentially force them to deck out. Secondly, if our opponents are trying to win with Thassa's Oracle, we can prevent that from happening if we have up Gaia Reach Sanitarium plus 2 mana to activate it. Now this is not going to be something that happens that often, since it is hard to just hold up 3 lands, but this does give us that option. And then finally, with Narset in play, we can force our opponents to Gaia Reach, and then they won't get to draw the extra card, but will be forced to discard. So it is possible that we can set up a situation of Narset plus Gaia Reach to empty hand our opponents. Now, of course, this is going to be pretty dubious, since Narset is a planeswalker that can be attacked by 3 different players, and the Mind Skinner isn't exactly good at blocking, which is why we mentioned Propaganda earlier as a way to potentially set this up to do more of a stacks plan than we would be able to do otherwise. Now, aside from the Mind Skinner, we've got some of our other mill effects down here. So Bruvak the Grandiloquent, if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill twice that many instead. So it's essentially the creature version of Fire Shrieker. And then we've got a few additional mill cards, not too many. Ruin Crab, Memory Erosion. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, they mill 2. Fractured Sanity, which can mill 14 or 4 if we cycle it. And Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Primarily, we're not all in on mill cards. We're mostly trying to win with the Mind Skinner, so these are just supplementary ones, and I've picked the ones that have the potential to mill the most amount of cards. Other random mill cards are not things that we really want, but if you are planning to take this deck in a more mill-heavy direction and not rely so much on just the Mind Skinner itself, you could, of course, add a bunch more mill cards. Now, of course, if we're milling our opponent, one potential big downside is now there's a bunch of cards in their graveyard, which is a problem if our opponents have things like Underworld Breach. So we are going to want things that mitigate that, cards like Lantern of the Lost. And then over here, a little bit more mill, Mesmeric Orb and Mind Crank. We have the usual straightforward card draw spells like the One Ring, Rhystic Study. We also have Polywog Prodigy in this deck. We're always going to be able to trigger this at least once because of the Mind Skinner, so a curve of 2 mana Polywog Prodigy, next turn cast the Mind Skinner, evolve this is a pretty good curve. We've got Ledger Shredder. Lands are fairly straightforward. Manamo, of course, always in any blue deck with the 1 ring. A whole bunch of removal, which is mostly in the form of bounce spells or stealing effects. So we've got Chain of Vapor, Dress Down, Geist Wave, Gilded Drake, Otawara, Resculpt, Sink into Stupor, Snap, Submerge, and Volatile Storm Drake. And it's worth noting that our bounce spells can potentially protect the Mind Skinner from removal or sweepers. So let's say our opponents try to kill the Mind Skinner, we can bounce the Mind Skinner and play it again next turn. Then we've got a bunch of stacks. So primarily, again, what we're trying to do is attack our opponents to death with the Mind Skinner, and to that end, we've got to prevent them from winning their own game. So Arcane Laboratory, which is not usually seen in blue decks, but here we're not really looking to cast a whole bunch of spells back to back, so the blue Rule of Law fits in perfectly. We also have Winter Moon and Back to Basics. Again, we are a mono blue deck, so these can work out better. Similarly, Harbinger of the Seas. Winter Orb as well, just because, again, we want to slow down the opponent. Torpor Orb, we really don't have ETB effects, so this is fine. Aside from Lantern of the Lost, we also have Relic of Progenitus and Grafdigger's Cage as ways of preventing our opponents from getting anything back from the graveyard. Cursed Totem, and as previously mentioned, Narset. So with all that said, that is going to be the Mind Skinner in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at one of the new commanders from Ixalan, the Myco Tyrant. So the Myco Tyrant is a Golgari commander. It's a 3 mana star. It has Trample. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control that are fungi and saplings. So it's always at least a 1/1 and can become bigger. And then the main reason to play this card is going to be the third ability, which says at the beginning of your end step, you create X 1/1 black fungus creature tokens with this creature can't block, where X is the number of times you descended this turn. You descend each time a permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere. So basically, however many permanents that you sacked or self-milled or directly deposited into the graveyard and other means, this is going to trigger on your end step and create X tokens. So obviously, we're in Golgari colors, which means we're going to be using lots of sacrifice and reanimation based combos, but we also have the added benefit of potentially creating a lot of extra tokens. So right off the bat, anything like a fetch land is already just going to make you always get an additional token. And then if we have ways of milling multiple or sacking multiple cards in a turn, we can generate multiple tokens, and then we can use those tokens either in combos or just for value. So right off the bat, we've got a lot of cards that are just going to either draw us cards or are going to combine with our various tokens. So we have cards that normally just straight up draw stuff like Bolas' Citadel, Necropotence, Null Perfusion, Recycle the One Ring. But then we've also got cards that pair well with our ability to create 1/1 tokens. So cards like Elven Chorus, that allow those tokens to tap for mana and allow us to cast creatures off the top. Toski, which is going to draw cards based on the tokens. Same deal with Yawgmoth, which is going to be part of its own combos. Fecundity, which is going to trigger whenever a creature dies to draw a card, which is going to be good with our tokens. Although do note this also works with our opponent's creatures dying, so they also get to draw cards, so it is a little bit risky to play this. And then of course Skull Clamp, perfect for having a bunch of random X1 tokens on the field. And we also got Craterhoof Behemoth here. This is going to pair well with having lots of tokens in play and can sometimes be a way to just win the game. Then we're going to have all of our various combos. So right off the bat, we're going to have sacrifice-based combos with things like Ashnod's Altar and Phyrexian Altar, which can potentially generate infinite mana, or can just use those tokens to just make a whole bunch of mana in general. We're going to have combos with Yawgmoth that pair up with Zulaport Cutthroat, so we can sack our tokens and then trigger the Zulaport Cutthroat to draw cards over and over and over, draining our opponents out. But this can also go infinite with anything that has Undying or Persist. So we've got a Lesser Masticore here. This is something that can persist back into play, and in combination with Melira, prevents the -1 counter from being put on it. So in combination with Yawgmoth, we can sack the Lesser Masticore infinite amount of times, or at least as many times as we have life to pay for Yawgmoth's ability. We also have Hapatra in here. This is basically just a way to combo with Yawgmoth, but it also generates 1/1 tokens, which are also good with the rest of what our deck is doing. We also have Protean Hulk, which is going to be for Hulk piles. So if we've got a way to get Hulk out and then sack it, we can immediately tutor for the combo of Disciple of the Vault, Lesser Masticore, Melira, and Viscera Seer. So this combo will allow us to sack the Masticore. It persists back without a -1 counter because of Melira. And by sacking it, it's an artifact and triggers Disciple of the Vault to target our opponents to drain them for 1. So again, Protean Hulk, if we cast it or just reanimate it or cheat it into play somehow, and then sack it with any sack outlet, we can tutor these 4 creatures up and win the game on the spot. We've also got the Chain of Smog Witherbloom Apprentice combo. We've also got Skuriok, which can combine with, again, other things that we're doing, and it can also combine with Yawgmoth. So if we have Skuriok in play and Yawgmoth, we can put a -1 counter on Skuriok using Yawgmoth, and then the moment it has an evolve trigger go off, we can keep combining that with Yawgmoth over and over and over. So let's say Skuriok is a 0/1, right? And then we have an evolve trigger on the stack, right? So Skuriok trigger on the stack, it gets a +1 counter, and then the Make a Squirrel ability, so like it gets the +1 counter from evolve, and then the Make a Squirrel ability from Skuriok is on the stack. Then we activate Yawgmoth, we sack the creature, which is the squirrel that we already have in play previously. We put a -1 counter on the Skuriok, which negates the +1 counter that's on it. Then the evolve trigger resolves, and since Skuriok is now a 0/1, or rather the squirrel token ability resolves, and because Skuriok is now a 0/1, the 1/1 squirrel will trigger it, puts a +1 counter on the Skuriok. The squirrel trigger goes on the stack, we activate Yawgmoth, sacking the squirrel, putting a -1 counter on Skuriok, etc. That combo's off. We've also got Parallel Lives here, which works very well, of course, obviously, with our commander putting tokens into play, but it also works with like Skuriok and Hepatra to do other things. We've got Mirkwood Bats here as just a way to drain tons of life from creating and sacking the various tokens that we're creating and sacking. And then we've got Mortuary as another way of potentially going infinite depending on what it is that we're doing. So Mortuary can go infinite with like Yawgmoth plus things that generate mana and draw cards. So if we've got like Mortuary, Phyrexian Altar, Yawgmoth, and something that costs 1, let's say it's Disciple of the Vault. It doesn't have to be Disciple, it's just anything that costs 1 mana, right? We go Phyrexian Altar. We'll also need other pieces in play for this, like something that creates extra tokens or whatever, but there are loops that we can do to sack a creature, put it back on top of our deck with Mortuary, immediately draw the card and recast it. So some cards are as simple as just 2 cards, like Chain of Smog plus Witherbloom Apprentice, or like Protean Hulk, and then just sack it to any sack outlet, grab all of these pieces, win the game. Others are more complicated, like Yawgmoth lines or Mortuary lines, where you start to get 4 or sometimes even 5 different cards in play that you need to combo off. But you do have all of these various combos, some of which are like just 1 card combos with each other, like Chain plus Witherbloom, others of which have multiple different interactions with all of these various combo pieces that we have. And basically every single one of these combos is going to involve some combination of a sack outlet or reanimating something, except in a few cases like Wither Chain. Apart from that, we've got a little bit of fast mana, pretty stock lands. Obviously, guys, Cradle's great as usual, especially in combination with making a bunch of tokens. A little bit of protection. Obviously, we want a bunch of ramp. Cryptolith right in here as another Elven Chorus to combine with all the creature tokens that we're making. Some reanimation spells. Some removal. Of course, anything that involves sacking and reanimating is going to be good. So like Caustic Caterpillar, and specifically Attrition, since we're making 1/1 tokens, that allows us to just transform our tokens into Doom Blades for 1 mana. A little bit of stacks in black. Then Grave Pact, I've categorized it under Sweeper here. It's not exactly a sweeper, but it kind of has the same effect when you're sacking enough creatures, especially again with all of the 1/1 tokens that we can generate. If we can sack them, we can basically keep our opponent's boards clear of any creatures. And then we've got all of our various tutors. Obviously, we're in black-green. This gives us access to some of the best tutors. So we've got the straight up, just go find anything black tutors, put stuff directly into the graveyard to reanimate them black tutors, crop rotation to find Guy's Cradle or something else, natural order, which can find Crater Hoof or just like other combo pieces. Survival of the Fittest is also a really good way of not only tutoring creatures, but because it's putting creature cards from your hand into the graveyard, that will count towards the descend count on the Myco Tyrant, since you're putting permanents into the graveyard. And then we've got our Dredgers. So these Dredgers can either put a bunch of cards into the graveyard and potentially trigger the Myco Tyrant a whole bunch, but they can also combine with anything that draws cards, so like Yawgmoth, for example. So there are times when you can have like Yawgmoth or just like any other effect that draws a card, where you draw, you dredge your Dredger instead, and then you can find a way to just discard the Dredger to like Survival, put the Dredger back into your graveyard, draw again to dredge again. So there are combos that these can be involved with, or they can just put lots and lots of cards in the graveyard for the purposes of triggering the Myco Tyrant a whole bunch of times, or just maybe sometimes you'll randomly mill over a Protean Hulk or something, and then you can reanimate that stuff. And yep, that is pretty much going to be the Myco Tyrant in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the Necrobloom. So the Necrobloom is a 4-mana Abzan commander. It's a 2/7 legendary plant, and it says, landfall, create an 0/1 green plant creature token, and then if you control 7 or more lands with different names, you create a 2/2 black zombie instead of the plant. And land cards in your graveyard have Dredge 2. So obviously, we're going to want lots of different lands, since this is essentially the commander version of Field of the Dead. To make all of these tokens, we're going to want beatdown or token amplifying related effects, and we're going to want lands that work well by getting dredged out of the graveyard. So let's go through this one at a time. So first off, we've got our beatdowns. We've got Caretaker's Talent, which allows us to draw based on the tokens entering, and then later level it up and make them get plussed. Craterhoof Behemoth as our big win. We also have Felidar Retreat to either buff our current creatures or make more tokens, and Retreat to Hagra, which we're mainly going to use to drain our opponents on landfall. Then we've got our card draw. So it's the usual things like Bolas' Citadel, One Ring, but we've also got things like Augur of Autumn, which allow us to play lands from the top of our library, or creatures if we've got creatures of 3 different power. Tireless Tracker, because we're going to have token-related things due to the Necrobloom. And Pitiless Carnage, sacrifice any number of permanents you control and then draw that many cards. Really great with all these excess tokens we're creating. We can plot it for 3. And then the Gitrog monster, which also fits nicely into this deck for its abilities of, at the beginning of your upkeep, sack unless you sack a land. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, and whenever 1 or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, draw a card, which is great with all of the land dredging we're going to be doing. And remember that anything that helps us put additional lands onto the battlefield to keep triggering the Necrobloom is going to be helpful, so we want as much of our ramp, for example, to transition to that as possible. So next up, we come to our combo cards that specifically work with the Necrobloom. So in the case of Mondrak, this is not really a combo card, it's more of a synergy card, but it's pretty straightforward. Double up all of our tokens. We obviously could play more. We could play Anointed Procession, Parallel Lives, Doubling Season, etc. I don't feel like you really need to go all in on that route, but obviously you can if you want to. I think that Mondrak is probably the best of all of those cards, so we're running Mondrak. Now specifically, we've got these other combo pieces. So we've got Fluctuator. Cycling abilities you activate cost up to 2 less to activate. So if we have a land that has a cycling ability for 2 mana, we can cycle it for 0 and then draw a card. But instead of drawing, obviously, because we control the Necrobloom, we can dredge it instead. So basically, we cycle that land. Instead of drawing, we dredge the land back to our hand, then we cycle it again, dredge it back to our hand. Basically, this lets us mill over our entire deck. And there's a whole bunch of different lands that have a 2-mana cycling ability. The most obvious one is Blasted Landscape. Taps for colorless, cycles for 2. But there are also a whole bunch of other ones you could play. You could play cards like Drifting Meadow or Fetid Pools. So there's like dual lands or monocolor lands, irrigated farmland, all of that stuff. The reason I don't like any of those lands, despite the fact that they tap for colors, whereas Blasted Landscape only taps for colorless, is because all of those other lands enter the battlefield tapped. Blasted Landscape is the only one that enters untapped. Now, obviously, just milling ourselves alone does not win the game, so we'll get to how you win the game by milling yourselves in a bit. But aside from that, we also have the Necrobloom plus Bone Miser. In this case, it's whenever you discard a creature, create a 2/2 black zombie. Whenever you discard a land, add double black. And whenever you discard a non-creature, non-land, draw a card. So this works exactly the same way as Fluctuator. Instead of our cycling costing 2 less, we're just generating double black on cycle. So effectively, we do the same thing. It's just a more expensive card, and the order in which we do it is different. Next up is Thornbite Staff plus White of the Reliquary plus Necrobloom. So Thornbite Staff is a 2-mana equipment, and it says equipped creature has 2 tap. This creature deals 1 damage to any target, and whenever a creature dies, untap this creature. Whenever a shaman enters the battlefield, you may attach Thornbite Staff to it. So let's go down here to White of the Reliquary. White of the Reliquary is a number of different abilities, but the main one that concerns us is the bottom one. Sacrifice another creature, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So we need those 2 plus Necrobloom. So what does this do? We need all of those, and we need 1 additional creature. So first, we activate the White of the Reliquary, and we sack whatever the other creature is, not the Necrobloom. So the Thornbite Staff has to be equipped onto White of the Reliquary. So the creature dies, the White of the Reliquary triggers untapping White of the Reliquary because of the Thornbite Staff. Then we resolve the White of the Reliquary's ability, and we search our library for some land, whatever land that is. The land entering triggers the Necrobloom, which creates a plant or zombie depending on how many lands we have, and then we can repeat. And as a result, we get a ton of landfall triggers if we have anything that's triggering off of landfall, and we get to tutor every single land out of our library onto the battlefield. Again, it doesn't exactly win the game, but it's very good. And then finally, there's Thornbite Staff plus White of the Reliquary plus Felidar Retreat. Felidar Retreat is just subbing in for Necrobloom. We just need a card that gives us a creature when we have a land enter. So that basically does the same thing. So let's move on to the rest of what our deck is doing. So we have more lands than normal, and this is specifically important because we, one, want certain utility lands, and two, we just want more lands triggering the Necrobloom. And specifically, we want fetch lands so we can get double triggers off of the Necrobloom, which means we need more fetchable lands to begin with. And we also want lands that can go to the graveyard. So as obviously mentioned, we already have Blasted Landscape. Boseiju is really good in this deck because we can keep dredging Boseiju back to our hand. We have Command Beacon in case we need to get the Necrobloom back out without paying the commander tax on it. And then since this is in our graveyard, we can dredge it. We've got Field of the Dead as just another Necrobloom trigger thing. Then we're playing our Horizon land. So we've got Horizon Canopy, Nurturing Peatland. These are lands that we can sacrifice, dredge back to our hand if we need to, although dredging them is not really great, but we have that option if we want. But what this does allow us to do is always have another land to play for landfall triggers. Gaia's Cradle, because we're playing enough creatures that this is going to be relevant. Again, we need a lot of fetchable lands. So we're playing Prismatic Vista, and we're playing 4 different basics. The reason that these are snow covered will be apparent in a bit. And Yavimaya to combo with Gaia's Cradle and just make it so that our colorless lands can produce a color at least. A little bit of protection for the Necrobloom to make sure it doesn't die or get countered. Sylvan Safekeeper being yet another thing that we can sack lands with. And then we've got all of our ramp cards. So it's got to be a lot. And specifically, as many of our ramp cards that can put extra lands into play as possible, the better. So we've got Azusa, Exploration, Explore, Farseek, Glimpse the Core. So this can only go grab basic forests, which means we need to play at least more than one probably. So a forest and a snow-covered forest. Then we've got Into the North, which searches for a snowland. This is the reason that we need the snow-covered lands instead. And then obviously we've got Nature's Lore, 3 visits, and then we've got Rampant Growth and Sakura Tribe Elder. So again, this is more reasons that we need additional basic lands, much more so than a deck would normally need. We've got our removal, Aura Shards being pretty good, Rex Sage for the GSZ package, Swords. We've got a Collector Oof in the deck because we can GSZ for it, and most of our ramp doesn't have to do with artifacts, although obviously we do have some. Elesh Norn to double up on the landfall triggers and stacks our opponents. Bunch of tutors, including Crop Rotation, Elvish Reclaimer to go get lands. And then we've got a bunch of other cards that didn't neatly fit into specific categories that mostly have to do with lands. So Aftermath Analyst and Splendid Reclamation as a way to return all of the lands from our graveyard to the battlefield. So if we've got effects that sack lands, we can sack them and just get them all back. Or especially if we're milling them, including dredging them with the Necrobloom, and we're dredging a bunch of cards, we can get all of our lands back. This is also another thing that we can do where if we mill our whole deck over, that we can use Aftermath Analyst or Splendid Reclamation to put all the lands into play. We've got Ancient Green Warden, which doubles our lands entering causing triggers to trigger ability, so it basically doubles all the landfall triggers, and it lets us play lands from our graveyard. 6, whenever it attacks mill 3, you may put a land from among them in your hand, but more importantly, as long as it's your turn, non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have Retrace, meaning you can cast permanents from your graveyard by discarding a land in addition to their other costs. And with the Necrobloom being able to dredge lands back to our hand, this means we will always have a land available, so we can keep recasting our permanents. Case of the Locked Hothouse. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. If you control 7 or more lands, it's solved, and when you solve it, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may play lands and cast creatures and enchantments from the top. So this is another variation of the, Azusa, Oracle of Moldiah effect where you can play additional lands, including from the top of your deck. This one has a bigger late game upside. And then Scape Shift. Oh, big ol' Scape Shift. Then additionally, we have Dread Return. So the main deal here is that if we have infinite mill, we need a way to actually win the game. We don't want to mill ourselves in the deck, or we don't want to mill ourselves down to like very few cards and then have nothing to do. So we're always going to have the 3 creatures available because Necrobloom's always going to be making tokens, and then we can Dread Return, and the thing we're probably going to hit is Craterhoof Behemoth. So that's our main win con, is mill our entire deck, putting all these lands into play and making a bunch of zombies and or plants. Then Dread Return, sack 3 of them, get Crater Hoof back, boom, a huge amount of damage onto our opponents. As stated, there was a lot of cards I considered and I wound up cutting a whole bunch of them, so some particular ones are City of Brass and Mana Confluence are obviously, these cards go into every single deck that is multiple colors, but in this case, you can only run so many lands and we needed certain slots for cards. In particular, again, we needed lots of basics to go search for off of our basic fetchers like Rampant Growth. We needed lots of fetch lands themselves. We needed just a lot of lands, like some utility lands, and eventually we just ran out of space. So I wound up cutting these. This could be wrong. There's also Takenuma, which is obviously like Beseiju. It's another channel land that you can just keep getting back. But I feel like Takenuma is much worse. It's more expensive and not that good. But again, I could be wrong on this. Blast Zone was another land I considered. I rejected it again because it's very expensive and I just feel like there's better, more efficient ways of removing opponent's stuff. As previously mentioned, cards like Anointed, Parallel Lives, Doubling Season, didn't wind up playing them. I did not wind up playing Titania. And this deck doesn't even have an opposition agent in it, and I cut Oracle Moldiah because I felt like Case of the Locked Hothouse was better. So with all that said, that is going to do it for the Necrobloom in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Squirrel Tribal, specifically headed by the Odd Acorn Gang. Now, there are multiple different Squirrel Tribal commanders that you could run, multiple of which will appear in this deck, but I felt like the Odd Acorn Gang was probably the best one to be our commander. So with that said, what does it do? It's a 5 mana black and green 5/5. It has Menace, Trample, and Reach. Squirrels you control have tap. Target squirrel gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. Activate as a sorcery. And whenever one or more squirrels you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So this ability right here, the Toski ability, the Bident of Thassa ability, however you want to call it, is the reason that I felt that this one would probably be the best commander. Whereas the other commanders, they do have good abilities. I felt like this was probably the best one. So with that said, we're obviously a squirrel deck. We're obviously built around putting out a bunch of tiny 1/1 squirrel tokens and flooding the board full of squirrels. So we're going to improve that with our beatdown cards. So we've got Beastmaster Ascension. Whenever a creature you control attacks, you may put a quest counter on Beastmaster Ascension. And as long as it has 7 or more quest counters on it, creatures you control get +5/+5. So presumably you want to have 7 creatures. You attack with all of them. This instantly gets filled up and then all of your guys get +5. There's Camellia the Seed Miser, one of our other potential squirrel commanders, a 3 mana 3/3 with Menace. Other squirrels you control have Menace. Whenever you sacrifice one or more foods, create a 1/1 squirrel. And 2 Forage. Forage is exile 3 cards from your graveyard or a sack of food. Put a +1 counter on each other squirrel you control. So if we wanted to maybe be a more beatdown route, potentially, we could have played Camellia. I feel like Odd Acorn's abilities are just a lot better. Chitter Splitter, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may sack a token. If you do put an acorn counter on this, squirrels you control get +1/+1 for each acorn counter on it, and we can pay a green and tap, create a 1/1 squirrel token. Coat of Arms, all creatures get +1 for each other creature in play that shares a type with it. This does apply to our opponents, but it's obviously going to apply much more to our own creatures. Squirry of Squirrels, Myriad. So whenever this deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And Myriad means when it attacks, we get a token copy that's also attacking each opponent. And since it has 2 versions of Myriad, basically when this attacks, we are assuming we're in a 4-player pod. We're going to make 6 squirrel tokens that then die at the end of combat. We also have our Squirrel Lords, Squirrel Mob, and Squirrel Sovereign. And then we have Valley Rot Caller, a 2 mana 1/3 with Menace that says whenever it attacks, each opponent loses X and you gain X life, where X is the number of other squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats you control. Then in our card draw, we've got Bolas' Citadel, Necro, Sylvan Library One Ring, and Toski, which is not only good in this deck, but it's also a squirrel. And we have Ravenous Squirrel. Whenever you sack an artifact or creature, put a +1 counter on it. 1 black, green, sack an artifact or creature, you gain 1 life and draw a card. And Pact of the Serpent, choose a creature type, target player draws X and loses X, where X is the number of creatures they control of the chosen type. So basically the black version of Distant Melody. And then we have our combo cards. So there's a lot here. First of all, we've got the Earthcraft Squirrel Nest combo. So if we enchant a basic land with Squirrel Nest, we can tap the land to make a 1/1 squirrel. We can then use Earthcraft to tap the squirrel token that we just made to untap the basic land that Squirrel Nest is enchanting. And we use this to create infinite squirrel tokens. We also have Chatterfang, Forest Walk. If 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus that many 1/1 green squirrel creature tokens are created instead. And black, sack X squirrels, target creature gets -X. We've got Scurry Oak. Whenever one or more +1 counters are put on it, you may create a 1/1 squirrel. And Ivy Lane Denizen. Whenever another green creature enters, put a +1 counter on target creature. So with these two in play, we either need to have Ivy Lane Denizen in play and then cast Scurry Oak, or we need to have both of these in play and then cast any other creature or trigger Scurry Oak once. What will happen is a +1 counter gets put on Scurry Oak, or a creature enters, triggering Ivy Lane Denizen. The +1 counter makes a squirrel. The squirrel entering triggers Ivy Lane, which puts a +1 counter on the Scurry Oak, which creates a 1/1, which triggers Ivy Lane Denizen, which puts the counter on the Scurry Oak, etc. Scurry Oak becomes infinitely huge, and we get infinite 1/1s. And then we have Pitiless Plunderer. Whenever another creature you control dies, create a treasure. And Hazel's Brewmaster. Whenever Hazel's Brewmaster enters or attacks, exile up to one target card from a graveyard and create a food. And foods you control have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with Hazel's Brewmaster. Now, Devoted Druid is also going to be part of these combos, or at least some of them. So to explain some of the combos that I haven't covered already, if we have Hazel's Brewmaster plus Devoted Druid, now Devoted Druid needs to be in exile, and it needs to be exiled by Brewmaster, so it has to be in our graveyard, but that's easy enough because we can just activate Devoted Druid twice to put it in the graveyard. So, exile the Devoted Druid with Hazel's Brewmaster, and we need to have one food token, which we will get by triggering the first ability on Hazel's Brewmaster. So, we activate the food using Devoted Druid's first ability by tapping it, because remember, the foods have all the activated abilities of all the creatures exiled with Hazel's Brewmaster. So we tap the food for green, then we activate the -1 counterpart of Devoted Druid using the food token. Well, the food token is a food token, it's not a creature, so the -1 counter on it doesn't mean anything. Untap the food token, repeat, we have infinite green mana. Another combo with Scurry Oak, so this is apart from Ivy Lane Denizen, is specifically with Coat of Arms. So the prerequisites for this are, we have Scurry Oak and Coat of Arms on the battlefield. You have to have a way to put a +1 counter on the Scurry Oak, and the number of squirrels we control has to be greater than Scurry Oak's power. So you put a +1 counter on the Scurry Oak. The Scurry Oak triggers, because remember, it has Evolve. So basically the squirrel tokens that we're creating have to enter because of Coat of Arms with the power that's bigger than what Scurry Oak has. So the Scurry Oak triggers, creating a 1/1 squirrel that gets +1/+1 for each other squirrel on the battlefield. The squirrel enters, triggering Scurry Oak's Evolve ability. You put a +1 counter on it, repeat, you go infinite. Now, the results of this are that you get infinite creature tokens, infinite enter the battlefield, and infinitely large creatures because all of your squirrels are enormous, obviously. However, this would normally be a mandatory ability, but because the bottom part of Scurry Oak is a May ability, you can stop this. So all you do is you just do that combo, and then of course you can win, either overrunning your opponent next turn or give all of your stuff haste and overrun them immediately. And then finally, the last combo is Chatterfang plus Pitiless Plunderer. So you have to have both of these. You have to control at least 2 additional squirrels, and you have to have a black mana available. So you activate the Chatterfang, you pay black, and you sacrifice 2 squirrels. The squirrels die, and they trigger Pitiless Plunderer, so you create 2 treasure tokens, and because Chatterfang is in play, you also create 2 squirrels. So you can activate a treasure to produce black. You then repeat the steps. So you're creating 2 squirrels, sacking, and 2 treasures. You're sacking one of the treasures to pay for the black of the Chatterfang, and this causes you to have 1 infinite +X/-X abilities, so you can kill all of your opponent's stuff, but you also make infinite treasures and therefore infinite mana. Now, moving on from there, we've got our pretty regular lands here. Obviously, Gaia's Cradle, because we're making a bunch of creatures. There's also Mudflat Village and Oak Hollow Village. So Mudflat is tap for colorless or tap for black, spend only to cast a creature, and we can pay 1 and a black, sacrifice it, return target bat, lizard, rat, or squirrel from the graveyard to your hand. So just a little bit of extra utility in case one of our important cards has been killed and we want to get it back. And for Oak Hollow Village, it's green tap, put a +1 counter on each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control that entered the battlefield this turn. Otherwise, pretty regular mana base, a little bit of protection, obviously a bunch of ramp cards. Unfortunately, most of these are not squirrels. However, there is one that is a squirrel, Thorn Vault Forager. 2 mana 2/2, tap for green, or tap Forage. Forage, exile 3 cards from your graveyard or sack of food. Add 2 mana in any combination of colors, and you can pay 4, tap, search your library for a squirrel, reveal it, put it in your hand. Pretty useful when you want to tutor up squirrel-based combo pieces like Scurry Oak or Hazel's Brewmaster or Chatterfang. Some removal, nothing really much to say here. Some stacks pieces, so specifically most of our mana ramp is in the form of creatures. So Collector Oof and Null Rod don't affect us too much, whereas they stacks out the opponents. Also Oppo Agent. We have our sweeper in Swarmyard Massacre, 5 mana sorcery, create 2 squirrels, then each creature that isn't an insect, rat, spider, or squirrel gets -1/-1 until end of turn for each creature you control that's an insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. So it's an asymmetrical -2 on all of your opponent's stuff, and more than that if we control more squirrels than the 2 tokens that this creates. Then we've got all of our tutors. Obviously, creature tutors are going to be more valuable than normal because many of our combos involve creatures. So Court of Calling, Eldritch Evolution. If we make infinite mana, we've got Finale of Devastation to overrun the opponent. And then finally, 2 additional squirrels that didn't really fall into any specific category. So Hazel of the Root Bloom, which is again one of these squirrels that could have been our commander. 4 mana, 3/5, 2 life and tap. Tap X untap tokens you control. Add X mana in any combination of colors. At the beginning of your end step, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. If the token is a squirrel, instead create 2 tokens that are copies of it. And Osteomancer Adept, 2 mana, 2/2 Death Touch. Tap until end of turn. You may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, the creature enters with a finality counter on it. So if the creature would die, instead you exile it. So with all that said, that's going to be the Squirrel Tribal deck, helmed by the Odd Acorn Gang for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Dragon Tribal, in this case helmed by the Dragon. There are many different legendary dragons that you could have helming the deck, but I think the Dragon's probably the best one. So Dragon is, first off, right away, has Eminence, which means as long as it's in the command zone or on the battlefield, but importantly, as long as it's in the command zone, other dragon spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So all of your dragons cost 1 less. But when you do play it, it is relevant. So it is a 9 mana rainbow creature. It's a 10/10 flyer, and it says whenever 1 or more dragons you control attack, draw that many cards, then you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. So good both in the command zone and out. So then of course there are tons of different dragons that you could play in the deck, but I've picked what I think are the best ones. It's also important to note that with so many expensive dragons, even with the cost reduction on Dragon, you will still need either a lot of ramp or ways of cheating these things out. But first let's just go through the dragons. So we've got Ancient Copper Dragon, 6 mana, 6/5 flyer. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you roll a d20. You create a number of treasures equal to the result. So you average 10 treasures, but you can obviously have more or less. Then Ancient Gold Dragon, same deal, except in this case, it's 7 mana with some different stats at a 7/10. Instead of creating treasures, you create 1/1 blue fairy dragon tokens that have flying. And then Ancient Silver Dragon is the same thing, except again, it's 8 mana, it's a different color, different stats, and instead of doing those, you draw cards equal to the d20 result, and you have no max hand size for the rest of the game. Then we've got some heavy beatdown stuff. Atarka World Render. Whenever a dragon you control attacks, it gains double strike until end of turn. Similar to this, there is Thrakus the Butcher, which is whenever it attacks, double the power of each dragon you control until end of turn. So similar to double strike, but not exactly the same thing. We've got Balefire Dragon. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, it deals that much damage to each creature that player controls. So 6 to everything they control. Brainstealer Dragon. At the beginning of your end step, exile the top card of each opponent's library. You may play those cards for as long as they remained exiled. You can spend mana of any color to cast them. And whenever a non-land permanent an opponent owns enters the battlefield under your control, so whenever you cast one of those spells, they lose life equal to its mana value. So a sort of card advantage dragon. We've got Cavern Horde Dragon. 9 mana, 6/6 flying trample haste. It costs X less, where X is the greatest number of artifacts an opponent controls. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you create a treasure token for each artifact the player controls. So kind of the Dockside Extortionist of dragons. Dragon Lord Dramoka is our dragon version of Grand Abolisher. Hellkite Charger, which takes extra combat steps if we pay 7 mana when it attacks, which is going to be part of infinite mana combos. So for example, if we've got like Ancient Copper Dragon, we will on average generate 10 treasures. So we might not generate enough treasures to pay for the Hellkite Charger, but on average, as long as we don't brick on the first hit, we will probably be able to just keep paying for it over and over. Hellkite Courser. ETB, you may put a commander you own from the command zone onto the battlefield, give it haste, and then return it to the command zone at the beginning of the next end step. So this just lets us cheat Dragon directly into play, and then Dragon draws cards with its ability, so that's great. Hellkite Tyrant, when it hits our opponent, steals all of their artifacts permanently. Hoarding Broodlord, tutors for something. and is part of its own combos. Clouth Unrivaled Ancient is when it attacks, you add X mana in any combination of colors, where X is the total power of attacking creatures. Spend the mana only to cast spells. Until end of turn, you don't lose the mana as steps and phases end. So you generate at least 4 mana just from itself, and then if you have anything else that's attacking, you generate even more. Nullspine Dragon is when it enters, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal to the damage dealt to target opponent this turn. So obviously requires that we have hit an opponent, and for at least enough damage that it is worth doing this, but obviously it can also draw us a bunch of cards. We've got Mirim Sentinel Worm, 6 mana, Flying Ward 2. Whenever another non-token dragon enters the battlefield under your control, you create a token that's a copy of it, except it's not legendary if the original dragon was legendary. So we get 2 of every dragon. Morophon, which just basically reduces the costs of our dragons by Wooburg. Niv-Mizzet Parun is uncounterable, and whenever we draw a card, we deal 1 damage to anything, and whenever any player casts an instant or sorcery, we draw a card. We've got Old Gnawbone, which is similar to Ancient Copper Dragon. It's whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, create that many treasure tokens. So notably, it's not just itself, it's any creature at all. And even it just by itself is 7 treasures. And then along with the Hellkite Charger would be another 5. So that is also infinite with Hellkite Charger. We've got Tiamat, which when it enters, if you cast it, you search your library for 5 dragons and put them into your hand. And then finally, Uvara Hellkite. Whenever a dragon you control attacks, you put a 6/6 red dragon with flying onto the battlefield. So obviously, this is not the full scope of every single dragon we could play, but these are the ones I think are the best among them. They're all, for the most part, big beaters, and many of them have very good effects that either generate mana, treasures, deal tons of damage, draw cards in some way, tutor for things, and so on. So apart from that, fairly typical rainbow mana base. A little bit of extra protection. Obviously, we need a bunch of ramp. Most of which is going to take the form of nothing dragon related, but we do have some dragon related ramp in Carnelian Orb of Dragonkind, which taps for a red, and if we spend the red on a dragon, the dragon gets haste. Dragon Speaker Shaman reduces the costs of dragons by 2. Rivaz taps for 2 mana, but only to cast dragons. It also has, once during each of your turns, you can cast a dragon from the graveyard. And whenever you cast a dragon from your graveyard, it gains when this creature dies, exile it. Sarkhan the Fireblood is also a rummager that can add 2 mana only on dragons. There's Incubator, of course, to reduce the cost of dragons. And then some other cards that you wouldn't typically play in a deck, things like Bloomtender and Fabor Elder, just because we've got cards that cost a lot of mana. So we do want these cards that will generate more mana. A little bit of Sweepers, Tutors, some counter spells. Our only real combo piece is Hellkite Charger to take infinite combat steps in combination with like Old Gnawbone or Ancient Copper Dragon. We've got a little bit of card draw. Stinging Study, particularly good here as it draws cards equal to the mana value of our commander, even if it's in the command zone. So this is 5 mana to draw 9. And then finally, because we are playing all of these big expensive dragons, most of which cost like 6+ mana, we do want ways of cheating them out. So we've got Cryptic Gateway. Tap 2 untap creatures you control. You may put a creature card from your hand that shares a type with it onto the battlefield. We've got Hunting Grounds, which is Threshold. So as long as you've got 7 cards in your graveyard, whenever an opponent casts any spell, you may put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield. Last March of the Ents, uncounterable. You draw cards equal to the greatest toughness among creatures you control, and then you can put any number of creatures from your hand onto the battlefield. Minion of the Mighty is whenever it attacks, if you attack with creatures with total power 6 or greater, so like one of your dragons, you may put a dragon creature card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. And then finally, Selvala Stampede. Starting with you, each player votes, and then depending on the votes, for each vote, you either reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card, or you put a creature onto the battlefield from your hand. It actually doesn't have to be just a creature, it can also be a permanent, just directly from your hand onto the battlefield. So obviously not the most competitive of lists. Mostly tribal decks are not going to be like that, as they tie it more into a theme that involves playing cards that are on theme rather than specifically being hyper competitive and efficient. But this, I think, is the best way of building the Dragon Tribal deck if you're interested in it. So again, it's going to be Dragon to reduce the costs of your dragons and occasionally come out as a just gigantic commander that draws you a bunch of cards. And then you're going to ramp into or cheat out all of these big expensive dragons, which can either win by just beating down your opponent or going infinite with Hellkite Charger plus Gnawbone or Ancient Copper Dragon. And yep, that is going to be Dragon Tribal helmed by the Dragon. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. And today we're looking at Tiny Bones Trinket Thief. So this deck is primarily built around discard effects. And the main goal of the deck is going to be to force our opponents to discard as many cards in their hand as possible to make them go hellbent. So a couple of things to note. First of all, this deck could have either Tiny Bones or Turgid as its commander. It really doesn't matter which one it is, although I prefer Tiny Bones because it's cheaper to cast. Secondly, when executed optimally and when the game plan of this deck actually functions, it is absolutely miserable to play against. So you only play this deck if you're willing to lose friends. So what is this deck trying to do? Again, you're just trying to make your opponents discard every single card in their hand and continue to not have any cards in their hand. So we're going to want to play as many discard related effects as possible. So first, just to go over what Tiny Bones does, at the beginning of each end step, if an opponent discarded a card this turn, you draw a card and you lose 1 life, and then you can pay 6. Each opponent with no cards in hand loses 10. That last part's not usually going to be too relevant, but the drawing a card does help us stay ahead on parity since a lot of the discard spells also cause us to discard. Turgid is whenever an opponent sacks a non-token permanent or discards a permanent card, you may put that card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. And then the lantern part is not really that relevant. It's mainly this part, since it means that any opponent sacking stuff or discarding stuff, we can get their stuff for free. So this effect is obviously a lot more powerful than just drawing a card, but the fact that it's 5 mana means that's usually too expensive to get out really fast. And a lot of the time, all of your discard effects are like on 2 and 3 mana primarily, so you usually want to use all this stuff first. So by the time Turgid comes out, oftentimes there's nothing left to even discard anyway, which is why I prefer Tiny Bones to Turgid. So let's go over the various discard effects. Arterial Flow, each opponent discards 2 cards. Bottomless Pit, during each player's upkeep, that player discards a card at random. So there's 2 different kinds of discards. There's the one-off discard effect, and then there's the continuous discard effect. The one-off discards help get our opponents rid of cards in their hand right away, and then the continuous ones mean that they can't keep any cards in their hand. So this strategy is very detrimental to any decks that are relying on either assembling combos in their hand or holding up counter spells. It also means that since our opponents can't hold up counter spells, they're less able to interact with anything that we're doing. Next, we've got Burglar Rat. ETB, each opponent discards a card. So this card is not actually that good. Just making our opponents discard 1 card is not great, but there are a lot of cards that do the same thing as Burglar Rat. So in combination with each other, once you have a critical mass of them going, you can help get rid of opponents' hands. Also, having random creatures like this 1/1 Burglar Rat that just stick around and play can be helpful for other strategies in our deck that we'll get to later. Then we've got Delirium Skeins. Each player discards 3 cards. This one's the most self-detrimental because you also have to discard the cards. So this should only be done basically in either desperation or you just like absolutely need to get cards out of our opponent's hand, or we have some way of mitigating it. Elderfang Disciple, ETB, each opponent discards. It's just another Burglar Rat. Hopeless Nightmare, each opponent discards and loses 2. It's essentially another Burglar Rat. Liliana of the Veil can keep our opponents from being able to have any cards in their hand as a continuous source of discarding, but it can also just be an edict against certain decks. Then we've got Liliana, Waker of the Dead. Each opponent discards, and each opponent who can't loses 3, but it's also a removal spell. Target creature gets -X, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. In your graveyard, mind you, not theirs. Mindrake, target player discards 2, or you can overload it to have every player discard 2. Again, it is every player, including you. There's Mind Swords. If you control a swamp, you may sack a creature instead of paying Mind Sword's mana cost. Each player exiles 2 cards from their hand. So this is exile, not discard. It also, again, includes you, but you can play it for free by sacking creatures, which is one of the reasons that these crappy Burglar Rat creatures are good, because they just give you fodder to use. There's Necrogen Mists. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player discards a card, so it's like another Bottomless Pit. Oppression, this one's really nasty. Whenever a player casts a spell, that player discards a card. So this absolutely ensures that you cannot keep cards in your hand. Rankle's Prank, choose 1 or more. Each player discards 2, each player loses 2, each player sacks 2 creatures. So this deck doesn't actually have a good way to like keep the board clear a lot of the time, so you do need sweeper effects, and this is both a everyone discards and sack everything effect. So obviously don't play this when you already have Tiny Bones in play, but figure out a way around it. Smallpox, doing old Smallpox things. Siphon Mind is each other player discards, and then you draw a card for each card discarded. Tassiger's Cruelty is each opponent discards, and it has Delve, although it costs 6, so you can't use this immediately. Vicious Rumors, deal 1 damage to each opponent, they discard a card, they mill a card, you gain a life. And Virus Beetle, ETB, each opponent discards, so another Burglar Rat. So you've got all these discard cards, you're keeping them down on being able to do anything. Then we've got all of our ramp, of course, so we've got all of these, Mono Rocks to do Mono Rock things. And then obviously, because we're making our opponent discard, well, this whole strategy gets counteracted if our opponents just have Wheels or like any other cards that are drawing a bunch of cards. So we do need ways to either stop our opponent from drawing more cards or tax them for doing so. So we've got Chains of Mephistopheles so that they can't draw extra cards. And then we've got Bowmasters and Shieldred to punish them if they try to draw multiple extra cards. Also, again, we do need to keep the board clear. So we've got Damnation and Toxic Deluge on top of Rankle's Prank. Opposition Agent stops tutoring. Sensei's Divining Top in this deck is basically here just to be a combination with Bolas' Citadel because it's a great synergy with that card. And then in order to not have as bad of an effect when we ourselves discard cards, we have Bag of Holding and Containment Construct. So Bag of Holding is whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard, 2 mana tap, draw a card, discard a card, and 4 mana tap, sack Bag of Holding, return all the cards exiled with it to their owner's hand. And Containment Construct, whenever you discard a card, you may exile it from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. So these are ways where if we have enough mana and we're casting self-discarding effects, we can just get the card anyway. There's, of course, Turgid to punish players from discarding or sacking, or just on the other face of the card, make them lose life. We've got our Spot Removal and Deadly Rollick. We've got some fast mana, Cabal Ritual, Calling the Weak, Dark Ritual, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Rain of Filth, to combine with our commander or just other things that we need to get off really fast. And again, because we're causing everyone to discard cards, including ourselves very often, it doesn't really matter that we're spending a bunch of resources on fast mana since our hand's going to be empty anyway. We've got Tutors, Beseech the Mirror, Demonic, Diabolic Intent, Expedition Map, which is relevant because we have the Cabal Coffers thing going on. So we've got Coffers and Urborg. So if we happen to draw one of them, we can map for the other one and then have a bunch of mana. And we also have other lands in here that are relevant that we'll get to. And then Imperial Seal, Tainted Pact, Vamp Tutor. We also have combo cards. So Aetherflux Reservoir is great in combination with Bolas' Citadel. And of course, it goes pseudo-infinite with Top. And we can use that to kill our opponent. We also have Dothy Voidwalker as a way to get rid of our opponent's graveyards. Obviously, if we're causing our opponent to discard cards, we don't want them to be able to get them back later with reanimation effects and whatnot. And then since we're playing Dothy anyway, we may as well play Helm of Obedience, causing our opponents to mill infinitely, although we can only do them one at a time in combination with Dothy. Also, Dothy is just good in combination with all the discards we're doing because we can have our opponents discard potentially expensive, powerful spells and then cast them for free. Then we've got some other cards that don't neatly fall into any specific category, but they're just good in general with the game plan that we're doing. So Blood Chief Ascension is at the beginning of each end step, if an opponent has lost 2 or more life this turn, you put a quest counter on it. And then whenever a card is put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, if this has 3 or more quest counters on it, you drain them for 2 life. So since we're causing our opponent to discard so many cards anyway, this, as long as we can get it online, will trigger our opponents to drain 2 every single time we cause them to discard or put a card into their graveyard for any other reason. We've got Painful Quandary. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player loses 5 life unless they discard a card. So this adds up very fast, especially when our opponents have no cards to discard to begin with. Planar Void is in here, again, to make it so that our opponents can't just keep discarding to whatever. Now, because this triggers when the card hits the graveyard and doesn't just exile it as a replacement effect, it doesn't actually win the game with Helm of Obedience. And you could argue that Leyline of the Void would be a better shot here since it does combo with Helm of Obedience. But Leyline of the Void also is just a much worse card in general when we don't have it in our opening hand. And especially in a 100 card singleton deck, we're much less likely to have that. So I would rather have Planar Void as the cheaper version. And then, of course, Waste Not, which benefits us whenever our opponents discard by either making a 2/2 zombie, generating double black, or drawing a card. Then over here, we've got our card draw spells. So we've got stuff that's pretty typical, like The Ring, Peer into the Abyss, Null Perfusion, Necropotence, Bolas' Citadel, Dark Confidant. But we've also got Asylum Visitor. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that's each player, if that player has no cards in hand, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. It also has Madness, so if we discard it, we can Madness it out. and then a few other card draw effects like Black Market Connections and Bolus's Citadel. So the main thing that this deck is going to try to do is we are going to try to just make our opponents discard all of their cards and then somewhat control the board using some sweepers or maybe like Liliana as an edict effect, and then slowly drain the opponent away using cards like Waste Not to get ahead on them, or Painful Quandary, or Bloodchief Ascension, or just tax them out with Shieldred or Orcish Bowmasters. So we have a superior board and ways of getting rid of their cards. Or we can just straight up combo kill them with like Dothy plus Helm of Obedience or Aetherflux plus Bolus's Citadel. And because we're causing them to discard so many cards, our opponents usually will just not have the resources to either combo themselves or to meaningfully interact with anything we're doing. There are a few cards that could have gone in this deck that are not in here, like other versions of discard, other versions of Hellbent stuff, but I think this is the best version of what we can do. Speaking of lands, some particular ones to note, there's of course Cabal Coffer Zerborg, we also have Castle Lochduin, Gaia Reach Sanitarium, which doesn't really specifically combo with anything in here, but it is very good just to enable extra draw or extra discard effects, like if our opponents, if we've got like Bowmasters or Shieldred in play, it works with that. If we've got Dothy in play, if we've got Waste Not in play, then Gaia Reach will work with all of those cards. Also Nykthos, we don't have a ton of black permanents, but we do have enough to where Nykthos may sometimes just generate a bunch of mana. Ominous Cemetery is in here as just a land way to get rid of creatures that might be a problem. We don't need too much black mana since we're already a monocolor deck and we can afford to run some colorless lands. Phyrexian Tower, sometimes we'll just have random like Burglar Rats in play that we don't really need anymore, and this can produce double black in order, with those cards. We do want fetch lands because we do have some stuff that matters, like specifically Bolus's Citadel is a card that matters. We also have Witch's Cottage, which we can tutor for. And then one Takenuma, Urza's Saga. There's a Vault of Whispers in here because this is relevant specifically for Mox Opal Metalcraft and for Beseech the Mirror spotter. And then we've got a Volrath Stronghold to get creatures back from the graveyard on top of our deck, and one War Room as basically another card draw land similar to Castle Lochduin. And that is the totality of the Tiny Bones deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Ulalek Fused Atrocity, and specifically this is an Eldrazi tribal deck. So Ulalek is a card that costs 5 hybrid colorless colored mana, so you can either pay with any combination of WUBRG or colorless. It is a 2/5 legendary Eldrazi with Devoid, and whenever you cast an Eldrazi spell, you may pay double colorless. If you do, copy all spells you control, then copy all other activated and triggered abilities you control. You may choose new targets for the copies. So basically for Kicker 2, with that 2 being specifically colorless, whenever you cast your stuff, you can copy all the spells and abilities, which is obviously great with the big Eldrazi Titans because you get their triggered abilities twice. But this also applies to many other things, and it's going to be a great combo outlet. So first of all, before we even get to the Eldrazi tribal part of the deck, we do have a lot of combos, some of which do involve the Eldrazi creatures. So we've got Basking Broodscale. This is already a combo piece in Modern, but we can play the same one here. So 2 mana 2/2, it adapts for 2, and it says whenever 1 or more +1 counters are put on it, you may create an 0/1 spawn token with sack, create a colorless mana. That combos with Rosy Cotton of Southlane. When it enters, you create a food token, and whenever you create a token, you put a +1 counter on target creature you control. So with Broodscale in play, you cast Rosy Cotton, she creates a food. For second ability triggers, you put a +1 counter on the Broodscale. The Broodscale triggers, you make a spawn token. Because you made a token, Rosy Cotton triggers, you put a +1 counter on Broodscale. Broodscale becomes an infinite power creature, and you create infinite spawn tokens, which means you can one-shot a player who can't block the Broodscale, or just create infinite colorless mana with your spawns. You then have a bunch of other combos, most of which revolve around Ulalek. So remember, Ulalek triggers when you cast a spell, when you cast specifically an Eldrazi spell, and you can pay 2 to copy the spell and all the activated and triggered abilities. So there's a lot of combos here that involve Echoes of Eternity, which is if a triggered ability of a colorless spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Kozilek's Unsealing, whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4, 5, or 6, you create 2 spawns. And whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 7+, draw 3. Roaming Throne, which doubles the triggers on all of whatever type you choose, which is obviously going to be Eldrazi. Spawn Gang Commander, when you cast it, create 3 spawns, and 1 and a colorless, sack an Eldrazi, deal 2 to any target. Stronic Resonator, 2-tap, copy target triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. And Writhing Chrysalis, when you cast the spell, create 2 0/1 spawns. Reach whenever you sacrifice another Eldrazi, put a +1 counter on Writhing Chrysalis. So, this gets very complicated. A lot of these are 3-card combos, so bear with me. With Ulalek, Echoes of Eternity, and Spawn Gang Commander, you cast the Spawn Gang. Because you have Echoes, Ulalek triggers twice, and Spawn Gang triggers. You resolve the Echo trigger, you copy the Spawn Gang, you resolve the copy of Spawn Gang, you resolve one of the Spawn Gang triggers, creating 3 Spawn tokens. You activate 2 of the Spawn tokens, adding double colorless. You resolve Ulalek's trigger, paying 2 colorless to copy it. This copies the Spawn Gang that you still have on the stack, and its trigger, and Ulalek's trigger. Then you just repeat that process over and over. You gain infinite colorless mana and infinite spawn tokens, and then you can sack all the spawn tokens to the Spawn Gang Commander to infinitely deal damage to all of your opponents. Or you can do the same thing, but instead of Echoes of Eternity, you've got Strionic Resonator. So in this case, you cast the Spawn Gang, Ulalek and the Spawn Gang trigger, you hold priority, and you activate Strionic Resonator by paying 2 and tapping it, and you copy Ulalek's trigger. You resolve the Ulalek's trigger, paying double colorless. You copy the Spawn Gang, the Ulalek trigger, and the Spawn Gang trigger. You resolve the copy of Spawn Gang's trigger. You resolve, or rather the copy of Spawn Gang and its trigger. You create 3 spawns. Then you activate 2 of the spawns to sack for 2 colorless. You resolve the copy of Ulalek's trigger from the previous step, which causes you to pay double colorless, which you have, which copies the Spawn Gang spell, Ulalek's trigger, and Spawn Gang's trigger. Repeat, you generate infinite spawns, which give you infinite colorless mana, and then sack them all to Spawn Gang Commander, dealing infinite damage. Or Ulalek plus Echoes plus Writhing Chrysalis. You cast the Chrysalis, Ulalek and the Chrysalis trigger twice. You resolve the Chrysalis trigger, you create 2 spawns. You activate the spawns to get 2 colorless. You resolve the Echo trigger to create a copy of the Writhing Chrysalis spell. You resolve one of the Ulalek triggers, paying the 2 colorless that you have. You get another Ulalek trigger and Writhing Chrysalis trigger. Resolve the Writhing Chrysalis copy, resolve the copy of the trigger, creating 2 more spawns. Activate the spawns, create double colorless. Each Writhing Chrysalis you control triggers twice. You put 2 +1 counters on each of them. You resolve the copy of Ulalek's trigger from the previous step. You have to pay 2. You have the 2 to pay, so you copy the Chrysalis spell, Ulalek trigger, and the Chrysalis trigger. Repeat. You wind up with infinite +1 counters on an infinite number of creature tokens. You have infinite copies of all of your abilities. You have infinite creature tokens, and you have infinite death, ETB, leave the battlefield, and sack triggers if those are relevant for anything else. So it doesn't win the game on the spot, but you do have infinite creatures that are all infinitely big, and that should be probably enough to win the game. And similar to how Spawn Gang could also be copied with Strionic Resonator instead of Echoes, this combo can also be executed with Resonator instead of the Echoes. Then there is a 4-card combo. You have Ulalek plus Resonator plus Unsealing, and then you need any Eldrazi creature that costs 4, 5, or 6 so that you can get the create 2 Scions, the 2 spawn creature token part of this. So this one effectively works the same way as the Spawn Gang or Writhing Chrysalis triggers. You just are using the Kozilek's Unsealing to generate the spawns instead of Chrysalis or Spawn Gang to generate the spawns. But you just need any other Eldrazi of that type, and you follow the same steps. And then similarly, you can use Resonator or Echoes for that combo. Either way, it works. Now, of course, you have additional combos, so if the Eldrazi that you have costs 7 or more, you can use the Unsealing to draw your whole deck. And then any of these combos can change based on whether you have Roaming Throne to double the triggers, so you may be able to get infinite mana or tokens where you wouldn't otherwise get them out of any of those combos. Now, lastly, we have Eldrazi Displacer, and the awkwardness about the Displacer is that it's blinking creatures, most of which are having cast triggers, so this doesn't work with any of them, but what it does work with is Eyeless Watcher. So Eyeless Watcher is when it enters, not cast, you create 2 Scions. Now, obviously, this costs 3 to activate, this only makes 2. So what you need is any effect that will double the blink or increase the amount of mana that the Scions create. So if you have any card that increases the amount of mana that the Scions create, you can create 4 instead of 3, and then you can use that to generate infinite mana. If you've got anything that increases the amount of tokens that are generated when Eyeless enters, to at least 2 more, then you get infinite mana and tokens. And if you've got any effect that reduces the cost of Eldrazi Displacer, so anything like Training Grounds, Forsaken Monument, like any of that stuff will allow you to go infinite with this combo here. But it is a combo that is its own isolated thing and doesn't work with any of the other permutations involving Ululek. So to get back to the Eldrazi tribal part of the deck, we obviously have lots of Eldrazi and we've got lots of payoffs for the various things that we're doing. So we've got Decimator of the Provinces. This is going to be the Eldrazi version of Craterhoof Behemoth. It's not as good, but it is an Eldrazi. And because it is a cast trigger thing, we can copy it with Ululek. It also does have Emerge, so we can potentially cast this for a lot cheaper than we could cast Craterhoof. Then we've got Emrakul the Promised End, Ulamog the Defiler, and all 3 of the current Kozilek versions. There's also Haragast Erupting Nullkite, which is when you cast it, you may exile your hand if you do draw 3 cards. This is one of the few triggers that it doesn't matter if we copy it with Ululek because we have to discard our hand anyway. And each creature spell you cast has Emerge. The Emerge cost is equal to its mana cost. So we can cast this for its Emerge on the cheap and then Emerge other stuff on the cheap. There's also Sire of Stagnation. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, that player exiles the top 2 cards of their library and you draw a card. This is essentially the Eldrazi version of Consecrated Sphinx. Again, not as good, but it's also a 6 mana blue creature that you draw 2 cards whenever your opponents take a fairly reasonable and regular action. And then just the regular old draw spells, One Ring, Rhystic Study. For cheating stuff into play, we've got Cryptic Gateway. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. You may put a creature card from your hand that shares a creature type with each creature tapped this way onto the battlefield. Now, obviously, you're cheating the creatures directly onto the battlefield and not casting them, so this won't work with anything involving cast triggers. But if you're just looking to get stuff onto the battlefield in the first place, or you're looking to cheat like your Giant Eldrazian, this can be a way to do that. There's also Descendant's Fury. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may sack 1 of them. If you do, you reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card that shares a type with the sacrificed creature, put it onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom. So again, just like Cryptic Gateway, it's cheating them directly into play. You're not casting them, but these are the only tribal versions of cheating stuff into play that you can run. We then have a fair number of counter spells, as usual. A bunch of lands, pretty straightforward. The only real difference here is that rather than running the Battle Bond lands they enter untapped when you have multiple opponents, we're running the Pain lands because we do want to ensure that at least some of our lands are able to tap for colorless. So we have things like Ancient Tomb, but there's not really too many other lands that can both tap for colorless and colored mana. So in this case, we're running the Pain lands like Llanowar Wastes and Underground River and Yavimaya Coast. A little bit of protection, some ramp spells. Specifically included in here, some differences from the usual ones are Kozilek's Channeler and Urza's Incubator. It's also worth noting that, for example, Delighted Halfling can tap for colorless. We've got some removal, which includes Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, Thief of Existence, and Devourer of Destiny. We also have Void Winnower as another big payoff. Sweepers, Dranith, the usual tutors, along with Worldly to go get creatures. And then there's obviously many more things you could play. I opted not to play Emrakul the World Anew. I didn't feel like it was really that good, and we had plenty of other stuff to do anyway. But there's obviously many Eldrazi creatures that I did not run in the deck that you could run. But with all that said, that is going to be Ululek the Fused Atrocity, and specifically an Eldrazi tribal deck for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Urza Lord High Artificer. Now this is absolutely a CEDH deck, and it's one of the best of them. So this deck is built around Urza Lord High Artificer, a 4-mana 1/4. When it enters, you make a construct, which is a XX token, where X is the total artifact count. So it's at least 1, but it'll often be bigger because of, all the other artifacts in the deck. Then it's got tap and untapped artifact you control to add blue. So any artifact, regardless of whether it's a mana rock, becomes a Mock Sapphire. And then finally, 5 mana, shuffle your library, then exile the top card until end of turn. You may play that card without paying its mana cost. So it's an infinite mana outlet and potentially infinite mana generator using various combos of cards in the deck. So what is the deck doing? So first, let's just talk about the straight up combos. So Aetherflux Reservoir. If we have a way to continuously play spells over and over, will just gain us tons of life until we can Death Star Laser the opponent using the pay 50 life ability. And we do have ways of looping spells in the deck, which we'll get to later. We've got the Dramatic Scepter combo in Isochron Scepter plus Dramatic Reversal. So if we have mana rocks that produce at least a total of 3 mana, or in this case, 3 artifacts, because Urza, we can use Isochron Scepter to imprint Dramatic Reversal. Then we can cast it, untapping both Isochron Scepter and every other artifact that we have. And then use Urza, or just if they're mana rocks naturally, produce 3 mana to keep tapping Isochron Scepter over and over, generating infinite mana. Anytime that we generate infinite mana, we can then use that mana to pay into Urza to spin the wheel on the final ability and win the game that way. We've also got Power Artifact. It reduces the cost to activate artifacts by 2. So this goes infinite with Basalt Monolith and Grim Monolith. Although it does not produce infinite blue, but it does produce infinite colorless, which again can just be dumped into Urza. Rings of Bright Hearth also goes infinite with Basalt Monolith and certain other combinations of things depending on what you have. Forsaken Monument, every permanent taps for an additional colorless mana if you tap it for a colorless mana. So this also goes infinite with Basalt Monolith, and just all of our artifact rocks that produce colorless rather than blue can produce double colorless instead of being tapped by Urza. And it just means that our colorless lands also produce additional mana. And then finally, this is a polymorph combo deck. So there are many creatures that you might want to play in an artifact-based deck, like the Trinket Mage, Tribute Mage, maybe, just like lots of creatures that have artifact synergies. But in this deck specifically, we're doing the polymorph strategy because the creatures that we can get off polymorph are much better than normal. So polymorph destroys a creature and then cycles off the top of your deck until you find another creature and puts it directly into play. Proteus Staff will basically do the same thing. Put target creature on the bottom of its owner's library, reveal cards until you find another creature, put it onto the battlefield. And in this case, we don't have any creatures in our deck except for Hullbreaker Horror and Tidespout Tyrant, which are both creatures that whenever you cast a spell can bounce a permanent. And in this case, we have Urza, which produces a Construct token, so we can just polymorph the Construct token and find one of these 2 cards. Now, what does that help us do? Well, we have lots of 0 mana artifacts in our deck, like Chrome Mox, Everflowing Chalice, Jeweled Amulet, Mana Crypt, etc. So as long as we have 2 0 mana cards, we can just loop them with Hullbreaker and Tidespout, bouncing them back and forth over and over, and we can keep tapping them for blue based on Urza. Or if they tap for mana by themselves, we can also loop those. So let's say you have like a Mox Opal and a Soul Ring, and somehow you don't have Urza in play, right? Well, you just go tap Soul Ring for 2, cast Mox Opal, trigger Tidespout, bounce Soul Ring back to your hand, tap Mox Opal for blue, cast Soul Ring using one of the mana that you have floating, bounce Opal back to your hand, tap Soul Ring for colorless, and you go infinite that way. And there's lots of various combinations of artifact rocks that you can play that will go infinite with Tidespout or Hullbreaker Horror, as long as you produce more mana than it costs to cast both of them. But usually, with many different combinations of mana rocks or just Urza, you can go infinite mana with Hullbreaker / Tidespout Tyrant and then various mana rocks, and then dump all the mana into Urza and win the game. And you can win the game either by just triggering Tidespout over and over and over to like bounce all of your opponent's permanents, or just Aetherflux Reservoir and then Death Star Laser everyone. So of course, we are then going to want a bunch of other cards in the deck. So we've got some fast mana and Jeweled Lotus and Lotus Petal. We've got 1 piece of removal and Chain of Vapor, which can sometimes be used to save Urza, or just replay Urza if we need another Construct for some reason. We've got our card draw spells in Mystic Forge, Remora, Paradoxical Outcome, Recurring Insight, Rhystic Study, The Ring, Throne of Eldraine, and then we've got a bunch of wheel effects, Time Spiral, Time Twister, Windfall. We've got our counter spells to protect Urza and stop opponents, as well as Muddle the Mixture, which can be transmuted for combo pieces like the Dramatic Scepter combo. We've of course just got a ton of ramp, which is a bunch of artifact rocks, keys like Voltaic Key and Manifold Key that can untap mana positive rocks like Mana Vault, but it can also untap the ring and whatnot. Sapphire Medallion to reduce the costs of blue spells. And then, of course, all of these cards can double up as combo pieces, especially Basalt Monolith. We, of course, have our tutors to find all of this stuff. So Fabricate to get an artifact. Moonsilver Key finds artifacts that have mana abilities, which can include stuff like Basalt Monolith. Mystical Tutor, Reshape, Tezzeret the Seeker, Transmute Artifact, and Whir of Invention. Then we got Sensei's Divining Top, because it's just a solid artifact that we can use to fix the top card of our deck. We can tap it for blue mana with Urza, we can draw a card with it. Astrolabe is in here because it can just be a card that comes down, draws a card, and then we can tap it for blue with Urza, so it's kind of free. And then Aether Spellbomb, similar kind of thing where it's like protecting Urza, like similar kind of things like Chain of Vapor, where it can just bounce opposing creatures or protect Urza by bouncing it and then replaying it. one Cyclonic Rift as a sweeper. We also just make a ton of mana in this deck to begin with, so Omniscience and one with the Multiverse are fairly solid cards to play. Copy Artifact can just be a good additional artifact for whatever, like we can copy a Sapphire Medallion, etc. Seagate Restoration, again, we're making so much mana that sometimes we might just cast this. Lands are pretty straightforward, mostly blue lands, but we also have some things that are worth noting. War Room to draw Urza Saga to tutor up either just good stuff or just make construct tokens. Mycosynth Gardens to copy artifacts. Various lands, including fetch lands, to get Mystic Sanctuary and whatnot to get spells back. An Otawara, an Inventor's Fair to tutor artifacts. A Minamo to untap legendary permanents, which is mostly relevant just for the ring, but you may as well have it. Cavern of Souls to make Urza uncounterable. Blast Zone, and Ancient Tomb and Academy Ruins. Now, this deck is obviously going to have really big problems against Null Rod and Collector Oof effects, which is why it is important to have effects like Blast Zone, like Chain of Vapor in order to deal with those cards, because this deck does absolutely get shut down by Null Rod effects. Although Urza can still tap the artifacts for blue even under a Null Rod, but it does prevent you from activating other things. And then finally, stacks pieces. So Urza goes really, really well with a number of these stacks pieces. So first of all, we've got Back to Basics, which although we do play a fair number of basics, we also play a fair number of non-basics, and Urza just allows us to tap our stuff for blue, and we just have a ton of mana rocks anyway. So it does a pretty good job. Narset prevents our opponents from drawing extra cards and pairs up very well with our wheels. And then lastly, Urza and the artifacts. So old artifacts have a unique quirk where a lot of them are templated so that their effect doesn't actually doesn't apply anymore when they become tapped. And because Urza can tap them for mana, it can make a lot of these one-sided. So we've got Winter Orb, where players can't untap more than one land per turn, but you can, at the end of the opponent's turn who's right before you, just tap Winter Orb, and then when it goes to your turn, the Winter Orb effect doesn't apply. You untap everything as normal, and then the Winter Orb continues to apply to the rest of the table. Same thing with Trinisphere. You can have this Trinisphere out to screw over your opponent's ability to chain a bunch of spells together, and then if you ever get to the point where you want to chain a bunch of spells together, just tap the Trinisphere. Torpor Orb does not have that same effect, but the only card in your deck that's actually a creature with an ETB trigger is Urza, and it's not strictly necessary that you make that construct, so the Torpor Orb can be useful against other decks, one of the big cards being Thassa's Oracle. You've also got Tangle Wire to keep stuff tapped down, although only for a limited time, and once again, you can pair it pretty well with Urza. And then Static Orb is another card like Winter Orb that's extremely good with Urza. If Static Orb is untapped, players can't untap more than 2 permanents during their untap steps. So again, you just wait until it's the end of the player who's going right before you. On their end step, you tap the Static Orb down, you untap as normal, but a Static Orb remains untapped during everyone else's turn and continues to tax them out. So Urza is a deck that is actually one of my favorite commanders, but I personally don't like the stack strategy. But these orbs are so good that it's basically just incorrect not to play them in the Urza deck. So I've never built Urza in paper myself, but I do like everything that it's doing. So to recap, the main thing you're doing is use Urza to generate a ton of mana and potentially put together infinite mana combos. There's various infinite mana combos that you can put together, and once you do, you can spin Urza to find your entire deck, and then win by either just casting so many spells that Tidespout Tyrant bounces all of your opponent's permanents back to their hand, and then you can just kill them by like bouncing Urza and replaying it and making a bunch of Construct tokens and then killing them with the Constructs. Or you can just use Aetherflux Reservoir to Death Star Laser everyone in the game. Some versions of Urza might just play Oracle as a clean win. You can also, although this doesn't technically kill your opponents, use Narset plus one of the wheels to empty their hands while keeping your hand fresh, which again, it doesn't technically win the game, but it effectively wins the game. And those are the main ways of winning with Urza. You also have the Polymorph and Proteus Staff to usually tuck the Construct token and put Tidespout and Hullbreaker directly into play and win that way. And that is Urza, Lord High Artificer in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Valgavoth, Harrower of Souls from the Duskmourn Commander deck. So this is the smaller 2-colored Valgavoth, not the big one. It is a 4-mana Rakdos Commander, a 4/4 flyer with Ward pay 2 life. Whenever an opponent loses life for the first time during each of their turns, put a +1 counter on Valgavoth, Harrower of Souls, and draw a card. So it's kind of similar to Ob Nixilis Captive Kingpin, but there are some notable differences. So it will trigger on the opponent losing any amount of life, not just exactly 1. Valgavoth itself also gets bigger, and because it has flying, is a better beater. However, it only triggers for the first time each turn, and specifically only during their turn and not on your turn or on another player's turn. So it is more restrictive in that regard. But with that said, we're going to have lots of pinging and draining effects in order to get the draw trigger off of Valgavoth. So to start us off, Cataract Parasite is a 1-mana 1/1. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if you control a red permanent, you may have Cataract Parasite deal 1 damage to that player. So at the very least, 1 damage during their draw step, and that will trigger the Valgavoth. Magebane Lizard, whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, it deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn. And this also incidentally may hinder storm effects. So if someone is trying to storm off with like Brain Freeze or something, this can potentially kill them. Mogus, God of Slaughter, another card that forces the opponent to choose between taking damage or edicting, and either way, we're cool with that, regardless of whichever mode they choose. Orcish Bowmasters, of course, which gets even better with Valgavoth being able to draw off of it. Similarly, Razorkin Needlehead for the same effect. Then we've got cards like Roiling Vortex and Sulfuric Vortex, which are going to damage everybody, including us, but this is going to be more beneficial in terms of hitting the opponents. Sheoldred for the same reason. We have Soot Imp. Whenever a player casts a non-black spell, that player loses 1 life. And Underworld Dreams, whenever an opponent draws, deal 1 damage to them. We have a little bit of card draw in things like Citadel, Necropotence, and the One Ring, but we don't actually need too much of that because our commander is a card draw effect in the command zone. Then we have a whole bunch of combos. If you're not really a fan of combos, again, you can just cut all of this, but the main things here are we do have Blood Artist to hit opponents. We have the Blood Chief Ascension Mind Crank combo. And one of the benefits here is that Blood Chief Ascension also just works well with all of the pinging effects and draining effects that we have already. We have Aetherflux Reservoir, which is a combo with Bolas's Citadel and Sensei's Divining Top, allowing us to infinitely cast spells, gain life, and then eventually just Reservoir kill all of our opponents. We've got the Dual Caster Mage Molten Duplication combo. We also similarly can have certain effects with Saw in Half, doing the same thing there. Grey Merchant has a big draining effect. Grey Merchant also works well with Bolas's Citadel as a way to recoup life in case we don't hit Reservoir, but we can hit Grey Merchant. And it also works pretty darn well with Saw in Half. And then we have Mayhem Devil, again, a similar pinging effect that works very well with Valgavoth. And there's lots of other interdependencies here as well that I'll not get into. If you really want to see every single combination, you can go to Commander Spellbook, copy paste this deck in there, and it will show you every single combo and how it works. A little bit of fast mana. We're not too concerned with losing out on resources to cast spells like Dark Ritual if we can get Valgavoth out quickly and then just start drawing cards. Lightning Greaves to protect. Whole bunch of lands. Pretty straightforward here. It is possible that you might want something like Mount Doom in order to damage opponents. Some more protection with cards like Bolt Bend and Ricochet Trap, since we do want our Valgavoth to stick around. Whole bunch of ramp. Ramp is going to be pretty important here. We want to get Valgavoth out as quickly as possible. Some reanimation spells. Again, a lot of our deck revolves around Valgavoth, and sometimes it might be more efficient to reanimate a Valgavoth that's died rather than put it back in the command zone and have to cast it again for 6 or more. And of course, reanimation spells can just be good in general. Bunch of removal, with in particular cards like Lightning Bolt being more valuable than normal since they can essentially become cantrips if we ever need to just bolt an opponent and draw a card. Some stacks effects, we've got Dothy, Oppo Agent, Torpor Orb, Cursed Totem, some sweeping, Fire Covenant, Toxic Deluge, bunch of tutors, and this is also where we're going to point out the Hoarding Broodlord combo. So we've got Entomb with our reanimation spells, and the number one thing that we can Entomb and reanimate is, aside from our combo pieces like Dual Caster Mage, we can also grab Hoarding Broodlord and reanimate it. Then the line is, you Hoarding Broodlord, and you go grab Saw in Half. You then Saw in Half the Broodlord, and the Broodlord gets 2 copies. One is going to go grab Sacrifice, and the other is going to go grab whatever big spell that you're trying to win the game with. So you can sacrifice the Hoarding Broodlord for 8 mana and then win the game. Now, this is typically used to go grab Peer into the Abyss, but you can also just grab whatever combo pieces you want. So let's say you just have plenty of mana and you don't need Sacrifice. You can use the Hoarding Broodlord Saw in Half to just go grab the 2 combo pieces that you need, like Dual Caster Mage Molten Duplication, for example, and win that way. And then finally, 1 copy of Shadow Spear. So a lot of the damage effects that we have in this deck, cards like Roiling Vortex or Philic Vortex, and just life-draining effects in general like Bolas's Citadel, a lot of these things are going to damage us, and it's nice to have a way to be able to gain life. And while we do have Grey Merchant and Aetherflux Reservoir already, these might not be entirely reliable on their own, and they are kind of expensive. So Shadow Spear just gives us a nice little card to go grab off of Urza's Saga that we can equip onto things, especially Valgavoth itself, and gain some life back. And with that said, that's going to be Valgavoth, Harrower of Souls for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Varina Lich Queen. So this is specifically a zombie tribal deck. Varina does not itself have to be zombie tribal, nor does zombie tribal require that you have Varina as your commander. But I picked Varina specifically because Varina is all three Esper colors, which is the zombie colors. So this lets you play the maximum amount of cards that are relevant for zombie tribal. Although you could eliminate white and pick a Dimir commander instead, but for right now we're doing Varina. Varina also has a number of combos that go with it. So what does Varina do? She's a 4 mana 4/4. Whenever you attack with one or more zombies, draw that many cards, then discard that many cards, you gain that much life. So however many zombies you have in play, you can attack and loot, which is going to be helpful. And then she's got 2 mana, exile 2 cards from your graveyard, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. This last ability here is going to be relevant for certain combos in our deck. So then apart from that, we've got some beatdown cards in Coat of Arms, God Eternal, Oketra, and Haunted One. We'll get more on that later. We've got card draw, and we've got access to a lot of it in Esper combinations, specifically tribal. So we've got Black Market Connections, Bolas' Citadel, Distant Melody. You choose a creature type and then draw equal to the number of permanents you control of that type. Pact of the Serpent basically does the same thing, except we also lose life, but it's only 3 mana. We've got Esper Sentinel, we've got God Eternal Bontu, Graveborn Muse, Kindred Discovery. Choose a creature type. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield with that type, draw a card, or attacks, draw a card. Midnight Reaper, Mystic Remora, Necropotence, Rhystic Study, Skull Clamp. We're going to be making lots of creatures, including lots of creatures that we want to die, so Skull Clamp's going to be perfect for this deck. Titan of Litjara, Undead Augur, Vanquisher's Banner, Willhalt the Rock Cleaver, and Yawgmoth. So specifically, Vanquisher's Banner is creatures you control of the chosen type get +1, and whenever you cast a creature spell of the chosen type, draw a card. So then specifically talking about the zombie cards that do things here, we've got Crypt Breaker, which has an ability up here to discard a card to make a zombie, but that part's not really that relevant. The main relevant part is tap 3 untap zombies you control, you draw a card and you lose a life. God Eternal Bontu is as it enters, or when it enters, you can sack any number of other permanents and draw that many cards. Graveborn Muse is on upkeep, you draw X and lose X, where X is your zombie count. It itself is a zombie, so you'll always at minimum draw 1 card, but then you'll draw more cards depending on how many zombies you have. Midnight Reaper, whenever a non-token creature you control dies, deal 1 damage to you and you draw a card. Similarly, Undead Augur, whenever it or a zombie you control dies, you draw a card and lose 1. Titan of Litjara is as it enters, you choose a creature type, so zombie, it enters as a zombie, and then whenever it enters or attacks, you may draw a card for each other creature you control that shares a creature type with it. If you do, discard a card. So you only discard 1 card, regardless of how many cards you draw off of it. Willhalt the Rock Cleaver is whenever another zombie enters, or whenever another zombie dies, if it didn't have Decayed, you create a 2/2 with Decayed. And then on end step, you can sack a zombie if you do draw a card. So this is going to be another way to draw a card every turn, or just make more zombies. And then, of course, Yawgmoth. We're making lots of zombie tokens, so it's going to be easy enough to have extra fodder for Yawgmoth. And then Yawgmoth will also be involved in certain combos. Now, skipping over the combos for now, we've got Fast Mana, Dark Ritual, Jeweled Lotus, Culling the Weak, bunch of Esper lands, including Nykthos, because we're going to have a fairly sizable amount of black permanents in play, given how many zombies we're creating. And of course, we've got Urborg, Cabal Coffers, and Phyrexian Tower here just to be a way to sack stuff to generate double black. We also have Field of the Dead, so when we get later on in the game, we can start making zombie tokens off of our lands. We've got a little bit of ramp, including Bontu's Monument and Urza's Incubator. So make zombies cost 2 less, make black creatures cost 2 less, and whenever you cast a creature spell, drain 1. And then we've got some reanimation, so Balfour the Defiled is a zombie. We can pay triple black and exile it. Each player, so that's each player, not just you, reanimates all of their black and red creatures. Living Death, eat all the creatures that are in play, bring back all of the creatures that are dead. Zombie Apocalypse, return all zombie creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield. We could also play Patriarch's Bidding if we wanted to. I just don't happen to have it in this version. And then Sweepers, so this is somewhat relevant. We've got Grave Pact. Whenever a creature you control dies, each other player sacks a creature. So not exactly a sweeper, but we've got lots of sack effects in the deck, like Yawgmoth, for example. So this is a way, and we're generating tons of like zombie tokens and whatnot. So this is a way to keep all of our opponent's creatures down, since we're going to be sacking stuff anyway. There's also Noxious Ghoul. Whenever Noxious Ghoul or another zombie enters the battlefield, all non-zombies get -1. And Ravenous Rotbelly is a 5 mana 4/5. When it enters the battlefield, you can sack up to 3 zombies, and when you sack 1 or more zombies, each opponent sacks that many creatures. And then, of course, we're black, so here's a bunch of tutors, including Diabolic Intent and Beseech the Mirror. So coming back, oh, and then we've got all of our zombies down here. So this is like all the zombies or like very specifically zombie-related cards in the deck. A bunch of these are going to be involved in combos. So just to go over the ones that we haven't gone over yet, we've got Carrion Feeder as a sack outlet. We've got Corpse Knight. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life. Diagraph Captain is a lord that also says whenever another zombie you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life. Diagraph Colossus. ETBs with a +1 counter on it for each zombie in your graveyard, and whenever you cast a zombie, create a tapped 2/2 zombie. Empty the Lab is X blue. You sack X zombies, and then you reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a number of zombie cards equal to the number of zombies you sacked. You put those cards directly onto the battlefield. So again, we have lots of sacrifice fodder in this deck with zombie tokens. So we can use those tokens and then pay X, and we can essentially Indomitable Creativity zombies into play based on how many we sacrifice. God Eternal Oketra makes 4/4 zombies whenever we cast a creature spell. Gravecrawler, you can cast it from your graveyard as long as you control another zombie. Integral into a number of combos. Headless Rider, whenever it or another non-token zombie dies, create a token zombie. Mikaeus is other non-human creatures get +1 and have Undying. Necro Duality, whenever a non-token zombie enters, create a token that's a copy of it. Rooftop Storm, you can cast zombies for 0. So those are our zombie cards. There are, of course, plenty of zombie cards that we are not playing that we could play. For example, there's like Wayward, I forget what the card's called, but it's another card that's like Corpse Knight. I figure Corpse Knight is better because it's on anything entering, whereas the Wayward Zombie is only on zombies entering. But you could play it in addition to that if you wanted to. So what are the combos? Well, there's a lot of them, and a lot of them double up with other things that they're doing. So first of all, non-zombie combos are, we've got Consul Oracle. I mean, we're in Dimir colors, why not play Consul Oracle? We've also got Anointed Procession and Mondrak to double up on the amount of tokens that are created, and we've got Altar of Dementia, Ashnod's Altar, Phyrexian Altar as ways to sack creatures, although we also have Carrion Feeder. Zulaport Cutthroat is another one. Yawgmoth's going to be involved in certain combos. We've got Pitiless Plunderer. The cards that you see here are not the extent of all the combos in the deck. There's a lot of them. If I included every single card that could potentially be a combo piece in here, it would be like 30 or 40 cards. So primarily, what are we doing? Well, first of all, there's the combos that go off with Varina. So remember, 2 mana, exile 2 cards from your graveyard, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie token. So if we have either of the token increasing cards, so Anointed Procession or Mondrak, that means that every time that we would create a zombie token, we make 2 zombie tokens. So if we've got Altar of Dementia plus Ashnod's Altar, we can make 2 zombies. We can use Ashnod's Altar to sack one of the zombies to make 2 mana, and then Altar of Dementia to sack the other zombie to mill 2 cards into our graveyard. So that allows us to mill over our entire deck with Varina. And then once our whole deck is milled over, we can, of course, maybe reanimate Thassa's Oracle or just play a Thassa's Oracle, etc. If we have multiple, both Anointed and Mondrak in play, we, of course, make more. Then there's other cards that, increase the number of zombies. If we have other things like Pitiless Plunderer in play, we make treasures when we sack the zombies. If we have Phyrexian Altar in addition, we can filter into other colors. So there's lots of ways to do that. Gravecrawler, of course, comes back from our graveyard. So once again, if we've got Phyrexian Altar plus Gravecrawler plus another zombie in play, we can cast Gravecrawler infinitely, which triggers on anything that triggers when we have a creature die, such as Zulaport Cutthroat to kill our opponent. Of course, we have other ways of doubling up on things. So for example, Mikaeus, adding Undying to the mix. Haunted One is whenever this creature so this is commander creatures you own have. So if we have Varina, it gives Varina this ability. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, it and other creatures you control that share a creature type with it each get +2/0 and gain Undying until end of turn. So it's not only a way to buff our team, but it's a way to basically have Mikaeus' ability. So these are more ways that combo. Grey Merchant, of course, can just come down, trigger. This adds up with Necro Duality, which also increases with Anointed Procession and Mondrak, or we can find ways to sack it and bring it back. We do have reanimation spells, of course, in our cards like Balthor, Living Death, Zombie Apocalypse, so we can Living Death, Oracle back into play. Because we have cards that have Undying, we can combine those with Yawgmoth, right? So Yawgmoth puts a -1 counter on something, so if we have a creature that has Undying, either via Mikaeus or Haunted One, we can sack that creature, have it undie back into play with a +1 counter on it. We can then sack another creature, put the -1 counter on the undying creature, and of course, the other creature that we're sacking also has undying, so we can just ping pong the two creatures back and forth using Yawgmoth and one of these undying creatures, or one of these undying enablers, and then draw however many cards that we can pay for. Of course, if we have a card like Zulaport Cutthroat, we can then gain life and drain out all of our opponents that way. And there's just so many other combinations of cards that allow us to do things. So like Gravecrawler, we can sack. If we have something that makes zombie tokens, so there's cards that like make zombie tokens when we sack a creature. So we can like sack Gravecrawler, make a creature token, sack it to like Phyrexian Altar, play it again and again, make infinite zombie tokens in play. So some of the cards that are relevant for this are like Midnight Reaper and Undead Augur trigger when we have creatures die to draw a card, which combos with all of that stuff. Wilhelt means that we make a decay zombie whenever we have a creature die. So like if we have Gravecrawler die, for example, we sack it to Phyrexian Altar, we make a decay zombie, then we just cast Gravecrawler again, then we sack the Gravecrawler Phyrexian Altar, it triggers Wilhelt, we make another decay zombie, so we can make infinite zombie tokens and then kill our opponents with the zombie tokens. Kindred Discover, similarly, whenever a creature enters the battlefield of the chosen type, we draw a card, so that'll work similarly to Midnight Reaper and Undead Augur. We can Skull Clamp our stuff to draw more cards. We can sack our entire board using the various sack effects that we have and then bring them all back with one of our mass reanimation spells. Especially good with Living Death to kill all of our opponent's stuff while bringing all of our stuff back. Of course, anything that we're using to sack creatures also works with Grave Pact by making our opponents sack their creatures. If we have zombies that are continuously entering the battlefield, Noxious Ghoul will keep triggering, killing all of our opponent's creatures. We can use Carrion Feeder as one of our sack outlets. Corpse Knight also will trigger whenever we have another creature enter the battlefield. So for example, if we have Phyrexian Altar plus Gravecrawler, we can keep casting Gravecrawler over and over, draining our opponents out using the Corpse Knight. Diregraph Captain will do the same thing. Diregraph Colossus will also trigger when we cast Gravecrawler or any other zombie to make a 2/2 zombie token, so that also goes, as does the Headless Rider. Whenever a zombie dies, we make another zombie, so if we have Gravecrawler, we make another zombie. But it's not just Gravecrawler, there's other zombies that we can combo with. God Eternal Oketra, we are casting the Gravecrawler, meaning we get to trigger Oketra and make 4/4 zombies. Necro Duality makes copies of tokens, or copies of non-tokens rather, so if we're like casting Gravecrawler, we get to make a copy of Gravecrawler that's a token Gravecrawler, and then we can sack that Gravecrawler. So there's just lots and lots of ways to combo here. There's ways to get more mana than we're spending. So for example, let's say we don't have Phyrexian Altar, but we have Gravecrawler, but we have, you know, Carrion Feeder or Altar of Dementia or some other sack outlet, right? Well, Rooftop Storm makes Gravecrawler 0 to cast. So like, let's say we have Altar of Dementia, Gravecrawler, and a zombie and Rooftop Storm. We get to cast Gravecrawler for free, sack it to Altar of Dementia, mill an opponent. We recast Gravecrawler for free, sack it to Altar of Dementia, mill an opponent. So there's tons and tons and tons and tons of combos in the deck that we can enable. Some of them are straight up infinite, others are just value based. Some kill our opponents on the spot, others don't. They just make like infinite tokens and then we have to wait a turn to attack them. Pitiless Plunderer, making a treasure token whenever we lose a creature, is also relevant for a lot of these combos. I'm not going to get into exactly every single combination because there's like 100 different ones, but I think you get the idea. So Marina is either its own combo piece via the second ability, or it's just a way to filter through tons of cards using the first ability and zombie tokens. We also have lots and lots of combos that we can get to, some of which are zombie-based, some of which are not zombie-based, some of which care about Varina, some of which care about death triggers or extra tokens or having certain things in play, etc., etc. We've got tons and tons of card draw to find stuff even outside of Varina's looting, or we can just go to straight up beatdown route with Coat of Arms, God Eternal Oketra, etc., just Haunted One, making our creature board huge and attacking our opponents to death. We can also drain out opponents using Bontu's Monument. That's another combo piece. Like, there's so many ways. Attrition our opponents out by eating all their creatures using these sweeper type effects or these like mass reanimation spells. So many ways of winning. And that is Varina Lich Queen. Now the main thing is that, just like one more addendum, the white is the least relevant color here. And if you actually look through the deck, how many white cards are there? So if we sort it by color, there's only 5 white cards in this entire deck, and Anointed Procession and Mondrak are mostly here just to be combo pieces with Varina, although they have some other use besides that, but they're mostly here to be combo pieces of Varina. And then that just leaves Enlightened Tutor, Esper Sentinel, and God Eternal Oketra, which are by no means absolutely necessary for the deck. And there's also Corpse Knight as a multicolor white card. So outside of those cards, like if you wanted to make a Dimir version of the deck, you easily could. It would also cut down on the cost of the mana base if you don't want to proxy and you're budget conscious, because it means then you don't need to play as many fetch lands, you don't need to play the white duels. So it would be a cheaper version of the deck if you just wanted to strictly restrict it to Dimir colors. If you do want to make a zombie tribal deck in Dimir colors, I would recommend Wilhult as a good commander to enable things with that, since it is a card draw spell from the command zone that also makes zombie tokens and can be a combo outlet as well because of that zombie token ability. But outside of that, if budget is not an issue and you do want to play the full 3 colors to get absolutely every single piece, that is Verena Lich Queen. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Venser Shaper Savant. So Venser is a 4 mana creature. It's a 2/2 with flash, and it says when it enters the battlefield, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Now note, it doesn't say non-land permanent, it's just permanent, and you can target your own stuff. So the main thing that we're going to try to do with Venser is we're going to attempt to set up combos that may or may not involve Venser, but the ones that do involve Venser will use his ability to bounce stuff as part of the combo. So let me explain with the combo creatures. So there's obviously some ones in here that you're probably familiar with. So these are things like Isochron Scepter plus Dramatic Reversal. If you have enough mana rocks, you can imprint Dramatic on the Isochron Scepter and generate infinite mana. Or Hullbreaker plus Soul Ring and, Mox Opal or something. You can just loop those 2 cards over and over and generate infinite mana. Now, the way that Venser enters into this equation is that if you have infinite mana, when Venser hits the board, it can bounce itself. Then you can play it, and it enters and triggers and bounces itself. And you can do this infinite times. And then you have an infinite storm count, which means you can either, if you have Altar of the Brood in play, mill out all of your opponents, or you can Brain Freeze and then make infinite Brain Freezes and mill out your opponents. There are also other combos that you can do. So let's say you don't have one of those, but you still have one of those infinite mana combos. If you can double Venser's trigger with cards like Naban or Roaming Throne, that means Venser can both bounce itself and something else, which means if you have infinite mana, Venser will bounce itself and it will bounce one of your opponent's permanents. And then you will do this again. You will cast Venser, he will bounce himself and one of your opponent's permanents, and you will bounce all of your opponent's permanents, including all of your opponent's lands, at which point you haven't actually won the game yet, but you've basically won the game. And then finally, there is Peregrine Drake. So again, if you've got something that doubles Venser's trigger, you can Peregrine Drake, then you can Venser. Venser can bounce itself and Peregrine Drake, and then you can redeploy them. And if Peregrine Drake's trigger is being duplicated via Panharmonicon, that's one way to do it. But another way to do it is just anything that allows us to keep redeploying Peregrine Drake is another method of hypothetically generating more and more mana. We also have Displacer Kitten for similar reasons. Any non-creature spell we cast, we can blink various things like Peregrine Drake, but mainly Venser to keep getting the Venser triggers. So aside from that, we have our card draw. Pretty nice stuff here. We've got our counter spells. Obviously, we are a blue deck. Muddle the Mixture can go tutor for a number of different combo pieces, mainly the Dramatic Scepter combo, but it can also go find Naban and Brain Freeze. We've got Mana Vault as part of combo loops, so like Hullbreaker Horror needs cheap mana rocks that produce more than they cost. We've got a pretty straightforward mana base, including Riptide Laboratory to bounce Venser back to our hand sometimes. A little bit of protection. We do want to make sure that Venser, or just our combo in general, doesn't get countered or killed, with the best one being Teferi. So if we have, let's say, end of our opponent's turn, we flash Teferi out. If nobody answers it, we untap. None of our opponents can respond to what we're doing. We can just combo off then. Whole bunch of mana rocks, obviously relevant to the Dramatic Scepter combo, but also just good in general. We then have a number of removal pieces. We do need to be able to interact with our opponent. And there are various cards that will completely shut down what we're doing, like Rule of Law effects. So we do need to be able to bounce other things besides just creatures. A little bit of stacks. We're in mono blue, back to basics, and Harbinger of the Seas barely hurt us while majorly hurting our opponents. And then we got a bunch of tutors. So obviously we have a whole bunch of combos in our deck. We have ways of tutoring up spells, tutoring up artifacts. All of these cards can hopefully help us to get our combos, step through wizard cycles. So this can find Naban, for example. And yep, that is pretty much gonna do it. So with all that said, the main strategy of the deck is basically to play like Control, and then try to set up a situation where you are either slipping through a window where none of your opponents have interaction open, or you are trying to obtain protection like Teferi to make it so that your opponents can't interact with you, and then you execute your combo. And that is going to do it for Venser Shaper Savant in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at a background commander, Val Candlekeep Researcher plus Raised by Giants. So the Raised by Giants part is not necessarily what's important. We're mainly looking at Val Candlekeep Researcher. This is a 4 mana 2/3 with Vigilance, and it says tap added amount of colorless mana equal to Val Candlekeep Researcher's toughness, which is by default 3. This mana can't be spent to cast spells from your hand. So spells from somewhere besides our hand, like in exile or activated abilities, is going to be mainly what we're using this on. There's a bunch of combos with Val. Raised by Giants just turns our commander into a 10/10, so it's a way to have, from the command zone, a way to just increase Val. And a lot of her combos involve having her toughness be higher than her base toughness, so 4 or 5 is usually the sweet spot. So to discuss those combos, we have basically anything that untaps Val. So Staff of Domination, for example, untaps a creature for 3 and then untaps Staff of Domination for 1. So as long as we can produce 5, so if Val's toughness is 5, we can do this infinitely, netting 1 mana each time, and then Staff of Domination can draw our deck. Same thing with Umbral Mantle. It untaps for 3 and pumps itself. So as long as we can do that once, or we just have an initial way of humping Val's toughness, this can be a way to make Val infinitely huge and have infinite mana for activated abilities. Similarly, Walking Ballista has the ability to put a counter on it, and then we can remove those counters. So all we got to do is play a Ballista for 2, and then as long as we can generate infinite activated ability mana off of Val, Ballista will kill opponents. And then we have some of the other combos. So Prophet of Distortion also can just draw our whole deck. And then there's the other ones that involve colored mana. So Freed from the Real can enchant Val, and then we untap, but it costs blue to untap. Same thing with Galvanic Alchemist. We Soul Bond, then it costs blue to untap. And then Penman's Aura, similarly, blue to untap. So if we only produce colorless, how do we make blue? Well, we've got Energy Refractor, Stonework Pack Beast, and Urn of Godfire. These are all artifacts that allow us to convert the colorless mana from Val into colored mana, and more importantly, colored mana that can be spent on anything. And those can also go infinite with Freed, Galvanic, and Penman's Aura. And then we also have Brain Freeze here because if we have any way of continuously playing spells, we can just use Brain Freeze to kill our opponents in that regard as well. So a whole bunch of different combos here that we can use, all of which involve, or at least most of which involve, getting Val up to a higher toughness. So what else are we going to be doing in our deck? Well, we have Reality Chip and Fortune Teller's Talents as ways of casting spells off the top of our deck. Obviously, the mana is not restricted to top spells of the deck. It's only restricted from paying for cards from our hand. So these are really good additions to the deck. We've got our suite of counter spells. We've got a little bit of fast mana and haste specifically. We don't want to have to wait to tap Val. We want to be able to tap immediately. Pretty straightforward lands, not too much to see here, with the exception of Hashep Oasis as a land that can pump Val. We also have Okina as another way of pumping Val. Again, we just want to get Val up to a higher toughness. And lastly, we have Centaur Garden as yet another way of doing that. And of course, Bridgeworks Battle as our modal land to do the same. We got Protection because we don't want Val to get killed or countered. So this is all various ways of doing that. Also, incidentally, Guardian Augmenter makes Val 5 toughness just by being in play. So that's another benefit there. We have our other forms of pump. So Mutagenic Growth is free. We can also have Seal of Strength, which can just be on the battlefield ahead of time. And then finally, Shape of Sands is only 1 mana to give plus 0/5, so a lot more toughness. Most of the combos, again, only require Val to have like 5 toughness roundabout, but this is just another way of getting even more. Then we've got a bunch of ramp spells, less than usual, but still a lot. Some removal, Spike Rift for the sweepers, and then a bunch of tutors, because again, a lot of these combos involve either creatures or artifacts, so a bunch of combo tutor pieces that grab those. And then ultimately, I decided not to run Sword of the Paw Runes. This would have been another card that combos with Val, but I felt like we had enough, and this was the least efficient among the cards that could do it. So speaking of the tutors, that's also why we've diversified these filterers. So obviously the best filter is Energy Refractor because it draws a card. However, Urn of Godfire is tutorable off of Urza Saga due to its mana value, and I wanted at least one creature that could do the same so that our creature tutors could find the Pack Beast as one of those cards. It's the similar reason why we're diversifying in other ways. So for example, Staff of Domination is an artifact that can draw our whole deck, but Prophet of Distortion is a creature that can draw our whole deck. That way we always have at least one card defined based on our various tutors. So if we have a combo and then we're missing one of these cards and we've got like Court of Calling in our hand, we can go find Prophet of Distortion. But if we have not Court of Calling, but we've got Fabricate, we can go find Staff of Domination. So it was important to diversify our combo pieces so that any of our tutors could find the missing piece. And as previously mentioned, Raised by Giants isn't strictly speaking necessary For our combo, it could have been another background. There's even another green background that adds counters to our commander, so that could have caused our commander to just enter as a 3/4. But ultimately, I decided Raised by Giants was probably the best version of it. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Val Candlekeep Researcher in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Wild Seer Scouring Maw. This is a 5 mana Gruul commander. It's a 6/6 elemental wolf with trample, and it says enchantment spells you cast from your hand have Cascade. So right away, let's get this out of the way. Wild Seer is not that powerful of a commander. There's no crazy combos that you can do with it. It's not incredibly good. It's kind of expensive at 5 mana. So if you are choosing to play Wild Seer, it's because you like enchantments and you like playing Cascade and Gruul specifically. Because even amongst enchantment decks, there's better Enchantress decks than Wild Seer. Obviously, cards like Scythus are better than it. So we're focusing more towards the casual end of the spectrum on this one, but we are still trying to push it to high power if possible. So to begin, we've got Cindervines, which is just fine as a removal spell that also doubles up as a way to punish opponents for casting a bunch of non-creature spells. And remember that because we have Wild Seer, anytime that we can have a card that is an enchantment as opposed to something else, we are going to want to do that. Although cascading into a 1-drop isn't great. Then we've got all of our card draw, so we're playing all the Enchantress effects, Argothian Enchantress, Eidolon of Blossoms, Enchantress Presence, Setessan Champion, Verduran Enchantress. If we can cast or have enchantments enter to draw cards, we're going to do it. We obviously have regular stuff like the One Ring and Sylvan Library. Recycle here, and I think Recycle and its black version, Null Profusion, are particularly underrated commander draw spells. 6 mana, skip your draw step. Whenever you play a card, draw a card. So that's playing lands or casting spells, and your hand size is only 2, but that's fine because we're just recycling cards constantly. And then in red, we've got Stolen Strategy, 5 mana at the beginning of your upkeep. Exile the top card of each opponent's library. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among the exiled cards and spend mana as though it were mana of any color. And Sunbird's Invocation, 6 mana enchantment. Whenever you cast a spell from your hand, reveal the top X, where X is that spell's mana value. You may cast a spell with mana value X or less from among cards revealed this way without paying for it. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So basically Cascade on the first spell. Next, we have Defense of the Heart and Fight Rigging for cheating stuff in. So Defense of the Heart is 4 mana. At the beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent controls 3 or more creatures, sack Defense of the Heart, search your library for up to 2 creature cards, put those cards on the battlefield. We're going to use this to assemble creature-based combos. And Fight Rigging, Hideaway 5. When it enters, you look at the top 5, exile 1 face down, beginning of combat on your turn. Put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Then if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. And of course, Wild Seer is a 6/6, so this means that we get to trigger it once just off of our commander because we put the counter here and then we control 7/7. For our combos, this is going to get a little complicated. So obviously we've got the usual easiest one, Dual Caster Mage Molten Duplication, which have nothing to do with our theme. But then we've got the ones that are on theme. So Aggravated Assault, 3 mana, and then you can spend 5 to untap all creatures you control. After this main phase, there is an additional combat phase followed by an additional main phase. Activate only as in a sorcery. Awakening, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, untap all creatures and lands, including theirs. Curse of Bounty, enchant a player. Whenever enchanted player is attacked, untap all non-land permanents you control. Each opponent attacking that player untaps all non-land permanents they control. Shivan Gorge, a land that you can pay 3 and tap to deal 1 to an opponent. And Weaver of Harmony, other enchantment creatures get +1, but more specifically, green tap, copy target, activated or triggered ability you control from an enchantment source. You may choose new targets. So, what are we doing with these weird cards? So the first one involves Aggravated Assault, and not pictured here, but down in our ramp section, is Sanctum Weaver. 2 mana, 0/2, enchantment creature Dryad. Tap, add X mana of any color where X is the number of enchantments you control. So obviously, as long as we control at least 5 enchantments, including the Sanctum Weaver and the Aggravated Assault, we can activate the Aggravated Assault, which untaps our Sanctum Weaver, and then the Sanctum Weaver taps for 5 mana. So this is net even on mana, but we get infinite combat steps, which should be enough to kill our opponent. And if we control 6 enchantments total, this means we get infinite mana. And then the remaining combos are going to involve Weaver of Harmony. So the first one is Weaver plus Curse of Bounty. So we need 2 permanents that produce mana that are not lands, and we have to be able to produce green. We also need to control a creature that can attack, so we can trigger the Curse of Bounty. This needs to not be summoning sick. So we attack whoever is enchanted with the Curse of Bounty, which triggers it. We then hold priority, and we activate all of our mana producing non-land permanents. So we need at least 2 mana, one of which has to be green. We can then activate Weaver of Harmony, which copies the Curse of Bounty trigger. So then we resolve the copy of the Curse of Bounty trigger, and this untaps all of our non-land permanents. Then we can just repeat, and we generate infinite mana and infinite untaps of non-lands. So obviously we have to be able to spend this mana at instant speed, or have something that taps in order to win the game, because all of the mana will fizzle out once we pass through combat. Or alternatively, with Awakening instead of Curse of Bounty. So we pass, and then this triggers on the upkeep. We hold priority, and we activate all of our lands, and anything else that we can use, any of our creatures rather, that can produce mana. We add the mana, we activate the Weaver of Harmony, and this copies the Awakening trigger. And this will untap all of our creatures and lands, which includes Weaver of Harmony. So we get to go infinite here. We have to do this in the upkeep anyway, so stuff is gonna fizzle. So once again, we need a way to tap or spend the mana before a phase change. In this case, we can use Shivan Gorge, because Shivan Gorge will be amongst the lands that we're untapping. So as long as we can produce enough mana total, we can tap and ping our opponents to death with the Shivan Gorge. In the case of the Curse of Bounty, it's a little more complicated because this one doesn't untap our lands, so we have to find another way of doing it. So we've got our Red Blast, we've got Rhythm of the Wild. Creatures, spells you control can't be countered, and non-token creatures you control have Riot, which means they either enter with a +1 counter or haste. Specifically like this because it means that the commander is uncounterable. But also, if we ever are in a situation where we are creating like infinite creature tokens or something, we can give them all haste and kill our opponent. Lands are pretty straightforward. There's not really anything to see here, except for obviously the Shivan Gorge in combination with its ability. We've got various protection because, again, we don't want our stuff to get countered or killed. So things like Allosaurus Shepherd, Destiny Spinner, whole bunch of ramp, including some specific things like Leyline of Abundance to make our creatures tap for more mana. And we can use this as an infinite mana outlet to put +1 counters on all of our guys. So when I was talking about a lot of those combos that involve spending mana at instant speed, Leyline of Abundance is one of the ways that we can do that. We also get to play some stuff that we normally wouldn't in other decks. So Goblin and Narcomancer to make all of our green and red spells cheaper. We also have enchantment-based ramp spells like Fertile Ground and Overgrowth and Wolf Willow Haven. Whole bunch of removal, and as many of them as can be enchantments as possible. So Kenrith Transformation, Lignify, Song of the Dryads. Some stacks. Again, most of our ramp is not based on artifacts, so Collector Oof and Nullrod are mostly one-sided. Similarly, we're running Meltdown for the same reason. Handful of tutors to go get what we need, and then some cards that I didn't have in any specific category. So we've got some big payoffs with Atali Primal Conqueror and Nyxborn Behemoth. It costs X less, where X is the total mana value of non-creature enchantments you control. It's 12 mana, but it's going to be less depending, and it's a 10/10 with trample, and you can pay 2 and sack another enchantment to give it indestructible. And then we have these 3. So Natural Emergence is a 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield, you return a red or green enchantment you control to the owner's hand. Lands you control are 2/2 creatures with first strike. They're still lands. Now that bottom part, we don't care about that part. The part that we care about is the 4 mana enchantment that can bounce itself. So the idea, of course, being that we can play this, trigger Wild Seer to get the Cascade on a 4 mana spell, bounce it back to our hand, and cast it again. And especially if we've got infinite mana, this means we can Cascade through our entire deck. Now, we also have Crown of Flames and Whip Silk. So these are 1 mana enchantments that their abilities really don't matter aside from the fact that you can pay 1 to bounce them back to your hand. And this, again, these are really here to trigger enchantment, to get all the enchantment trigger related stuff. Now, in the case of our deck, they're not really here for Wild Seer because, again, these can only cascade into 0 drops. But what they are here for is all of our Enchantress effects. So our Argothian Enchantress, our Setessan Champions, all of those cards, all of our cards that are triggering on enchantments being cast or entering, so that we can just basically turn these into 2 mana draw card for as many times as we can pay 2. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Wild Seer Scouring Maw in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Will Scion of Peace. So Will Scion of Peace is a 3 mana Azorius commander, 2/4 with Vigilance, tap. Spells you cast this turn that are white and or blue cost X less to cast, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn, activate only as a sorcery. So unlike Rowan, Scion of War, which is the Rakdos version of Will, so Rowan's ability applies based on the amount of life you lost, which is much easier to do. rather than gaining life, so Will has a higher hurdle to clear. Also, Black and Red typically have easier ways of winning the game off of the cost reduction with cards like Exsanguinate and whatnot, whereas Blue-White doesn't really have the same effect. So it is a hurdle in order to get the Will deck going, but the main things we're going to want are cheap cards that gain a bunch of life to reduce the costs of our blue and white spells. Then we'll want big payoff blue and white spells that have their costs reduced in order to win the game. And we probably want a way to give Will haste so we can activate him immediately, as well as potentially ways of untapping him, since one problem with Will is that the tap effect only applies based on the amount of life you already gained before you tapped him. If you tap Will and then chain a bunch of spells together and then cast more life gain spells, the cost reduction effect does not apply based on new life gain spells, only ones that you already had before you tapped Will. So the first thing is that we're obviously going to want a bunch of cheap life gains. So we've got Cathedral Sanctifier, ETB gain 3, Chaplain's Blessing gain 5, Light of Hope gain 4. It also has some other modes, but mainly gain 4. Lucky Offering, destroy target artifact with mana value 3 or less and gain 3. Navigator's Compass, this is a mana fixer that gains 3 on ETB. Rest for the Wary gains 4, but if you have had a land enter the battlefield, so landfall, you gain 8 instead. Reward the Faithful. Any number of target players each gains life equal to the highest converted mana cost among permanents you control. So as long as you have Will in play, it's at minimum 3, and if you have something more expensive, it's more than that. Search Warrant. Target player reveals their hand. You gain life equal to the number of cards in that player's hand. So this obviously depends on your opponents having cards in hand, although if you cast this early enough, it should be good enough. Serra Ascendant. Due to EDH, you'll start with 40 life, meaning Serra Ascendant is a 5/5 flying lifelinker, which means if you play this on turn 1, you then get to bash in for 6 lifelink and gain 6. You've got Soothing Balm, 2 mana, gain 5. Sunbeam Spellbomb, 1 and then 1 more to sack, gain 5. White Sun's Passage, 2 mana to gain 5. And Zurin Orb, sack a land, you gain 2, and it costs 0. So obviously sacking a land is a pretty steep cost to do this, so you're only going to want to do this if you're ready to go off. Then we've got a bunch of mana ramp, typical mana rocks along with Smothering Tithe. Some counter spells to make sure that Will doesn't get killed or countered. And then we've got a bunch of card draw effects. So Echo of Eons, Esper Sentinel, Frantic Search, Lorien Revealed, Mystic Remora, Pour Over the Pages, Recurring Insight, Rhystic Study, The Ring, Time Reversal, Time Spiral, Time Twister, Windfall. And notably, these spells that draw a ton of cards are really good when you're reducing their cost with Will. Also, anything that untaps lands like Pour Over the Pages and Frantic Search and Time Spiral are mana positive with Will, because you activate Will, you reduce their costs. They only cost 1 to 2 mana, and then you untap as many or more lands than it costs to even tap them in the first place. You got a little bit of fast mana with Jeweled Lotus and Lotus Petal. And then here's your payoffs. You've got Omniscience and one with the Multiverse. So unfortunately, neither of these cards just actually outright win the game on their own, but they do allow you to just cheat these into play by reducing their costs by like 6 or 7 with Will, and then just getting these. And then for Omniscience, all of your spells are free after that. And with one with the Multiverse, not all of your spells are free, but at least one of them is, and this can be a pretty good value engine on its own. Next, and also one with the Multiverse is just really good with Will, reducing the costs of things. Also Cyclonic Rift, which once again is great when you reduce the cost of Overload to 1. You've got some hasting or untapping effects. So Lightning Greaves, Swiftfoot Boots, and 1,000-Year Elixir all allow you to tap Will immediately. Renegade Doppelganger also does kind of a similar thing, where because it can become a clone of Will, if you already have the Renegade Doppelganger in play, you can play Will, legend rule them, so that the Renegade Doppelganger becomes a copy of Will, and then you sack the new Will, and then this Renegade Doppelganger is now a Will that can tap immediately. A little bit of protection effects with Silence and Teferi, so that our opponent can't counter our Will or stop anything else that we're doing. A little bit of tutoring with Enlightened Tutor, Mystical Tutor, Solve the Equation, and Spellseeker. And then we've got Chakran Retriever along with 1,000-Year Elixir as ways of untapping Will in case we need to untap him to, like maybe we do 1 life gain spell, cast some spells, and then we find another life gain spell, we can untap him to go again. And then finally, we find our combo pieces. So these are the ways that we're actually going to win the game. So we do have the Dramatic Scepter combo to gain infinite mana when we have enough mana rocks that we can have at least 3 mana and go positive. We've got Palinchron, because Palinchron with the cost reduced only costs 2 mana to cast and then 4 mana to pick back up. So as long as we have 7 mana total worth of lands, we can cast Palinchron and recast it over and over and over, floating 1 mana each time. We also have, of course, Tidespout Tyrant and Hullbreaker Horror, which can go infinite using certain mana rocks. So like if we have, let's say, Mana Crypt and Soul Ring, or Soul Ring and Mox Opal, or Mox Amber and Mox Opal, we can keep looping them back and forth with the Hullbreaker / Tidespout Tyrant. You cast one, tap it for mana, bounce the other one, cast the other one, bounce the first one, tap the new one for mana, etc. We get infinite mana. Or if we have another way of just casting spells over and over like Palinchron, we can do that and bounce our opponent's entire board with Tidespout Tyrant. We similarly have Peregrine Drake in here, although this does not bounce itself, but it can bounce based on like Tidespout, for example. And we have Displacer Kitten. So Displacer Kitten, whenever we cast a spell, can blink one of our permanents, one of our non-creature permanents specifically, and this can combine with, for example, Teferi. So if we have Displacer Kitten, Teferi, and an artifact rock that costs 0, like let's say Mox Amber, right? You go Mox Amber, tap for a color, you play anything, maybe the Mox Amber itself. The Displacer Kitten triggers and blinks Teferi. Teferi picks up the Mox Amber. We recast the Mox Amber, which triggers the Kitten, which blinks the Teferi, which makes us have a new Teferi. The Amber enters the field. We tap the Amber for blue or white. We bounce the Amber with the new Teferi. It comes back to our hand. We cast it. We trigger the Displacer Kitten, etc. And we draw our entire deck, and we gain infinite mana. But it can also just combine with other things in our deck if we want to, like just blinking our mana rocks whenever we cast other spells. So let's say we reduce the costs of things with Will, and then we're just casting other spells. Then the Displacer Kitten on casting those spells can trigger and blink our mana rocks to get more mana out of that and potentially just keep going so that these spells become basically free instead of just cost reduced. So lots of different things that we can do there. The main win cons are going to be generating infinite mana / drawing our entire deck, and then eventually setting up a combo of winning with primarily Tidespout Tyrant, bouncing our opponent's entire board. So we technically don't have a way to just instantly win the game, but we do have a way to effectively win the game. And if you do want a way to instantly win the game, you could just put Thassa's Oracle or Aetherflux Reservoir or something in this deck, like a way to actually just win the game on the spot. But as is, these cards, specifically Tidespout Tyrant, will usually just win the game on their own. Then for lands, we have pretty typical blue and white lands. Cavernous Souls to make Will uncounterable. We've got Hall of the Bandit Lord to give Will haste. Inventor's Fair to tutor up artifacts. Manamo to untap legends, which is relevant for both Will and the One Ring. Odawara Mystic Sanctuary. 1 Radiant Fountain. This is in here just as a land source to gain life. We could also play Kabira Crossroads or other various lands that gain life, but those lands all enter tapped. Glimmer Post doesn't enter tapped, but it only gains us 1 life, whereas Radiant is 2. I'm not even sure how good this is to begin with, but I think it's fine as a one of. And then that is basically the deck, yeah. So play a bunch of cheap life gain, reduce the cost of big spells with Will, Scion of Peace, cast a bunch of big spells, eventually find a combo to win the game. And that is the Will, Scion of Peace deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Willow Dusk Essence Seer. So Willow Dusk is a 3-mana Golgari commander. It's a 3/3, and it has 1 tap, choose another target creature, put a number of +1 counters on it equal to the amount of life you gained this turn, or the amount of life you lost this turn, whichever is greater, activate only as a sorcery. So obviously the idea here is we want to have a cheap creature that either is evasive or has some kind of effect based on its power or toughness or how much damage it deals. And then we want the ability to either gain a ton of life or lose a ton of life in the one turn. Activate Willow Dusk, put a boatload of counters on that creature, and presumably either win the game or generate a bunch of value. So obviously in EDH, and really Magic in general, it is easier to pay a bunch of life than it is to gain a bunch of life. So our primary enablers are going to be cards that cause us to lose a ton of life in one turn. Now the main problem here obviously is that Willow Dusk can't target itself, and even if you could, it has to tap to activate its ability. So killing your opponents via commander damage is already not a viable option. So it will have to be another creature, and that creature, again, is going to have to be either evasive or have some kind of ability that depends on its power, toughness, dealing damage, etc. So right away, let's look at the life drain effects. So obviously, some immediate ones that come to mind are Ad Nauseam and Peer into the Abyss. So these cards are not only great card draw spells, but they obviously drain you a ton of life and allow you to put a crazy amount of counters on a creature via Willow Dusk's ability. And we've also got cards that drain life either as much as we want or in a huge amount, or just are cards that are good and incidentally also cause us to lose life. So for the rest of them, we've got Black Market Connections, which is our souped up version of Phyrexian Arena. But we can choose to use all of these modes to collectively lose 6 life in a turn. It also produces a 3/2 for Willow Dusk to target, just in case we don't have another creature. We've got Blood Celebrant, which is pay a black and a life to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So with Blood Celebrant, we can obviously just add a black mana to our pool using this ability and then activate the ability as many times as we want. We've got Bolas's Citadel, which allows us to cast spells by paying life equal to their mana value off the top of our deck. So it's a great card draw engine, but also enables a ton of life drain. Then we've got Cruel Bargain and Infernal Contract. These are both cards that do the same thing. They're triple black sorceries that say you draw 4 and you lose half your life rounded up. So you draw 4 cards, lose a ton of life. If you're in EDH, you're losing presumably 20 life, maybe a little less if you didn't have as much life when you cast this, but it's still going to be a lot. Necropotence, obviously, you pay 1 life and you can activate this as many times as you want. There's also Unspeakable Symbol, pay 3 life, put a +1 counter on target creature, which you can activate as many times as you have 3 life to pay for it. And obviously it's making the creature bigger because you're putting +1 counters on it. Sylvan Library potentially loses you 8 life when you keep the additional cards. Snuff Out is a removal spell that pays 4 life instead of the mana to cast it. Plunge into Darkness is you sack any number of creatures and you gain 3 for each sacrificed creature, or, and this is the relevant part, pay X life, then look at the top X of your library, put one of those cards into your hand and then exile the rest. So you can pay any amount of life that you want, go through and find the exact card that you need out of that amount of life. So it is both a tutor and a way to drain a ton of life at once. And then Staff of Completion has abilities that you can tap and pay life for. And the untap is mana related, so it's not as though you can just activate this as many times as you want, but it's either a mana rock on 3 or like a pay 4 draw card, which I think is reasonable given the synergies that we're trying to do with this deck. So those are all of our various enablers. So aside from that, we've just got our card draw, a lot of which already falls into the enablers. Dark Confidant I didn't count because you're never guaranteed to hit anything. And even if you do hit something, it might be cheap, but it is also another potential enabler. Null Profusion and Recycle as more card draw, also the One Ring, obviously. Figured may as well throw in the Wither Chain combo, we're in those colors anyway. Also, technically, Witherbloom Apprentice's ability to gain life combines with Willow Dusk, but not really. Some fast mana, we want to get Willow Dusk into play as fast as possible. We also want haste. Again, Willow Dusk requires to be tapped in order to use its ability, and we don't want to have to play Willow Dusk and pass the turn. So we've got Concordant, Hall of Bandit Lord, Lightning Greaves, Thousand Year Elixir, and Tyvar. Bunch of lands, fairly straightforward Golgari stuff. Then we've got our protection, because again, obviously, we do not want to go through all the trouble of getting Willow Dusk into play, paying a ton of life, and putting, 20 whatever counters on something in order to, pump a creature to a huge amount and then try to kill the opponent, only to then find out that, oops, our opponent just Swords to Plowshares or whatever the creature, and now not only did all of those resources invested go to waste, but we can't lose the same amount of life again. So we do need ways of protecting our stuff. So Allosaurus Shepherd, Defense Grid, City of Solitude, and Dosan the Falling Leaf are the green versions of Grand Abolisher. Each player can only cast spells during their own turn. Greaves, Sylvan Safekeeper, and Veil of Summer. We've got all of our various ramp. Also note that any of these creatures are potential targets for Willow Dusk's ability, so creature versions of ramp are slightly better. We do need some of our own removal in order to counteract what our opponents are doing. Dismember is also kind of a life drain effect with Snuff Out. It's just not free, but it is 1 mana. You can gain 4. So there's Dismember, Abrupt Decay, Force of Vigor, Haywire Might, Orcish Bowmasters. Of course, we've got our Staxy effects, Oppo Agent, Orcish Bowmasters, and Shieldred. And Shieldred gaining life, again, does somewhat combine with Willow Dusk, especially if we have something that draws us multiple cards. There's also minor stuff like Haywire Might gains 2 life, but really, you don't want to be targeting something just to put 2+1 counters on it. You want to be putting a lot more than that. And then we've got our tutors. Obviously, this is pretty standard. Crop Rotation, Demonic Tutor, etc. And then finally, we have Ikra Shadiki, the Usurper. So this is a 5 mana 3/7 menace, and whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. So obviously, we're putting a bunch of +1/+1 counters on one of our creatures. So as long as that creature can connect to an opponent, we can gain back all of the life that we spent draining to activate Willow Dusk. Or alternatively, if we don't have a way to do that ahead of time, so like if we're just attacking our opponent normally, this is also a way to just gain life and potentially trigger Willow Dusk's ability post-combat to get some +1 counters and go off next turn. Even Ikra Shadiki yourself is 7 toughness, so that's at least 7 +1 counters. So the biggest downside here is that there really just are not a lot of good options for creatures to put the counters onto. So specifically in black and green, you would want a creature that does something like, draw cards equal to the amount of damage you deal, or causes your opponents to lose life or something like that. And really, for the most part, there just isn't really any good options. In particular, you want something that's cheaper than Willow Dusk, like a 1 or 2 mana creature, so that you can cast that creature, then cast Willow Dusk and activate that onto the creature. You don't want to have to play the creature after Willow Dusk and then continue to wait. And if you look through the different creatures that you've got access to, there just really aren't any good options there. So for the most part, you are going to be putting your +1 counters on things like a mana dork or just some other random creature in your deck and hoping that that alone is good enough to kill your opponents with. But anyways, yep, that is Willow Dusk Essence Seer. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Winota, Joiner of Forces, so the boogeyman from Pioneer Returns. Winota is a 4 mana Boros commander. It's a 4/4, and it says whenever a non-human creature you control attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a human creature card from among them onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. It gains indestructible until end of turn. Put the rest of the cards on the bottom in a random order. So basically we want cheap and potentially evasive non-humans that we can use to attack with that will trigger Winota, and then we want expensive, powerful humans to cheat into play with it. So Winota is basically commonly known as Winota Stacks, which we're primarily going to be a stacks deck that then takes advantage of small creatures that will trigger Winota, often mana dorks, and then big human payoffs and sometimes combo cards that we can get to from Winota. So we've got our card draw in Archivist of Ogma and Esper Sentinel, but again, not very much. And then we've got our combo cards, which is the typical ones you would expect. We've got combos with Combat Celebrant, Kiki Jiki, and Zealous Conscripts. We can Winota into a Combat Celebrant or a Zealous Conscripts. We cannot Winota into a Kiki Jiki. Also, if we Winota into a Combat Celebrant, it will not trigger, because we need to attack with it. It just puts it into play already attacking. So that is one thing to note about that, whereas Zealous Conscripts can win the game immediately if we have a Kiki Jiki in play. Also, there's going to be other things to note, like any creature in our deck, if it's a human, can be hit. If it's a non-human, can trigger. So Archivist of Ogma, for example, is not a human and can therefore trigger Winota. Esper Sentinel is a human and cannot trigger Winota. We've got fast mana to get to Winota faster, although not too much fast mana. We've got Boros lands, a little bit more than I would expect normally at 32. Also, we've got Blink Moth Nexus and Ink Moth Nexus as cheap man lands that we can use to trigger Winota. Then we've got a whole bunch of protection effects. So basically all of these are going to be designed to keep Winota in play. So Alseid of Life's Bounty to give it protection from a color. Cliffside Rescuer, tap, sacrifice it, target permanent you control gains protection from each of your opponents until end of turn, although it is 2 mana and you do have to tap it and sack it. Deflecting Swat, Cavern of Souls, Grand Abolisher, Silence, Ranger Captain, and then Giver of Runes, Skrelv, and Mother of Runes to protect Winota, and then Hope of Girapur. Sack it until your next turn. Target player who was dealt combat damage by Hope of Girapur this turn can't cast non-creature spells. And specifically, so Ranger Captain and Mother of Runes cannot trigger Winota, nor can Grand Abolisher, but the other creatures can. You can also Winota into a Grand Abolisher, which can protect you from anything else your opponents are doing, although it is notable that our main way of combo winning is using Kiki Jiki loops or Combat Celebrant loops, so if we are hitting Grand Abolisher off of that, it's probably past the point where these would win the game, so we will have to wait until the next turn. Then we've got some ramp, mostly in the form of artifacts, but we do also have Ornithopter of Paradise, because again, as a non-human creature, we can attack with it to trigger Winota. Dockside also triggers Winota, as does Ragavan, but Professional Facebreaker does not, and Mer Convert as another mana source that's also a creature. So Winota would ideally like to be playing a bunch of like Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic, etc., but of course we're not in green, so we can't, so this is the best we can do in Boros colors. Then we've got removal. So this takes the form of various things. We've got Solitude, Skyclave Apparition, Goblin Crater Maker, which are all cards that can trigger Winota, and then Cathar Commando, which can be put into play with Winota. We also just have straight up Touch the Spirit Realm, Path to Exile, Shatter Skull Smashing, and Swords to Plowshares. Then we've got all of our stacks pieces. So this is what we're primarily going to be doing with Winota. So we've got Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, Eidolon of Rhetoric, and Aethersworn Canonist as our rule of law effects, with Aethersworn being the one that can actually be cheated in and the others not. Then there is our stacks card, or our taxing cards. So Glow Rider, Thalia, and Vryn Wingmare. I forget if Glow Rider is a human. I believe it is. So I believe you can Winota into Glow Rider and Thalia, but not Vryn, but Vryn triggers Winota. We also, of course, have Drannith Magistrate, which is basically in every white deck. We've got Spirit of the Labyrinth, Soulless Jailer, Sanctum Prelate, Phyrexian Revoker, and Magus of the Moon, human that can be hit off Winota. And because it puts it directly into play, our opponents do not get an opportunity to float any of their lands in response. And then one of the only two non-creatures aside from Deafening Silence is Thorn of Amethyst. Again, our deck is mostly made up of creatures, or at least that's what we want to be putting out. So Thorn of Amethyst doesn't really hurt us too much, whereas it hurts our opponents more, presumably. Then we've got some tutors in the form of Enlightened Tutor, Imperial Recruiter, Recruiter of the Guard, Ranger Captain of Eos, and Mog Catcher, which searches for a goblin and puts it directly onto the battlefield. So specifically, we don't have too many goblins that we can go get, but that does include Dockside Extortionist and, of course, Kiki Jiki. And then I've broken it down into what I'll call Winota Enablers and Winota Payoffs. So this category is every creature in the deck that's not a human and can therefore trigger Winota. And this category is every creature in the deck that is a human and can thus be put into play with Winota. So first, the enablers. So we've got, of course, some of the ones that are here are going to be ones we've already seen. So the best ones are going to be as cheap as possible, probably having evasion, or just have some other effect that we want regardless. So Alseid of Life's Bounty, Archivist of Ogma, Archon of Emeria, Aven Mind Sensor, Cliffside Rescuer, Dockside Extortionist, Eidolon of Rhetoric. We also have Ginger Brute, which is a 1-mana creature that can become essentially unblockable for 1 mana and has haste, which is relevant for Winota. Giver of Runes, Goblin Crater Maker. We also have Rabble Master and Legion Warboss, which put in hasty goblins. So they put in more tokens so that we can get more triggers, and those goblins have haste. Hope of Girapur. Loyal Apprentice itself is a human, but it generates Thopters that have haste, and the Thopters can trigger Winota. Merconvert, Ornithopter, Phoenix Chick, Phyrexian Revoker, Phyrexian Walker, which is a 0-mana creature, and it's better than Memnite because we don't actually care about dealing 1 damage to our opponent, so as a 0/3 it is better than Memnite. Ragavan. We've got Signal Pest, which is hard to block, and Battle Cries our other creatures, including the various tokens that we're making off of our goblins. Skrelv, Soulless Jailer, Spirit of the Labyrinth, and Vryn Wingmare. And then for the payoffs, we of course have the combo type creatures like Zealous Conscripts. Mog Catcher is itself a human mercenary, Magus of the Moon, and we've been through some of these other ones like Combat Celebrant. So the ones that we haven't been through already, Blade Historian is a quadruple Boros hybrid creature. It's a 2/3, and it says attacking creatures you control have double strike. There is Greymond Avacyn's Stalwart. So this is the in-universe version of Rick from the Walking Dead Secret Lair. So it is a 4-mana 3/4, and it says, as it enters the battlefield, you choose 2 abilities among First Strike, Vigilance, or Lifelink. Humans you control have each of the chosen abilities, and as long as you control 4 or more humans you control get +2. Then there is Riona Fire Dancer, which is a 5-mana 3/4, and it says at the beginning of combat on your turn, you create X tokens that are copies of another target creature you control, where X is 1 plus the number of instant and sorcery spells you've cast this turn. They gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next end step. So note, it is at least 1, even if you haven't cast any instants or sorceries. This also goes infinite with Combat Celebrant. You've got Serra Ascendant as a big beater. Notably, it is a human though, so this does not trigger Winota. And then finally, Eomer, King of Rohan, 5-mana 2/2 with double strike. Enters the battlefield with a +1 counter on it for each other human you control, and when it enters the battlefield, target player becomes the monarch. Eomer deals damage equal to its power to any target. So you become the monarch, and you shock something, / more than shock something if you've got more humans around. So, although there are ways to immediately combo and win the game with Combat Celebrant, Kiki Jiki, or Zealous Conscript, and that is one route that you can take with Winota, the other routes are often going to be just putting out stacks cards like Magus of the Moon, like your anti-storm stuff, rule of law effects, like, you know, just any of these stacks guys. It's going to be putting stacks guys in play and slowing down the opponent while continuing to develop your board basically for free because Winota triggers and you don't have to pay any mana for it. And then continuing to develop a board that either puts more and more stacks creatures into play, thus preventing your opponents from actually being able to cast anything or get through the stacks soft blocks, or just continue to put more and more human creatures into play that can eventually overwhelm the opponent with their massive power. In particular, cards like Blade Historian, Sarah Ascendant, and Greymond, just enhancing the power level of all the creatures you have on the board. And yep, that is pretty much it. That is Winota, Joiner of Forces in EDH.
Hello and welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Wily Duke, one of the new commanders from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So Wily Duke is a green and white 3-drop 4/2 Vigilance. Whenever he becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and draw a card. So obviously what you want to do is find the cheapest ways possible of tapping Wily Duke and then untapping Wily Duke. So he can't tap himself because he has Vigilance, so attacking doesn't cause him to tap. But otherwise, you're going to want the cheapest ways of retapping him, untapping him, etc. So let's just go through those one at a time. So first up, we've got Earthcraft, which is an enchantment that says tap an untapped creature you control, untap target basic land. Instill Energy, which gives the enchanted creature haste and can untap it once per turn for 0 mana. We've got Bramble Snap, which is a creature that allows you to tap an untapped creature you control to give it +1. Obviously, Bramble Snap himself is not that good, but he is a green creature and is thus fetchable off of any creature tutors and Green Sun Zenith specifically. So if you're missing a way to tap Wily Duke, this is a way to do it by fetching a creature. You've also got Vehicles, because crewing allows you to tap Wily Duke. So the best one of these is possibly Clown Car, since you can play Clown Car for 0. Or more mana later on if you want to get more value out of it. But primarily the vehicles here are not going to be played because they're so great, but mostly just because they allow you to tap Wily Duke, although they do have some utility. So Flywheel Racer can tap for 1 mana as long as it's a creature. Do note that if you do crew Flywheel Racer the turn you play it, it becomes a creature and is therefore summoning 6, so you do have to wait a turn before you can tap it for mana. Smuggler's Copter, which you can just use to draw and discard a card with. And then finally, Unlicensed Hearse, which is just a way to exile stuff from graveyards. Again, none of these vehicles are really that great, but are just in here to crew Wily Duke. There were other vehicles that I could have played in here. The biggest one that's missing is probably Reckoner Bankbuster. So if testing proves that that card is actually good, I may add it back here. I may cut something like Flywheel Racer, for example, but just a few artifact vehicles that you can use to crew via Wily Duke. Then most of the other tap effects are going to be things that allow Wily Duke to add mana. So Cryptolith Rite, Karametra's Favor, which is an enchantment that gives Wily Duke the ability to tap to add mana of any color, and when it enters, draws a card. Similarly, Multani's Harmony is tap, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, enchanted creature gets this ability. Utopia Vow basically does the same thing. You've got Relic of Legends, which allows you to tap and untap legendary creature you control to add a mana. Paradise Mantle, same deal. Springleaf Drum is a one-off. And then Catilda, which is a creature that gives your humans tap, add 1 mana of any of this creature's colors. So the reason that we're going to want primarily ways of having Wily Duke generate mana is because of our untappers. So our untappers fall into 2 different categories. We've got one-off effects that allow us to untap Wily Duke just 1 time, and then we've got ways that are going to untap Wily Duke every time some condition is met. So the one-offs are things like Burst of Energy, Emerald Charm, Light the Way, Mobilize, Nature's Chosen, and Vitalize. Now, cards like Mobilize and Vitalize, which untap all of your creatures, have secondary uses in terms of if you've got other creatures with tap abilities, like Monodorks, for example, this allows you to untap all of those. In the case of cards like Emerald Charm and Burst of Energy, these can untap any permanent, not just Wily Duke. So if you've got a permanent like the One Ring or Gaia's Cradle, for example, this can untap those. Also, there's Legolas Quick Reflexes, which is split second, untap target creature until end of turn, it gains hexproof reach, and whenever this creature becomes tapped, it deals damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature. So if you've got another way to tap Wily Duke afterwards, it allows you to burn creatures. It also is, of course, a spell that's not counterable, that protects your Wily Duke on top of doing everything else. So amongst all of the 1 mana untap effects, Legolas Quick Reflexes is probably the best one. Then you've got these cards that are going to allow you to untap Wily Duke once per whatever condition is met. So Drum Bellower untaps all your creatures during each other player's untap step. Of course, Seedborn Muse untaps all your permanents during each other player's untap step. Quest for Renewal is whenever a creature you control becomes tapped, you get a quest counter. And then if you've got 4+ quest counters, you untap all creatures you control during each other player's untap step. And then Sting the Glinting Dagger is an equipment that equips for 2, and it says, among various other abilities, at the beginning of each combat, untap equipped creature. And that's each combat, not just each of your combats. So these basically, per turn cycle, allow you to untap Wily Duke. And then, of course, if you've got any of the repeatable tappers, you can keep untapping and tapping it over and over. So this essentially allows you to, if Wily Duke is unmolested, allow you to draw 3 to 4 cards per turn cycle. Now, obviously, there are a ton of cards that, for just a single mana, allow you to untap a creature, and most of them are combat tricks that are basically draft chaff that you would expect to just see in some limited environment. And originally, when I was building the deck, I did opt to play as many of those as possible, and it is potentially a possibility that you could have some sort of like green-white storm deck where you just tap and untap Wily Duke over and over and over. My problem with that particular strategy was that there is a limit to them. I forget exactly how many cards this wound up being before I cut most of them, but I think it was around 30 at the maximum. And I'm not sure that even with that many cards, since you're only drawing 1 card per Wily Duke tap, I'm just not sure whether that is actually able to storm through your whole deck unless you had a radically different build of the deck. The second problem is that, specifically in green and white, there is no way, unlike these repeatable tap effects like crewing or bramble snap or giving your guy the ability to tap for mana, there is no equivalent card in the untap category. So there is no aura or enchantment or any card that allows you to just untap your creature over and over and over at no cost. That might have been an option if you were in blue, but of course Wily Duke is not in blue, so we do not have that ability, and therefore the storm route I felt like was a little dubious, but if you want to go for it, there are of course a ton of untap effects that you can find even in just green and white. And if you are interested in something like that, I have EDH packages. So this is all of like the best white untapping effects. So as you can see here, there's a lot more that I opted not to play. Not all of these will apply, like Rally of Wings only applies to, only gives the pump to your flyers, but you know, you might not necessarily want all of these, but these are all of the basically great white cards that allow you to untap. And then here's all the green cards that allow you to untap as well. So some big omissions were things like Quirion Ranger, Wirewood Symbiote. And then there were some additional colorless cards that also may have let you untap that I opted not to play. But overall, this is the basic strategy that I settled on for Wily Duke. So now that you know how we're tapping and untapping Wily Duke over and over, what specifically are we doing to win the game? Well, we've got some tutors in some basic stuff: Enlightened, Green Sun, Ranger Captain, Worldly Tutor. We've got a little bit of stacks in white with Aven Mind Sensor, Doorkeeper, Thrall, and Drannith Magistrate, although because this deck wants to be casting a lot of untap and tap effects, anti-storm cards like Rule of Law effects are not really what we want to be looking at. A little bit of removal. Obviously, we're going to want ramp. Specifically with Earthcraft being in our deck, we're going to want ways of finding basic lands, so land fetching ramp like Farseek, Nature's Lore, and 3 Visits are going to be more valuable than they normally would be. Obviously, the deck doesn't work if Wily Duke doesn't make it, so we need ways of making sure that Wily Duke doesn't get countered or killed. So in the anti-counter category, we've got cards like Allosaurus Shepherd, Cavern of Souls, Veil of Summer, and Grand Abolisher. And in the category of doesn't get killed, Giver of Runes, Mother of Runes, Skrelv, Sylvan Safekeeper. Our lands are pretty straightforward, with obviously some of the standouts being Gaia's Cradle. If you're on a budget and you can't afford Gaia's Cradle, it's fine, you don't need it. A little bit of fast mana to make sure that Wily Duke can get into play while still having mana up in order to counter things. And Reprieve as a counter spell, and Concordant Crossroads because we're going to want haste for something that's going to come up in a bit. A little bit more card draw, although again, with our commander being its own card draw engine in the command zone, we don't need that much of it. And then finally, we've got Squirrel Nest. So with Earthcraft and Squirrel Nest in play, this is an infinite combo. So you enchant a basic land with Squirrel Nest. You then tap that land to make a 1/1 squirrel. You then use the 1/1 squirrel that's in play to use Earthcraft to untap the basic land that Squirrel Nest is enchanted to. And you repeat over and over and over, creating infinite squirrels. Now, this is infinite tapped squirrels, so you do not get to win immediately, and passing the turn may be a problem. So you can either do this at the end of turn of the opponent who's about to pass to you, or if you've got the cards or ways to dig for the cards, again, we do have ways of untapping all of our creatures. So if you can dig your way to mobilize or vitalize, you can then untap all of your squirrel tokens, and then with Concordant Crossroads, give all of your squirrels haste and attack all of your opponents to death immediately. Now, that is a bit convoluted and does take multiple cards, but if you've got Wily Duke and a draw engine going, you can potentially just draw your way all the way into those cards and then win from there. Now, for anybody who has a distaste of infinite combos, there is unfortunately not really a good way of winning with Wily Duke if you're not doing this, unless you're just playing generically big cards like Craterhoof Behemoth, Avenger of Zendikar, etc. But this is the cleanest way of doing it, with Earthcraft also doubling as a way to tap Wily Duke and get mana. But otherwise, yep, that is going to be Wily Duke in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Zank Paladin Unbroken. So this is one of the secret layer cards based on the Dungeons & Dragons movie, not the original crazy one, the newest one. And Zank is a 4 mana 2/4 with double strike, and he says auras you control have exalted. So clearly we have a Voltron commander here, and since we're in mono white, we're also going the stacks route. So the main thing that differentiates Zank from various other mono white stacks Voltron beatdown commanders is the auras having exalted part, which means that every aura is a pump spell by default. So with that said, we do have our various beatdown auras, All That Glitters, Daybreak Coronet, Ethereal Armor, Idolized, Mantle. We also have these little cantrips here, Angelic Gift and Feather of Flight, which help to give evasion. A bunch of card draw, including card draw based on our auras, so things like Core Spirit Dancer and SRAM. Interesting card here in Songbird's Blessing. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, reveal cards from the top until you hit an aura and put the aura onto the battlefield. If you don't, put it into your hand, so just a way to keep cheating auras onto the battlefield. Flickering Ward is here, mainly not as a way to give protection, but because we can keep bouncing it to our hand and re-triggering all of these aura cast spells. So for Spirit Dancer, Enchantress, SRAM, we can keep drawing cards off of those every single time we flicker the Flickering Ward back to our hand and play it again. We have our straight up evasion in things like Griftspoon, the aforementioned cantripping flight spells, Spirit Mantle, and Unquestioned Authority to get pro creatures. Then we've got mostly snow plains with a handful of other lands, including importantly Sarah's Sanctum, since we're going to be playing a lot of enchantments. It was also important to me when playtesting this deck, I found that sometimes you would just straight up brick and not have access to more card draw. So Monumental Henge in here is a way to have the option to go for more cards. It's obviously very inefficient and hypothetically can be entering the battlefield tapped if you don't have a Snow Plains and you've got one of these other lands, but I felt it was worth it. Obviously, we need a bunch of protection. Our plan is to strap a bunch of auras to Zank, and so we don't want Zank to get countered, killed, or especially have a bunch of auras get put on it and then it gets killed and we lose all of our auras. So all of the, moms and just other spells that protect it, give it hexproof, indestructible, protection from color, can't be countered, etc. A little bit of ramp, but not much, because we're mainly going to be stacks oriented. We also have this mass reanimation, so if we do get into a situation where a bunch of our auras wind up going to the graveyard, we can get them back via Replenish or Mantle of the Ancients. Then we've also got some removal, mostly in the form of auras. So this is cards like Chains of Custody, Darksteel Mutation, Ossification, On Thin Ice, Reprobation, Sheltered by Ghosts. And importantly, it's worth noting here that even though these auras may not go on our own creatures or they may go on our opponent's creatures, we still control them, and therefore they still have the exalted ability granted by Zank. And then mono white, here's your stacks. It's a whole bunch of stacks. Can't cast multiple spells, artifacts die if you don't pay for them, can't search your library, can't activate your abilities, ETB triggers don't go off. If you or your playgroup are not personally a fan of stacks, I don't really know what to tell you. There's really not a good way of making this deck function if you don't have stacks. Or you just have to accept that you will get run over by the combo decks, by the value decks, by the ramp decks, if you are not playing these cards that curb your opponents. Or alternatively, you could keep just the ones that aren't too miserable to play against, like Rule of Laws, for example, but not necessarily disrupt your opponent from doing what they're trying to do. So, not play Stony Silence, for example, and just keep the other stuff. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Zank Paladin Unbroken. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Igra, Eater of All. So Igra is a 5 mana 6/6 legendary elemental cat with Ward, Sack of Food. Other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their other types and have the food ability to tap sack, gain 3 life. And whenever a food is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put 2/1 counters on Igra. So the main combos that this is going to involve are going to be the fact that our opponent's creatures and our creatures are artifacts. So right away, obviously we have cards like Collector Oof and Karn the Great Creator. So with Igra and either of these cards in play, it means that creatures can't activate their abilities. Now, while Karn is one-sided, Collector Oof is symmetrical, meaning that it will affect all of our own creatures as well, so use this at your own risk. And this effect is similarly why we're not running Null Rod, Collector Oof being a little bit better just because we can grab it off of tutors like Green Sun Zenith. Now let's get to the combos. So, there's a lot, and it's a bit complex talking about how these work. So the first one is one, obviously, that doesn't involve Eager at all, which is the Chain of Smog Witherbloom Apprentice combo. So if you've got Witherbloom plus Chain of Smog, you can target yourself with Chain of Smog, copy it, target yourself with Chain of Smog, copy it, do that infinite amounts of times. Witherbloom Apprentice will drain out all opponents. This particular combo is obviously very risky because opponents can wait for you to discard your entire hand and then counter Chain of Smog or kill Witherbloom Apprentice. So only do this if you're pretty confident that your opponents can't interact with you. Next up, obviously, we've got Devoted Druid plus Luxior to generate infinite green. We have Living Plane, which turns all lands into 1/1s. Now, what this means is that in combination with Collector Oof or Karn, none of our opponents can activate any of their lands. Now, if that's Karn, we got to make sure that Karn can't just be attacked to death, which is a problem if we just turned all of our opponents' lands into creatures. If the card is Collector Oof, then it means we similarly cannot activate any of our lands. And so we have to make sure that our board state is superior to our opponent's board states before we do this. Although Igra being a 6/6 does make that a lot easier. Next up, we've got combos with Peregrine Took and Experimental Confectioner. So Confectioner is 3 mana 2/3. When it enters, you create a food, and whenever you sacrifice a food, you create a 1/1 rat with this creature can't block. Peregrine Took is a 3 mana 2/3 that says if one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus an additional food token are created, and you can sack 3 foods to draw a card. So you can see where this is going. If we sack a food, we make a rat, and if we have Peregrine Took in play, then when we make a rat, we make a food, and we can potentially do that back and forth as long as we have a sack outlet. This case, we have Ashnod's Altar, so we can do that infinitely. Similarly, we've got Marionette Apprentice. This is the new best version of Blood Artist since it triggers off of artifacts as well as creatures, and it produces 2 bodies. So if we do have a situation where we have infinite creatures in play and a sack outlet, we can then kill our opponents with that. Savvy Hunter is sacrifice 2 foods to draw a card. So again, if we are in positions where we're making a bunch of food, we can sack them to draw. And remember that Igra turns all of our creatures into food. So this can pair with anything that's making more tokens, that's making more rat tokens, food tokens, and then we can just keep sacking and drawing. So Savvy is both a draw outlet and a sack outlet. And then we've got Camellia the Seed Miser. Whenever you sack 1 or more foods, create a squirrel token and 2 forage. Forage is exile 3 cards from your graveyard or sacrifice a food. Put a +1 counter on each other squirrel. So similarly to Savvy Hunter, it's the outlet. And then we also have Viscera Seer as another sack outlet, just as another option, just besides Ashnod's Altar. It's also a creature. And remember, we are playing Collector Oof in the deck, so there may be times where we can't even activate Ashnod's Altar. So next, we have some pretty straightforward cards. Orcish Bowmasters, Sheoldred, Eternal Witness. Honest Rutstein is 3 mana 3/2. When it enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. A lot of our combos involve creatures, and we do have Igra as well at 5, so Honest Rutstein becomes a fairly good ramp spell in that regard. We've got a whole bunch of draw. It's the pretty straightforward normal things you would expect with Skull Clamp added in here because we're making lots of small creatures. We're also making creatures that are foods that we can sacrifice, so we can Skull Clamp them, sack the food, draw. Bunch of lands, a little bit more than normal at 33 because Igra is a 5 mana commander, and we also have a lot of other things that are kind of expensive. Obviously, Gaia's Cradle in this green deck full of creatures. We also have Phyrexian Tower. This is important for certain reasons, one of which being, let's say we have a Collector Oof in play, but we also have artifacts that we want to activate. This is a way that we can make sure that we can sack our Collector Oof so that we can unlock our artifact abilities. Some protection for Igra. Obviously, we don't want Igra to get countered or killed, so Allosaurus Shepherd, Cavern, Delighted Halfling, Destiny Spinner, Sylvan Safekeeper, Veil, and Xantid Swarm. Whole bunch of ramp, mostly in the form of creatures, but there are some mono rocks and things like Carpet of Flowers. Some removal, Abrupt Decay, Force of Vigor, Claim, Reclamation Sage. Again, we do have the Green Sun Zenith package, so Dryad Arbor, Rex Sage, Collector Oof, pretty straightforward there. Then we've got Seeds of Innocence, and it's noteworthy that both this and cards like Force of Vigor and Nature's Claim, because Igra turns our opponent's creatures into artifacts, it means anything that would normally destroy artifacts or exile them now also kills all of our opponent's creatures. Of course, Seeds of Innocence also kills all of your own creatures, so use this when appropriate. A whole bunch of tutors. Again, a lot of our combos involve creatures, so Court of Calling, Eldritch Evolution. If we generate infinite mana, Finale of Devastation can be a win con. White of the Reliquary sacks creatures to go get lands, which can be relevant in the case of things like Gaia's Cradle. Similarly, Crop Rotation does the same, so use these as needed. So with all that said, that is going to be Igra, Eater of All in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Yuriko the Tiger's Shadow. So what is Yuriko? Yuriko is a 3 mana ninja, but don't mind this 3 mana at all. The only thing we care about is Commander Ninjutsu, blue and black. So for blue and black, return an unblocked attacker you control to hand. Put this card onto the battlefield from your hand or the command zone, tapped and attacking. So if you have any sort of cheap creature, especially one with evasion, you can play that, then attack with it, and then Commander Ninjutsu Uriko out. And specifically, the Commander Ninjutsu gets around any sort of commander attack, so even if your opponent kills Uriko, you can always just keep Commander Ninjutsuing it out. And then it has the second effect: whenever a ninja you control, that means Uriko, deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand, so draw the card. Each opponent loses life equal to that card's mana value. So what you want to be doing is playing a cheap creature with evasion on turn 1, and then Commander Ninjutsuing it with Uriko on the next turn. You also, in this deck, want to be bouncing Uriko back to your hand so that you can Ninjutsu it again and keep getting the trigger over and over. So what do we got? Well, for bounce, we have Consign to Oblivion, Otawara, and Submerge. For card draw, we don't actually need that much because Uriko is our card draw, but for what little we have, we of course have Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study. We also have Ninja of the Deep Hours, which is a ninja that just draws a card when you hit them with it. Cephalid Colosseum and Nashi Moon Sage's Scion. This is a ninja for 4 ninja mana that is, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of each player's library. Until end of turn, you may play one of those cards, but by paying for the card with life rather than the mana value. Then, of course, we've got Console Oracle. Why wouldn't we? Bunch of counter spells to protect Uriko or just disrupt our opponent, including Commandeer and Misdirection. We've got Temporal Trespass as our 1 extra turn spell. And do note that Uriko deals damage to all of our opponents based on the mana value of the spell that we reveal off of it. So anything that's expensive and can then be reduced in cost is very good. So Commandeer, Misdirection, Force of Will, Temporal Trespass, these are all good options. We've got Lotus Petal and Dark Ritual as a little bit of fast mana. We have a bunch of Dimir lands, with some notable cards being Agadeem's Awakening and especially Seagate Restoration, since Seagate is both a land and also counts as a 7 mana spell for Uriko's trigger. And then we've got what I'm calling Ninja Fodder, which is basically any creatures that we can use to ninjutsu out Uriko. We'll come back to this in a bit. A little bit of protection in March of Swirling Mist. We've also got a little bit of ramp, but we don't actually need that much ramp in this deck. In fact, we need less ramp in this deck than in pretty much every other deck in EDH, because all we need to do is have just 2 mana to Commander Ninjutsu out Uriko, and we're good. So just the best ramp spells. We're not even playing Sol Ring. Yes, we have found a deck that doesn't play Sol Ring. And then removal, we've got, as seen before, Cabal Pit, Consign to Oblivion, Deadly Rollick, Dismember, Force of Despair. Destroy all creatures that enter the battlefield this turn, and you can pitch cast it by exiling a black spell from your hand. We've got March, Orcish Bowmasters, Otawara, Snuff Out, Submerge. Curtain's Call is destroy 2 target creatures, and it costs 1 less for each opponent. So this basically costs 3 mana to destroy 2 creatures. And then the last one is Contagion. 5 mana, black instant. You may pay 1 life and remove a black card in your hand from the game rather than pay Contagion's mana cost. Put 2 -2/-1 counters on 1 or 2 target creatures. So another just cheap way of getting rid of opposing enemy creatures. We really just need to get rid of blockers, basically, because after the first ninjutsu from Uriko itself doesn't have evasion of any kind. So we want to be able to keep killing their creatures and keep hitting them with Uriko, which is not always a guarantee, even though we have 3 different opponents. Then we've got some stacks in Cursed Totem, Dothy Voidwalker, Grafdigger's Cage, Null Rod, Opposition Agent, and Orcish Bowmasters. We've got a pretty unique sweeper here in Crippling Fear. You choose a creature type, and then creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3. So you just choose Ninja, Uriko doesn't die. Most other creatures by this point in the game will probably die. A whole bunch of tutors. The top deck tutors in particular being better here than they are in most other circumstances, because we can tutor exactly what we want to the top and draw it with Uriko and drain out the opponent's life. And then that, of course, leaves us with some other spells that don't neatly fall into any specific category, but we've got Enter the Infinite, which should probably just win us the game on the spot because we can draw into Consult Oracle. It's also just a 12 mana sorcery that will 12 all of our opponents when we hit it off Uriko. Brainstorm, which puts stuff back on top of our deck for Uriko. Cover of Darkness is an enchantment that gives a chosen creature type fear. So you choose Ninja, and then Uriko has fear and is harder to block. And then we've got Street Wraith and Shadow of Mortality. Street Wraith is just a 5 mana value spell that we can potentially hit off of Uriko that we can just cycle. And Shadow of Mortality is potentially a 2 mana 7/7 that if we hit it off of Uriko is 15 to all of our opponents as well. And then the Ninja Fodder. So a whole bunch of creatures that are cheap, often have evasion, and are just easy ways of getting Uriko into play on the cheap. So we've got Changeling Outcast, which is unblockable for one. Dothy Voidwalker, which has Shadow, which is basically unblockable and has the additional stacks ability. We've got Fairy Dream Thief, which is a 1 mana 1/1 flyer, ETB Surveil 1, and it also can be exiled from your graveyard by paying 3 mana to draw and lose a life. Fairy Seer, which is a 1/1 with flying that scries 2 when it enters. Fourth Bridge Prowler, ETB, you may have target creature get -1/-1. This is actually relevant for hitting opposing, like, Mana Dorks, for example. Ingenious Infiltrator, it's itself a ninja, and is deal combat damage to player, draw a card, so it's another Ninja of the Deep Hours, basically, but just in Dimir. We've got Ingenious Prodigy, which is a 0/1 with Skulk, and then we can pay more mana into it to give it +1 counters that we can then remove to draw card on our upkeep. So it's variable. We can either play it cheap and then it's hard to block, or we can play it more expensively when we've got more mana and then draw cards. It also works very well with ninjutsu because, and a lot of these spells do, like Fourth Bridge Prowler, anything that has an ETB trigger works really well with ninjutsu because we pick it back up and then can replay it. Memnite, coming down on turn 0, or turn 1 rather, is pretty good. Mist Syndicate Naga is another ninja. It ninjas for 3, and it's whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you create a token copy of it. Mistblade Shinobi ninjas for 1, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may bounce a creature. Very good in the ninja deck. Moon Circuit Hacker is basically another Ninja of the Deep Hour / Ingenious Infiltrator, but every turn after you hit someone with it, when it didn't enter the battlefield, you're just looting. You only get to straight up draw a card the first time, unless you ninja it back. Moth Dust Changeling, which tap an untapped creature you control to give it flying, so kind of a flyer in that regard, but it's also, since it's a changeling, is a ninja itself, so it applies to the other ninja effects in our deck. Nashi, as stated before, Orcish Bowmasters, Ornithopter, like Memnite, good just to run out really fast. Prosperous Thief is a ninja that we can ninja out for 2 mana, and whenever one or more ninja or rogue creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you create a treasure token. Sakashima Student, which is a ninja clone. Signal Pest. Silver Fur Master is a ninja that is a ninja lord. So ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate, and other ninjas and rogues get +1/+1. Skull Snatcher, ninjas for 1, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile up to 2 cards in their graveyard from the game. Spectral Sailor, 1/1 flying flash and 4 mana to draw a card. Thousand Faced Shadow, it's a 1 mana 1/1 flyer, or you can ninja it for 4, and when it enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, so basically if you ninja'd it, you create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. Universal Automaton is a 1 mana changeling, so it's basically a 1 mana ninja. And then lastly, Wingcrafter, which soul bonds with a creature and then gives itself and that creature flying. And notably, Uriko triggers not just on itself, but on all ninjas, so it does benefit to have multiple ninjas, so you get multiple triggers. So the idea here is on turn 1, we want to play an evasion creature, at least one, and then on turn 2, we want to attack and then Commander Ninjutsu out Uriko, and then we will just continue to draw at least 1 extra card every single turn with Uriko, if not more than that with more ninjas. And this comes out so fast that it's hard for our opponents to interact with us meaningfully this early in the game. We use all of these various effects, plus ninjas and the Uriko trigger, to just keep generating more card advantage by ripping more cards off the top over and over. And then, even though we don't do that much damage to our opponents off of all of these dinky creatures hitting them, we do deal a ton of damage to them via Uriko's trigger by hitting the expensive spells like Enter the Infinite, Shadow of Mortality, but even cheaper spells like Street Wraith can add up after we hit our opponents enough times. And then we can stack side our opponents a little bit if we need to do that too. Plus, we have a ton of removal, so any creature-based combos or stacks pieces that would normally hurt us can be easily dealt with. And yep, that is basically Uriko the Tiger's Shadow in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Zacama Primal Calamity. So Zacama is the other big dinosaur commander alongside Gishath, and this is a 9 mana Naya commander. It's a 9/9 with Vigilance, Reach, and Trample, and it says, when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, that's important, if you cast it, untap all lands you control. And then it has 3 different abilities in red, green, and white, which all cost 3 mana. Deal 3 damage to target creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment, or gain 3 life. So there's a bunch of different things going on with this card. So what are some of them? It's very expensive. It untaps lands when it enters, but only if you cast it. And it has activated abilities that do not require you to tap it or sack anything, so they are outlets for infinite mana, although none of them straight out win the game. So what we're going to want to do is play a bunch of ramp really fast so we can get Zacama online as fast as possible. We also want that ramp to take the form of putting lands into play, not just mana dorks or mana rocks as usual, because we want the untap all lands ability to get us the maximum amount of mana for Zacama. And although these abilities do not technically win the game because none of them like deal damage to our opponents and infinite life doesn't win the game, they are very strong. Being able to kill every single creature our opponents control and blow up all of their mana rocks and other artifacts and enchantments doesn't actually win the game, but it is really good. So we're gonna want, again, ways of ramping and then infinite combos that can combine with Zacama. So let's start with card draw. We've got the usual Esper Sentinel, but then we have other card draw in these colors that we can get off of the fact that Zacama is huge. So cards that care about the power or toughness of Zacama. Garruk Primal Hunter, his second ability, -3, draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. Last March of the Ents, 8 mana uncounterable, draw cards equal to the greatest toughness among creatures you control, then put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Life's Legacy, as an additional cost, sack a creature. It is unfortunate that we have to sack Zacama to that, but draw cards equal to the sacked creature's power, so if we can produce enough to maybe cast Zacama again, we can just draw a bunch off Zacama and then recast it, which shouldn't be too much of a problem since we are untapping all of our lands. Recycle, Return of the Wild Speaker, also draws off of non-humans based on the power level. Rishkar's Expertise, same deal. And Soul's Majesty, same deal. So we're going to have a lot of spells that draw really high amounts of cards when we have Zacama in play, or just anything else that's really big. I'll skip combos for now. We've got Pyro and Red Blast as our counter spells. We have more lands than usual, 34 lands, because we do want a lot of lands. We basically want to be making a land drop every single turn, and we want to be ramping lands into play. So pretty typical Naya mana base. Dryad Arbor for GSZ target, Gaia's Cradle. Serra Sanctum, because we do play some enchantments, so why not have a land that can produce more mana. Sanctum of Eternity is 2 mana, return target commander you own from the battlefield to your hand. We'll get back to that when we go through the combos. I technically should include this in the combos as well. So lands like Gaia's Cradle are going to be important because if we can produce more mana with our lands than it takes to cast Zacama. So let's say we have, let's say our lands produce a total of 10 mana or more, right? Because we've got, Gaia's Cradle or Serra Sanctum or whatever, or Temple of the False God, producing more than 1 mana. That means when Zacama enters the battlefield, it's going to untap these lands, and that means we will have produced more mana than it took to cast Zacama and are also untapping. So if we've got any ability that allows us to blink or bounce and recast Zacama, we can go infinite. We've got Protection, so we want Cavern to make Zacama uncounterable, we want Allosaurus Rider to make it uncounterable, Silence, Veil of Summer, Deflecting Swat. Then we want an absolute ton of ramp. Now, we can't actually get away from playing other forms of ramp because the creature-based mana dorks and the mana rocks are just too good not to play, but we can play land ramp alongside that. So, of course, we've got our typical ramp, Arbor Elf, Absence Pilgrim Birds, Delighted Halfling, Mana Crypt, Soul Ring, etc., but we've also got land and land aura-based ramp. So Utopia Sprawl, Wild Growth, and Fertile Ground are all going to enchant lands and make them produce more than 1 mana. And then we've got Farseek, Nature's Lore, and 3 Visits to tutor up lands directly onto the battlefield. Then we've got Elesh Norn, because Elesh Norn doubles the Zacama trigger while also shutting down our opponent's ETBs. We could also play, and then we've also got Panharmonicon for the same thing, right? Doubles Zacama's triggers. We also have Gandalf the White, You may cast legendary spells and artifact spells as though they had flashed. If a legendary permanent or an artifact entering or leaving the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent to trigger, you control to trigger. That ability triggers an additional time. So like Norn and Panharmonicon, it doubles the Zacama trigger. We've got a bunch of tutors. So a bunch of creature tutors because some of our combos involve creatures. And we also have land-based tutors in crop rotation expedition map. And then Elvish Reclaimer and Knight of the Reliquary are also tutors because we want to be able to get Gaia's Cradle, we want to be able to get Sarah Sanctum, we want to be able to get Cavern of Souls, etc., etc. And then we've got all of these. So these are more ramp spells, Trace of Abundance, Overgrowth, as more mana ramp for Zacama. We've got Up the Beanstalk because it triggers based on casting Zacama, but it also triggers on, we're going to have combo loops that involve recasting Zacama over and over, so this will draw our whole deck doing that. Mana Reflection also doubles the mana production, so this is again another combo piece with Zacama. Zendikar Resurgent, same deal, and like Up the Beanstalk, it triggers off of casting creatures. And then we've got Hour of Promise and Sky Shroud Claim. These are more ramp spells, although I don't necessarily count them as ramp because they cost so much, so by the time you can actually get them out, they're not really ramping you anymore. They're more like land tutors or just like more expensive ramp, but they do technically count as ramp. And then Imposing Grandeur. Each player may discard their hand and draw cards equal to the greatest mana value of a commander they own on the battlefield or in the command zone. So although this does allow your opponents to also discard and draw, it means it's 5 mana to discard and draw 9 cards since Zacama is 9 mana. So this is a pretty big card draw spell. All right, so as I said before, one way that we're going to be able to combo is we need to either blink or actually not blink because we have to cast Zacama. So we need to be able to cast Zacama and then bounce it back to our hand and then cast it again. And we need our lands to produce more mana than it costs to cast Zacama plus to pay for whatever it is that we're using to bounce Zacama back to our hand. So if we have some combination of lands that either produce more than 1 mana on at least one of the lands, or we have, let's say, auras like Fertile Ground, Overgrowth, etc. that make the land produce more than 1 mana, and then we have a way to constantly bounce Zacama over and over, we can make infinite mana, and then in all likelihood win the game. So what are our combo pieces? So of course, as said before, we've got Gandalf, Norn, and Panharmonicon, which are going to make it so that the Zacama trigger is doubled. So right there, that makes more mana than it costs to recast Zacama because we can float the mana in between the triggers. We've got Cloudstone Curio, which is useful for potentially bouncing things. We also have loops with Dockside. So Cloudstone is also relevant. Again, if our lands are producing 10 plus mana, then it means we can cast Zacama, then we can cast a creature, bounce Zacama to our hand, then cast Zacama again. As long as our lands are producing more mana than it costs to both cast Zacama plus whatever other creature we're bouncing with, and we can just have like a random mana dork or Esper Sentinel or something. So as long as our lands are producing 11 mana total, it means that with a Cloudstone Curio and a 1 mana creature, we get infinite mana. If we have Meticulous Excavation or Temur Sabertooth, we can bounce things back to our hand. So Temur Sabertooth, we need our lands to be producing 12 mana so that we can play Zacama for 9 and activate Sabertooth for 2. 1 more if we're using Meticulous Excavation to bounce a permanent back. Like the Gandalf, Elesh Norn, and Panharmonicon, we also have Mana Reflection and Mirari's Wake, which also double our mana production from lands, which basically does the same thing. Same thing with Zendikar Resurgent, although it will also trigger off of casting Zacama. And then we have also Staff of Domination, which once we have infinite mana can draw our whole deck. We also have Sanctum of Eternity. This is 2 mana, tap, return target commander you own from the battlefield to your hand. Activate only during your turn. So of course we can use this to bounce our Zacama back to our hand and recast it. In that case, we need to be producing a grand total of 12 mana plus have a Sanctum of Eternity in play. So 9 mana for Zacama, 2 mana to activate this to bounce Zacama back to our hand, plus this itself isn't tapping for mana because we're activating it to do the bounce ability. So we have all kinds of various combinations of that. Then we've got Horned Kavu. This is ETB, return a red or green creature you control to its owner's hand. This card combos with any trigger doubler because we can then use or trigger doubler or Cloudstone Curio or Temur or Meticulous Excavation because we can use it to bounce Zacama to our hand. And then if we've got a trigger doubler, we can, not Gandalf though, because it's not going to count for Gandalf, but Norn and Panharmonicon, we can bounce both Zacama and itself. or we can use Tamer Sabertooth or Meticulous Excavation to bounce. Although if we have one of those, we could just bounce Zakama anyway. There's other cards that do the same thing, like White Mane Lion. The reason I prefer this one is because you can get it off Green Sun Zenith, and you don't really need more than one of them. As long as you just have a creature that can bounce Zakama when it comes in, then you have a creature that you can tutor for that does that. And thus, of course, a lot of our combos involve creatures or artifacts and enchantments or land. Thus, we want all sorts of various tutors for artifacts, enchantments, lands, and creatures, which of course leads us to have all of these tutors that go find creatures, or which go find lands, or which go find artifacts and enchantments. But the main deal is going to be Zakama comboed with all of these various combo cards to make infinite mana. Now, infinite mana doesn't actually win the game, again, but killing all opposing creatures and all opposing artifacts and enchantments and making us immune to damage-based kills off the third ability is pretty good. And then we can draw our deck either with one of these cards, let's say, that just draws a ton of cards and hopefully finds us another card, especially Recycle. Recycle alone is a way to draw cards when we just can keep bouncing Zakama over and over. Or we combine it with anything that can draw more cards, like Staff of Domination, etc. And that is the basic breakdown of Zakama. Now, another thing to note is even outside of these combos, as long as you can just ramp a whole bunch, Zakama is just pretty good, right? Like, we just ramp, even if we have none of that going on, no extra card draw. If we just ramp a whole ton and then just play as Zakama, untap 9 lands, and then we have the ability to destroy / kill up to 3 artifact, enchantment, and or creatures, that's still pretty good. Like, kill the best stacks creatures or whatever else is a problem, or artifacts and enchantments. Now, the one big thing missing from this deck is stacks cards, right? We're not playing any stacks cards in this version, so there's no Aven Mind Sensors, there's no Rest in Pieces, there's no Rule of Law effects. Although Rule of Law effects would interfere with our own combos, but there are stacks cards that we could be playing that we just aren't. But I feel like since we're already playing a bunch of combos anyway, they're not necessary. Although if your metagame is one where you would particularly like stacks cards, like if your opponents are typically storming out to win, or if your opponents are, you know, just doing any other sort of win conditions that are potentially an issue, you could play those stacks cards. Also, Zakama himself does have a built-in way to deal with your own stacks cards. So let's say you play an Archon of Emeria or a Rule of Law, or, you know, some kind of stacks card that is preventing you from winning. Zakama can just blow it up. Zakama can deal with any artifact or enchantment, including your own. If you have a creature that has 3 toughness or less, you can bolt it with Zakama to get rid of it. Also, Meticulous Excavation can bounce one of your own permanents, so you can use that to get them off the field. Cloudstone Curio, like let's say you have a Rule of Law in play, you play the Rule of, let's say, yeah, like you go Cloudstone Curio and Rule of Law, and then you can just play like any enchantment to bounce the Rule of Law back to your hand, and then you can go off. So even if you were to play stacks cards in this deck, you would have plenty of ways of dealing with them. I personally opted not to put stacks cards in the deck, as I felt the other things it was doing was powerful enough anyway, outside of obviously Norn shutting down ETB triggers. But that's more of just a personal choice. It's not necessarily right or wrong. And if you yourself wanted to put stacks cards in the deck, you easily could. But anyways, that is the breakdown of Zakama Primal Calamity. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Zada Hedron Grinder. This is a mono-red commander, and Zada says, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only Zada Hedron Grinder, copy that spell for each other creature you control that the spell could target. Each copy targets a different one of those creatures. So obviously, any targeted spells that we can use to target our own guys, outside of removal spells obviously, we get to multiply by however many creatures we have in play. So clearly we want to 1, go wide, and then 2, play spells that benefit from targeting. So targeted cantrips, for example, would be an easy enough one to understand. So with that said, let's go ahead and look over our instants and sorceries. So we've got ones that create tokens, so things like Dragon Fodder, Forbidden Friendship, Hordling Outburst, Franco's Command, Rouse Reinforcements, and Rally at the Hornburg. So these are all basically mostly 2 mana for 2 tokens. This is so that we can start to go wide. And then we have our targeted spells that benefit, so things like Ancestral Anger, Renegade Tactics, Witch's Mark, which is a Tormenting Voice variant that happens to target as one thing on it, so we can multiply that as well. We've got Balduvian Rage, Crimson Wisps, Dreadmaw's Ire, which is until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +2, gains trample, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy target artifact the player controls. So given enough creatures, we are not only beating down, but we're potentially casting a mass shatter effect for only 1 mana. And we've got things like Expedite, Might of the Meek, which is yet another cantrip, Panic. So various cards like that are what we benefit from Zada. Now, aside from that, we've got some other things that make tokens, things like Krenko, Tin Street Kingpin, and Loyal Apprentice. Since we're casting spells that can potentially draw us a lot of cards, we hypothetically want some mana to go along with that, so that's where cards like Bergie and Jessica's Will come into play. And we're also making a ton of X1 creatures, so Skull Clamp. Our main combo is the Dualcaster Mage Molten Duplication combo. Easy enough to eventually find this off of all the cards we'll be drawing. Some Red Blasts and Burnout to protect from counter spells. More fast mana in Sticker Goblin, Plunge, Petal, Vault, Simian Spirit Guide, Skirk Prospector. Also, a lot of the tokens that we generate off of our various token generators happen to be goblins, so we can use this in combination with those to generate even more mana. Since we're going to be making a bunch of tokens, it is also best that we have the ability to haste everything, so Mass Hysteria comes in handy. Our lands are pretty straightforward, however, we should note things like Care Keep and Soken's-On as ways of generating creature tokens off of our lands. Some more protection, and then a bunch of ramp, and in particular, we're going to skew towards having creatures as our form of ramp, so things like Legion Crawler, Ironmer, Monakin, because these will also count towards the creature count for Zada. And we've got our removal, and then our stacks pieces, we are in mono red and have mostly basic mountains as our lands, and therefore we can take a lot of advantage of things like Blood Moons and From the Ashes and Ruination and Winter Moon. Now again, if you and your play group are not particularly fond of stack strategies, you can obviously cut all of these cards and still the deck will basically function the same way. Torpor Orb does counter the ability of Dualcaster Mage. However, that's really the only thing that it messes up, and you can just point shatter effects at Torpor Orb if you get to that point in the game and really need to unlock your Dualcaster. We also have some various other creatures that generate a bunch of tokens as well: Goblin Instigator, Mog War Marshal, and Krenko. Then some other things to note: Frontline Heroism. This is a 3-mana enchantment that says when it enters, create a 1/1 creature token with haste, and whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single creature you control, create a 1/1 with haste. Then copy the spell targets the token. So more Zada-esque cards, and then Leyline of Resonance, which most people are probably familiar with, basically duplicates your spells as well. Now, under the considerations, there was obviously a lot of other cards that we could have played, things like Roaming Throne to double the Zada trigger, or other things that make more tokens, or Shared Animosity, or other things that generate a bunch of fast mana. I ultimately opted not to play any of these, but these are all potential options, especially if you decide that the stacks route is not for you. You can easily replace those cards with any of these cards, and you should probably have a pretty good time. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Zada Hedron Grinder in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Zagras Thief of Heartbeats. So this is a 6 mana, but not really, we'll get to that. A 6 mana Rakdos commander. It's a 4/4 vampire rogue. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. It has flying, death touch, and haste. It gives your other creatures death touch. And it says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a planeswalker, destroy that creature. So the two main things to highlight here are playing lots of creatures in your party, which, if you're not familiar with this is creatures that are of the type either Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, or Wizard. And then the giving all of our creatures death touch, which we can combine with creatures that deal damage to other creatures, therefore making all of that damage lethal. So to start us off, we have Taurian Mauler, which as a changeling means that it counts for all of the types in the party in case we're missing one. We have Azra Oddsmaker, a warrior that is part of our card draw, and we've got a lot of other card draw in that regard as well. So some of these are creatures that are in the party, like Dark Confidant, Yawgmoth, and Mindlane Render. Others are just generically good card draw spells, like the Necros, Bolus's Citadel, etc. Then we've got our main combo things. So Mayhem Devil, obviously a creature that can deal damage to other creatures. If we've got Zagras in play, all of these pings are lethal. A single fetch land becomes a 0 mana to kill 2 creatures. Goblin Sharpshooter will also kill every single creature on the board that we care about. So Goblin Sharpshooter shoots something. Since Zagras gives it death touch, that thing dies. Goblin Sharpshooter untaps. Machine gun down all of your opponent's creatures. A little bit of mana and countering here. Then we've got a pretty straightforward Rakdos mana base. Not much to see here. Basilisk Collar. So this is just another cheap way of giving death touch. So in case that we don't have Zagras out, maybe Zagras died or got countered, and now it's going to be too much mana to replay Zagras, or it's just earlier in the game before we can get Zagras out, like we don't have a full party enabled. This is just another way of giving our creatures death touch. Bunch of protection to try to make sure that Zagras doesn't get countered or killed. Bunch of ramp, including some creatures like Barakos and Raisin Collector that happen to be party members. Metamorphosis Fanatic. So this is just another way of, one, it's a cleric, and two, we wanted a creature that is a reanimation spell so that we can reanimate some of our important creatures from the graveyard, like, let's say, Sharpshooter. And then we got our removal. So we've got a number of creatures here that are pingers. So we've got like Blood Cultist, can tap to deal 1 damage. Fire Slinger, taps to deal 1 damage. Grim Lavamancer taps to deal 2 damage and exiles cards from the graveyard. And there's a lot of other pinger creatures that we could play. Like there's a whole bunch of red 3-mana creatures that ping stuff. I ultimately decided we didn't need too many of those and that the ones we already had were sufficient. Moving on down here, we also have some of the other pinger creatures. So we've got Dagger Caster. When it enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature your opponents control. Chain Whirler does the same thing. And then Scalding Salamander is it deals 1 damage to each creature without flying the defending player controls. Activate this only if it's attacking and only once. So attack our opponent with this guy. 0, activate if Zagreus is in play. It kills all of the opposing creatures. Then we got a little bit of tutoring here. And then since we're killing all of our opponent's creatures anyway, I decided to have Gisa. So it exiles the opposing creatures, and then on upkeep, we can reanimate them all. And then as I said, so here's Prodigal Pyromancer. There's a whole bunch of other ones, but they're very similar. Prodigal Pyromancer is the one I considered the most because it's a wizard and therefore happens to be a party member. Ultimately decided we didn't need all of those various types and all of the various like additional pinger creatures. We had enough already. So specifically something to highlight is the various subtypes, since the party members are not equally good in all of the different ones. So we have 7 rogues in the deck. We have only 3 clerics. Once you don't have access to white, the amount of actually good clerics is pretty marginal. Dothy Voidwalker. We've got 4 warriors, 5 wizards. So again, we don't have too many creatures of every single type, and it would be kind of difficult to acquire them all. We could play cards like, let's say, Changeling Outcast, a 1-mana Changeling creature, but I didn't want to play creatures just because they had card types. I wanted them to be more like Torian Mauler. They had to at least do something. So with that said, it's going to depend, like how cheap are we going to actually be able to make Zagreus a lot of the time? I don't know. It depends on what you have out, what you get out onto the field. Hypothetically, you can make him as cheap as 2 mana, but probably more realistically, he'll be like 3 or 4. But anyways, with all that said, that is going to do it for Zagreus Thief of Heartbeats in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at 2 decks. We're looking at both Zedru the Greathearted and Blim Comedic Genius. So these are 2 different decks, but they're both doing basically the same thing. They're just in different colors. So these decks are looking to donate detrimental cards over to our opponents. So to go through these, Zedru the Greathearted is a 4-mana Jeskai 2/4, and you'll note, the longtime players will note that this is one of the original made-for-commander creatures. So there were a whole bunch of made-for-commander creatures when they first started printing direct commander decks, which included Mimeoplasm, Riku of 2 Reflections, Kalia of the Vast, and Animar, I believe, was the rug one. No, Riku was the rug one, but Animar was in that deck. I forget what the last one was, but Zedru was the Jeskai one. It is at the beginning of your upkeep, you gain X life and draw X cards, where X is the number of permanents you own that your opponents control. And you can play 3 mana, Jeskai colors, target opponent gains control of target permanent you control. So 3 mana donate. And Blim, Comedic Genius, is a 4 mana Rakdos creature. It's a 4/3 flyer. And it says, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of target permanent you control. Then each player loses life and discards cards equal to the number of permanents they control but don't own. So, primary differences are obviously colors. Zedru is Jeskai, Blim is Rakdos. Zedru has an activated ability, Blim has to hit them. And Zedru draws cards and gains life, whereas Blim makes them take damage and discard. So to quickly go through these, we've got our card draw, Esper Sentinel, Mystic Remora, Mystic Study, 1 ring. We are technically drawing a bunch of cards with Zedru, so if we fail to kill our opponents in any other way, we're going to lab man them out of the game. We can't necessarily count on Thassa's Oracle because we're drawing a variable amount of cards, so we always want to be able to just have lab man in play, trigger this, draw a bunch, win the game, or draw in other ways like the 1 ring. Bunch of counter spells to protect our stuff. Fast mana, of course. Lightning Greaves, primarily just to protect Zedru. Bunch of Jeskai colored lands. Protection spells to make sure Zedru is protected, because this deck just doesn't do anything without Zedru being in play. So Cavern of Souls to make sure it's not countered. Defense Grid, Deflecting Swat. Then we've got some Ghostly Prison effects. Ghostly Prism, Seer of Safety. We could play Propaganda, which is the blue version of Ghostly Prison if we wanted to, but I was running low on spaces in the deck, so just Ghostly Prison for now. If you're going to run one of the two, Ghostly Prison is technically better than Propaganda, because Propaganda being blue means it's susceptible to getting removed by Red Blast and Pyroblast, whereas Ghostly Prison doesn't have the same downside, although for the most part, they're basically the same card. Giver of Runes and Mother of Runes, again, to make sure that Zedru doesn't die, Lightning Greaves. Peacekeeper, which does have an upkeep cost, but it prevents opponents from attacking straight out. This can't be Ensnaring Bridge, because Zedru draws cards as part of its trigger, so we can never guarantee that we're going to be able to empty our hand. Peacekeeper is the guaranteed version of that. And then Teferi Time Raveler, again, protects our stuff, and the bounce spell isn't irrelevant either. It bounces, stacks pieces, or other problematic cards from our opponent. Now, do note that Teferi has a really big downside in EDH, which is that it doesn't just prevent opponents from casting instant speed during our turn, it prevents it during every turn. So for example, let's say one of our opponents has a combo that's going to win the game and we don't have an answer, like we don't have a counter spell or a way to stop that combo. Teferi will also shut down the ability for any of our other opponents to stop the combo. So Teferi does have a pretty big downside in that regard, so you do have to be careful when you use it. Then of course we've got ramp spells, much of Honor Rocks and Dockside and Ragavan, pretty stock. Then removal spells, so these are the ones we've already mentioned. Then Darksteel Mutation, which turns the creature into a no abilities 0/1 that's indestructible. And Witness Protection. Again, creature loses all abilities and becomes a 1/1. There are other enchantments that do similar things to this. Journey to Nowhere, Reprobation, etc. But again, we only have so many slots in the deck, and this seemed like enough removal. The reason these removal pieces in particular are better than cards like Swords to Plowshares is because since they're auras, we can donate them to our opponents with Zedru, and it doesn't matter who controls them. So you Witness Protection an opponent's creature, it becomes a 1/1 that loses all abilities. It doesn't matter whether you control Witness Protection or whether your opponent does, it'll still make the creature have no abilities and be a 1/1. So we can donate them if we just want to draw more cards and gain more life off of Zedru. Then, being Zedru, we're not winning in combat, and we're mostly not winning with combos, so we want to stack our opponents out of the game. So we've got all of our Rule of Law effects, and a lot of them: Arcane Laboratory, Eidolon of Rhetoric, Aethersworn Canonist, Phyrexian Censor, Rule of Law, Rest in Peace for Graveyards, Deafening Silence, Drannith Magistrate, Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. Other than these few creatures in Zedru, we're not playing that many creatures, which means we can afford to have this. Grafdigger's Cage and Weathered Runestone to prevent graveyard stuff from coming back if we don't have Rest in Peace in play. It also prevents cheating things in with like Natural Order and whatnot. Now, you might notice that from the Rule of Law effects, we're missing one of them. We're missing Archon of Emeria, which is just straight up better in most cases than like Eidolon of Rhetoric and Phyrexian Censor, because it also makes our opponent's lands enter tapped. And the reason is because, again, like Darksteel Mutation and Witness Protection, we can donate these stacked pieces to our opponent and it doesn't matter. Other than Drannith Magistrate, which is asymmetrical, all of these other stacked pieces apply to all players equally. So we can have a Tabernacle and just donate it to our opponent. It doesn't matter who controls Tabernacle, it still applies to everyone equally. Eidolon, Rule of Law, Rest in Peace, all of these cards apply to all players equally, so we can just play Rule of Law and then donate it to our opponent, and then it doesn't matter, and we draw more cards and gain more life off of Zedru. And then Cyclonic Rift, 2 Tutors, and then we've got our Zedru lookalikes, is what I'm calling this section. So these are cards that donate things to our opponent, regardless of whether we have a Zedru in play. So donate, Harmless Offering, just give our opponent one of our permanents. Role Reversal, exchange control of 2 permanents that share a type. And then Puka's Mischief, 4 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exchange control of target non-land permanent you control and target non-land permanent an opponent controls with an equal or lesser converted mana cost. So if we don't have Zedru, like maybe our opponents say have a Drannith Magistrate and we can't cast Zedru, or maybe we cast Zedru and then they countered it or they killed it and now Zedru costs 6 mana, or maybe like 8 mana if they did it multiple times and it's just too expensive to recast Zedru. These are just other ways of doing it. Or heck, Zedru is kind of expensive. It's 4 mana to cast, 3 to activate. These are just cheaper ways of doing it. And then before I get to the final and the spiciest category, I'm going to move on to Blim to cover all of the same categories in the other combinations, in the other colors rather. So Blim, again, just as a refresher, we have to hit our opponents to donate things, which means we can only donate things one at a time as opposed to multiple in the same turn. And we have to also be able to attack with Blim, which means that haste is going to be a lot more important in this deck. So We've got our card draw, which is going to differ, of course, because we're in different colors. We've got Bolus's Citadel, we've got Necropotence, we've got Null Perfusion, still have the Ring, Wheel of Fortune. We've got our counter spells. This version has Burnout. We've got our fast mana, which includes the black ones this time, because we're in Rakdos colors. We've got our hasters, so Swiftfoot, Lightning Greaves, Mass Hysteria, everything has haste. Hall of the Bandit Lord, if you cast a creature with it, it gets haste. And then Ashling's Prerogative. As this comes into play, choose odd or even. Each creature with converted mana cost of the chosen value has haste. Each creature with converted mana cost of the chosen value of each creature without the mana value of the chosen value comes into play tapped. So obviously here we just choose even. Our Blim has haste, and then all the odd mana value creatures of our opponents come in tapped. We could be playing some other haste cards here, but I thought these were probably the best ones, so we're just going with these. If you want more haste effects, you can add them in. Then we're going to skip this category for right now. Bunch of Rakdos lands as usual. Pretty stock, obviously Hall of the Bandit Lord. You could play Hanwar Battlements, but it's a little bit more expensive to use because you have to activate it and pay a red, as opposed to just having Hall of the Bandit Lord. But that would be another way to have haste if you wanted it. Then the rest of this is just pretty stock Rakdos lands. Then we've got our protection spells, including Bolt Bend, Ricochet Trap, and then all the same ones that we saw from Zedru, but also Imp's Mischief in black. Change the target of target spell with a single target. You lose life equal to that spell's mana value. And then because in this version, we're Rakdos, we don't have access to the Sphere of Safety and Ghostly Prison type cards. We're playing Kazul, Tyrant of the Cliffs. Whenever a creature an opponent controls attacks, if you're the defending player, create a 3/3 unless that creature's controller pays 3 mana. So it doesn't prevent them from attacking you, but it does give you a blocker for free, basically. So it's kind of the same effect. We also, in this deck, cannot be playing Ensnaring Bridge because we need to attack our opponent with Blim. So if we ever went to 0 cards, we couldn't attack our opponent with Blim anymore. Therefore, Ensnaring Bridge is not viable. Then, of course, we've got our stacks cards in our removal, or all of our ramp, as usual. So, Mono Rocks, Ragavan Dockside, Red Blasts, stacks cards, which are going to differ. So in this deck, since we're only 2 colors, we can afford to play Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon, as long as we make sure that we just have a swamp in play, or artifact rocks that make black mana. We've got Dothy for graveyards, Opposition Agent for search effects, Planar Void for graveyards, Weather Runestone, Grafdigger's Cage, and Chains of Mephistopheles to prevent extra draws. And then our sweepers, Toxic Deluge, Fire Covenant. We do have to be a little careful with this because Blim is only a 3 toughness creature. And then all of our tutors, we do get much better tutors in black than we do in Jeskai. And then the only lookalike that we can port over is Harmless Offering because all of the other ones are blue. And then finally, the most exciting cards from Zedru and Blim, which is a category I've called Hot Potatoes. So these are the self-detrimental cards that we're going to donate to our opponents. So these cards are basically meant to either essentially kill our opponents just on the spot with the card, or significantly disrupt their game plan. So the red and colorless ones are going to be shared between Zedru and Blim, and the other ones are going to be exclusive to one deck or the other because of specific colors. So in Zedru's case, it's going to be the white and blue spells, and in Blim's case, it's going to be the black spells. So what do we got overlapping? Well, we've got Aggressive Mining. You can't play lands. Sacrifice a land, draw 2 cards, activate this ability only once each turn. So donate this to an opponent, they can't play lands anymore. Seems pretty self-explanatory. So what most of these cards are going to be is basically stacks cards that only apply to the player who controls them. Experimental Frenzy. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play the top card of your library. You can't play cards from your hand. 4 mana destroys Frenzy. So if we donate this to a player who cannot produce red mana, we can make it so that they can never cast anything out of their hand and they're just playing off the top of their deck. This is actually surprisingly problematic when you control it, because it means you're just at the mercy of whatever you're top decking. So if you hit 2 lands in a row, you just can't play any more lands, or anything else really. And it means that any cards in your hand that you were sandbagging up to that point, you also can't play. And it also means any cards that you draw off of your normal card draw for the turn don't apply. It means any cards that you're drawing from extra card draw spells like the One Ring, cantrips like Brainstorm, etc., 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 none of those help you. Now, it is worth noting that they changed the mana production rules in EDH so that now even decks that don't have a red commander can produce red mana. So if a deck is playing a City of Brass, a Mana Confluence, a Lotus Petal, any of those cards can produce red mana now, but your opponent still may not have the ability to produce red mana, so this can do that. Fires of Invention, you can cast spells only during your turn, and you can't cast more than 2 spells each turn. You may cast spells with converted mana costs less than or equal to the number of lands you control without paying their mana cost. So basically this says, while your opponent's spells are now free, mostly, they can only cast 2 spells a turn, and they can't cast anything at instant speed. So donate this to the control player, they have no counter spells anymore. Donate this to the storm player, they can't storm off anymore. We've got Form of the Dragon. This one is quite expensive at 7 mana, but it says, at the beginning of your upkeep, it deals 5 damage to target creature or player. All right, doesn't seem bad for them so far. At the end of each turn, your life total becomes 5. Seems pretty bad for them. Creatures without flying can't attack you. So, although this might sometimes be essentially an ensnaring, or a moat basically, because it makes flyers not able to attack you, going to 5 life is really, really bad. So this is going to be a hot potato most of the time. You're just going to donate this to the opponent, although that does require that you have 7 mana plus another 3 to donate to them. Easier to do in Blim when you can just attack them immediately. And then once they're at 5 mana, it should be pretty easy to just kill them straight up. Although, do note that because this allows them to deal 5 to anything, this will allow them to shoot your Blim or Zeedru. So you do need to have protection like a Lightning Greave so that they can't hit it, or you do need to have a way to kill them immediately. Then we've got Grafted Skullcap. At the beginning of your draw step, you draw an extra card, but at the end of your turn, you discard your hand. So again, it means any cards that you couldn't get out of your hand before the end step, you're going to lose. It means if you had a bunch of cards in your hand already, you're going to lose them. It means you can't sandbag counter spells or any other form of instant speed interaction. So most of the time, even though you get to draw an extra card every turn, not being able to keep any cards in your hand is hugely detrimental. We've got Steel Golem. You can't cast creatures. Seems pretty self-explanatory. And that ends the cards that overlap between Zeedru and Blim. Oh, sorry, one more. Pyromancer's Swath. So this one's similar to Grafted Skullcap. If an instant or sorcery source you control would deal damage to a creature or player, deals that much damage plus 2 to that creature or player instead. Usually that's not going to be relevant at all. Most players are not playing burn spells. At the beginning of each end step, discard your hand. So this one's probably one of the worst ones you can give people. Like, there are some really nasty ones you can give people. So that ends the ones that overlap between the two. And then we've got the ones that are exclusive to Zeedru. So Moderation, 3 mana is Azorius Enchantment. You can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a card. Doesn't really matter if you're drawing an extra card if you can't cast more than 1 spell a turn. 9 lives, 3 mana hexproof. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent that damage and put an incarnation counter on 9 lives. When there are 9 or more incarnation counters on 9 lives, exile it. When 9 lives leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. So you give this to somebody and then you just have to damage them some amount, 9. You have to deal 9 damage to them between you and all of your opponents. Or this does have hexproof, but there's ways of getting around that. So any type of sweeper that gets rid of 9 lives will insta-kill them. So Cyclonic Rift, Overloaded, Pernicious Deed, like, just any sweeper that cleans up enchantments or bounces them will get rid of this. And then your opponent instantly dies. So that's a pretty good one. We've got Statecraft, 4 mana blue enchantment, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and dealt by creatures you control. So although you can't damage any of the opponent's creatures, they also can't damage anyone else or anything else. So if your opponent was intending to win via combat, that doesn't matter anymore. It also means anyone can attack this player with impunity because even though they can block for free, all of their blocks do nothing. And then lastly, Transcendence. 6 mana, so it's expensive. You don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. When you have 20 or more life, you lose the game. Whenever you lose life, you gain 2 life for each 1 life you lost. So obviously, you have to have less than 20 life before you play this, or it will just kill you immediately, which is more difficult in Zeedru than Blim, because Zeedru gains life, but between Fetch Lands, Pain Lands, Shock Lands, Ancient Tomb, Mana Crypt triggers, etc., there are plenty of ways of getting your life total down. And the advantage of Transcendence is, unlike something like 9 lives, it doesn't have to leave the battlefield to kill your opponent. So if you donate this to an opponent who has 20 or more life, it will kill them. And then since they leave the game in multiplayer variants, so in games where you have 3+ players, if a player owns a permanent or controls a permanent that they don't own and then leaves the game, it reverts to their owner. So you donate Transcendence to a player, it kills them, it reverts back to your control. Then you just donate to the next player, kills them, reverts back to your control, donate to the next player, kill them, you win. Obviously, the biggest downside here is you do need to get under 20 life. You need to make sure that your opponents can't make you lose life, or you can't lose life yourself from any of your own life loss effects that would put you up to a life total where this would kill you. And it's very expensive, so it's kind of hard to cast and then donate this really fast, similar to Form of the Dragon. And one thing to note with both Zedru and Blim is that they're very risky, because if you play any of these hot potato cards and then they find a way to get rid of your commander before you can donate it, you're stuck with these hot potato cards. And then you have to recast your commander or find a card like Harmless Offering to get rid of them. So in most cases, you don't want to cast any of these spells unless you either have the mana to activate Zedru immediately after you cast it, or you can attack with Blim immediately after you cast it. Now, this deck isn't playing Academy Rector. You could sneak in an Academy Rector in here to cheat Form of the Dragon or Transcendence into play, although I think if you did that, most of the time you would just play Omniscience and then just put Omniscience out. But there are some ways of cheating enchantments in, but not many. So for the most part, I'm just leaving that alone. So that's the Zedru side. And then Blim gets the black card. So as I said before, you obviously have access to the same red and colorless cards, but black specifically gets, and these ones are also incredibly nasty, Blood Funnel, 2 mana, non-creature spells you cast cost 2 more. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, counter it unless you sack a creature. So this is probably immediately going to just kill whoever you give it to. Not only are their non-creatures more expensive, but they also need creatures to sack in order to even get them through the counter ability. So Blood Funnel is actually probably the best hot potato in the entire deck. It's the cheapest one, and it's also one that will just straight up kill people. Then we've got Kolfiner's Plans, 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield, remove the top 7 cards of your library. So exile the top 7 cards of your library face down. You may look at and play cards exiled from the game with Kolfiner's Plans. Skip your draw step. You can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. So it enters, it triggers. You exile the top 7 face down. You can look at and cast them, or you just donate it to your opponent, in which case they skip their draw and can't cast more than 1 spell a turn. Again, in most circumstances, this is just going to straight up kill your opponent immediately unless they have a way to get rid of it. Then we've got 2 cards that I'll group together, Demonic Lore and Treacherous Blessing. So these are enchantments that draw you cards and then have some sort of detrimental effect. So Demonic Lore, ETB, draw 3 cards. At the beginning of your end step, you lose 2 life for each card in your hand. So play this, draw 3, donate it to your opponent. Now they lose life for having cards in hand and you don't. And Treacherous Blessing is ETB, draw 3. Whenever you cast a spell, you lose 1 life. And when it becomes the target of a spell or ability, sack it. Which most things that can target an enchantment are also destroying them. So that last mode isn't that relevant. Again, play this, draw 3 cards, donate it to your opponent. Now every single spell that they cast makes them lose 1 life. Then we've got Ebon Drake, 3 mana, 3/3 flyer. Whenever a player casts a spell, you lose 1 life. So donate this to your opponent, and suddenly anytime anyone else is casting a spell, they're losing life. Do note that it's a 3/3 flyer, so it can block Blim. So whoever you're donating it to, you potentially can no longer donate anything to them after that. So that is one thing to note. We've got Lich's Mastery, 6 mana, hexproof. You can't lose the game. Whenever you gain life, draw that many cards. Whenever you lose life, for each 1 life you lost, exile a permanent you control or a card from your hand or graveyard. And when Lich's Mastery leaves the battlefield, you lose 1 life. You lose the game. So basically, it's whenever you lose a life, you have to exile a permanent or a card in your hand or graveyard, which, depending on how much life you're losing, you'll eventually run out of resources to pitch to this, which will make you have a board of nothing, and then eventually a board of just Lich's Mastery, at which point you have to exile itself, and then you lose. Nefarious Lich is similar. Quad black. If you would be dealt damage, remove that many cards in your graveyard from the game instead. If you can't, you lose the game. If you would gain life, draw that many cards instead. And when it leaves, you lose. This one is kind of different in that, it's cheaper, although quad black's pretty difficult. But secondly, it doesn't have the hexproof that Lich's Mastery has. So you can just take this out in any way you want and then kill them immediately. And that is Blim's version of the cards. Oh no, it's 1 more card, Forbidden Crypt. 5 mana, enchantment. Whenever you would draw a card, instead return target card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't, you lose the game. Whenever a card would be put into your graveyard, instead exile it. So basically, instead of drawing, you get to Eternal Witness, but the cards that are going into your graveyard are now exiled, and when you run out, you lose. And notably, the Forbidden Crypt doesn't get rid of itself. So again, it's a card like Transcendence, where Once you donate it to someone, when they die, the control reverts back to you, and then you can donate it to someone else. So that is Zedru and Blim, hot potato commanders. And I think while these two commanders are not really that good, they are hilarious. Donating game-winning, self-defeating stacks pieces or hot potatoes to the opponent to win the game with Zedru and Blim. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Zuladoc Void Gorger. So Zuladoc is a 6-mana colorless commander. It's a 7/4 legendary Eldrazi, and it says colorless spells you cast from your hand with mana value 7 or greater have Cascade, so they cascade twice. Now, while some people build Zuladoc as an Eldrazi tribal commander, and we do have some Eldrazi in the deck, I think that it's more of a colorless ramp deck, specifically because this ability, while it does obviously trigger with the big Eldrazi Titans, is more about just casting expensive colorless spells and not specifically Eldrazi. And there are a lot of Eldrazi that, while technically they do have the Devoid type, are not usable in this deck because of EDH's color identity rules. So an Eldrazi tribal deck is best left to a different card. So for now, let's just talk Zuladoc. So Zuladoc, we're going to want a lot of ramp because we have a 6-mana commander and we've got an ability that cares about casting other things that are very expensive. And we're a colorless deck. Colorless decks inherently are at a huge disadvantage in EDH. It's not just that you can't run various cards in colors, but a lot of the best cards in the format are those colors. So without blue, we have no access to counterspells or some of the best cards like Rhystic Study, Cyclonic Rift, Mystic Remora. Without green, we have no access to any of the green mana ramp cards or any of the protection effects like Veil of Summer. Without black or any of the other colors, we don't have access to the best tutors like Demonic, Enlightened, Mystical. So we've got to make up for this in colorless by having really strong payoffs or other combos. So right away, you may notice just on this first screen, we have a lot of big, expensive Eldrazi. So these cards are just good on their own as long as we can ramp to them, and also double Cascade with the Zuladoc. In general, I would consider the Cascade abilities not really combo and more of just an extra value add to anything we play here, because we're going to need to be playing a lot of cheaper cards, especially Mono Rocks, so our Cascades can hit random stuff. We might Cascade an Emrakul into a Kozilek, or we might Cascade it into just a Mono Rock. So that said, we've got Emrakul the Promised End, Emrakul the World Anew, Ulamog the Defiler, Kozilek the Great Distortion, Kozilek the Broken Reality, and Kozilek Butcher of Truth. All of these are just huge giant creatures that also have very useful abilities that steal our opponent's creatures, take their turns, exile their deck, draw cards, have Annihilator. Any card here we'd be happy to cast. We also have, for card draw, Mystic Forge, since we're obviously going to be playing a lot of both artifacts and colorless spells, and Sandstone Oracle. ETB, choose an opponent. If a player has more cards in hand than you, draw cards equal to the difference, so it's the same as basically the Kozilek ability, but on a cheaper creature. One Ring, obviously. Then moving on to the combos. So there's going to be lots of things here that generate infinite mana. The most obvious ones are Forsaken Monument in combination with Basalt Monolith. This basically allows you to get more mana than you put in. In Basalt Monolith's case, you're going to generate one more than you pay. For Grim Monolith, we're going to need other combos. So Rings of Bright Hearth also combos with Basalt Monolith. We also have Voltaic Construct plus Toymaker. So Toymaker, discard a card and you turn a non-creature artifact into an artifact creature. So we're going to use that again on something like Basalt Monolith, and then we can Voltaic Construct to untap, but it's also just useful in terms of untapping things like Mana Vault, and then we can generate infinite mana that way. We also have Scorched Ruins plus Deserted Temple plus Rings of Bright Hearth, so in combination with all of those, we can Scorched Ruins taps for 4. We then activate Deserted Temple, trigger Rings of Bright Hearth. The Deserted Temple will untap both itself and Scorched Ruins. That in total with the Rings of Bright Hearth trigger will cost us 3, but the Scorched Ruins will produce 4, so we produce infinite mana that way. With infinite mana, we can obviously cast any of our big spells, or we can do Staff of Domination and draw our whole deck that way. We have Rise of the Eldrazi as just another huge payoff spell. Bunch of lands. We are running more lands than normal, and it's worth noting that specifically in colorless decks, only so many of the colorless specific lands are good before you start running out of them. But because you are not concerned about basics or color fixing for multiple colors, you can run a lot of lands that would otherwise normally not be very good, but you run them just because, hey, they have a utility ability, it's fine to run them. So to go through this, we've got obviously Ancient Tomb, Blast Zone, Buried Ruin gets an artifact back, Cavern of Souls obviously, Command Beacon, if Zuladoc dies, we want to be able to cast it not for 8+, Cryptic Caves, which we can sack to draw, Crystal Vein, just taps for colorless, or we can sack it to tap for double colorless. Darksteel Citadel and Treasure Vault are going to be relevant for artifact-related cards like Mox Opal. We've got Eldrazi Temple for double the mana for their Eldrazi. Emergent Zone if we want to cast stuff at instant speed. Fomori Vault, usually we're not going to use this, but at times it may be valuable to use it. May as well run this anyway, since we can just include colorless lands. Fountain Port, Gemstone Caverns, pretty much an auto-win in every deck anyway. Horizon of Progress, sack to draw. Inventor's Fair as a tutor. Mishra's Workshop for all of the artifacts that we're running. Obviously, Mishra's Workshop is extremely expensive, and if you don't want to proxy this and also don't want to shell out the $3,000+ it costs to buy Mishra's Workshop, that's fine. It's by no means necessary for the deck, so you can easily cut that. Planar Nexus is every non-basic type, which is going to be relevant as we get to the other lands. Sanctum of Ugin means we can transform our 7-drops into more 7-drops. Scavenger Grounds to eat graveyards. Scorched Ruins, as mentioned earlier. Shrine of Forsaken Gods for the expensive colorless spells. Talon Gates of Madara. Mycosynth Gardens. Thespian Stage. This is not a Dark Depths combo. It's specifically relevant for the same reason that Planar Nexus is going to be relevant, and that is specifically for the Urzatron lands. So we've got Urza Mine, Power Plant, and Tower. There's also Urza's Workshop. Tap for colorless. For each Urza land you control, activate only if you control 3 or more artifacts. Ugin's Labyrinth, Underdark Rift. Now, there's this one and there's Ominous Cemetery. I like Underdark Rift better because it can hit multiple different types of cards, rather than Ominous Cemetery, which only hits creatures. Urza's Cave, which can go fetch up other lands, Saga, and then War Room. And this is by no means all of the relevantly good colorless lands, but I do feel that this package here, these cards represent the best of them. Little bit of protection, specifically not of this world, unique to this deck. Counter target spell or ability that targets a permanent you control. It costs 7 less to cast if it targets a spell or ability that targets a creature you control with power 7 or greater. And it's specifically also an Eldrazi spell, so you can cast this off of that kind of stuff. Now, ramp. 29 ramp spells. We're going to need a lot because this deck revolves around turboing out ramp for our big spells, including our commander. So it's basically practically every single mono rock that we can get our hands on, even cards like Fractured Power Stone, which taps to roll the planar die, which is obviously completely irrelevant if you're not playing Plane Chase, but it's a 2 mana artifact that taps for a colorless, so we're running it. Basically, it doesn't matter what else the card does. Is it a 2 mana artifact that taps for at least 1? We're running it. We also have Metalworker, which can potentially go infinite with Staff of Domination. So if we have 3 artifacts in our hand, we can tap Metalworker, generate 6 mana, then the Staff of Domination pays 3 to untap the Metalworker, 1 to untap itself, we net 2. So we do need Metalworker plus Staff plus 3 artifacts in our hand, which is sometimes a tall order, but it is a way to go off. Or we can just use this as a regular old ramp spell. As long as we have at least 1 artifact in our hand, it's basically equivalent to Palladium Myrrh. And then the rest of this, Sonic Screwdriver untapping stuff is relevant to untap the One Ring. We also have Ugin the Ineffable, which reduces the cost of all of our colorless spells, which is every spell in our deck, and is relevant in various combos. So there are combos that involve casting things. You can reduce the cost there. It also just blows things up or just starts manifesting stuff. Primarily, you're going to use this as a cost reducer. Its secondary use is as a removal spell, and then its ancillary use is exiling to make 2/2s. And then we are running the untapping effects like Voltaic Key and Manifold Key, which can just be good to untap things like Monovault, but they can also potentially combo with Rings of Brighthearth. It depends, though. You really need very specific combinations of things to do that. And then cards like Gilded Lotus and Thran Dynamo and Monovault are part of the combo that is Toymaker plus Voltaic Construct. We have our colorless removal, which in this case is going to be cards like Cityscape Leveler, Meteor Golem, and Devourer of Destiny, all of which trigger the cascades off of Zuladok. Then there's the 2 Ulamogs that target things. And Desecrate Reality. For each opponent, exile up to 1 target permanent the player controls with an even mana value, but Adamant, if at least 3 colorless mana was spent to cast this spell, return a permanent card with an odd mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. A little bit of stacks in Cursed Totem and Torpor Orb. Cursed Totem does stop some of our stuff from working, specifically Metalworker and Voltaic Construct, so we can't just play this for free, but it's usually going to be more detrimental for our opponents, shutting off all of their mana dorks, than it is detrimental for us. And Torpor Orb, most of our creatures trigger from casting. There are some that don't, like Meteor Golem, but most are cast triggers. Then we've got our sweepers, Ugin, Portal to Phyrexia, All is Dust. And then tutors, aside from the ones we already mentioned, there is Expedition Map and Moon Silver Key, which goes and grabs an artifact with a mana ability or basic land. In this case, we're usually using this to grab Basalt Monolith for combos. I will also note that among the land base, there is not a single Wastes. Wastes is not too relevant, but there are some cases where it is. So first of all, if you get Blood Mooned, it is the only land that will still be able to tap for colorless, although that usually isn't relevant because you have a million mana rocks that also tap for colorless. It's also relevant in the specific case that your opponent is running basic land searching effects, things like Assassin's Trophy or Path to Exile. Now, usually those cards aren't too popular, but sometimes they're run, so if you're in a play group that has those type of cards, you'll obviously want to run at least one Waste. Note, Beseiju does not allow you to grab Waste. And then finally, there's some cards that didn't neatly fit into any specific category, so Liberator allows us to cast all of our spells at flash speed, and Oblivion Sower is just a big old Drazi that when you cast a spell, target opponent exiles the top 4 of their library, then you may put any number of land cards that player owns from exile onto the battlefield under your control. If you've got an infinite bounce effect, you can bounce this and replay it if with infinite mana over and over to deck your opponent. I don't think that's the case in this deck. You can also just use it as a ramp spell that's also an Eldrazi, although it's a little awkward with being 6 mana, so it doesn't trigger the cascade off of Zuladoc. This is probably the card that if you were looking to cut cards from the deck, this would be the first cut. And then finally, there's Echoes of Eternity, a 6 mana Kindred enchantment Eldrazi. So because it's an Eldrazi, you can tap Eldrazi Temple for this. If a triggered ability of a colorless spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it, and you choose new targets for the copy. So obviously this works great with tons of our cards, specifically all the Eldrazi Titans with their cast triggers. This is also potentially a combo piece. Now, it's probably not a combo piece in this version of the deck, but there are ways that this combos with stuff. I won't highlight them here because, again, this list doesn't have them. If you're curious, go to Commander Spellbook, put in Echoes of Eternity, and you can see all the combos with this. It does copy triggered abilities, so it can copy things like Rings of Brighthearth, which might be relevant, but if you're triggering Rings of Brighthearth in the first place, you probably could combo without this. But with all that said, that is going to be Zuladoc Voidgorger for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Zinnia Valley's Voice. So Zinnia is a 3-mana Jeskai commander. It's a 1/3 bird bard with flying. It gets plus X plus O, where X is the number of other creatures you control with base power 1. But then the most important part, creature spells you cast have offspring 2, which means you can pay an additional 2 as you cast them to create a token copy of them that is a 1/1. So this obviously has combo written all over it, or just value, since you can double every creature you play as long as you've got 2 extra mana. So let's get to the combos. Right away, we have things like Archaeomancer, Cloud of Fairies, Peregrine Drake, Time Stream Navigator, etc. So what are we doing with all of this stuff? Well, with Archaeomancer and Ephemerate, of course, that infinitely gets back Archaeomancer plus any other spell. And if we are copying the Archaeomancer, then we get to have 2 of them. Now, of course, Zinnia triggers off of casting, not entering, so that's something, but this is just a way of continuing to go. Now, Cloudstone Curio is going to be one of the big centerpieces of a lot of the combos because this allows us to pick things up. Now, the way this works with Offspring is that the creature will enter, it triggers, and then it creates the token copy of itself, and then that token copy can pick up the original creature. So, if we have cards like Cloud of Fairies and Peregrine Drake, this means we can make copies of these untapped lands, bounce the card back to our hand, and do it again. And this means we can cast these over and over and over. This means we generate infinite mana off of these cards. It also means that we can just keep recycling ETB creatures over and over and over with Cloudstone Curio. There's also Time Stream Navigator, which allows us to potentially take extra turns. And of course, since we can make a token copy of the Time Stream Navigator, we can shuffle the copy away instead, bounce the Time Stream Navigator back to our hand, cast it again, and potentially take infinite turns. And this is where cards like Meticulous Excavation come in as basically sort of another Cloudstone Curio effect, where we can keep getting more and more creatures. Archaeomancer is also going to come up when it comes to anything involving extra turn spells. So if we've got Archaeomancer plus Ephemerate and an extra turn spell, we can keep taking infinite extra turns. Now, aside from those, we've got the combos that don't necessarily require Zinnia, so that is like Dual Caster Mage plus Molten Duplication, and we've got Underworld Breach, LED, Brain Freeze to mill out all of our opponents. And in a lot of cases, some of these combos might just be stepping stones to other combos, so taking infinite turns doesn't win us the game on its own unless we can either attack our opponents to death or do another combo like the Breach combo. or generating infinite mana, we still need to get another combo that can win the game. So we've got Ledger Shredder, which is great with Offspring since we can make 2 Ledger Shredders. Same thing with Esper Sentinel. And then we've just got regular old draw spells after that. Bunch of counter spells. A lot of our stuff obviously involves Zinnia. We want to protect Zinnia. Here's some things that can protect Zinnia. And since we are a more combo focused deck, we can include cards like Pact and Negation because we a lot of times intend to win on the same turn. Final Fortune, similarly, obviously we have to win the turn after we cast Final Fortune, but this is going to be relevant for something that comes up later. And then Temporal Manipulation. So there's 3 different extra turn spells that are on 5 mana. One is Time Warp, then there's Temporal Manipulation, and there's Capture of Jingzhou. It's specifically important not to cast Time Warp because Time Warp targets. So in the case of Time Warp, if your opponent has a redirection effect like Deflecting Swat, which is pretty heavily played, they can redirect the extra turn to themselves instead of you. So you're going to want the extra turn spell that doesn't target. And of course, we don't need more than one. So Temporal Manipulation versus Capture of Jingzhou, just play whichever one's cheaper. A whole bunch of lands. Manamo can untap the One Ring, and Riptide Laboratory bounces wizards back to our hand, which in this case is mostly going to be Archaeomancer, but that is one way of having yet another combo. So if we've got enough mana, we can go Archaeomancer plus Temporal Manipulation, Riptide Lab, the Archaeomancer back to our hand, cast it again. A little bit of protection in Silence and Grand Abolisher. It doesn't really matter if we off-screen a Grand Abolisher, but if we're not going to win on the same turn, then it does give us at least 2 of them. So our opponents have to have 2 removal spells or a sweeper in order to get rid of them all. Bunch of ramp, pretty straightforward here. Savin's Reclamation, which is often a package piece with Underworld Breach or just any other things that you are tutoring for. It's specifically something that you usually get off of Intuition so that you can include this in your package of 3 cards so you can get back whatever permanent you need with the other ones, which is typically going to be Underworld Breach. Bunch of removal spells, Gilded Drake and Volatile Storm Drake being some other pretty good ones to copy off of the Offspring. Lauren and Skyclave, Witch Enchanter being similar. Drannith Magistrate. Then we've got our recruiters, Imperial Recruiter, Recruiter of the Guard, Trophy Mage as a way to grab combo piece, specifically Cloudstone Curio, and Spellspeaker is another pretty good one. We also have Phantasmal Image as another cheap clone that we can copy and clone 2 things. And I should discuss the Spellseeker line. So Spellseeker has a complicated win the game turn that involves only itself. So it's fragile, easily disrupted, and costs a lot of mana and a lot of specific colors, but if you have it, you only need Spellseeker to get the combo. So you Spellseeker for Ephemerate, you then Ephemerate the Spellseeker, and you go grab Final Fortune. You cast Final Fortune, and then on upkeep, the Ephemerate rebounds, and you rebound on Spellseeker, and you go grab Enlightened Tutor. And then while you're still in your upkeep, you cast Enlightened Tutor, and you put Underworld Breach on top of your deck. You then draw Underworld Breach, you cast it, and now you can escape Ephemerate from your graveyard, which you can use to target Spellseeker. Spellseeker gets copied, and then you can go grab Brain Freeze. Now, at this point, you still have in 1, you still need to get LED, but you've cast about 1,000,000 spells, so you can Brain Freeze yourself and probably find LED, and then use Breach to get LED back, and then you just use the Breach LED Brain Freeze win. Now, the problem with this combo is it requires a lot of mana, it requires a lot of specific colors, and it's very fragile, because part of the combo is casting Final Fortune as the first part, so if your opponents can interact with any part of the combo, you will lose to Final Fortune. But, as I said, the upside is that you can win the game just off of Spellseeker. So this deck, in a lot of cases, requires a lot of math. So there's things like Cloud of Fairy Zinnia Cloudstone Curio is even on mana, but Peregrine Drake is net mana because the copy of the Drake is only 2 when you offspring it, whereas Cloud of Fairies is net even. You similarly have to take into account how much mana it's costing you to bounce things with Meticulous Excavation. There's loops that involve Archaeomancer plus Temporal Manipulation. So a lot of these combos do require a lot of mana. Time Stream Navigator costs 4, things like that. But with that said, that's going to do it for Zinnia Valley's Voice for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Zirda the Dawnwaker, and this is as a commander, not a companion. So Zirda is a 3 mana white-red hybrid 3/3, and it's got companion, but that's not relevant for what we're doing. So the main relevance here is it has abilities you activate that aren't mana abilities, cost 2 less to activate. This effect can't reduce the mana in that cost to less than 1 mana. It also happens to have 1 tap target creature can't block this turn, but that's basically irrelevant. We're playing it for this middle ability, the Cost Reduction Clause. It's also notable that many of these same type of effects like Training Grounds and Biomancer's Familiar only reduce the activated abilities on creatures, whereas Zirda reduces the activated abilities on anything. So with that said, what are we doing with Zirda? Well, the most obvious and straightforward thing is to combine it with Basalt Monolith or Grim Monolith to produce infinite mana. So Basalt Monolith and Grim Monolith are cards that tap for mana and then untap for mana. In the case of Basalt, it taps and untaps for the same amount, and in the case of Grim, it taps for 3 and untaps for 4. But with Zirda reducing the cost to untap by 2, it means that both of these will produce infinite colorless mana when you have a Zirda in play. And from there, all you need is an infinite outlet. In this case, it is going to be Goblin Cannon. 2 mana, deals 1 damage to target creature or player, sack Goblin Cannon, so you can just hold priority after each activation and keep activating it over and over and over, and then just let all of the abilities resolve, dealing infinite damage to all of your opponents. And Staff of Domination, which can draw your entire deck, and then you can just play Goblin Cannon. There is also Meticulous Excavation in here, which in combination with Dockside Extortionist is 2 mana to cast Dockside and 3 mana to pick it back up. So if your opponents have a combined total of 6 artifacts and or enchantments, that means you're producing 1 more treasure than it costs to cast and bounce it. And obviously in combination with Zirda, Zirda reduces this ability to only a single white mana, in which case you can reduce the number of artifacts and enchantments your opponents control that you need to just 4 instead of 6. Outside of this particular combo shenanigans with Zirda, the rest of the deck is pretty straightforward. There's all the typical things that you would expect: the One Ring, Trouble in Pairs, Esper Sentinel, ways of protecting Zirda or just interacting with your opponent. So all the red counters, Tybalt's Trickery, Red Blast, Burnout, Aven Interrupter as another way of protecting Zirda. A bunch of fast mana because you're just a pretty linear Glass Cannon combo deck that's just trying to get Zirda out and then one of those combo pieces as fast as possible. A bunch of protection spells, again, to protect Zirda, things like Giver and Mother of Runes, Grand Abolisher, Defense Grid, a whole bunch of ramp, some removal spells. And then obviously tutors. The main thing we're going to be wanting to do is tutor up Basalt and or Grim Monolith. So we're going to want things that find artifacts. So those cards are going to be Goblin Engineer, Enlightened Tutor, Moonsilver Key, Oswald, Inventor's Fair. You could play the Gamble cards in red, but you're always risking that you accidentally discard the card that you tutored up, in which case you can only get it back with something like Goblin Engineer. I'm not too fond of those. And a little bit of stacks. Now, aside from all of the usual, there are a few things to highlight due to Zirda's ability. So outside of just the combo pieces, there are a number of cards that now become viable as a result of Zirda reducing the cost to activate them to just 2 less mana. The first of those is Fires of Mount Doom. So this is a 3 mana legendary enchantment, and it says, when it enters, it deals 2 damage to target creature and opponent controls, destroy all equipment attached to that creature, but more importantly, it's got 2 red. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you play a card this way, Fires of Mount Doom deals 2 damage to each player. That includes you. So with Zirda in play, this reduces the activated ability to just a single red mana, meaning for just 1 red mana, you can impulse draw. Pretty good. War Room is also a land that lets you draw, which is usually too cumbersome to be worthwhile, but here Zirda makes it just a single colorless mana to draw a card. Amongst our lands, obviously, Inventor's Fair gets cheaper, but so does Fomori Vault. Again, we are trying to find artifacts, so it is important for this card to be here, and it gets reduced to only a single generic mana. Buried Ruin, also, if we lose our Basalt or Grim Monolith, or maybe we do the Goblin Cannon combo, and for whatever reason it doesn't work, and then Goblin Cannon goes to our graveyard, this is a way we can get it back. The Ancient Den and Great Furnace here have multiple uses. Primarily, therefore, making Mox Opal get Metalcraft online, and for Inventor's Fair also getting online. Also notably, Urza's Saga gets reduced to only a single mana to activate to make a construct. And Bonder's Ornament gets to join our suite of ramp cards, which we normally would never play because it's a 3 mana rock. But we get to reduce the cost of this ability. 4 tap, each player who controls a permanent named Bonder's Ornament draws a card, meaning this only costs 2. And finally, we have Rampaging War Mammoth. We are primarily interested in this for its cycling ability. So it says when you cycle it, destroy up to X target artifacts. So we can cycle it for just a single red mana, and then for however much mana more than that we're willing to pay, we can blow up artifacts on the field in a way that is also usually uncounterable. I doubt you will ever actually hardcast this as a 7 mana 9/7 Trampler, but you do have that option as well. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Zirda the Dawnwaker for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Zur the Enchanter. Now, What does Zur the Enchanter do? This is one of the old school, typical commanders from a long time ago that people would often play. Not so much anymore, but it's still pretty good. It is a 4 mana Esper commander. It's a 1/4 with flying, and it says whenever it attacks, you may search your library for an enchantment card with mana value 3 or less and put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So basically, it gets to tutor out 3 mana value enchantments or lower direct onto the battlefield whenever it attacks. So there's many different ways that you could take this. You could take it the Voltron route. You can use it as a toolbox piece. You can stack people out with Zur. You could play a typical Esper mid-range or combo deck that just uses Zur as a value piece. So this version is primarily centered around its ability to put enchantments into play and having a bunch of different options for those enchantments. So here's a list of all the enchantments in the deck, of which Zur can find every single one of them. So they break down into a number of different categories, but just to go through them, we've got all that glitters. This is just a way to make Zur really big if you need to just race people down with it. Aura of Silence taxes your opponent's artifacts and enchantments, and you can just use it as a way to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Black Market Connections is a way to get ahead on cards and mana. Chains of Custody is another removal spell that also incidentally makes Zur get Ward 2. Chains of Mephistopheles shuts off extra card draw. Maybe your opponents have card draw and you don't, so you can use Chains to shut it off if needed. And again, because all of these enchantments are tutorable, you don't have to play any of them. Combat Research is just another way to draw extra cards every turn. Court of Cunning, same deal. Darksteel Mutation is another removal spell. Daybreak Coronet functions as a second beatdown aura in the same vein as like all that glitters, but specifically it lets us get lifelink and vigilance if maybe racing or being low on life is relevant. We're of course going to have stacks pieces like Deafening Silence. Diplomatic Immunity gives Zur Shroud, but it itself also has Shroud, which is important because it means the opponent can't also just get rid of the Diplomatic Immunity. And there's other cards that have the same sort of effect, but this is essentially the best one. Energy Flux as a way of taxing artifacts. Again, it will tax our own artifacts, but we can selectively choose when to tutor this out. Ghostly Prison as a way to protect ourselves in case an opponent has too many attackers or too big of attackers. Grasp of Fate as a way to have a removal spell that hits every one of our opponents simultaneously. Mana Breach is a stacks piece that says whenever a player casts a spell, they have to bounce one of their lands back to their hand. We can get around this by just not casting any spells and just continuously using Zur to keep tutoring for more enchantments. We will of course have the typical ones like Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study. We can also tutor Necropotence directly to the field. That's very important. We've got Oppression. Whenever a player casts a spell, the player discards a card. So this is another way that we can have a pseudo stacks piece in play. We've got Rip for the Graveyard. We've got Rule of Law as just the second Rule of Law effect alongside Deafening Silence. Seal from Existence as a spot removal spell, but which also has Ward, making it harder to get rid of. We've got Second Chance, which is a combo piece that I'll talk more about later. Stasis, which is a stacks, basically combo piece because it's a hard lock. Again, I'll talk about that later. Stony Silence as a way to shut off artifacts. Again, same vein as Energy Flux. And then Vanishing as another way of having an aura that protects Zur by giving it phasing. This is for when basically Diplomatic Immunity is not going to work. So primarily against sweepers, this will protect Zur. So apart from that, we've got the rest of our card draw, pretty typical, One Ring, Bulls to Citadel, etc. We've got our combo pieces. So the main combo pieces here are of course going to be Console Oracle. Why wouldn't we have that? But we also have Second Chance. So this is a 3 mana enchantment, and it says during your upkeep, if you have 5 or less life, you can sack it and take an extra turn. Now, the thing is that taking the extra turn is not dependent on sacrificing it. It just triggers, and then regardless of whether you sack it or not, you still get the extra turn. So you can use cards like Tel'Jalad Stylus and Rashadan Pawn Shop, which are artifacts that have an activated ability that puts one of your permanents back into your deck. In Tel'Jalad's case, it puts it on the bottom. In Rashadan Pawn Shop's case, it shuffles it. So you can go trigger on the stack, use Tel'Jalad Stylus to put Second Chance back into your deck, take an extra turn, then you just attack with Zur, you tutor out Second Chance again, and you just do that over and over to take infinite turns. This does require that you're at 5 life, which can be risky, but you also do have cards that put you at super low life, cards like Black Market Connections, Necropotence, etc. So that is another way of comboing outside of the Thassa's Oracle combo. Now you can also use Rashadan Pawn Shop and Tel'Jalad Stylus in combination with Stasis to also essentially create a hard lock, or it's not exactly a hard lock, but it's a pretty good stacks lock. So Stasis, of course, says that everyone skips their untap steps. Now, the problem with it is that it also has an upkeep cost. So since you're not untapping your own mana-producing sources like lands and artifacts, that means that eventually you'll run out of the ability to be able to pay for this. Well, with Pawn Shop or Tel Jalad Stylus, what you can do is you go through your opponent's turns and have none of them untap any of their permanents, and then on the end step of the opponent who's right before you, you just use Tel Jalad Stylus or Rishadan Pawn Shop to put Stasis back into your deck. Then, since you don't control a Stasis on your turn, you'll untap everything as normal, and then you can just use Xur to tutor out Stasis again, pass to the opponents, they don't untap, end step before you're about to go, put it back in your deck, etc., and keep repeating. So there is a way to make that permanently a way of keeping your opponent's stuff tapped if you use cards like Orb of Dreams that cause your opponent's permanents to enter tapped. This deck is not running that, but you could, but the Stasis lock is still pretty good even without that. Then apart from all of that, we have the pretty typical stuff, a bunch of counter spells, some fast mana, Lightning Greaves to protect Xur and give it haste. Similarly, Hollow the Bandit Lord gives it haste. Haste is pretty important because it allows you to immediately attack and tutor for something. Pretty stock Esper lands, a little bit of protection in Grand Abolisher. Swords to Plowshares is just an additional removal spell, bit more stacks in like Drannith Magistrate, Opposition Agent, some sweepers, Psych Rift, Toxic Deluge, and then some tutor spells. So yes, again, there's many ways to build Xur. You don't have to exactly build it this way. Obviously, you're always going to have at least some enchantments to go tutor up with it, but it doesn't have to be as enchantment focused as this version. There's plenty of versions that just play as like a typical Esper combo deck or something, but this, I think, will at least give you a good idea of how Xur functions. So yep, that is Xur the Enchanter for EDH.